Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of all attributes martial arts right here on GMT Recap. The young man felt completely panicked when he found himself sitting in the middle of a classroom. Hey Wang, what's up? Do you want to go to the Liang Wei bar tonight for a drink? Wang Tang, still panting heavily, realized that the person speaking to him was Su Jia, a close friend from high school. Back then, Su Jia used to call him boss, but the two of them hadn't been in touch for many years. Moreover, Su Jia still looked very young and was even wearing a school uniform. Cold sweat poured down Wang Tang's forehead as he felt like he was seeing a ghost. His first instinct was to pull out his phone and open the front camera to check his reflection. What he saw was his youthful face from the past. Unable to control himself, he collapsed onto the desk, laughing silently. That's right, you've been reborn. No, this wasn't right. After laughing for a while, Wang Tang suddenly sat up straight, slapping his cheeks repeatedly to calm himself down. He needed to quickly grasp the situation. He couldn't let what happened before happen again. Su Jia, noticing his odd behavior and mumbling, grew puzzled. Wang Tang, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little tired. You guys go ahead and hang out tonight, I won't go. Before Su Jia could respond, the students in the classroom began to stir and rush out the door, all eager to see the beautiful teacher dealing with a group of hooligans. Wang Tang followed the crowd outside. He saw the man roam in the middle of a fight with several thugs. The students around them kept murmuring in admiration. He goddess really lives up to her title as an advanced martial artist apprentice. Those thugs clearly don't know their place. Wang Tang stared without blinking. How come he never noticed how long Man Ron's legs were before? He was only in high school, yet his body already had such perfect proportions. But what mattered more was the concept of advanced martial artist apprentice that the others had just mentioned. It felt a little off to him. Was this really the world he originally came from? Wang, what's wrong with you today? You seem distracted, Su Jia said, walking up and patting Wang Tang on the shoulder a few times. Wang Tang quickly gave a smile and said, I'm just a bit tired today. I think I'll head home and rest. On the way back, he couldn't stop thinking about what advanced martial artist apprentice meant. What exactly was going on with this world? With that thought, he pulled out his phone and opened a browser to look it up. What he found was an overwhelming amount of information that left him dazed, stunned, and utterly shocked. It said that 30 years ago, spatial rifts began appearing all over the world. One end of these rifts led to another world called Star Martial Continent, where a form of energy known as Origin Force existed. People there trained in Origin Force to become martial artists. Scientists began researching this Origin Force and discovered it might be some form of dark matter. As these spatial rifts appeared, Earth began undergoing significant changes. Under the influence of dark matter, Earth's creatures started mutating. Plants grew taller and more vibrant, and even species that had been extinct for ages began reappearing. Animals also grew larger and more powerful. Of course, humans were also undergoing unpredictable changes. In response to this, countries around the world started cooperating to explore these spatial rifts. The military and scholars from various fields began to advance and take control of the Star Martial Continent. These individuals were called pioneers. After a long period of research and experimentation, the people of Earth were finally able to cultivate. In the end, the countries decided to reveal the cultivation method, marking the dawn of an era where martial arts would be practiced by all. Wang Tang read through it, but for a long time, he didn't know how to react. He hadn't expected such a dramatic change in the world, and he didn't even know what was happening back home. Wang Tang only hoped that, at the very least, his parents were still his parents. Standing before his house, Wang Tang felt incredibly tense. He feared that even his parents might not be the same as those from his previous life. After gathering all his courage, Wang Tang pushed open the door. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Home early today?
Just get ready and we'll have dinner."
A voice that Wang Tung hadn't heard in a long time echoed. His first reaction was to burst into tears. "That's so great, they're still your parents." Wang Tang sat down, savoring a home-cooked meal, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. In his past life, the Wang family had offended someone, leading to their complete downfall.
Within a month, Wang Tang's father's Xingtung Group and his grandfather's Xing Group had both gone bankrupt.
After this incident, his father, Wang Shangguai, was forced into a corner. His mother, Li Shoumai, soon followed her husband due to sorrow.
From then on, Wang Tung sank into degradation as he sought to escape reality.
Little did he know that his cowardice would cause his life to spiral downward without control, ultimately leading to the tragic end that everyone had witnessed. When the time came for him to leave this world, Wang Ting finally realized that only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and his loved ones from harm.
And that was the only right path.
So the next day, Wang Tang made his way to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery. This was the top institution, and just looking at it from the outside, one could already feel its imposing presence. The two gatekeepers outside asked Wang Tang to cooperate with the routine checks. At that moment, Wang Tang's eyes kept fixated on the guns in their hands. On the body of each gun were the runes of primordial energy, which were many times more powerful than ordinary firearms. Even martial artists could be crippled if they faced them head-on.
Wang Tang entered and went to the reception to register as a student.
The receptionist directed him to training room number 2 for a health check. There were many people there as well, but what was strange was that above their heads, Wang Tang could see strange text floating in bubbles, such as strength +1, speed +3, constitution +1. However, the martial artist apprentices around him acted as if they couldn't see them at all. This was incredibly strange. An idea suddenly popped into Wang Tang's mind. Without thinking, he bent down and touched the floor where there was a small bubble. As soon as he touched it, the bubble burst. Then, a simulated window appeared before him, notifying him that he had gained 1 point of strength.
This meant that Wang Tang had unintentionally unlocked the attribute collection system. Wang Tang felt exhilarated.
He unconsciously remained in a kneeling position, slowly crawling forward to collect other bubbles. But because he wasn't paying attention to the road, Wang Tang accidentally walked straight into a tall, beautiful woman, creating an incredibly awkward situation. When he realized what had happened, all the eyes in the room were fixed on him. Sorry, I noticed the floor here is very slippery, I just got too focused."
Wang Tang hurriedly apologized, and the girl immediately ran away.
Wang Tang didn't pay much attention to it anymore because he was busy focusing on the system he had just received. On it, his stats were displayed: 18 for perception, 5 for physique, 5 for strength, with an additional point added, and 7 for agility. He had only ever read about male protagonists in transmigration novels getting systems, but never expected that something like this would happen to him. Just as he was deep in thought, someone patted Wang Tang on the shoulder from behind. He tensed up, worried that the person might have seen his system, but when he turned around, he saw a face grinning broadly. "Hey, buddy, I see you're proclaimed as a rare and exceptional talent, a martial arts genius that comes once in a lifetime. Pick a book." The guy had a few martial arts manuals in his hands. Wang Tang was speechless, all that worry for nothing. He picked the one that seemed the most advanced, only to get a sharp knock on the head from the guy. "Coming here asking for treasures and still being this greedy.
Can you even learn this now? Come train the basics with me."
Wang Tang sighed deeply, and thus began his first day of training. But he never expected that the basic training methods of the Star Martial Continent were practically the same as national rhythmic gymnastics competitions. Not only did it waste your time collecting attribute bubbles, but spending the entire day on it also left you feeling completely embarrassed. Fortunately, your attributes have increased a little. Your perception is now at 19.3, physical strength at 13, power at 135, and speed at 76. Additionally, Wang Tung also picked up 2 new combat skills: basic fist technique, beginner, and basic body movement, beginner. After a busy day at the training center, Wang Tang returned home just as his parents were finishing dinner. Luckily, his mother had enough heart to save him some chicken noodle soup.
You come back so late, where have you been causing trouble? Wang Shanghua asked sternly.
I was training at the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery, Wang Tang said as he stuffed a large bite of noodles into his mouth, chewing while speaking. Are you out of your mind?
Why are you talking nonsense?
Wang Shanghua immediately reached out to touch his son's forehead, as if he had just heard something utterly absurd. After all, Wang Tang had never liked martial arts before, and there was no reason for him to suddenly decide to start now. Wang Shanghua was still a little skeptical, but seeing his son's serious tone, he didn't feel right to argue any further. Instead, he promised that if his son had made up his mind, he would support him fully. First, he'd arrange for a good teacher.
Seeing Wang Shanghua pull out his phone, Wang Tang immediately became anxious. Dad, let's hold off on hiring a teacher for now. Actually, I want to see what my potential is first. Just let me train at the martial arts school for a few days, and then we'll talk about it. Wang Tang couldn't let his father hire a tutor because he had already noticed it. The attribute bubbles kept falling out while other martial artist apprentices were training. If he didn't go to the martial arts school, how could he continue picking up these attributes? Seeing that Wang Tang made sense, Wang Shanghua ended the call. After all, the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery was one of the 3 largest martial arts schools in Nation H, and there would definitely be talented people there. Wang Tang would have no problem learning there. After finishing his meal, Wang Tang quickly returned to his room. His parents watched his retreating figure for a long while. Then, Wang Shanghua sighed and patted his wife's hand. If the boy wants to change, then even if it's just for the time being, as a father, I must do everything I can to help him. Tomorrow, tell them to buy more exotic beast meat, it will be good for his martial arts training. Li Shomai also knew that her husband, though tough on the outside, was soft-hearted and always cared for their son, even though he often put on a stern front. She was very pleased. The next morning, because it was Saturday, Wang Tang went to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery early. Upon arrival, he cheerfully greeted everyone at the martial arts school. The reason he was so happy was that he had collected a pile of attribute bubbles. Probably because he was so enthusiastic, everyone looked at him with the same gaze, the look of a madman. Wang Tang didn't mind, as he was in high spirits and didn't even know how strong he was at the moment. He opened his system to check and then started training. From boxing to running, he practiced everything. The more he trained, the harder the difficulty became. His attributes also improved as a result. Wang Tang quietly calculated, thinking that his current strength was probably enough to be ranked as a novice martial artist apprentice, but that wasn't enough to satisfy him. He planned to push himself today and reach the level of an intermediate martial artist apprentice. As Wang Tang mumbled to himself, a long-haired guy walking by couldn't help but give him a judgmental glance, then thought to himself, isn't that the guy who made a fool of himself with some girl yesterday? He's back again today. What a shame, he's good-looking, but he's clearly an idiot. It's probably best to keep my distance. At that moment, the system sent a new notification. After a grueling training session, Wang Tang received an additional 0.6 points in perception, 5 points in strength, 2 points in speed, and 3 points in proficiency for his newly unlocked basic swordsmanship skill. After unlocking the skill, Wang Tang couldn't help but walk over to where his sword was stored. It was a training weapon, but it was carefully crafted to resemble a real sword, perfect for him to give it a try. The moment Wang Tang swung the sword, everyone around him was drawn in. Just yesterday, he was only doing some rhythmic exercise, and now he was practicing swordplay at such a fast pace. Wang Tang swung the sword twice, found it quite comfortable, then sheathed it and put it back in its place. The crowd was even more astonished, including the long-haired guy. He thought to himself, wait, so he's done already? He practiced swordsmanship just twice and now he's going for boxing? How could he possibly improve like this? This junior brother is really diligent, but there's clearly something wrong with his head. Wang Tang didn't care that the crowd was gathering and talking about him having a problem with his mind.
He was focused solely on his gloves and began to practice boxing. It wasn't until the muscular guy who had taught him basic training yesterday showed up that the crowd finally dispersed.
"What are you doing standing here instead of training in the morning?" he shouted. "Pang brother, what did you bring here? You've only practiced the sword for a little while, and now you're already proficient in basic sword techniques.
And now you're starting to practice boxing too," they said, gossiping amongst themselves. As for the main character, he remained fully concentrated on the punching bag in front of him. After a while, he finally noticed that his basic training instructor had arrived, so he stopped.
"Did you come, teacher?"
The guy seemed to be shocked by Wang Tang's rapid progress, and the title of teacher seemed to age him right on the spot.
"What teacher?"
"Just call me Pang brother," the guy said as he approached and put an arm around Wang Tang's shoulder.
"Pang brother, you came early too?"
Wang Tang obediently switched to the informal address.
"Junior, your talent isn't great.
You're already over 20 and still only an advanced martial artist apprentice." "You can only keep trying harder," Pang brother commented.
"Alright, I'm heading to the 3rd floor to train now. Today, another advanced martial artist apprentice will come to guide everyone.
If you have any questions, just ask them." Pang brother quickly made an excuse and left.
Wang Tang felt a bit disappointed.
He had planned to gather some attributes from him. But even though Pang brother was gone, it wasn't the end of his luck. Wang Tang immediately turned his attention to a girl nearby. She had just finished her cultivation technique, and a lot of bubbles had fallen around her. After approaching the other party, Wang Tang seized the opportunity and quickly absorbed all the attribute bubbles. Then, he made an excuse to flee. After a long, exhausting day of both training and collecting attribute bubbles, Wang Tang finally achieved his goal of becoming an intermediate martial artist apprentice.
That night, when he returned home, Wang Tang ate like a fleet of ships.
His parents, upon hearing him boast that his brother at the martial arts school praised his natural talent, were delighted for him. Perhaps the happiest was Wang Shanghua, who saw his son grow much more mature and with a brighter future ahead. Just the thought of him becoming an advanced martial artist apprentice made him feel he could hold his head high among his peers.
Wang Tang ate while secretly observing their expressions.
He felt that it would be best not to mention that he had already reached the level of intermediate martial artist apprentice for now, to avoid making his parents feel that it was unrealistic. Before he had even finished half of his meal, Su Jie called, saying they were at Liang Wei's bar and urged him to come quickly. Wang Tang had already turned down Su Jie once, so this time, he had no choice but to agree. He told his parents he was going out for a bit and hurriedly left.
Though it was late at night, the entertainment district was even livelier than before. The taxi stopped in front of Liang Wei's bar.
As soon as he stepped out of the car, Wang Tang immediately sensed a familiar feeling. Even in his past life, after the Wang family had fallen, Wang Tang hadn't visited this place much anymore. He still clearly remembered one time when he was out partying, holding 2 girls in his arms here, and Su Jie, with a panicked expression, rushed in to inform him that his family had encountered trouble.
But back then, Wang Tang didn't even care, continuing to indulge in the seemingly endless party.
In this life, you have decided never to fall into depravity again, because you know that the will of heaven allowing you to be reborn is meant to change everything. Wang Tang entered the bar and saw that everyone had gathered, including a very familiar girl named Bai Wei. Since he arrived late, Wang Tang sat down and poured himself a drink as punishment, then turned to strike up a conversation with the young man sitting next to him.
"Zihao, it's been a while."
The while for Wang Tang truly felt like a long time, but for Zihao, it was just a few weeks at most. Recently, his father had been forcing him to practice martial arts, and tonight he had finally managed to sneak out. Zihao even proudly boasted, showing off that he had now become a novice martial artist apprentice. Seeing him act this way, Wang Tang felt it was better to keep quiet about the fact that he was already a level above him. In contrast to Wang Tang's calm demeanor, Su Jie, upon hearing this, became excited, slammed the table, and shouted, "Damn it, your little brat didn't say a word and already became a novice martial artist apprentice. Among all of us, only you became a martial artist apprentice.
If we get bullied in the future, we'll definitely come to you.
Bai Wei, who had been silent up until now, took the initiative to come closer, draping her arm over Wang Tang's shoulder, and then, in a soft and coquettish tone, said,
Brother Wang, we've been waiting for you for so long. You've only had one drink and already want to send us away? How do you want me to leave?
Wang Tang played along for a bit, but before Bai Wei could respond, a loud crashing sound suddenly came from behind them. They all turned in unison to look, only to see a man stumbling with a broken bottle at his feet. Seeing that there was nothing special, Wang Tang continued the conversation with his friends. After all, they hadn't met for almost 10 years.
Where's that kid Yuan Zhenghua? Wang Tang asked. In response, Su Jie's expression changed. He said that Yuan Zhenghua had now become a loyal lapdog for Liang Chang and no longer had time to hang out with them.
Well, everyone has their own ambitions, nothing to blame there. Wang Tang comforted him, but Su Jie was still upset. He grabbed a full bottle of liquor and began drinking it in big gulps. His tolerance was still as impressive as in his previous life. But at that very moment, something unexpected happened. The drunken man who had broken the bottle earlier suddenly noticed the beautiful Bai Wei sitting behind him. In his drunken state, he staggered over in her direction. Hey, little sister. The smell of alcohol and his sudden approach from behind startled Bai Wei. Wanna hang out with me? As he said this, his eyes clearly revealed a look of desire. He reached out, attempting to touch Bai Wei, but was stopped by Zihao. Hey, what do you think you're doing? To everyone's surprise, the drunk man shoved Zihao aside. It seemed he was also a martial artist apprentice, and his strength far surpassed that of Zihao. Who the hell are you to stop me? After Zihao was knocked down, the man became even more arrogant, heading straight for Bai Wei. Wang Tang didn't rush. First, he helped his friend get back on his feet. Zihao muttered angrily under his breath, cursing. That person turned out to be a novice martial artist apprentice at the peak level, with strength almost on par with an intermediate martial artist apprentice. Naturally, he couldn't fight back. However, soon after, the drunken man was taught a lesson by Wang Tang. With a simple wave of his hand, Wang Tang sent the opponent flying backward. Blood was streaming from his nose and mouth, and the way he crashed to the ground was far deeper than Zihao's earlier fall. Sure enough, if I don't stop you, you'll take it too far, Wang Tang said slowly as he stood up, while everyone present was left speechless at the sight. With immense pressure, Wang Tang approached his opponent and continued, You dare bully my people? Who do you think you are? The opponent could no longer hold back his anger and tried to stand up and retaliate. However, Wang Tang easily blocked his punch, then returned the favor with a punch of his own. Without even using full strength, he sent the man flying, crashing into the wall. During this time, Wang Tang also took the opportunity to collect attributes from the bubbles that fell from the opponent, gathering 15 points in strength and 12 points in speed. The drunken man was knocked sober by the punch. He staggered to his feet from the wall, now realizing that his opponent was an intermediate martial artist apprentice. However, his mouth was still as defiant as ever. You think being an intermediate martial artist apprentice makes you something special? Oh. Sorry, but someone like me, an intermediate martial artist apprentice, can do whatever I want. There you go, Wang Tang replied with a teasing smile, clearly enjoying the reaction. The man was indeed provoked. He was so furious that his body was trembling, pointing a finger at Wang Tang's face and challenging him. Got guts? Then tell me who you are. I'll go get someone to teach you a lesson. I'm scared, I must be named Liang Chang. I'll give you half an hour to call that person. If the time's up, I won't wait anymore. Just wait there. The drunk guy clutched his arm, which was so painful it felt like it was about to snap, and quickly left the bar. At that moment, Bai Wei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wang Tang had the audacity to blame Liang Chang, which was a mix of him being a little mad at her and also a bit at Su Jie. If Liang Chang knew about this, she'd be furious enough to burst a blood vessel. On top of that, he had originally intended to hide his strength, but was forced to reveal it earlier. Su Jie was now looking at him with an expression that seemed to glow, not knowing when he had become so formidable. In their eyes, Wang Tang had always just been a weakling. The four of them were in high spirits, heading out together. In reality, Wang Tang had no intention of waiting for the guy to actually call anyone. The manager and the waitstaff had been hiding under the table the whole time, and even though they hadn't paid yet, they didn't dare step forward to stop them from leaving. Seeing Wang Tang was still young but already an intermediate martial artist apprentice, the manager knew his background was certainly not ordinary. He seriously reminded his staff. Remember, today's incident was caused by Zhao Yang Bao. He'll be the one paying the bill. Got it? Afterward, the group dispersed. Once she got home, Bai Wei quickly messaged Wang Tang, but she didn't get a reply for a long time. She stared at his contact name on her phone and couldn't help but think back to the scene where he stood up for her at the bar. She was so excited that she rolled around on her bed. After a night of fun, Wang Tang returned to his usual routine the next day. You arrived at the martial arts school very early, but still, many people came earlier than you. As usual, Wang Tang loudly greeted everyone and even hugged each person, all in an effort to collect attributes, though through the lens of others, he appeared no different from a madman. He had already collected all the attributes on the first floor and planned to move up to the second floor today to earn even more. However, as Wang Tang walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor designated for intermediate martial artist apprentices, he was stopped by the long-haired guy who always discriminated against him. Martial arts school has a rule: novice martial artist apprentices are not allowed to go to the second floor. Thanks for the reminder, but I accidentally broke through to intermediate martial artist apprentice last night. Wang Tang replied casually, causing the guy to mutter under his breath, "Damn it." It wasn't just this guy, many others were also astonished by this. Wang Tang had only been training here for 2 days and had already reached the intermediate martial artist apprentice level. The speed was just unreal. Wang Tang paid no attention to the murmurs surrounding him. He opened the door to the second floor of the martial arts school, and what lay before him was truly a paradise. Bubbles of attributes were scattered everywhere on this floor. Once he reached the second floor, Wang Tang didn't intend to train alone either. His target was a chubby guy. Wang Tang had already fought with him once on the first floor, and now, upon coming up here, he continued chasing him around, hoping to extract speed attribute bubbles. "Can you stop it already?" the chubby guy yelled in frustration. "Ha, it's not like I think you're training alone and feeling lonely. I just want to train with you," Wang Tang replied teasingly. "Fine then, let's have a match." He made the suggestion with a condition: if Wang Tang loses, then you must stop bothering me. But if you win, this fatty here will have to accept you as his boss. The fatty initially thought that losing was out of the question, since Wang Tang had started practicing martial arts much later than him. However, to his surprise, in the ensuing duel, he was easily defeated by Wang Tang. This forced the fatty to bow to him, acknowledging Wang Tang as his superior. Wang Tang happily helped him to his feet, feeling quite satisfied with having gained a long-term attribute package. After that, he temporarily spared the fatty. Instead, he continued to challenge other martial artist apprentices, hoping to acquire more attribute bubbles. Seeing Wang Tang act so arrogantly, openly challenging those who had been training long before him, they thought that he was foolishly obsessed with martial arts. Yet, a few still agreed to duel with him. These opponents were tougher than the fatty, but in the end, Wang Tang still managed to gain the upper hand. Whether it was a duel of swordsmanship or boxing techniques, after repeatedly challenging one person after another, Wang Tang had gathered quite a few attribute bubbles. At present, his perception had reached 43, his physique was 84, his strength was a whopping 964, and his speed was 533. His 4 combat skills: basic boxing, basic body technique, basic swordsmanship, and basic blade technique were all mastered to perfection. With these stats, Wang Tang had basically reached the level of an advanced martial artist apprentice. He had been inexplicably reborn and had received such good fortune. There must be more to the reason behind it than meets the eye. Although a bit skeptical, Wang Tang still had to rely on his golden finger to gather attributes and grow stronger. The next day was already Monday, and Wang Tang had to go to school in the morning. During the lunch break, Zihao and the others gathered to have lunch with him in the canteen. As soon as Bai Wei sat down, he started complaining, "Brother Wang, it's really hard to hang out with you now, even on the weekends you don't show up. You've been really busy lately, I guess. Let's wait until you have some free time." Wang Tang responded nonchalantly. Just then, Zihao shouted that he had spotted Yuan Zhanghua. Su Jie, who had been dozing off, woke up when he heard this. Then, they saw that beside Yuan Zhanghua was a person with a bruised and swollen face, his wounds still bandaged, but Bai Wei immediately recognized him as Liang Chang. "Why did he get beaten up like this?" Su Jie blurted out. As soon as he finished speaking, all four members of the group fell into deep thought. They quickly remembered the prank Wang Tang had played on Saturday night, and instinctively, they burst out laughing. Their clear, ringing laughter made Liang Chang stop in his tracks. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" he yelled loudly. "With a pig's head on, you think you're the heavenly marshal?" Su Jie retorted sarcastically. "Looking so ugly, you should be a little more humble, don't interfere in other people's business." Liang Chang immediately confirmed that they were laughing at him, so he immediately attacked, aiming straight at Su Jie. He wanted to vent all the resentment he felt after being beaten for no reason on them. But just when Liang Chang's fist was only a few inches away from Su Jie's face, it was blocked by Wang Tang. "Young Masterly, my little brother was just talking nonsense. It's best if you don't take it to heart," Wang Tang said politely on the surface, but his hand exerted strong force, making it impossible for Liang Chang to move. "I choose to take it to heart, and if you don't let go, it'll make you regret it," he growled, but of course, Wang Tang didn't let go. Liang Chang struggled, repeatedly commanding let go, but Wang Tang ignored him every time, which was extremely embarrassing for him. After a while of both sides struggling, when Liang Chang was using all his strength to break free, Wang Tang suddenly released his grip, causing him to lose control and stagger backward, falling clumsily. Liang Chang felt 10 times more humiliated than he was hurt, grinding his teeth in frustration, wanting to curse his opponent. Wang Tang, on the other hand, sighed deeply, appearing innocent. "Young Masterly, you asked me to let go, don't blame me for that." Not wanting to embarrass himself further, Liang Chang nodded to Yuan Zhanghua and left. But before disappearing, he didn't forget to tell Wang Tang that he would meet him later at the martial arts school after class to settle things. Bai Wei and Su Jie were very worried when they saw this. "Brother Wang, do you really want to fight him?" "Yeah, Brother Wang, are you sure you can win?" However, in response to their concerns, Wang Tang simply shrugged and said that he had no intention of going. So, they all returned to class. After the bell rang, Wang Tang still didn't have any plans to go to the martial arts school to fight that fool. The next morning, Liang Chang, accompanied by his followers, stormed into Wang Tang's classroom with an air of arrogance. "I knew it. It's your brat who forced me into this. Here, take this, well, settle it right here." As he spoke, he tossed a sword towards Wang Tang. Before Wang Tang could react, Bai Wei yelled out in protest. "Liang Chang, you have no shame. Brother Wang hasn't even said what weapon he will use, and you've already grabbed the one that suits you." "It's fine." Wang Tang gently patted Bai Wei's head to calm her down, causing her cheeks to flush bright red like ripe tomatoes. "Whatever weapon he picks, the result will be the same." At this moment, Liang Chang was still injured. However, the injury was not enough to stop him from trying to defeat Wang Tang with his swordsmanship. As soon as Wang Tang picked up the sword, Liang Chang immediately struck. Unfortunately, his speed was far too slow compared to Wang Tang's, and the latter easily dodged. Seeing his attack effortlessly evaded, Liang Chang froze, mouth agape, muttering repeatedly. "How is this possible?" This distraction caused him to lose focus for a split second, and in that brief moment of hesitation, Wang Tang swiftly appeared behind him. "Time to end this." With a smile, Wang Tang spoke, and then the sound of the sharp blade cutting through the air filled the room.
Wang Tang's move was quick and decisive. After the strike, he sheathed the sword. He had taken down Li Yingcheng in a single move, so fast and clean that Li Yingcheng hadn't even had time to feel the full pain of the wound on his back. Li Yingcheng still wanted to retaliate, so he shakily turned around. But once again, Wang Tang disappeared right before his eyes, only to reappear behind him like a ghost. This time, he delivered another blow with his bare hands, and Li Yingcheng was officially knocked down to the floor. During the fight, 20 proficiency points in basic magic skills and 12 strength points had fallen from him, which Wang Tang quickly picked up. Then, with one hand, he lifted Li Yingcheng's large body and threw him back to his subordinates. The group was nothing but a bunch of cowards. Seeing their boss humiliated like this, they naturally dared not resist anymore and immediately scampered off. On the other hand, Su Jiat and his group were thoroughly pleased. With such an impressive display from their boss, Yuan Zhanghua had yet to leave, still watching them closely. He's a cowardly demon. He betrayed Wang Tang's group to join Li Yingcheng before, but now that he sees you growing stronger, he's afraid you might hold a grudge and make things difficult for him. In reality, Wang Tang couldn't care less about this person. The only thing that mattered to him was his own information. After defeating Li Yingcheng, his attributes had increased significantly, and he had also learned basic magic. While he was lost in his thoughts, Wang Tang casually noticed a nearby CAF. The waitress was Lin, the class monitor of his class. But what caught his attention was that she was being bothered by two of her colleagues, both fighting over who would take Lin Suahan home. It was almost time to finish work, and the two were trying very hard to win her favor, but she politely rejected both of them. Wang Tang observed for a while and could understand why she was putting on such an awkward expression. A guy as clingy as this, who wouldn't find it annoying? And so, Wang Tang decided to step in as the hero to rescue the damsel in distress. "Beautiful lady, could I have a cup of milk tea, please?" He walked up to the order counter, acting casually, leaning on the table in a way that exuded charm. "Why are you here?" Lin Suahan asked, somewhat surprised. "Why couldn't it be me?" Wang Tang grinned even wider. Lin Suahan nodded and proceeded to ring up his order. Her two colleagues, sensing the subtle atmosphere between them, suddenly became more alert. One of them, trying to be brave, asked, "Who is Wang Tang?" "He's my deskmate," she replied shortly, but her colleagues still weren't ready to let go. "Your deskmate?" "He doesn't look like a regular deskmate," one of them remarked. Wang Tang was starting to get annoyed by this. So, in front of the two of them, he suggested to Lin Suahan that she come home with him after work. Realizing that Wang Tang was trying to help her, she immediately agreed. It just so happened that work was over. The two colleagues were stunned, as if they had been slapped hard, and could only watch as Lin Suahan left with Wang Tang. The two of them walked together to the bike parking area. Lin Suahan took her bike and was about to leave on her own, but Wang Tang sneakily pointed toward the wall behind them. She followed his gaze and saw the two colleagues still peeking and watching them. "Are you sure you want to go by yourself? I was actually hoping to hitch a ride. Let me give you a lift." With no other option, Lin Suahan reluctantly sat on the back seat, while Wang Tang took responsibility for riding the bike. The atmosphere between the two was extremely harmonious, and even pretending to be a couple was quite convincing. Wang Tang had originally planned to leave, but thinking about the two employees still lurking around, he couldn't help but speak up and threaten them. "Hey, you two, next time you call my name, make sure you include the surname, don't just say Suahan." "Got it?" The two of them jumped in shock and immediately nodded frantically. On the way back, Lin Suahan remained silent. To ease the tension, Wang Tang spoke up first. "Hey, class monitor, I've helped you deal with those two nuisances, how are you going to thank me?" "Of course, I'll tutor you so you can pass the college entrance exam. That's why I was assigned to sit next to you in the first place." The cold goddess replied, leaving Wang Tang speechless. When they arrived near Lin Suahan's house, they said their goodbyes. Wang Tang even carefully placed the 18 yuan bubble tea in her bike basket, saying that he was giving it to her because he hadn't drunk it in a long time and no longer liked the taste. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you just buy one a week ago? Lin Suahan asked in confusion. Just kidding, hurry up and go home, it's getting late. Wang Tang said.
Of course, Lin Suahan couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind his words, but she did feel like her deskmate was somehow different, as if he had become a completely different person.
Wang Tang stood there for a long time, watching Lin Suahan's back.
Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a loud noise suddenly startled him, and he immediately recognized it as the sound of a gunshot. Wang Tang sneakily glanced around and discovered that all the people here were martial artist apprentices. It seemed like they had just committed some wrongdoing, so they were especially sensitive. Just a slight turn of their heads and they immediately noticed that Wang Tang was observing them. There were 3 of them in total, and the one with the scarred face, wearing a hooded cloak, was the boss. After noticing Wang Tang, he immediately ordered his 2 subordinates to capture him as a hostage, as the police were about to arrive. Wang Tang sensed the danger and quickly ran. However, he had only taken a few steps when a gunshot rang out. This time, the bullet whizzed past his head, causing a few strands of his hair to be sliced off.
Kid, stay still and come over here. It was clear that this shot was a warning. If Wang Tang kept running, they might really take his life.
This scene felt strangely familiar, as if Wang Tang had seen it somewhere before. In his past life, he had died from a gunshot, so he didn't dare to take any risks this time. He reluctantly raised his hands high above his head and slowly walked towards them. When he was about 2 steps away from the boss, he was struck by a punch that made his vision go white, and then they dragged him onto the vehicle. There were already 2 other people on the car. As soon as Wang Tang and the other 3 got in, the vehicle immediately started moving. Wang Tang pretended to be out of breath, his sweat soaking through, which caught the attention of the others. I just carried you over here, not that you walked on your own, so why are you acting like you're out of breath?
One of them said. I'm just an ordinary person.
Being suddenly kidnapped is exhausting too, Wang Tang said, pretending to be pitiful.
You understand very well that now is not the time to run away.
You must wait until the enemy lowers their guard before thinking about escaping.
However, the situation seems very tense because not long after, the police arrived. Wang Tang quickly counted in the rearview mirror and saw 3 police cars.
Upon seeing this, the criminals immediately accelerated and tried to flee. When the police started shooting, the boss of the criminal gang immediately grabbed Wang Tang by the neck, forcing him to stick his head out the window with a gun pointed directly at his head. Get your guns away, or I'll send this kid straight to the king of hell.
Sure enough, the police stopped shooting after that.
They had achieved their goal by taking Wang Tang as a hostage. Seizing the opportunity, a few of the criminals shot at the tires of the lead police car, causing it to lose control, which led to the 2 cars behind it crashing into each other. They felt a great sense of satisfaction at the sight. Wang Tang realized that the situation was not looking good for him. Since these people were willing to threaten the lives of police officers, his life meant nothing to them. Furthermore, the police had already been shaken off. Now, he could only rely on himself. He didn't know how long the car had been driving, but by the time it was getting dark, they stopped at a deserted forest road. The criminals forced Wang Tang out of the car. These 4 criminals wanted to cross the forest to take a shortcut to another city, in order to evade the police. And of course, they forced Wang Tang to go with them. This was the moment when the criminals were about to escape and started to let their guard down, no longer paying as much attention to him. Wang Tang had never taken a life before, but he told himself that these people were criminals, so there was no need to overthink it. The other side had guns, so he had to strike precisely if he wanted to survive. Thus, when the 4 of them weren't paying attention, Wang Tang decisively took action. By the time the other 3 heard a grunt and turned around, they saw their boss lying flat on the ground, and Wang Tang had already vanished. What was more important was that their boss had stopped breathing, causing the 4 criminals to fall into panic. Taking advantage of their confusion, Wang Tang suddenly appeared from behind and eliminated another one. The remaining ones immediately drew their guns. But with half their numbers gone, Wang Tang felt much more confident. He continued to use his speed advantage, striking from behind and disappearing into the dense bushes, leaving the enemies no time to react. The situation grew worse for them when one of them ran out of ammo. Without firearms, they were no match for an advanced martial artist apprentice like Wang Tang. He leapt out from the bushes, finished off one more, and grabbed his gun. The last one still standing aimed his gun directly at Wang Tang. The two pulled the trigger nearly simultaneously, but Wang Tang's shot was more accurate. The battle ended with Wang Tang's victory, but perhaps because he had never taken a life before, he now felt extremely uneasy. The nauseating and dizzying sensation made him want to faint. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Luckily, the bullet veered off course, or Wang Tang would have been done for. You turned your head, and yet that boss was still alive. Wang Tang quickly delivered another blow to finish him off, but he felt extremely tense. The situation earlier had truly been serious, and he had made a huge mistake. If luck hadn't been on his side and the bullet hadn't missed, Wang Tang's fate would have been exactly the same as in his past life. Wang Tang checked again, confirming that the criminals were all dead, a total of 5 of them, but there were 6 guns. Wang Tang figured that the police probably didn't know, so he boldly took one of the guns with him. Not long after, the police arrived at the scene. After investigating, they were shocked to find that the only person still alive was Wang Tang. At this moment, he was deeply focused on portraying a distressed expression to pass off as being shaken up. Captain Yang, after evaluating the situation for a while, concluded that Wang Tang was an advanced martial artist apprentice who had taken down the criminals. Unfortunately, he was still a student, and his mental state wasn't yet stable, so the incident had left a heavy psychological impact, and he had yet to recover. "Here's what we'll do," he advised his subordinates, "we'll wait until he's calmed down and then take a statement." After all, those guys brought the disaster upon themselves. Wang Tang secretly smiled. It seemed that his acting wasn't too bad. Afterward, Wang Tang was released without anyone suspecting anything. The next morning, he went to school as usual, only to discover that Lin Suahan, who was sitting next to him, also had some bubbles coming out from her. Though she wasn't a martial artist, Wang Tang tried touching them and found that he gained 10 points in Chinese proficiency, 15 points in English proficiency, and 8 points in math proficiency. You were extremely surprised, not expecting that this system could even help you collect learning attributes. The more Wang Tang thought about it, the more curious he became about the origins of this system. He kept playing with the bubbles, but for someone like Lin Suahan, who couldn't see them, Wang Tang looked like he was having a fit. After a while, noticing her staring at him, Wang Tang turned and flashed a bright smile, asking, "What's the matter?" Lin Suahan immediately turned away, embarrassed. There was nothing more awkward than being caught peeking. Fortunately, Su Jie appeared shortly after to save her. He wanted to invite Wang Tang to a party at the Zhou family's house this weekend. Initially, Wang Tang had planned to refuse because he needed to go to the martial arts school over the weekend. However, before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. "Mr. Wang, don't be so boring. You should also take some time to relax." It was Bai Wei, the beautiful woman who had used every trick to entice him, and now Wang Tang had no way of refusing. After all, with his rapid progress, one day of fun wouldn't make much of a difference. That weekend, they went to the extravagant party at the Zhou family's house. But once they arrived, Wang Tang began to regret his soft heart. Socializing with these aristocratic families was even more tiring than martial arts training. The party had started for a while when the host, Zhou young lady, made her entrance. Su Jie, who had been busy munching on chicken legs, paused to admire the beauty of the lady. Then, they noticed that Liang Chang was also at the party, and he seemed to be chatting quite intimately with Zhou young lady. Su Jie had already been annoyed by this guy, and when he saw him holding the goddess's thigh, his anger only increased. Wang Tang, fearing that his younger brother might start causing trouble, quickly shoved a chicken leg into his hands. Just as they were talking, Zhou young lady had already walked over to their side. Judging by the expressions of everyone, one could not help but wonder which talented family she was from. The beautiful woman took the initiative to speak, and Wang Tang modestly responded, "We're just ordinary guests, not worthy of Zhou young lady's attention." At that moment, Liang Cheng appeared like a ghost behind Zhou Young Lady, softly reminding her that this was the young master of the Wang family. Wang Tang, Zhou Young Lady laughed aloud. So it's the young master of the Wang family. I apologize for my rudeness. Her smile was flawless. In truth, the Wang family was not particularly powerful, and the Zhou family didn't necessarily need to form any relationships with them. It was just that Zhou Young Lady found herself a little intrigued by how Wang Tang was completely different from the rumors she had heard. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Young Lady returned to the center of the banquet hall and announced that the most important event of the evening would take place at the hunting area, then invited the guests to make their way over there to prepare. The person who hunts the most game will receive a secret gift, Zhou Young Lady declared. Wang Tang wasn't particularly interested in the party, but he was definitely keen on the hunting. It just so happened that he had recently learned how to shoot from the criminals, and now, he had the chance to practice. Bai Wei had no interest in this violent activity, so she went to the poolside to relax, leaving only Su Jia, Zihao, and Wang Tang to go together. It was already dark, so the visibility wasn't great, but in no time, Wang Tang had shot the first rabbit. Su Jia kept exclaiming in amazement. The two of them hadn't even clearly seen the prey, yet Wang Tang made such an accurate shot. Just lucky, he replied modestly. Let's head deeper into the forest. Maybe we can hunt something better. But just then, a gunshot rang out. From the bushes nearby, a white fox jumped out, seemingly injured by a bullet. It sped towards Wang Tang's group, with another bullet chasing right behind it, nearly hitting Su Jia and making him fall backward to the ground. The fox, meanwhile, hid behind Wang Tang to take cover. The owner of the two bullets just now was Liang Cheng. As soon as he appeared, lurking, Su Jia immediately yelled and cursed. Liang Cheng, who are you shooting at? What are you doing here? Where's my white fox? From the other side, a voice responded as well. Wang Tang could clearly feel the small creature trembling behind his legs, so he took the initiative to ask Liang Cheng to spare it, offering to take it in and care for it. At first, of course, he was reluctant to agree, but Zhou Young Lady intervened. I also feel this fox has a lot of spirit. Let young Master Wang take it in. Thank you, Zhou Young Lady, Wang Tang replied politely. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion nearby. Zhou Young Lady looked at the scene, unable to hide her fear, but quickly regained her composure. She instructed the bodyguards to escort the guests back to the main residence before going to investigate what had happened. As soon as Zhou Young Lady finished speaking, the security team quickly dispersed and began executing their tasks at lightning speed. The guests couldn't help but marvel, clearly impressed this was indeed the Zhou family's security, with an entire team composed of advanced martial artist apprentices. Wang Tang, curious to see what was happening, called Su Jia and the others to keep an eye on the white fox, then quietly slipped away. Most of the guests at this moment were clamoring to return to their villas, with Zhou Young Lady being the only one to notice Wang Tang's movements. She seemed very surprised when she realized that he too was an advanced martial artist apprentice, far stronger than Liang Cheng. Miss. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, interrupting her train of thought. The explosion came from a very distant place. There's nothing happening within the radius around here. I understand. You may leave now. Wang Tang, using his fastest speed, headed towards the center of the forest. Before long, he reached the spot where the explosion had occurred, and the sight before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. The ground had been blasted into a huge, deep crater, still emitting thick smoke. The scene was clearly the result of a martial artist's power. Given the strength of that individual, if Wang Tang got involved, it would only lead to more trouble. He turned around, intending to flee, but then it felt as though his previous self, from his past life, was holding him back. Wang Tang vaguely saw an image of himself carrying his parents' ashes, his face expressionless from despair. It was the tragedy of his past life. He had been weak, and that had led to his downfall. Where martial artists fight, numerous elemental attributes are bound to be scattered. You don't want to stay and collect them, but instead want to run away? Do you want to remain useless forever? Wang Tang silently thought to himself, his heart torn with inner conflict. In the end, he decided to take the risk in order to gain more.
Another explosion occurred not far away.
Wang Tang immediately headed in that direction. This time, the shockwave created a large crater in the ground, but Wang Tang had already seen the source of the commotion. At the center of the crater were two senior martial artists, with the one who seemed to be winning clearly possessing fire element power. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was caught up in the moment of victory, Wang Tang retrieved the gun he had hidden from the criminals earlier. Combined with the shooting skills he had just learned, he successfully fired a bullet through the forehead of the fire element martial artist. To ensure there was no mistake, Wang Tang carefully followed up with a few more shots until the opponent collapsed completely. Since this was a gun with elemental force bullets, even a powerful martial artist would have a hard time resisting its power. Fortunately, Wang Tang had managed to hide it from the police last time. He jumped down from the tree and cautiously approached the crater. It was indeed the aftermath of a battle between senior martial artists, with countless energy bubbles scattered around.
Wang Tang first absorbed the attributes of the fire element martial artist, causing his own attributes to soar.
He also learned the Fire Qilin sword technique, a basic fire element talent, and the Crimson Fire technique martial art. After that, Wang Tang turned his attention to the one who had been taken down earlier.
This person possessed ice element power.
Fire and ice were opposing elements, and absorbing them together could be dangerous, but Wang Tang couldn't bring himself to waste the opportunity, so he reached out his hand.
When you touched the ice attribute energy bubbles, a surge of power flowed into your body.
But soon after, Wang Tang felt a pain as if his body was being torn apart. He wasn't wrong to guess, the ice and fire attributes were clashing fiercely, and the one taking the brunt of it was him. The pain was so intense that Wang Tang collapsed, but he didn't want to give up, nor did he want to miss out on any attributes. He wanted to take a gamble, because if he succeeded, he would gain a power far beyond what he had imagined. Not long after, it seemed that Wang Tang had succeeded. He was right, of course, the system would intervene in this matter. Not far away, the Zhou family's bodyguards were startled by another explosion, but what was more terrifying was that this explosion had even caused an entire forest to be burned down. After everything settled, Wang Tang returned to the Zhou family's main villa as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he quickly felt the weight of many unusual gazes directed at him.
Even Su Jie signaled to him repeatedly. "What's going on?" Wang Tang asked in confusion.
Before Su Jie could respond, 3 loud claps echoed in the center of the party. Zhou young lady slowly walked forward, followed by Li Yingchang. In front of all the guests, she spoke loudly.
"Young Master Wang is truly full of hidden depths. Surely, as an advanced martial artist apprentice, you must have discovered something by now?"
Behind her, Li Yingcheng threw Wang Tang a sharp look like a knife.
Wang Tang still couldn't understand what was happening.
Su Jie leaned closer to his ear and whispered that Zhou young lady had accidentally seen him leave earlier.
Wang Tang let out a sound of realization.
So he had been spotted. He had been careless, but it wasn't a huge issue. He regained his usual calm demeanor and responded clearly, "Zhou young lady is just joking.
As a student like me, even if I were an advanced martial artist apprentice, how could I gather information like the bodyguards around you?"
"Then why did young Master Wang take so long to leave?" Zhou young lady continued to inquire. Wang Tang shrugged and nonchalantly explained that he was just curious, so he wandered around to take a look. Then he came across a hole and guessed it was the result of a martial artist battle. However, before he could investigate further, a fire broke out, so he had to leave. On his way back, he got lost, which was why it took him so long. In reality, Wang Tang had collected all the bubbles released by the 2 ice and fire element martial artists. The wildfire that started the forest fire was also his doing, to keep others from tracing it back to him. He had observed the process of the Zhou family bodyguards approaching the scene carefully to make sure they didn't notice anything unusual. As for the treasure he had found, he had already hidden it in the motorcycle compartment before returning, or it would have become evidence. What Wang Tang said wasn't exactly a lie, it was just that not all of it was the truth. On the outside, he didn't show any unusual signs, but Zhou young lady was sharp. Based on his words alone, she wasn't quick to believe that he had no involvement whatsoever.
Zhou young lady didn't believe me from the very beginning, so why ask? Why not try using a lie detector? Wang Tang suggested actively.
Seeing how determined he was, Zhou young lady didn't want to pressure him any further. After all, he was a guest. Now that all the guests had arrived and no one was injured, she declared the party over.
Wang Tang and his group headed home.
That night, he lay in bed, continuously opening the system to browse. The resources he had obtained tonight were truly overwhelming.
Wang Tang never imagined he would get so lucky.
As for the treasure that had come from the fight, it was the weapons of the two martial artists, and they were engraved with runes of primordial energy, making them highly valuable spoils of war. If sold, they might fetch several million coins. Wang Tang continued checking his bag. From the two martial artists, there was also an object that resembled an egg with strange patterns. Wang Tang didn't know what it was exactly, so he dared not make any rash moves. He wasn't sure how powerful those two martial artists were, but overall, he was the one who benefited the most from this ordeal. After all, he had no talent or attributes to begin with. Without the system, he would probably never have become a martial artist in his lifetime. But now, he had the ability to collect attributes and even unlock heavenly talismans. This drastic change made Wang Tang more and more curious about the system. The next morning, Wang Tang didn't open his eyes until just before 8 a.m. In a panic, he quickly got dressed and rushed to school. Luckily, he wasn't late. However, when Wang Tang rushed into the classroom, he realized that his classmates seemed to be waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, they all enthusiastically said, "Thank you, Wang," which left him both frightened and surprised.
What's going on? Could someone tell me?
His classmates eagerly began to explain that thanks to Wang Tang, even intermediate martial artist apprentices could now participate in the upcoming expanded martial arts entrance exam.
This was the official announcement recently made by the Ministry of Education.
It was also because Wang Tang had reminded them earlier, which gave them enough time to prepare.
Wang Tang was utterly confused. A vague memory surfaced in his mind.
That day, Wang Tang had been standing at the front of the class, acting as if he had lost his mind, proclaiming, "Let me tell you all, this year's martial arts entrance exam has expanded, and intermediate martial artist apprentices can now take part.
You should thank your Wang Tang right now."
This memory clearly belonged to a time before he had traveled through space and time. It seemed that the foolish young Wang Tang, after hearing the news from his father, had gone around boasting about it. "Ha, we're all classmates here. Just don't forget me when you all pass the exam in the future," Wang Tang laughed, then continued, "Don't worry, from now on, I'm your big brother."
Wang Tang laughed awkwardly, then returned to his seat.
He noticed that Lin Suahan was reading a martial arts book, and suddenly remembered that she was also an intermediate martial artist apprentice. Recently, she had been studying martial arts diligently, so she probably wanted to participate in the exam as well. When Lin Suahan saw Wang Tang coming over, she didn't act as eagerly as the other classmates, but she smiled and thanked him. Her radiant smile left Wang Tang stunned for several seconds.
Watching them so full of youthful determination, Wang Tang suddenly felt like he wanted to experience youth a little bit too.
However, studying with Wang Tang was really too difficult. He could practice martial arts all night without feeling tired, but as soon as he opened a book to study for just 5 minutes, he would doze off, and end up sleeping until the class ended. On his way home, Wang Tang planned to stop by the pet store to have someone check what that egg really was. But as he was crossing the street, he suddenly heard someone shout loudly twice, "Be careful!" Instinctively, Wang Tang looked up, and saw a very large bird swooping down. With its enormous size, just one swipe of its claws could have been fatal. Yet, this bird was also capable of launching an attack by spitting out sparks. The attack was aimed directly at Wang Tang, and behind him was another man, who seemed to be an ordinary person without any martial arts skills. This put Wang Tang in a very difficult position, but in the end, he had to prioritize his own safety, so he used his fastest speed to dodge. Immediately after, the beast's attack hit the ground, causing a massive explosion around the area, turning it into a wreckage. The young man behind him probably couldn't have escaped. Wang Tang didn't even have time to feel sorry for him, because even if he ran away, the beast would definitely chase after him.
Wang Tang ran until he was nearly out of breath, utterly confused. Why is that beast targeting me? Why is it chasing me?
I haven't even kidnapped your damn kid,
Wang Tang shouted.
But it was this very remark that made him freeze.
Wait a minute, kid? Could it be that the egg in my bag is the offspring of this giant bird?
Wang Tang immediately opened the bag, intending to return the egg to the mother bird, hoping it wouldn't attack him anymore. However, before he could carry out his plan, he turned around and saw that the beast had been struck by an arrow and had already died. Wang Tang stared without blinking, and at that moment, many people gathered around to see what was going on due to the loud commotion.
Wang Tang then asked, "Young man next to me, what is the background of the newcomer? How could he be strong enough to take down that fierce bird with just one arrow?"
"He's a martial artist who protects our city, so of course, he's strong," the man replied. Wang Tang let out a soft "oh" and then became distracted by a blue bubble that fell at his feet.
He hadn't expected that even after killing the beast, an attribute would drop.
The martial artist, being so strong, surely knew the power contained in this bubble. Wang Tang bent down to pick it up, but a few guards present thought he was trying to get too close, so they stopped him.
"Sorry, to ensure your safety, please do not approach any closer.
We will clean up the battlefield quickly, please wait for a moment." Soon after, a large container truck arrived and began moving the giant beast's body. From the whispers of the bystanders, Wang Tang learned that these people were part of the city's protective team, a special division responsible for ensuring safety within the city. Aside from the civilian staff, everyone here possessed formidable strength.
Wang Tang fell into deep thought.
The giant bird had inexplicably chased after him. Though he hadn't confirmed it yet, it was highly likely that it had been after the egg.
If it was really its offspring, did that mean he was about to possess a beast from when it was still young?
Just thinking about it made Wang Tang excited. He immediately wanted to go buy an incubator. After returning home, Wang Tang buried his head in researching the new air bubble he had found that day. When he opened it, it revealed a talent called Eye of Spiritual Sight. Wang Tang tried to activate it and felt as though he were wearing contact lenses. There was a slight discomfort, but nothing particularly special about it. However, when he looked at the egg, he quickly realized the unique ability of this talent.
Wang Tang could see the fire elemental essence emanating from the egg, and he became instantly thrilled. Could it be that the ability of this talent was to detect the elemental essence of others? If so, that would be amazing.
He could use it to assess the strength of other martial artists. But after using Eye of Spiritual Sight for a short while, Wang Tang felt a sharp pain in his head, accompanied by dizziness and blurred vision. It actually drained his mental energy, and it seemed like he couldn't use it carelessly after all. That night, after a good rest, Wang Tang went outside to practice martial arts.
The opportunity to test Eye of Spiritual Sight once more came quickly.
When Wang Tang suddenly sensed someone approaching, he immediately activated his new talent and saw the elemental essence surrounding the stranger. It seemed like he was a martial artist too. When the stranger saw that Wang Tang had noticed him, he no longer bothered to be polite. He stepped forward and directly ordered, "Kid, hand over the stuff you took from the mountain."
Wang Tang feigned ignorance. "What mountain? I've never been there."
"Kid, you've never been there?
Then where did you get that sword and those gloves from? You think erasing all the traces means we can't find you?"
The opponent's voice was cold as ice, causing Wang Tang to feel an overwhelming tension. He continued to threaten, "You must hand over the items quickly, or else I won't hesitate to let you experience the difference between a martial artist and a martial artist apprentice." "All right, I surrender," Wang Tang replied. "Come over here, and I'll give you the items, but you must spare my life."
Wang Tang continued to use the same trick, pretending to surrender.
When the opponent got close, he swung his sword, intending to launch a sneak attack. But this time, the opponent was a true martial artist, not an easy target like the stupid criminals he had dealt with before. He had already anticipated that Wang Tang would not comply, so he remained on high alert. With just one hand, he easily caught Wang Tang's sword. However, at that very moment, Wang Tang's sword blade suddenly caught fire. The terrifying heat and the power of the fire element forced the martial artist to retreat. He had sustained internal injuries, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and the pain spread throughout his organs. How could this be? He muttered, unable to believe that a martial artist apprentice like Wang Tang could overpower him. As for Wang Tang, he pressed his advantage and charged forward, using the combined force of fire and ice elemental power to attack, leaving his opponent dazed and unable to resist. And for his arrogance, the opponent paid the ultimate price, losing his life at the edge of Wang Tang's sword. This was a world where the strong prey on the weak, and only the powerful could survive. But even after taking the lives of a few people, Wang Tang still wasn't accustomed to the unsettling feeling. The only comfort he found was the bubbles that emerged from the martial artist's body. He had a talent for the earth element. Wang Tang, having received this talent, took another step forward on the path to mastering all attributes. However, today's events also served as a reminder that the world of martial artists is very dangerous. He should continue to conceal his two force-powered weapons carefully, and keep his true strength hidden, otherwise, he would risk becoming a target for evil forces. The scene shifted to Wang Tang sitting in front of his computer as a notification sounded from the system. Wang Tang smiled upon receiving the news. Great, the weapon storage box is ready, I can now carry the battle sword and gloves I picked up with me. But as he thought of it, he couldn't help but sigh. His wallet had just taken a heavy hit. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Wang Tang froze. Wait a minute. On the chat screen, another prompt appeared. He read it, please enter martial artist ID. Wang Tang was confused. What's this? He kept entering it, but after a while, he became impatient and swore. Why is this thing asking for an ID forever? Can't you just ship the items first and I'll add my ID later? It wasn't just him. Another person received the exact same message. Lin Day, laughing, typed on his keyboard. Quick, go to the Martial Arts Dojo Association for certification. You can only use ruined weapons after getting certified. Once you finish the certification, I'll send the items to you today. The scene shifted to school. At this point, the bell for the end of class rang. Wang Tang was sitting in a poetry class, his mind wandering elsewhere. It turned out he had been staring at the classmates sitting in front of him the entire time. This made Suahan blush, her heart stirred. Why is Wang Tang looking at me? Seeing the atmosphere a bit awkward, she cast a quick glance to the side. Suddenly, at that moment, he stood up, leaned close to her, and said loudly, Class Representative Suahan, the machine answered, what do you want me to do? Her heart was gradually racing. He's getting too close, what does he want? Wang Tang mischievously leaned in closer, speaking softly. We have to go to the Martial Arts Dojo Association later, I'd appreciate your help with the teachers. Suahan felt like she had been frozen in place, stammering. Maybe you're embarrassed. I'll stand up immediately and shout, why do you want to skip class? What are you going to the Martial Arts Dojo Association for? Wang Tang calmly smiled and answered. Going to do adult business, don't worry. Shut up, I've never done anything I wasn't sure about. Before Suahan could say anything, Wang Tang rushed toward the door. Wang Tang hurriedly said, All right, I'm leaving. Suddenly, she instinctively remembered that the Martial Arts Dojo Association was the place for testing martial artists. Could it be that Wang Tang? How could that be? At that very moment, at the Donghai Martial Arts Dojo Association, Wang Tang had just arrived, and he couldn't help but be impressed. The building looks imposing. From his observations, most of the people coming and going here were martial artists. He glanced around, then reminded himself. There are a lot of people here, it's best to disguise myself a bit. As a result, after Wang Tang disguised himself and appeared, everyone was stunned and surprised. He, in a superhero outfit, awkwardly cleared his throat and introduced himself. I'm here to test as a martial artist. The staff member, seeing his attire, couldn't help but break into a sweat, but still politely said, Please follow me. She introduced Wang Tang, just follow the instructions in the room. After passing the machine test, you will receive the certificate in less than 10 minutes. After lying in the machine for a while, the staff finally announced the completion of the test. Congratulations to Wang Tang for becoming a martial artist. The certificate is being processed. Please wait. A long time later, suddenly a loud notification bell rang on the screen. Old Vice couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Wang Tang spoke up, I'll go check it out. After looking at the evaluation board, Wang Tang couldn't help but be startled. Old Vice, come here and take a look. This kid named Wang Tang, he became a martial artist at 17. He vaguely remembered the name. Earlier, someone from the martial arts school gave me a report, it seems to be about him. We'll know for sure once we check the camera. As soon as the image of the boy appeared, he got excited. It's him. The report at that time said that he had only been at our martial arts school for less than a month, and he had already gone from an ordinary person to an advanced martial artist apprentice. Old Vice was stunned. He had planned to observe him a bit longer, but to his surprise, he had already become a martial artist. Truly a genius. Wang Tang smiled happily. It looks like a big dark horse is about to appear in this martial arts competition. When the time comes, let's go watch together. Over here, Wang Tang proudly held the certificate in his hand. Having the martial artist certification, according to the association's regulations, it would be much more convenient now. At this point, he suddenly remembered something. Right, I need to quickly ask Master Lu to send the goods to me. Alright, now it's time to head back to school. Scene changes to Wang Tang's school. After the survey ended, he quickly returned to school. After the break, you were standing there chatting happily when suddenly a voice rang out. Wang Tang, so it's Sua Han. She asked him sadly, Wang Tang, could you talk to me for a moment? He couldn't help but wonder, but in the end, he agreed. The two quickly went to a private place to meet, and Sua Han still hesitated, unable to say a word. Her face was now as red as a GAC fruit, and she continued to stammer. That. Wang Tang smiled brightly and spoke up, if there's something you need help with, just tell me directly. Sua Han continued to mumble, unable to complete a sentence. Could you? Finally, she gathered all her courage and spoke loudly, could you lend me some money? Wang Tang thought it was something serious, sighed, and asked, how much do you need? Sua Han blushed and explained, 150,000 coins. I know it's a lot, but I will definitely pay you back quickly. Once I get my salary, I'll return it to you. Wang Tang didn't ask anything further. He took out his phone and said, give me your card number, I'll transfer it to you. But this also made him wonder why she needed so much money. Sua Han seemed to be on the verge of tears, thank you, I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Wang Tang spoke up, don't worry, class monitor. Don't think about doing a part-time job. Right now, focusing on your studies is the most important thing. After receiving the money, she said nothing more, simply turned around in a hurry and left. Wang Tang watched her retreating figure, unable to shake the feeling of unease. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly had happened to her? A sense of worry stirred inside him. No, I have to follow her to see what's going on. So you kept following behind. Sua Han went to the department store. Looking at his classmate, Wang Tang sighed. It turned out that the class monitor's family owned a small shop. They must be having a tough time. At the same time, a group of people saw Cam's disheveled appearance and walked up to him. They came to the front and taunted him, threatening. What are you staring at?
Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Tang didn't want to get involved with these people. He silently left. One of them shouted loudly, "It's the shop ahead. If we don't get money today, smash this shop to pieces." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang stopped and turned back. The gangsters had already gone inside, wrecking the place to show their power. The leader of the thugs, a cunning man, spoke. "So, have you prepared the money yet?" Suo Han's mother whispered. "Boss, my family has borrowed money from relatives and friends." The fat man listened and then gulped down a bottle of soda in one go. Her mother continued pleading. "Please give us a few more days, Mr. Shu Shu." Upon hearing this, he slammed the soda bottle down on the table. The fat man shouted, "A few more days? I've already given you 3 days. Isn't that enough?" He pointed at the faces of the mother and daughter and yelled, "I think you people have no intention of paying." She calmly explained, "Boss, it's not that we don't want to pay, it's just that we don't have enough yet. Please, give us a few more days." At this point, he still wasn't willing to back off and cut through the nonsense. "If you don't pay today, your shop is finished." As soon as he finished, he ordered his thugs, "Smash it for me." At this moment, Suo Han was suddenly startled and shouted loudly to stop him, "Wait, you're blocking my mother's way. Give me the IOU, and I will pay you 150,000 right now." The fat man stared at the two of them, as if he was planning something. Upon hearing this, he laughed out loud, "Big talk, huh? Can you even afford 150,000? Suo Han's mother anxiously asked her, "What are you talking about? Where would we get that much money?" Suo Han shouted, "I'll transfer the money to you now, but I ask that you leave my family's shop once you've received it." He slyly replied, "All right, as long as you pay me, I'll leave right away." But 3 days ago it was 150,000. Now, an idea popped into his mind. This girl has grown up pretty well, maybe she can make some money. "You'll have to pay me 200,000. Upon hearing this, both mother and daughter were stunned. Her mother turned pale and asked again, 200,000? How did it go up to 200,000 in just 3 days? Suo Han screamed, "You shameless scoundrels! This is illegal, I can report you to the authorities." The man arrogantly sneered, "Go ahead, I don't need you. But whether or not your family's shop can stay in business, that's something I can't guarantee." Only then did he reveal his true intentions. "Little sister, looks like you still don't have any money. How about this, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll pay off this debt for your family." Her mother was horrified and tightly embraced her daughter. Meanwhile, Suo Han, already red with anger, yelled at the people around her, "No way, don't even think about it. Even if my family's shop goes out of business, you will never touch a hair on my daughter's head." The fat man arrogantly laughed, "Well, don't blame me for not being polite anymore." At the same time, a cold voice rang out from outside the door, "How do you want me to be polite?" Suo Han, hearing the familiar voice, was immediately surprised and exclaimed, "Wang Tong, come into the store right now." He recognized the voice and immediately responded, "You little brat." Then he smiled broadly, "Looks like you two know each other? You want to be the hero saving the damsel in distress?" Wang Tong looked at him with disdain, "Hero saving the damsel in distress? Fine, let's call it that. I'm here to swat some flies." At Wang Tang's arrogance, the boss couldn't help but get angry. "You want to die? Beat this little brat to death for me." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates immediately charged toward Wang Tang. Wang Tang, while striking them, coldly said, "Hey, watch out, don't dirty the shop of our class monitor." In no time, his subordinates were easily thrown out of the door like ants. Wang Tang skillfully raised his foot and kicked, breaking the teeth of the man in front of him. Screams echoed through the air, causing the thugs to freeze in shock. Especially the fat man, who was so stunned he couldn't say a word. Wang Tang dragged the thugs up from the ground and asked, "Want to fight some more? Let's take it outside."
By himself, he had already dealt with a whole group. The thugs lay scattered on the ground, unable to get up. The last two men standing next to the fat man immediately stepped forward, and he ordered, "You two, go together. Don't be afraid, he's alone." Wang Tang said nothing. He simply looked at them with a cold smile. Immediately after, a powerful punch landed, and the two of them momentarily played with each other. Very quickly, the two underlings were finally knocked down, collapsing to the ground. The fat man, now terrified, ran away while shouting, "You brat, this matter isn't over, you all wait for it." After he left, Wang Ting bent down and picked up the phone from the pocket of one of the underlings. He decisively threw it hard at his head. The force was quite strong, making the fat boss cry out in pain. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel annoyed. He had already run away, so why was he still talking so much? He noticed small round pieces falling out, and to his surprise, it seemed like even ordinary people could have bubbles coming out. Then, Wang Tang slapped him across the face and said, "Quick, take out the IOU." At this point, the fat man was terrified by his aura. Trembling, he handed it over and said, "Here." Wang Tang immediately changed his attitude. He checked to see if it was correct. At the same time, he looked at him with a dark face and said, "Borrowing 100,000 to pay back 200,000 is easier than robbing a bank, right? Don't try any tricks. I assume you've been watching the news, right?" Wang Tang then started to threaten, "Do you remember the bank robbers from a few days ago? Guess who killed them?" The fat man quickly realized the situation and knelt down, saying, Big brother, I know I was wrong, I'm sorry, please spare me and give me a chance to live." Wang Tung told her, "Transfer 100,000 and 100 coins to him." Wang Tung continued, "The 100 coins are considered the interest, tear up the IOU." Suahan blushed and said, "Thank you. By the way, how did you end up here?" Wang Tang smiled happily, "If I told you that I came here specifically to have a look, would you believe me?" Suahan blushed deeply, quickly turning around without saying anything to him, "I'll go check on my mother." With the huge debt settled, the two of them were overjoyed. As soon as her mother saw him, she spoke cheerfully, "Xiao Tong, thank you so much. We'll make sure to repay you as soon as possible. By the way, stay and have a meal with us." She hesitated and asked if the two of them would. Suahan, still feeling embarrassed, replied, "Mom, what are you saying? He's just a friend of mine." Her mother smiled happily and said to her daughter, "Xiaohan, bring Xiaotang upstairs to sit. I'll go to the market and then come back to cook." Seeing only her aunt, Wang Tang couldn't help but ask, "Class monitor, where's your father? Isn't he usually in the shop?" Suahan glanced over and said, "You'll meet him later." The two of them then went upstairs. Suahan called out loudly, "Dad, I'm home." The man, who had lost both his legs, was lying on a chair sleeping. He looked terribly worn out. Wang Tang took a look and couldn't help but wonder, "Why did your father end up like this?" She sadly recounted, "My father was once a martial artist. He was like this after returning from another world. Not only did he lose both his legs, but his origin core was also shattered, completely turning him into a cripple." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but feel shocked. He hadn't expected the world of martial artists to be even more brutal than he had imagined. Wang Tang couldn't help but wonder, if the world of martial artists is so cruel, why does he still want to practice martial arts and participate in martial arts exams? Suahan was so angry that her face turned pale. "I want to take revenge. My father's teammates said that their opponents set a trap that hurt my father like this, and I have to get revenge." Wang Tang stepped forward. "What about his teammates? Don't they know the current situation of your family?" She replied, "Most of the time, they are in a different world and can't come back. This time, it was because my younger sister's old illness suddenly relapsed, and my mother had no choice but to borrow money from those people." Wang Tang was surprised. "You have a younger sister?" Suahan said, "It's just that you didn't know I had a younger sister." "Her illness?" Wang Tang awkwardly asked, "What illness does she have?"
At this point, she couldn't help but sigh. If I knew what illness it was, that would be better. As soon as she finished speaking, she knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Xia, I'm bringing a friend. Can we come in?" A voice responded, "Come in." Soon after, both of them opened the door and entered the room. Wang Tang was startled when he saw purple bubbles floating in the air. He thought to himself, "This is a dark room." The girl was sitting disconsolate by the window, and as soon as she saw them, she cried out, "Sister." Wang Tang couldn't help but feel startled. "Oh my god, so many bubbles?" Sua Han instructed, "It's best to stand behind me. Remember, don't get too close." She moved a little closer. "Sua Han, I'm here," he observed quietly. An ordinary person would have fallen out by now. So many bubbles with that kind of attribute? It probably has nothing to do with her strange illness, right? Suddenly, at that moment, his arm inexplicably reacted. Poisonous attribute level 2, poisonous system zone, poisonous body zone. Wang Tang couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected that the poison element would have something like this as well. On the other side, Sua Han was still happily chatting with her younger sister. He immediately turned around, secretly groaning inwardly. "This is bad, the little girl is also looking at me, wondering why I can sense the poison element." Noticing Wang Tang's unusual behavior, Sua Han couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much?" He forced a smile and replied, "Maybe it's because I'm standing next to you, so I'm a bit nervous." He silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, he had absorbed everything. He almost got discovered. Xia couldn't help but ask her older sister, Sis, who is he?" Sua Han laughed and gently introduced, "He's Wang Tang, my friend." He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the poor child, unable to go outside. It must be that the poisonous body is a rare constitution, something neither martial arts nor the hospital can cure. The poison element is always radiating from her, and anyone who stays in close proximity for too long would definitely get poisoned. No wonder the class monitor doesn't let me get close. Xia looked at him with innocent eyes and asked straightforwardly, "Is he my brother-in-law?" Sua Han couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. "Brother-in-law? You brat, what are you saying? He's not your brother-in-law." Wang Tang silently complimented her, "This little girl is really something." Sua Han immediately explained, "She's just joking, don't mind it." Wang Tang laughed happily, "Why are you so nervous?" Then, he walked up to her and said, "Hello." Sua Han panicked, "Wang Tang, don't come closer." He calmly replied, "It's fine." Seeing his reaction, she couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Aren't you afraid of me?" He stared at her in surprise, his face still calm, and asked, "Afraid of you? What for?" She innocently and casually said, "Afraid of my face, if you come closer, both of us will have dark faces." She continued, "Afraid of the atmosphere around me?" Wang Tang ruffled her hair and smiled gently, "Do you think I look like someone affected by it?" At that moment, she suddenly realized. "That's right. How come you're not affected?" Wang Tang humorously replied, "It's probably because I often drink jade wine, so my resistance is really strong." Sua Han was left speechless by this explanation. Wang Tang moved closer, "If you don't believe me, you can try feeling it." After saying this, he extended his hand for her to hold. Sua Han was surprised and thought to herself, "It really seems like nothing's wrong." The sticky feeling in the air around her had also disappeared. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around her, she looked at him in a daze. 1,000 questions flooded her mind. Who is this person? Wang Tang raised his hand to his lips, gesturing for her to keep it a secret. She kept guessing in her mind, could he possibly cure her illness? Sua Han spoke up, "Wang Tang, if you find out anything, I hope you can tell me. This is very important for our family." He smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, if I really find a way, I'll definitely tell everyone first."
Suahan, feeling cheerful, said, "Sister, don't make it hard for my brother-in-law." She quickly hugged her younger sister tightly. "Suahan, don't worry, I've already signed up for the martial arts test. I will become a martial artist and find a way to cure you." The little girl happily said, "Sister, isn't Mom stopping you from practicing martial arts?" Wang Tung understood in that moment, so that's how it was. No wonder the class monitor had been working so hard. He smiled triumphantly, never expecting to have received poisonous energy, which he could later mix into his attacks during battles, poisoning the opponent before they could even react. Though it was a bit devious, in the end, the night was falling, and it was time for him to say goodbye to everyone. Her mother cheerfully shouted from behind, "Xiao Tang, remember to come visit sometime." "Thanks for everything today." Wang Tang waved and called back, "It's nothing. Class monitor, you're going home now." He walked away while checking his system. His proficiency in gun skills was still a bit low, so tomorrow, he would go to the shooting range to see if there were any airlocked rounds available. As Wang Tang was strolling along, he passed by a shooting range. A voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, bro, you really are a sharpshooter." The person over there was embarrassed and said, "You're flattering me. My shooting skills are nowhere near divine." Wang Tang silently observed. With so many attribute energy bags, this person was indeed a master. The young man smiled brightly and explained, "I once met a marksman who could change the trajectory of a woman's arrow. That person was truly divine." Everyone was surprised upon hearing this, a shooting technique that changes the direction of an arrow? He sighed and continued, "Unfortunately, that marksman was too arrogant, and fell for someone else's trap. He used his most proud shooting technique to kill the woman he loved most." Wang Tang couldn't help but be curious and asked, "What happened afterward?" The young man replied, "He couldn't handle the blow, his spirit shattered, and now he's in the Shijiao mental hospital." At this point, the young man couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Such a pity," everyone echoed. Indeed, Wang Tung thought to himself, "It seems I must pay a visit to the Shijiao mental hospital." Without further hesitation, he immediately made his way to the hospital alone. As soon as he entered, Wang Tang guessed that the person sitting there must be the attending doctor. He watched the doctor yawning and calculated that he would have to distract him to get in. Just then, a bell suddenly rang, which puzzled the doctor. "What's that sound?" Taking advantage of the doctor's distraction, Wang Tang swiftly covered his face and struck him hard at the back of his neck. A sudden, but incredibly decisive and swift blow. The on-call doctor barely managed to let out a groan before collapsing to the ground. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel satisfied. Now this is more like it. Wang Tung neatly arranged the doctor on the chair, then quickly donned his uniform. "Good night." He then immediately reached for the keychain hanging on the cabinet. After finishing everything, Wang Tang casually walked around the hospital, observing. Suddenly, he glanced into a room where a girl was sitting under a blanket, and his mind kept racing. Damn! All those bubbles are made of spiritual energy. Wang Tung thought to himself. Do psychiatric patients also have spirit attribute air bubbles? Oh, it turns out it wasn't the girl. When the man saw him approach, he turned around and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I am the god of creation." At this point, he imagined himself as a true deity, surrounded by a radiant aura. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh wryly. He spoke, "I think you should take your medicine." With that, he moved on to the next room. The person inside was shouting loudly, "Goddess, my goddess, don't leave, stay a bit longer and see if this is the person I'm looking for." Wang Tung thought to himself, "It seems this person isn't the one either." He quickly moved on to the next room. The last room, it must be the gun god inside. Upon entering, unlike the other rooms, this person seemed unusually calm. He sat motionless on the bed, saying nothing, his mood seemingly lost in thought. Wang Tang couldn't help but wonder. This person had an extraordinary demeanor, and the aura around him was strong. Could he be a gun god? The moment he saw Wang Tang, the man opened his eyes and spoke, "Kid.
After a pause, he asked sternly, "Are you a martial artist at such a young age?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tang was taken aback and asked in return, "How did you know?"
The man pointed at his face and casually replied, "I can sense the primal energy."
After all, I was once like that. The man smiled brightly and said nonchalantly, "It's been a long time since I smoked. It would be nice to have a cigarette right now."
Wang Tang silently thought to himself that the cigarettes might have come from his father's place. His hand quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. The two of them soon started laughing and chatting cheerfully for a while. Then the man tossed something to him, saying, "All right, here, take this.
It contains what you want."
Afterward, he lay down, turned over to face the inside, and decisively dismissed Wang Tang. "Go on, I'm getting sleepy."
"Remember to turn off the lights for me." Wang Tang was left stunned by the man's straightforward actions. All right." As he walked out, Wang Tang couldn't help but wonder, he just gave me something so important like that?
And in a mental hospital, I ended up gaining 55 points in spiritual power.
Guess I'm pretty lucky after all.
But this place really does make people feel terrified. It's best to quickly go home and see what's in the USB. He immediately opened his eyes and said to himself, that kid really believed it. Thinking of this, he smiled joyfully. It would be a huge surprise for him. As soon as he got home, he rushed to sit at his computer desk to check what was actually in the USB. As soon as he plugged it in, a loud, screeching moan immediately echoed.
Wang Tang was dumbfounded. Is it really necessary to scream so loudly just from opening the file?
Let's watch it till the end. After all, the female lead is as beautiful as that.
Suddenly, he noticed something odd. Something wasn't right. Why were there still so many progress conditions left to complete? Immediately, Wang Tang's hand hurriedly moved the mouse.
He began to read. Gunfighting is a powerful ability that integrates martial arts, gun techniques, and swordsmanship into one. At this point, Wang Tang couldn't help but wonder, it really has turned into gunfighting techniques, but how do I upgrade it? Finally, he sighed, forget it, let me buy some enchanted bullets first, and we'll figure it out after passing the martial arts test. A few days later, it was the news broadcast, and in 2 days, the university entrance exams would begin.
Donghai City's television station wished all students good results. His father exhaled a deep breath. "Son, don't worry about the university exams in 2 days. If you fail, I'll let you retake it. You'll still have a chance next year."
"Mother," he continued, "that's right, both your father and I are mentally prepared, you don't need to put pressure on yourself. But son, please, don't bring a duck egg home, or your father and I won't know how to face others." He added, turning to his wife, "Your mother is right, if you bring home a duck egg." At that moment, his gaze darkened.
"I'll tell you not to take the exam. We can't afford to lose face." Wang Tang let out a bitter laugh. "Do you have no faith in me at all?"
He thought to himself, once I pass the exam, I'll definitely give my parents a big surprise.
Time quickly passed, and before he knew it, the day of the exam arrived.
The teacher reminded, everyone must take care of their exam cards. Don't let a small mistake waste the efforts of the past 3 years. Next, we'll distribute the martial arts exam cards.
When I call your name, come up to receive it. The class buzzed with excitement. Is the class president a martial artist? The class president, beautiful and skilled in martial arts, truly was the goddess of the class.
The teacher continued, Wang Tang, come up to receive your exam card, which shocked everyone.
The crowd, seeing him smile, began to murmur, Wang Tang is participating too? He's from a wealthy family, he must have some connections, let's stop being jealous. He heard everything clearly.
Wang Tang sneered inwardly, just wait and see how I deal with you all.
Meanwhile, Suahan, looking worried, thought, Wang Tang, we all have to do our best. At that moment, Wang Tang's parents were deeply shocked after hearing the news. Did you sign up for the martial arts examination? He answered nonchalantly, yes, of course. Otherwise, why would I be training in martial arts?
His father continued, I heard that the martial arts exam is a real combat test.
You've only been training for a short time. Are you going to be a punching bag for others? His mother couldn't help but worry. Son, don't treat your life like a joke.
Wang Tang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. If I can't even pass the intermediate martial artist apprentice evaluation tomorrow, then I won't have to take the real combat exam.
The next day, his classmates couldn't help but be amazed. Are those cars here to pick up the students taking the martial arts exam? I'm so impressed. We still have to continue with the written exam today. Guess this is our farewell.
Wang Tang said goodbye to his father.
Dad, I'm leaving now. Don't worry. His father gently reminded him, remember, safety comes first. If it doesn't work out, we can try again next year. He replied, got it, I remember.
Looking at Wang Tang's figure as he walked away, his father thought to himself, son, the path of martial arts is tough. I hope you can gain great strength and break free from an ordinary life. As soon as he got into the car, he saw Sua Han.
Wang Tang cheerfully said, is the class leader waiting for me?
Upon hearing this, Sua Han blushed. She shyly replied, who's waiting for you? Then, she immediately shouted loudly to dispel the awkward atmosphere, all right, let's get in the car.
Wang Tang sat in the car, silently wondering, isn't this the road to the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery? Could the ranking test be held there? The group of students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, isn't that the students from private high school Huiying over there?
I heard that Huiying is very strong, with 8 advanced martial artist apprentices. Our Dong High School isn't any weaker, we'll show them what we're made of when the time comes. At the same time, the students became excited. The inspection bureau, the people from the inspection bureau are here.
Wang Tang couldn't help but ask, what's the inspection bureau?
Sua Han explained, I heard that there were too many incidents during the first martial arts examination, and it only calmed down after the inspection bureau intervened.
He then quickly said goodbye. Oh, really?
Class monitor, I'll go in first.
I'll meet you after the exam and respond to you right away.
On the other side, the invigilator began reading the results. Wang Junming, strength 362, speed 100.8 m/s, physique 56, pass. Zhang Dali, strength 298, speed 100 m and 6.9s, physique 51, fail. The other student, unconvinced, shouted loudly, no way, I just didn't perform at my best.
I'm already an intermediate martial artist apprentice, do you believe me? Immediately after, a scream rang out as he was quickly subdued. The invigilator then announced, next. Even as he was dragged away, he continued struggling, please, let me take the test again. 2 other students couldn't help but sigh, we should just stay calm and prepare well. Yeah, after all, this opportunity only comes once. From a distance, a person sitting there spoke up, Vice Hallmaster, President Qin, how many promising talents do you think will emerge this year? Wang Tang responded, I don't know about other things, but there is one genius who has the potential to become a battle general. Director, he was puzzled, are you two joking with me? Wang Tang pointed over to the 8th group on this side. Wang Tang walked onto the field and continued, but today is just for level evaluation. That kid doesn't need to show his full strength, but it's enough for him to get into the best university. A voice announced, Wang Tang, please step forward for the test. He darkened his face and smiled slyly, here I come. Immediately, he stepped forward and struck the ground with a powerful blow, so forceful that it created a loud sound. As soon as he finished the action, Wang Tang swiftly dashed forward at an incredibly fast speed. In no time, his test was completed. At this moment, the examiners began to evaluate the results. The test evaluation results were strength 1000 kg, speed 100 meters in 3 seconds, and physical fitness 100. With these results, he was completely unfazed, as if he had already expected this outcome. The teacher next to him couldn't help but have a dark expression. All 3 test categories had scored perfect marks. Is the machine broken? The students were also startled. Could he have cheated? The supervision department is here, surely not. The examiner with a dark expression thought for a moment and said, "Honestly, I also feel like these results are a bit too unreal."
A voice came through the intercom. "There's no issue with the test results.
Announce them based on the results." The supervisor quickly responded, "Oh, yes."
As soon as he turned and walked away, the group immediately started whispering among themselves. Wang Teng, having achieved a perfect score on the test and passing with ease, was truly someone who kept his abilities low-key.
Wang Teng quickly walked over to Sua Han with a bright smile. "Class representative, pretty impressive, right?" She smiled back, giving him a quick glance. "Yes, I didn't expect you to be this outstanding." Wang Teng continued. "So, have you finished your test yet?"
She responded with a cheerful tone.
"My martial arts results aren't anything extraordinary like yours. I just barely passed." Nearby, a student couldn't help but feel uneasy watching them so happy.
He clenched his jaw, unwilling to accept it, thinking to himself, "I have to surpass him."
The test went on.
Liang Cheng's strength, 812, 100-meter sprint, 4.8 seconds, physique, 83 passed. Frustrated, he tossed his water bottle to the ground and muttered,
"This isn't how I usually perform. Wang Teng really threw me off."
Wang Teng glanced over and sighed to himself.
"You're off your game and I'm the reason?"
Sua Han reminded him gently.
"Shouldn't you let your parents know?" That's when it hit him. Oh, right. He quickly took out his phone.
As soon as the call rang, his mother picked up. His father's concerned voice came through.
"Son, how did it go? When are you coming home?"
"Your mom's making your favorite dish." Then his father added softly,
"It's okay if things didn't go perfectly. We've already prepared ourselves. Just come home and focus on your studies. That's what matters most."
After the two people finished speaking, he happily announced, "Mom, Dad, I passed."
"You don't have to worry anymore." His mother, speaking in a confused manner, replied, "Passed? I knew you'd definitely fail. This is quite normal." After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure and eagerly asked, "What? You passed?"
The couple joyfully embraced each other.
"Did you hear that?
Our son passed." The elderly couple laughed heartily, as expected of our son. "Now, tomorrow, your father can go on his business trip with peace of mind." Wang Teng cheerfully spoke, "Dad, Mom, you've worked hard.
When you get home, I'll make dinner for both of you."
Immediately, there was no reply on the other end of the line.
Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh, returning to his own thoughts. It's probably best to focus on preparing for the practical exam now.
After Wang Teng passed the exam with the highest score, Yang Jian came to congratulate him. "Wang young master, you're so strong, yet you've been hiding it all this time."
"I really couldn't see it before." Wang Teng just smiled and casually asked, "Yang Jian, your brother works for the Ministry of Education. Is it possible for him to know what our practical exam will be?" He replied, "That's classified information.
The location of the exam changes every year, so I can't know in advance."
Sua Han tilted his head and casually asked, "Is that our principal?"
The principal, walking by, chuckled, "Haha." Wang Teng smiled, "Indeed, he is quite the talented individual."
Wang Teng's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. "Principal, do you have some extraordinary martial arts you want to pass on to me? After that, will I go save the world?"
Upon hearing this, the principal was left speechless and awkwardly laughed before saying,
"Ah, Wang Teng, you're really funny."
After pausing, the principal then announced some good news. "We have a reward system for the martial arts exam participants." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and everyone else standing in the lobby couldn't help but be surprised.
The principal continued.
"The top 50 will receive an origin stone, the top 30 will get a spirit pill, and if you manage to get first place, not only will you receive the aforementioned rewards, but there will also be a secret prize."
You will not be disappointed.
At this, everyone turned to cheer for Wang Tang.
Wang Tang, you must strive to make it into the top ranks. He responded with a bitter smile. I'll definitely try my best to bring glory to the school.
Wang Tang thought to himself, both the origin stone and the spirit pill were things martial artists needed when making breakthroughs. They were very valuable.
It seemed like the principal was really going all in.
The bus took everyone to the next exam location, which was a military base.
Upon arrival, Wang Tang couldn't help but be amazed, thinking, I didn't expect we'd have to stay in a military base. Are we really going to take the exam here?
When they arrived at the dormitory, the supervisor said that this would be their accommodation for the night. The exam venue for tomorrow was in another place, but here they had to respect the rules of the military base, or their qualifications would be directly revoked.
After everyone had settled into their positions, Uncle Lu walked over and called out Yang Jian's name. Yang Jian was taken by surprise and walked over to ask, "Why are you here?" Uncle Lu cheerfully replied, "I have something I need to discuss with Wang Tang." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but glance in their direction. Once they had left the room, he spoke up, "Uncle Lu, is there something you need to talk to me about?" Uncle Lu hesitated before answering, "Actually, it's not me who wants to see you, but someone else. Let's walk and talk."
At the central administrative area of the military camp, the two of them made their way to the department office. As soon as Uncle Lu entered, he spoke out, "Director He, Wang Tang is here." As if expecting them, Director He greeted them warmly.
"Wang Tang, welcome." Wang Tang politely asked, "I'm not sure what the reason is for Director He wanting to see me." He thought to himself, this must be the director from the Ministry of Education, right? Without any small talk, Director He got straight to the point. "Wang Tang, I hear you've already become a martial artist?" Uncle Lu, upon hearing this, was startled and repeated, "Martial artist?" Wang Tang smiled outwardly and said, "Director, you're joking. I'm just a peak martial artist apprentice, how could I possibly be a martial artist?" But inside, he was extremely anxious, thinking, how did he find out? I haven't made any mistakes, is he probing me?
He, the director, continued speaking as if he hadn't noticed, "You don't have to admit it, but I hope you can perform well tomorrow."
Inside, there was a glowing, extremely valuable essence core, emanating the strength of a martial artist. This essence core belongs to you.
The power from the core spread throughout the entire room. Uncle Lu spoke up, "This is the essence of the star beast, only a star beast with immense strength can produce such an essence core."
Standing before such a rare reward, Wang Tang couldn't help but feel moved.
He had heard that inside the essence core was a special power, and that weapons made from it could harness this energy.
Wang Tang seriously asked him, why would the minister agree to give out something so valuable?
So, Director, he revealed his intentions.
To advance in rank, to be honest with you.
I've seen the potential in you, and I hope you can become the opportunity for my career to progress further. Wang Tang thought quietly to himself, this old fox is surprisingly honest, but while the essence core is good, I'm not sure if casually revealing martial artist power will lead to any complications. Then his voice grew serious. I understand your concerns, but let me say something sincerely. Director, he emphasized every word. A martial artist must fight. He reminded Wang Tang, to reach the peak, a martial artist must consume vast resources.
These are things taken from others. Even if you hide it now, unless you want to act like a turtle pulling its head back and give up the resources, you definitely can't keep it hidden. Wang Tang was shocked by the accuracy of his words. That's right. All the martial artists you've encountered so far are fighting for resources, and they're all forcing themselves to act and fight for them. Director, he made his comment, your potential is huge. If you don't have the corresponding mindset, you won't go far on your future path. Then he sighed, all right, let's pretend I didn't come to find you tonight. Wang Tang politely said goodbye and asked to return to his room. Director, I'll go back now. Inside, the old man began to evaluate Wang Tang. This kid was so calm, not even falling for the trap. Before leaving, Wang Tang even left a remark.
The tactic of provoking won't work on me, but I accept the deal.
Director, he couldn't help but angrily mutter. Is this brat messing with me?
Wang Tang scratched his head and replied.
He, I wouldn't dare. Director, let's continue our discussion. I've agreed.
Hearing that, the old man quickly pulled the essence bone over, checking to see if it was ready to take, even before they started.
Dream on.
Wang Tang made a face, as if not trusting Director He's words.
If you don't give it to me, what if you regret it later?
Director He had no choice but to back down.
Let's sign an agreement then. Wang Tang immediately agreed. All right, it's settled.
The next day, at the military camp, the participants were gathering in the lobby. They looked up at the sky and marveled. Such a huge spaceship, look, there are even runes on it. The supervisor stepped out from the cabin of the spaceship and said, "Students, we wish everyone a smooth and successful completion of the practical assessment and hope that everyone returns safely." Then they started urging, "Get on, we will depart immediately for the practical assessment location."
At this moment, aboard the spacecraft, Yang Jian was acting like a country bumpkin visiting the city, clicking his tongue in amazement.
It was truly a flying ship powered by origin force, using runes as conductors and origin force as the driving power.
Wang Tang, on the other hand, didn't seem the least bit excited. He casually asked Yang Jian, "So this is similar to our origin force-powered cars and planes, right?" Yang Jian waved his hand and said, "Not quite.
I heard that the technology for creating origin force-powered spacecraft was brought from another world. It's very different from our technology, but I'm not sure of the specifics."
Wang Tang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel disheartened.
He propped his chin and said, "Half a day, and you're still so vague."
Suahan, curious, spoke up, "So, does that mean that the other world also has resources similar to our technology?" Yang Jian sighed in defeat, "Who knows?
It seems like information related to other worlds has been restricted. But as long as we become martial artists, we'll have the chance to visit other worlds."
Wang Tang, puzzled, asked her, "How come I didn't know that? Didn't your father go to another world before?" Suahan answered honestly, "He never went. Back then, my father was still young. After what happened, he never spoke about it again."
Yang Jian glanced at them and thought to himself, "Something's going on.
These two have a secret and didn't tell me." The aircraft quickly landed, and the view outside the window caused the candidates to gasp in amazement.
"I didn't expect the practical exam to be held on an island.
Look, there are 2 more spaceships landing over there."
They continued, "They must be candidates from another region of Donghai." The loudspeaker echoed, "Welcome to the 3rd exam site in the Donghai Sea region. We have prepared protective gear and weapons. After roll call, you will receive your equipment. The examination will begin in 2 hours. Finally, we wish all the candidates a safe return." After disembarking from the spaceship, Wang Tang followed the group to the roll call area in the center of the island. He held his bag and asked the supervisor, "The weapons I brought with me, after you inspect them, I can still use them, right?"
The supervisor replied, "Yes. Once we check them and confirm there's no problem, you can use the weapons you brought. This armor of yours is really good."
Wang Tang began to activate his weapon system, causing the supervisor to be greatly impressed. They're all 1-star runed weapons.
Hearing this, Wang Tang asked in confusion, "Is that a violation?" The supervisor responded, "No.
The power of these weapons is determined by your strength.
As long as there's no issue with them, it's not considered a violation."
Wang Tang didn't pay much attention, saying, "Please just give me a set of lighter combat gear."
The supervisor reminded him, "This combat suit is quite light, but the defense is weak. You'll need to be more careful."
Then, the group gathered together in a corner of the yard, waiting for the assessment. Suahan walked over from somewhere, softly calling out to him, "Wang Tang." Suahan noticed that Wang Tang was just staring at her without responding, so she awkwardly put her arm around his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?
Do I look strange in this outfit?"
He couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "No, class monitor, your combat outfit looks perfect." But at that moment, a loud roar came from the forest, catching Wang Tung's attention. Everyone in the yard was immediately startled by the terrifying sound.
Ah! It's a mutant beast. He anxiously asked Suahan, class monitor, "Are you okay?"
Her face turned pale as she answered, "I'm fine, really." Wang Ting thought to himself that with the class monitor's strength, facing a mutant beast might be a bit too much for her.
Yang Jian sighed and scratched his neck, saying, "I thought the real combat assessment wouldn't be much, but to be honest, I'm a little scared now."
Wang Ting helplessly laughed and said to him, "It's only natural to be scared.
Look around, is there anyone here who isn't scared?"
At the same time, the instructor on the podium made an announcement, "Attention, the real combat assessment is about to begin.
I will now announce the rules of the test."
He then outlined the process. The assessment will last from 10:00 a.m. today until 6:00 a.m. tomorrow. You all must stay in this primeval forest for a full day and night. The instructor also reminded them that they would have to take care of their own food, water, and rest. Upon hearing this, the candidates couldn't help but express their dissatisfaction, shouting, "Wait! The forest is so dangerous, and you want us to stay here for an entire day and night? No way! Who knows how many mutant beasts are out there, just like the one from earlier?" The coach ignored their shouting and continued speaking.
To pass the assessment, you must kill at least 5 exotic beasts.
The stronger the beast, the higher the score, and the more choices you'll have when the scores are announced. The information device on your combat uniforms is connected to our satellites.
We will monitor your status.
When you're in danger, pressing the alarm button will summon an expert to rescue you, but it also means you're withdrawing from the test. He added, also, during the real combat assessment, candidates are not allowed to slaughter each other, but there will still be competition. You not only need to guard against exotic beasts but also other candidates. Martial skill is, of course, important, but life is precious, so remember not to recklessly overestimate your strength. He paused for a moment and then continued, "That's all I need to say." Then he inquired, "So, before the real combat assessment officially begins, I'll ask one last time, does anyone want to withdraw?" Before he finished speaking, a girl quickly raised her hand and withdrew.
"I withdraw, I don't want to play with my life." The coach asked again. "Anyone else?"
The remaining contestants were divided into 10 teams, each entering the primeval forest from a different entrance. Wang Tang tried to comfort Suahan, who was standing beside him.
"Don't worry, hang in there."
Before leaving, he reminded her, "Stay safe. Take care." Wang Tang bid farewell to Suahan and walked forward with his team.
"I'll go ahead."
At the entrance, the supervisor urged,
"It's almost time, go in."
"Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow, diving deep into the forest. A few hours later, Wang Tang stopped on a fairly high branch. At that moment, a reptilian-type exotic beast was within his sights. Wang Tang felt a great sense of pride.
"I've been circling for hours, and haven't seen a single exotic beast. The first one I encounter is a high-level one. Lucky, this one probably hasn't noticed me. A strike from behind would be the best."
He then reached behind to draw his sword, but unfortunately, the motion caused a sound that alerted the exotic beast below. It immediately turned its head toward the source of the noise.
Upon spotting Wang Tang, the exotic beast whipped its tail in his direction.
The force of the strike broke the branch Wang Tang was standing on into several pieces. Sweat broke out on his forehead.
Damn, that was strong.
Wang Tang, holding his sword, prepared to leap down from the air, all the while cursing at the exotic beast. "You idiot, take this!" Immediately, the exotic beast opened its mouth and launched an attack toward him. Wang Tang swiftly dodged its strike. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary distraction, he ambushed it from behind. Seizing the opportunity, before the exotic beast could react, Wang Tang swung his sword down with all his might. The blow was so powerful that it caused an explosion at the spot where the beast stood, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Very quickly, the battle was over. The strange beast had been knocked out by him and sent back to join its ancestors.
Wang Tang glanced at it, then couldn't help but exhale a deep breath.
Several colorful bubbles, of every hue, fell from the creature's mouth. The moment Wang Tang saw them, his eyes widened in astonishment.
Ha!
This is the reward for the contestant after killing a strange beast with an empty attribute, 50 times the attribute, and 20 times the strength.
Wang Tang walked over to the creature and knelt down.
He carefully picked up the bubbles that had just fallen. Wang Tang looked at what was in his hand and mumbled.
Even bubbles with the empty attribute are falling.
A quick thought flashed through his mind.
Could it be that the drop rate of the empty attribute is higher when killing star beasts and strange beasts?
But just as he figured something out, he couldn't help but grin mysteriously.
He.
Then, Wang Tang raised his head, his gaze now full of calculation. It seemed that this forest had once again become the best place for him to harvest the anti-attributes.
In the control room, a report came in.
A student has killed a high-level strange beast.
Governor Jiang was amazed.
That kid is really impressive, his battle awareness is strong.
Director, he smiled brightly and replied.
Of course, he's the only extreme martial artist apprentice in our Dong Hai contestant group.
He then rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought.
Extreme martial artist apprentice, not bad.
Let's keep watching. A character introduction appeared. Governor of Dong Hai, Governor Jiang. Time passed quickly.
A few hours later, the classroom received the news report: half of the candidates had dropped out.
The director, he, remained completely calm and said, it was about the same last year. Everything is normal so far.
Suddenly, a member of the judging panel spoke up. This candidate named Wang Tang is indeed a promising one. He has already killed several high-level exotic beasts. I think he would be suitable for our martial arts school 100-fold tempering program.
We should focus on nurturing him.
Hearing this, Wang Tang immediately jumped up and shouted, "No way, he's already a student at our Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery.
You guys can stop dreaming." Just after Wang Tang had dealt with the monitor lizard, another exotic beast, a giant snake, appeared nearby. It fixed its bloodshot eyes on him, looking ready to attack its prey. But Wang Tang showed no fear, he silently observed its every movement. The giant snake suddenly hissed and signaled that it was about to strike. It quickly lunged at Wang Tang, intending to swallow its prey whole. However, Wang Tang was able to swiftly dodge the attack. The snake's strike caused the ground and rocks to explode in all directions. From the cloud of dust, its bloodshot eyes glared at Wang Tang, then it bared its fangs and opened its mouth wide, like a blood-soaked basin, attempting to devour him. But Wang Tang had already evaded the strike by leaping into the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Tang immediately slashed at the snake with his sword before it could close in. The exotic snake took a direct blow to the neck and was sent flying backward. The battle was over, and Wang Tang landed on the ground. Behind him lay the body of the exotic beast, the serpent, which he had cleaved in two. Several skill bubbles continued to spill out from the carcass. Wang Tang glanced at the mess of meat scattered across the ground and couldn't help but think to himself, even though they're all high-level exotic beasts, this serpent was far more difficult to handle than the monitor lizard I dealt with earlier. He then approached and began collecting the skill bubbles. Suddenly, from behind, the head of the serpent moved unexpectedly. It opened its mouth and lunged at Wang Tang. Having already anticipated this, Wang Tang wasted no time. He quickly spun around and delivered another decisive strike, severing the serpent's head once more. He shot at a glance, filled with disdain. I was prepared for you from the start. You think the 5-year martial exam and the 3 years of training under me were just some trivial things? Wang Tang gave it a few more taps, feeling a bit doubtful. Now you're really dead, huh? From behind a bush, someone appeared. A single arrow shot toward Wang Tang, startling him into turning around. He quickly crouched to dodge it, and the arrow lodged firmly into a tree behind him. After evading this, he identified the location of the person trying to ambush him. Without a word, Wang Tang dashed straight into the bushes, attacking the person directly. "Damn it, daring to sneak attack me, you're looking for death." The masked man was astonished by Wang Tang's incredible speed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" He immediately drew 4 arrows, raised his bow, and aimed at Wang Tang, shooting recklessly. Each arrow that was released was sliced in half by Wang Tang's sword. After closing the distance to the masked man, Wang Tang leaped into the air. He then plunged down with his sword, accompanied by a deafening roar. "Die!" The masked man quickly used his bow to block the sword strike. The two weapons collided with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The force of the blow sent the masked man flying backward, causing his bow to fall to the ground. He was thrown several meters away, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. Suddenly, he screamed. "Why aren't you guys making a move? How long do you plan to watch? Can't you see he wants to kill me?" No sooner had the masked man finished speaking than Wang Tang delivered a punch to his face. Annoyed, Wang Tang spat. "Shut the hell up. Take your beating like a man." At that moment, another voice rang out from behind Wang Tang. "Stop!" Another burly figure appeared, swinging a hammer toward Wang Tang. Reluctantly, Wang Tang pulled the masked man along and leapt to another spot. After landing, Wang Tang pushed him aside and said, "Small-time stuff, got backup?" Ing Cheng raised his voice in reproach. "Wang Tang, you're too cruel. These are all participants, and yet you're acting so viciously." Wang Tang looked at him with a sneer and said disdainfully, "I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just young Master Li." Upon hearing this, Li Young Master raised an eyebrow, and, seeing that the burly man in front hadn't noticed, he smiled at Wang Tang with a malicious grin. Wang Tang, seeing this, immediately mocked, "Have I beaten you so many times that you're now trying to get some revenge during the martial exam?" With that, he cast a glance at the two men beside him, unable to hide his curiosity. "But where did you find these two fools? How could they be so stupid as to follow you?" Feeling insulted, the man roared at him, spouting useless words. After that, the burly man swung his hammer, preparing to strike at Wang Tang, his mouth roaring, "Die!" Such a klitsch move was nothing to Wang Tang, who simply raised his sword to block it. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing that the odds were not in their favor, Ing Cheng angrily thought, "Damn it, I paid a fortune to hire these two advanced martial artist apprentices, and they can't even take a single blow from him?" Meanwhile, Wang Tang was still relentlessly delivering blows to the two mercenaries. Ing Cheng, watching from the side, couldn't help but be startled, his disbelief apparent as he said, "Martial artist level body technique, martial master?" The burly man, still clueless, arrogantly shouted at Wang Tang, "Take a hammer blow from me." The hammer quickly swung toward Wang Tang, but he paid it no attention. Not only that, but Wang Tang also smiled derisively at the burly man. "Heh, just before the hammer struck, he raised his hand to block it. His strength was so great that the massive hammerhead cracked open. In an instant, the hammer exploded, sending the burly man flying dozens of meters away. He screamed in agony. After dealing with the two mercenaries, Wang Tang turned back to Ing Cheng and asked, "How was that move?" "Ing Cheng, you try it yourself." Needless to say, he was extremely frustrated. Why was it just like the last time, and even stronger? Wang Tang saw him freeze in fear and inwardly cursed, "Useless, Ing Cheng." While he wasn't paying attention, the burly man who had been knocked out earlier had gotten up at some point. He grabbed the hammer handle and charged forward, shouting, "If you keep fooling around, you'll be struck by lightning. Prepare to die." Just as the hammer handle was nearly about to hit Wang Tang's head, he swiftly bent down, narrowly avoiding it and saving his life. The burly man's face turned pale as he realized the strike had missed. "What? You dodged it?" Wang Tang turned around, and the cold glint in his eyes made the burly man flinch.
Before he could even react, Wang Tang landed a lethal punch to the man's chin, causing him great pain as several air bubbles flew out. The force of Wang Tang's blow was so strong that the burly man collapsed to the ground, as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. Ying Cheng rushed over, quickly helping him up. The burly man coughed a few times, then glared at Wang Tang, still in disbelief, stammering. How? How can this power be? Wang Tang's eyes seemed to radiate a cold light as he stared at the trembling man before him. But then, Wang Tang noticed a 5-star air bubble and several smaller ones around them. He stared at them for a long time, thinking that these attributes were too weak. Could it be that they were so weak they didn't even deserve to be collected? Another air bubble fell from the unconscious masked man lying not far from Wang Tang. It was a 1-star basic heavenly law air bubble. By chance, at this moment, it fell right under Wang Tang's eyelid, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He slowly moved closer to the masked man, thinking to himself, and it fell out, a talent-type weapon. Wang Tang's face turned dangerous. He let out a vicious smile and said, "Not a waste of my effort." At that moment, only one thought remained in Wang Tang's mind. "I have to squeeze every drop out of you." With that thought, he lunged forward and began pounding the masked man. The shockwaves from his punches sent the air flying, scattering across the ground. Even the two people standing nearby could only stand in stunned silence as they watched the masked man get pummeled into a mess by Wang Tang. Ying Cheng spoke up. "This bastard is ruthless." The burly man nodded in agreement. "We should run." Wang Tang noticed their actions. He stopped and glanced at the two of them. His eyes gleamed with the light of someone who had just discovered 2 fat sheep sneaking around. Seeing this, the two of them instinctively took a step back, terrified. "What do you want? We've already surrendered. What more do you want from us?" they begged Wang Tang. "Spare us. Next time we meet, I'll advise you to be kind." He sneered. Don't worry, it won't hurt." Without saying much more, Wang Tang immediately dove back into action, turning them into a mess. After finishing, he wiped his hands with satisfaction. Why didn't the attributes drop? What a disappointment. While he wasn't paying attention, the masked man behind him began to stir. Trembling, he pressed the button to forfeit the right to display on the uniform's device. A quick notification rang out, catching Wang Tang's attention. The mechanical voice continuously repeated. "Contestant has forfeited their rights, sending someone for rescue, please wait." In the evening, Wang Tang sat on a tree branch, observing the situation. His eyes darkened, and the sclera of his eyes turned red. He thought to himself, "It's getting dark, and the number of exotic beasts seems to be increasing. This makes me happy, it's just the right time to gather some vacant attributes." After thinking this, Wang Tang dived down toward a group of wolves below him that were licking their chops. He moved like a flash, slashing through the pack with ease. Every swing of Wang Tang's sword was precise and decisive. When he stopped, the wolves lay scattered on the ground, their heads in one direction and bodies in another. More energy balls dropped to the ground, most of which were 5-star empty attribute orbs. Wang Tang checked his system once again, feeling pleased. The empty attribute has increased again, 16 points, that's amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. From where he stood, the earth started to crack, forming large fissures. Even the distant mountains suddenly erupted, spewing lava. Wang Tang's face changed. What's going on? On the other side, Suahan hurriedly dove into a cave to take refuge. An earthquake? This place is too dangerous. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I can't give up. At the other contestants' location, similar events occurred. They were in complete disarray, confused and in a panic. What's happening? Why is this happening? Is it an earthquake? Why are the exotic beasts going berserk? In the surveillance room, a group of people anxiously observed the situation outside.
What is happening? The technical expert explained, on this island, there is a dormant volcano. Something must have happened inside the volcano just now. Governor Jiang, angered, repeated, something must have happened. He ordered, immediately terminate the examination and send people to investigate. The safety of the candidates is the top priority. Everyone responded promptly and quickly left under Governor Jiang's direction. The loudspeaker began broadcasting an announcement. All candidates, please be aware that there has been an unusual event at the volcano near the examination site. The examination will be ended early. Please proceed quickly to the nearest exit in the forest for evacuation. Everyone became flustered. Why didn't they warn us about the volcano earlier? A candidate's voice echoed through the surveillance screen. Quick, run! Governor Jiang sighed. All right, the next ones are your responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of 5 people appeared before him, a mix of both men and women. Their mission was to rescue the candidates still trapped in the forest. A series of strange beasts began frantically charging out of the forest. They roared and chased after the people running ahead. Several candidates began to panic and pushed each other, trying to escape. Ah, are you waiting for me? The mouth of the volcano showed signs of imminent eruption, causing even more fear among the candidates. They screamed loudly. Wang Tung, standing on a tree branch, observed the activities of the volcano. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The fire energy at the mouth of the volcano was intense. Is the volcano about to erupt? Wang Tang thought more and more anxiously. He pursed his lips, or has something happened? Wang Tang turned his head, no longer looking, as he bowed his head and thought, wondering what had happened to Lin Suahan. Suddenly, something streaked past him, causing Wang Tang to immediately look in that direction. Ha! It was 3 streaks of light rapidly passing by him and heading straight for the mouth of the volcano, which was on the verge of eruption. Upon recognizing who they were, Wang Tang couldn't help but be astonished. Are those 3 martial artists? He quickly jumped down to the ground and followed behind them. They must be the instructors assigned to protect the candidates, heading into the mountains to assess the situation. I need to see what's going on. Upon landing, the pressure emitted by the 3 martial artists caused the ground beneath them to shatter. The trio quickly stabilized their formation and began engaging in battle with the strange beasts. Li Quan, wielding water-based abilities, quickly conjured a water sphere to combat the beasts. As for Dong Nan, his body was surrounded by a metallic energy field. Anything within a 3-meter radius was turned into rubble by his power. Lin Dong was no less impressive. He was a martial artist with plant-based abilities and could control vines. Wang Tung hid behind a tree, observing everything. He was truly astonished by their strength. Ah, the damage from their attacks is so powerful. Then Wang Tang looked at the pile of spoils scattered on the ground. He thought to himself, so many bubbles have popped out, but it seems the 3 martial artists aren't even paying attention. They're still focused on eliminating the strange beasts. He looked in another direction, silently calculating, if I don't follow them and collect some of those bubbles, that would be stupid. But the direction they're heading. Could they be planning to go deeper into the volcano? Wang Tang anxiously looked up at the mouth of the volcano, wondering what he would do if it erupted. He closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it, forget it. Life is more important, it's better to just leave. After thinking that, he quickly maneuvered to leave. Suddenly, Wang Tang stepped on something that looked familiar. This is the moment I pick up the card, and I'm already panicking. The 3 words Lin Suahan appeared clearly, making Wang Tang feel uneasy. Why is it Lin Suahan's exam card? He immediately turned around, searching. Where is she? She must have gone to hide according to the announcement. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Tang's mind. Wait, could she have? He quickly turned toward the volcano. Could she have gone into the volcano by mistake? Without thinking any further,
Wang Tang immediately chased after the three martial artists.
I have to see what's going on. Soon, Wang Tang entered the mouth of the volcano.
He quickly activated his spirit sight skill, his pupils changing from white to black and then to red. Opening his eyes, Wang Tang began to assess his surroundings.
Fire element essence. The fire element essence coming from the volcano must be coming from here. There's definitely something wrong.
He thought to himself as he ventured deeper, feeling the rising heat.
There can't be any monsters in the cave, right?
Suddenly, a roar echoed.
Wang Tang immediately reacted. A monster?
He hurried toward the sound, his heart sinking.
Lin Suahan definitely can't handle a monster. If she's inside, it's bad news. Wang Tang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those examiners are completely unreliable. How could something like this happen?
Inside, the martial artists were surrounded by two monstrous creatures.
Those lizards kept spewing lava at them, and one of them even used its gigantic tail to launch an attack.
Fortunately, with their agile bodies, the martial artists were able to evade the attack. Wang Tang, who had just arrived, dared not approach and hid at the entrance of the cave. He was deeply shocked when he saw these strange beasts. They were not ordinary monsters, but the star beasts.
Wang Tang anxiously thought, where's Lin Suahan? Could it have been eaten by them, or did he never enter?
Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling him, and his eyes quickly shifted. Get out of the way. A fiery attack was swiftly unleashed. It brushed past Lin Dong and headed straight for the two monstrous creatures. A huge explosion rang out, shaking the ground, and rocks and debris were sent flying inside the cave. The one who had launched the attack was Dong Nan. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, he anxiously shouted, Lin Dong. Lin Dong, blood dripping from his mouth, gasped and replied, I'm fine. He wiped the blood from his mouth and warned them, the volcanic lizard's magma bullets are very powerful.
Everyone, be careful.
As soon as he finished speaking, another lizard unexpectedly appeared and launched an attack at them. Dong Nan immediately raised a stone shield to defend.
Wang Tang's pupils constricted, and he felt his attribute energy slip away. It was starting to gather energy.
The creature opened its mouth and let out a roar, preparing for a fatal strike. Lin Dong warned, be careful. At that moment, the entire space seemed to warp, as a terrifying surge of energy began to accumulate in the creature's mouth, leaving both of them deeply alarmed. After feeling that it had absorbed enough, it gathered its strength and spat it out. This move immediately shot straight towards the earth shield that Dong Nan was holding. After the terrifying attack, a large portion of the shield was scorched. Dong Nan struggled to speak, no, it's fine, I can still take it. As if realizing something, his pupils instantly contracted. Shortly after, the salamander swung its tail, shattering Dong Nan's sturdy stone shield. He was also sent flying several meters away.
Dong Nan cried out in pain, ah!
Li Quan quickly rushed over to provide support, calling out to Lin Dong.
Behind them, another salamander appeared, waiting to attack.
The salamander unleashed its move for the second time, this time targeting Li Quan.
She immediately dodged, narrowly avoiding the terrifying attack.
Li Quan furrowed her brows, gasping for breath, and muttered under her breath, damn it. Then, she created a water shield to defend herself, saying to Dong Nan and the others, quick, go now, head straight for it. It's really hard to deal with two fire mountain salamanders. We need to retreat. One cunning salamander quickly used a rock to block their exit. Dong Nan exclaimed, no, it's blocked the way out. Wang Tang was stunned by how smart these salamanders were. The two beasts actually knew how to cooperate, and now the three martial artists were in danger. When they realized there was no way out, the two salamanders swung their tails and attacked everywhere.
Dong Nan, while defending himself, anxiously asked Li Quan, what should we do now?
She calmly replied, we only have one choice, to risk it. Let's just hope the others can make it here quickly, or all that will await us are corpses. Lin Dong also agreed with her decision, saying, then we'll just have to take the risk.
Li Quan, a little worried, asked him, Lin Dong, are you alright?
Lin Dong, holding his injured arm, replied, I'm fine, still holding up. Dong Nan suddenly spoke up, this is bad, I can't hold on much longer. Hearing this, the two of them quickly turned around in shock. Outside, the two fire lizards were continuously spewing flames and striking the earth shield protecting them. When Dong Nan could no longer hold on, the shield exploded. Li Quan rushed out from inside, cursing, damn it. Then, she gathered a water orb and hurled it at the fire lizards. Wang Tang was still standing on a rock, observing everything from the beginning. He was extremely worried for the safety of the martial artists below, knowing they had no way of retreating in their current state. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, I can't just stand here and watch. Below, the three martial artists were still struggling in the lava from the fire lizards. Dong Nan, nearly exhausted, cursed under his breath, damn it, I can't hold on much longer. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly turned his gaze behind him, what's going on now? In Dong Nan's eyes was the sight of the fire lizard wildly shaking its head, as if something was clinging to its head. Li Quan and Lin Dong also looked on, equally confused by what was happening. What's going on? Wang Tong, clinging to its back, couldn't help but angrily shout, what are you waiting for? Move, do something. Li Quan saw someone coming to assist and immediately shouted with joy, great, reinforcements have arrived. He continued, leave this one to me, everyone work together to deal with the other one. Li Quan immediately followed through. Yes. Then, she loudly ordered the other two. Everyone charged forward together. To avoid being thrown off, Wang Tang pressed the sword firmly onto the back of the lizard. Not bad, the strength of this thing is really powerful. It cried out in pain as he held onto the sword with one hand and gathered his internal energy with the other, determined not to let it escape. Then, he clenched his fist, his gaze resolute, and punched down hard on the lizard's back. The lizard froze after taking the punch, then howled in agony. The cave trembled violently. Li Quan turned to remind the other two, hurry up, this cave won't hold much longer, kill the beast quickly. Lin Dong swiftly unleashed a technique, with vines rising from the ground, striking at the remaining lizard. It was continuously whipped by Lin Dong's vines and couldn't retaliate. Soon, they successfully pushed it back towards the cliff. Li Quan launched a final strike, aiming to knock it off, but failed. The lizard howled in frustration. Seeing this, Dong Nan stepped in to help. He used his huge hand and slammed it down onto the ground. The ground where the lizard lay quickly cracked open, and it fell directly into the glowing lava below. Dong Nan panted heavily, a mix of exhaustion and relief, saying, it's taken care of. Then he glanced at Wang Tang, saying, I wonder how things are going over there. On this side, Wang Tang stood on the corpse of the remaining lizard. He let out a breath, thinking that the battle was over. The star beast was indeed difficult to deal with. He couldn't help but feel fortunate if it hadn't been for the surprise attack and the restraining properties of the ice and fire attributes, it would have been hard for him to defeat it so easily. Even so, Wang Tang still felt a little regretful because, to deal with this creature, he had almost used up all of the non-attribute energy that had been hard to collect. It was truly heartbreaking. Dong Nan seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He stood below, shouting loudly, causing Wang Tang to startle and almost fall. Brother! Wang Tang quickly jumped down while Dong Nan was still speaking. He was fine. As if seeing something, Dong Nan immediately pointed at Wang Tang. Wait a minute, you're a contestant? Dong Nan looked at the dead lizard and then at him, somewhat incredulous, and asked, did you kill this beast? Wang Tang was standing with the trio of martial artists, who were still in shock after learning that he was a contestant. Wang Tang's face was covered in mud, and he silently sighed to himself, thinking that they had really gone too far. Then, he hesitated for a moment, but remained silent as he gazed at the air bubbles scattered on the ground. Were those bubbles worth it? Indeed, the things Wang Tang had gained here were all of good quality. The power of the wood and water elements appeared on the system's board, and he had obtained the elemental force, wood element at 4 stars, water element at 7 stars. Wang Tang smiled smugly.
Great, I've got 2 more attributes that I didn't have before. Now, I have elemental force of 6 different attributes.
Li Quan stood beside him, and it was only then that she hesitated before speaking up. You are a martial artist.
I'm quite skeptical. Did you really kill the star beast? Wang Tang answered decisively, that's correct.
I was in a hurry to inquire about the whereabouts of Suahan.
By the way, have you come across a girl around here? She has long hair and is quite pretty. Li Quan appeared to be deep in thought. A girl? I haven't seen anyone like that.
Wang Tang thought for a moment. Perhaps she truly hadn't come down here, he had overthought it. Given her personality, there's no way she wouldn't know her own limits. He glanced at the scene again and concluded that the earthquake was most likely caused by the 2 beasts.
Finally, Wang Tang asked for permission to leave. It's fine now, I'll head out first.
Before he could take a few steps, Wang Tang was called back by Lin Dong.
Wait.
He looked at the carcass of the salamander behind him, offering the reward to him. The volcanic salamander you hunted contains high-grade materials.
There might even be a spirit core inside.
According to the rules of martial artists, it rightfully belongs to you.
He could hardly believe his ears and quickly asked Lin Dong again, does the star beast I hunted in the actual combat test count too? Lin Dong sincerely thanked Wang Tang.
If you hadn't stepped in to help, the 3 of us might not have made it.
This beast is something you deserve. Wang Tang smiled heartily and replied, then I'll gladly accept.
While collecting the rewards, it seemed like he noticed something unusual. Wang Tang took a red, glowing sphere, the spirit core, from the strange beast. There's no need to say, Dong Nan was incredibly envious of his luck.
Kid, your luck is a bit too much, Lin Dong, who was standing next to him, chimed in. Rare spirit core.
He sighed regretfully, we've killed quite a few star beasts before, but we never saw any spirit cores.
Wang Tang grinned foolishly and said some self-flattering words, looking incredibly immature. Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome. Feeling personally insulted, Dong Nan retorted angrily, sorry, we must look ugly then.
Outside the cave, a group of people was gradually entering. It seemed they had resolved the situation.
Their appearance really caught Wang Tang's attention. Li Quan was the first to step forward and greet them.
Governor, look at the man in front of us, I'm so impressed, his aura is incredible.
Who is this person?
Wang Tang thought to himself as he stood behind, realizing that if it weren't for his martial arts training, living in 2 different worlds, he wouldn't have seen such an important person with such high status.
The governor stepped forward and greeted him first. You're Wang Tang, right? I've seen your performance in the practical test. Very good.
Wang Tang scratched his head awkwardly.
You're overpraising me.
He stood among the crowd, praising the entire team, who had promptly killed 2 beasts and stopped the volcano from erupting.
I'll make sure to give credit to everyone.
Another team hurriedly ran in outside the cave.
Governor, everyone's reporting to him. The contestants have been taken to safety, but the number of casualties is a bit high. The governor suddenly turned to ask Li Quan. Li Quan, did you all kill this beast? Li Quan quickly explained.
No, this thing, the star beast that we all worked together to kill, fell into the lava.
This is something only Wang Tang can handle. Among the group that had just rushed in, one person couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Are you sure? This kid killed a beast by himself?
They looked at Wang Tang with bright eyes. It seemed this kid was a martial artist, and he even killed a star beast. Not bad, a bright future ahead.
I feel strange pressure though, why do I feel so cold? The governor wasn't an exception. Was this really true? Li Quan's words were something she had to take responsibility for. She didn't want to say much, letting them verify for themselves. Then Governor Jiang, as for this outcome, everyone should go check the traces of the original force left on the beast's wounds. the attributes are completely different from ours.
They began to approach and examine the remaining fire lizard. The team investigating reported correctly that there was indeed only one type of original force, but they hadn't expected it to be ice elemental original force. Wang Teng, hearing them, was still somewhat confused.
So what about the ice element? Is it really that rare?
The governor, upon hearing this, became extremely delighted.
Good, very good.
I didn't expect that among this group of students, there would be a genius with mutated original force.
He patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, laughing loudly. Congratulations, this year Dong Hai will definitely shine. Let's see who will dare look down on us now.
Everyone started complimenting him one after another.
Good job, kid. You can join us at Martial Arts School Hundredfold Tempering.
Feel free to set your own conditions.
Come to Martial Arts School Thunder Wrath instead. Our conditions are better. Wang Teng felt extremely awkward.
He had no idea where these two shameless names suddenly came from.
Wang Teng was from the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery. The head of the academy had to gently calm him down.
Alright, you're already in your 30s or 40s, and you're still acting like a child.
Isn't that embarrassing? Hurry up and get down the mountain.
By night, everyone had returned safely to the camp. From a distance, Wang Teng heard Sua Han's voice calling him. She appeared in front of him, looking extremely tired.
Wang Teng, shyly, asked, "Class monitor, are you all right?"
She immediately scolded him.
"What could possibly happen to me? It's you I'm worried about, your clothes are all torn."
Wang Teng spoke in a very mysterious tone.
"By the way, did you lose anything?" Sua Han, still confused, said, "Lose something? What are you talking about?"
He held up Sua Han's examination card and teased her. "You're really forgetful, you lost your examination card and didn't even notice."
Sua Han blushed and laughed happily. "Thank you so much. Where did you find it?" Wang Teng didn't answer. He then asked, "I still want to ask you. Why did you go up to the volcano? Don't you know it's very dangerous there?"
She defended herself.
"No, after I killed 5 alien beasts, I hid on the mountain. There were no other alien beasts there, so it was very safe." Wang Teng thought to himself, could it be that the volcanic salamander is the reason why ordinary exotic beasts don't dare to stay on the mountain? But the class monitor really did kill 5 exotic beasts.
Sua Han puffed her cheeks in anger at Wang Teng's attitude. "Why are you looking at me like that?
Don't you believe I could kill exotic beasts?"
She proudly patted her chest. "I applied the 5 martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation training I've learned, and used herbs to poison the 5 exotic beasts." Wang Teng could only smile bitterly. "No way, ordinary people can't do that, no wonder you're the class monitor. From now on, I'll call you Lin Super Smart." He nervously thought to himself, Mom was right, indeed, the more beautiful a girl is, the more dangerous she becomes.
Yang Jian wrapped himself up in a blanket, feeling extremely aggrieved and unlucky.
"What do you guys think? How did the martial arts exam end up like this year?" Yang Jian's eyes were full of tears as he expressed to Wang Teng whether the exam results would still count.
He placed a hand on his chin, his face deep in thought.
The time between the appearance of the beast wave and the end of the exam was not too long, so it shouldn't affect things much, perhaps the results wouldn't be cancelled. Suddenly, his voice became mysteriously unusual. "Moreover, don't forget the purpose of the practical exam." This time, Yang Jian ransacked his memory. "I remember that during the actual combat," Sua Han continued.
"Any accident is part of the test."
Wang Teng was very firm. "That's right, I'm pretty sure that those who didn't kill 5 exotic beasts, but showed good performance when the beast wave came, might still have a chance."
Yang Jian was very pleased. "If that's the case, then good.
I was planning to kill the 5th exotic beast during the beast wave, but it escaped. However, I ended up saving a contestant, and the owner of Martial Arts School Hundredfold Tempering even praised me."
Outside, the loudspeaker began to announce.
All contestants, please pay attention. We request all contestants to focus immediately and gather at the empty land. The governor, standing above, began to introduce himself.
I am Governor Don Hai. I will now announce matters related to the actual combat test.
A moment later, someone in the crowd spoke up.
The governor himself has come. Is he here to observe our actual combat test?
Everyone was extremely surprised, and another person added,
Governor, many of us were just a bit short of meeting the quota. What exactly is the result of the test?
The hall began to become chaotic, and a contestant shouted, Governor, many of our classmates have died in the beast tide, they are so pitiful.
He sternly shouted. Silence. The governor stood before everyone and sincerely took responsibility.
The accidents that occurred were due to our negligence.
All contestants who have died will receive compensation.
He paused for a moment before continuing.
But there is one thing everyone needs to remember. The governor said. The path of a martial artist is far more arduous and dangerous than this.
Do not just focus on the glory of a martial artist, but overlook what they must sacrifice. The world of martial artists is cruel and blood-soaked. The governor's voice remained steady as he continued.
Performance during the beast tide will also count towards the overall result. Those who performed well will receive extra points. Now, I declare the actual combat test officially over. The meeting is adjourned.
The governor dismissed the hall and prepared to leave. From across the room, the sycophantic voices of some people echoed.
Yen Bang, you're amazing.
That voice reached the ears of Wang Tang and his group, one of them said. He actually killed 13 exotic beasts, including 3 high-level ones.
Even the common thief has 4 children. Impressive, really. Yang Jian wore an expression that seemed completely uninterested.
A bunch of sycophants gathered around. He turned to provoke Wang Tang. Wang young master, tell me about your achievements, I'm curious to hear them.
Yang Jian started to entice him. Be honest, Wang young master, how many exotic beasts did you really kill? Definitely more than that guy Yen Bang, right? I'm sure class leader Lin would want to hear this too.
Sua Han flushed and retorted.
I didn't say I wanted to hear it. Wang Tung, ever so modest, said. Actually, it's nothing that impressive.
He slowly started to reveal his unprecedented accomplishments. In total, I killed 29 beasts, 19 high-level exotic beasts and 10 common-level ones.
Yang Jian listened, counting under his breath. Wang young master, are you joking with me? Even Sua Han couldn't believe it. Wang Tung, are you making stuff up? We know you're strong, but not to this extent. He began to feel a little annoyed. I've been telling the truth recently, why doesn't anyone believe me? Wang Ting secretly thought to himself, if I told them I even killed a beast, they'd probably explode on the spot. Yen Bang started to sneer. Ha, this is hilarious. A guy named Wang Tang from First High is actually bragging about killing 29 exotic beasts. Don't you think this is ridiculous? His followers immediately chimed in. Bragging should have its limits.
The wind's been sliced into pieces.
Killing 29 exotic beasts is harder than reaching the sky. 29? Are you kidding? Playing around will get you struck by lightning and die. Yen Bang still spoke in that irritating tone.
I've heard that you, Wang Tung, are the highest-ranking martial artist apprentice. I was planning to challenge you to a match, but looking at your abilities, it seems like it's all just inflated.
Ridiculous. The group of Zhou Wu came over from a distance, throwing in a few more taunts. Wang Tung, when we step outside, we represent the image of First High. We still hope you don't go provoking us.
Zhou Wu, with no one asking him to, also stepped forward to apologize to Yen Bang.
Sorry, I really did let you guys laugh at me. Man Rong reminded me. Zhou Wu, you've gone too far.
Zhou Wu started showing a hint of annoyance.
Man Rong, why are you saying it like that? I just wanted to kindly remind Wang Tang, that's all. They continued mocking him. Wang Tang, I wasn't wrong, right? Sua Han had had enough. You guys are going too far. We were chatting about our own business, what does it have to do with you? Yang Jian also chimed in. Exactly, we were talking about our own business, what does it have to do with you? Some people just can't stand seeing others stronger than them and decide to stir up trouble, right? Zhou Wu put on a fake, polite tone. Student Sua Han, you misunderstood me. I was only thinking from the school's perspective. I have no ill intentions towards Wang Tang. He secretly thought to himself, if only I had known how beautiful Sua Han was before. It's a pity I had no reason to approach her. But now, isn't this just a perfect opportunity? He pushed forward, trying to salvage the situation. Student Sua Han, you must have misunderstood me. I don't have any bad intentions. As for Wang Tang, I just hope he'll keep a low profile to avoid getting slapped in the face. Sua Han silently cursed the two of them, they were so fake. The man pretended to be polite and introduced himself. I am Yen Bang from the On Society High School, a senior martial artist apprentice, it's a pleasure to meet you. Classmate Lin, may we be friends and get to know each other a little? Wang Tang had been silent until now, but finally, he spoke up. Ha, you guys are having quite a lively discussion. You stood up and threatened them, you've got guts. As soon as Wang Tang turned his head and directed his gaze toward Yen Bang, killing intent filled the entire room. Or maybe I can't hold my knife anymore? The man was astonished. Why is this aura so strong? Wang Tang stepped out from the row of chairs and approached him. He had heard that Yen Bang wanted to challenge him. He said in a cold tone. Who gave you that confidence? But Yen Bang knelt down on the ground, while Wang Tang's voice remained steady. Did I agree to this with you? He looked at him with sharp eyes. How could someone like you be worthy of being friends with our class monitor? You don't know your own limits. Wang Tang called out Zhou Wu's name, and he trembled like a dry dog. The excuse that Zhou Wu gave just now was quite bold and impressive. Zhou Wu stammered. Why you, Wang Tang, there must be some misunderstanding between us, let's talk it over slowly. Wang Tang found it very amusing, talk slowly, he mocked. Then, he kicked Yen Bang directly, sending him flying. But right now, I don't want to talk to you guys. Yen Bang screamed in pain. Ah! Yen Bang crashed hard into the pile of chairs, the force of Wang Tang's kick was immense. He struggled to get up, fuming with anger, thinking to himself, why is Wang Tang so strong? This is terrifying, I almost thought he was going to kill me. Did you leave out any names? That's right, and there's you too. You were laughing loudly just a moment ago, but why have you suddenly turned into a turtle pulling its head in? The younger man, who had been scared earlier, quickly waved his hand, bro, it's Wang Tang. Before he could finish, Wang Tang slapped him so hard that his teeth flew out, go. Wang Tang said, alright, the trouble is sorted. Class monitor, let's go back to our seats. We should be getting close. The people around them were filled with fear, thinking, we can't offend Wang Tang in the future. This guy is way too scary. The streets were bustling with people during the day. Wang Tang walked through the crowd, his backpack slung over his shoulder, deep in thought. A smirk appeared on his face, his eyes gleaming with interest. It looks like director he is still very reliable. When I get home, I need to figure out how to use this essence properly. Upon arriving home, Wang Tang pushed the door open and called out excitedly, Mom, I'm home. But he quickly noticed something was off. There was no response. He frowned, huh? He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was quiet, clearly empty. He murmured to himself, she's not home? Suddenly, Anshin came out from inside the house, warmly greeting him. Young master, you're home. Hearing her voice, Wang Tang felt a bit relieved and immediately asked about his mother's whereabouts. Aunt Chen, where's Mom?
She smiled gently and replied, the madam left early this morning.
Wang Tang was surprised. He blinked and asked, left early? What for?
Aunt Chen quickly explained, she mentioned something about an issue at the company, but I'm not exactly sure.
The madam didn't tell me the details. Hearing the word company, Wang Tang's expression darkened clearly. He asked again, his eyes filled with doubt, isn't your father still there to handle the company's issues?
Aunt Chen was confused, her face also showing a look of suspicion. Oh, Wang young master hasn't returned from his business trip yet.
Wang Tang's face immediately grew serious.
His eyes widened, and his brows furrowed tightly. He rushed out of the door, speaking loudly, his face grim.
Aunt, I'm heading to the company.
In his panic, he quickly concluded that something must have happened. He made his way from home to the company, the enormous, luxurious building. Wang Tang stood in the lobby, anxiously slamming his hand on the desk. The receptionist looked at him with suspicion, then politely spoke up.
Who is Xiao Mei?
Hearing this, Wang Tang's face darkened, and he thought helplessly, even the head of the Dong family doesn't know her.
Could this be the big-chested, short-minded woman they talk about? Just as he was feeling bewildered, a familiar voice sounded from behind him, Wang young master, what brings you here? Wang Tang recognized the voice, feeling a sense of familiarity. He turned around and uncertainly asked, are you Mr. Sun, the head of security? Then, as if something clicked in his mind, he quickly stepped forward and asked, did you see my mother come to the company? Mr. Sun looked uneasy.
The lady is in the conference room.
The company's nearby president brought some people over.
It seems like our deputy general manager wants to quit. Wang Tang froze, panic striking him. He quickly realized who it was.
Qing Zhe.
His mind was in turmoil. In his previous life, when the Wang family collapsed, this man came to divide up his father's company. He never expected that in this life, this guy would be so quick to start causing trouble again. His face darkened even further, his eyes flashing with a fire of hatred. Wang Tang's steps quickened, his head lowered, making it hard to see his expression. As fate would have it, today he would settle both old and new grudges in one go and deal with this Qing Zhe once and for all. Wang Tang's eyes gleamed with a faint green light, and a suffocating pressure radiated from him, exuding an air of sternness and coldness that was terrifying. Mr. Sun, seeing Wang Tang striding forward with large steps, hurried to catch up.
Wang young master, wait for me.
That Qing Zhe is not alone, he's brought quite a few people.
I've called some of my own to come and show force. The old man called out. Hey, get a few more guys and gather on the 8th floor.
The elevator crawled up floor by floor and finally stopped on the 8th floor. Wang Tang, his expression still grim, stepped out first, with Mr. Sun trailing behind him. Outside the elevator, a few security guards had already formed a large arc.
Mr. Sun was meticulous.
Although we don't have much education, we're all very enthusiastic. Don't worry, we'll listen to whatever you tell us.
Wang Tang's demeanor was cold, his eyes filled with resentment. He replied indifferently. All right, let's head to the conference room.
As they arrived in front of the conference room, they could hear shouting and cursing from inside, the words full of grievance.
Fake Laurel immortal, my husband has never mistreated you.
Yet, you took advantage of his misfortune and colluded with outsiders to plot against the company's shares.
Mrs. Wang, you can't say that. People who rise always have to fall.
Mr. Bao, with his exceptional talents, has made the company even more promising. Of course, I have to follow him. The first voice, familiar to Wang Tang, belonged to Xiao Mei, his mother. The second voice was unmistakably that of the traitor, the fake Laurel immortal. Wang Tang's complexion worsened even further, and Mr. Sun, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but express his disdain, saying, usually, this fake deputy general manager doesn't look too bad, but I never expected him to be someone like this. As soon as Mr. Sun finished speaking, the door was kicked open, and the loud crash startled everyone in the classroom. Everyone looked up in surprise toward the source of the noise. Xiao Mei was the first to react. She stood up in shock, her voice tinged with a mixture of panic and concern.
Xiao Tang, why are you here?
Hearing his mother's worried tone, Wang Tang's gaze turned serious, and his voice became unusually mature as he replied, "Something big has happened.
I can't just stand by and do nothing."
When Qingzhe saw that the person who entered was him, he immediately sneered. He spoke with a mocking tone, his smile insincere, and his face showing a hint of contempt.
Xiao Wang, this is a matter for adults.
You shouldn't get involved.
Wang Tang ignored him and quickly walked over to Xiao Mei.
He gently pressed her back into her chair, surprising everyone in the room.
He spoke softly, "Mom, sit down. Don't you feel tired standing like that?"
Lin Lan, who was sitting next to him, waved her hand in greeting.
Cousin Wang Tang, seeing her here, I'm a bit surprised by her appearance. Is your older cousin here too?
Lin Lan smiled faintly and explained in a calm tone, "There's a problem at home, and Grandpa is worried, so he asked me to come here and see if I could help." The people in the meeting room, who had been ignored, were furious. They started shouting, each with their own comment, mocking and laughing.
Xiao Wang still hasn't changed. Doesn't seem to show any respect for his seniors at all. Others chimed in.
His voice was laced with sarcasm.
Xiao Wangzong, we're still in a meeting. If you don't have anything important, you can leave.
Qingzhe's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with malice.
He ground his teeth, silently plotting. This brat dares to ignore my words?
Just wait, I'll show you how I'll deal with you later.
Wang Tang didn't respond immediately.
He remained silent, then slammed the box he had been carrying on his back onto the table. The sound of the impact was like a warning to those who had spoken disrespectfully. He slightly lowered his head, his expression unreadable, his voice cold and tinged with irony.
Why should I leave? The man who spoke earlier chimed in again. He laughed loudly as if the question were a joke.
It seems the Wang family's upbringing is failing, not even able to control a child.
This just shows that Wang Young Master's abilities are limited.
Xiao Wangzong, you're not that young anymore, you should discipline yourself a bit, or you might cause trouble in the future.
Qingzhe joined in, boasting.
At least if Wang Young Master is unwilling, we can take over and discipline you ourselves. Mr. Gua, who had been silent until then, could no longer hold back. He shouted loudly.
Qingzhe, you're trying to take over Xingtang while Wang Young Master is away, and you're bullying his wife and children like this? What kind of skill is that?
Qingzhe did not feel embarrassed, on the contrary, he provocatively said, Mr. Gua, I didn't expect you to be the loyal dog after all. Mr. Gua was left speechless, unable to say anything further, and could only shout loudly. Mr. Xiao Mei, seeing the tense situation, anxiously called out, Wang Tang, Xiao Tang, but the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say anything more. He could clearly see his mother's worry, so he comforted her, Mom, don't worry. He smiled, confident and composed. With his child here. A second ago, he was smiling, but the next moment, Wang Tang's expression changed. His rage flared, and even his breath was filled with murderous intent, a chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. He gritted his teeth and said, Qingzhe. A massive surge of power emanated, but the fiery red flames engulfed everything. The people who had been arrogant just moments ago were now completely terrified, jumping up and stepping back a few paces. At that moment, Wang Tang was like a demon, his voice thundered as he questioned, Who gave you the right to teach me a lesson? Qingzhe looked at the overwhelming power before him, alarmed. His face turned pale, his eyes widened, sweat poured down his face, and his voice trembled in broken sentences. This power is. But just a moment later, he regained his composure, completely unwilling to believe that Wang Tang could actually do anything. He shouted loudly, You little brat, don't be so arrogant, Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei appeared, full of confidence. His hand clenched into a fist, channeling his internal energy into the punch. Around him, a deep blue light appeared, accompanied by small electric sparks. He charged forward like a madman. With one strike, using all his strength, This little brat who didn't know his place would take a punch from me. Xiaomei, worried, stood up abruptly. She was a bit panicked and screamed, hoping her son could avoid Zhou Lei's deadly strike.
Son, be careful.
Lin Lan was no less worried, her eyes widened.
Contrary to what everyone thought, just as Zhou Lei's attack descended, Wang Tang raised his hand effortlessly to block it.
Two beams of red and blue light clashed like fire and water, showing no mercy, almost as if they were trying to devour each other.
Do you still want to defeat me?
The impact of their blows created a huge shockwave, leaving everyone stunned. Xiaomei stood aside, silently praying with all her heart that her son wouldn't get hurt. Suddenly, Wang Tang forcefully swung his arm, sending a palm strike that knocked Zhou Lei backward. He barely had time to cry out before he was propelled several feet away. The power surrounding Wang Tang didn't diminish in the slightest, in fact, it seemed to grow even stronger than before. Wang Tang slowly opened the wooden box on the table. Flames surrounded him, as if wanting to consume everything, but he remained calm as he reached into the box.
Someone once told me.
He paused for a moment, his face lowered, and it was unclear what emotion he was expressing. However, from the tone of his voice, it was evident that he was extremely angry, unable to remain humble any longer. When it's time to show strength, one must do so, or else others will walk all over them. Wang Tang pulled out a sword from the wooden box. The blade was sharp, cutting through the air in a graceful arc. The fire around him roared, and he whispered.
I used to think this was wrong, but now I see it makes sense.
Suddenly, Wang Tang glanced around and uttered an out-of-context sentence.
Qingzai, is that building your company?
He could only see the old man's expression constantly changing, eventually settling on one of fear.
Qingzai immediately asked, so what are your intentions?
The old man trembled, but still tried to maintain a defiant posture, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. That's right, the company next door belongs to my family.
So what?
Wang Tang laughed, his expression smug as if he had just heard the answer he had been expecting. He repeated Qingzai's words with a hint of implication, let him just wait and see what will happen. Wang Tang's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qingzai, and he raised the sword he had just taken out of the box in front of him, channeling the fiery energy that radiated from his body into it. In an instant, the hilt of the sword burst with this power. The energy quickly spread from the hilt to the very tip. The sword was enveloped in a vibrant yellow-orange flame. With a swing, the sword cleaved through the air, creating a rift in space. Sharp and swift, the blade left a glaring streak of light, flashing like lightning, its force unstoppable. The power of the slash was so intense that it shattered the glass of the conference room, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. It sliced through the air, cutting straight into Qingzai's building across the way. The sound of the impact was deafening, like thunder crashing.
Boom!
The explosion that followed was earth-shattering. People walking below were startled, stopping in their tracks and instinctively looking up. Above, a violent explosion rocked the area, and chunks of concrete and rebar shattered, scattering down. The old man stood frozen, staring in shock at the terrifying scene unfolding before him. His eyes were wide open, his mouth hanging agape, speechless, his entire body trembling. Beside him, Wang Tang stood tall and resolute, his aura blazing.
Xiaomei, witnessing the earlier incident, was also taken aback, her voice trembling as she spoke.
Lin Lan's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, unable to believe what she was seeing. Before them, the glass of the conference room had shattered, revealing a large void, through which one could directly see the Qingzai building across the way, with a massive crack running right down the middle. Despite the terrifying strike, the building remained standing, not collapsing. The old man stared at the remnants of the strike still visible on the building, warily glancing at Wang Tang, his face pale, not daring to utter a single word. A frightening thought about the young man's capabilities crept into his mind. Martial artist. Even the blonde lackey of Qingzai realized Wang Tang's true abilities. He couldn't believe it and shouted in astonishment, how is this possible? How can this pampered young master be a martial artist? Wang Tang was slowly walking toward Qingzai, each step deliberate. His entire body was enveloped in a blazing golden flame, continuously burning and turning the air around him into smoke from the intense heat. His walk was steady and confident, exuding an overwhelming aura. So, this is the useless son that Wang Shenghua talked about. What is this nonsense? Wang Tong walked straight forward and stopped right in front of Qing Zhe. His cold, sharp eyes glowed with a fiery red gleam, brimming with murderous intent. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that it made the old man struggle to breathe. Wang Teng's voice was filled with a chilling threat: if you dare to scheme again, the next strike won't just be aimed at the upper floors of your building. I wonder if you can withstand my next blow. After delivering the cold warning to Qing Zhe, he turned his gaze to the group of lackeys standing by his side, his voice firm and menacing. That's right, and as for the rest of you, it doesn't matter what your intentions are. Before my father returns, you better behave yourselves. Once he's back, if you want to leave, you can leave, I won't stop you. After hearing this, everyone was terrified and trembling with fear. No one dared to raise their head to look directly at Wang Tong. Beneath the face of the trembling, fearful minion with blonde hair was an expression of anger, his eyes filled with resentment. His teeth clenched tightly. It was over, the share of Qing Zhe that was promised would never be obtained, and Xing Teng's fate was also coming to an end. How foolish I am. Seeing that everything had been resolved, Lin Lan ran over and gave Xiu Mei a tight hug, her face beaming with joy as she cheered. That's great. With a cousin like this, the company will no longer be oppressed. Thinking about Wang brothers' future, I feel so lucky to have Wang Teng, secretly happy to have a martial artist backing us. Our Wang brother will never fall. Once everything was settled, Wang Teng put his sword back into its sheath, slung it over his shoulder, and called out, Lin Lan, Xiu Mei, let's go outside. At the same time, he gave an order to the head of security. Mr. Sun, keep an eye on them. He obeyed the order and followed through. Clearly, out in the hallway, the three of them stopped to talk. Wang Tang asked with great focus about the situation concerning Shenghua. Mom, what's going on with my father? Xiu Mei, with a worried look, began to recount everything, explaining why he still hadn't returned. Your father went to a neighboring province to negotiate business. The other side didn't follow the rules. They hired thugs to detain him, saying they wouldn't release him until the contract was signed. Lin Lan, standing beside her, also expressed her concern, adding, his side has already sent people to negotiate, but there's still no result. Wang Tong appeared shocked, his tone puzzled. What project is this? If father agrees to their terms, won't that be enough? At worst, it's just a small financial loss. Money is nothing compared to a life, right? Hearing that, she also explained, it's not that simple. There's an issue with that project, and it involves a huge amount of complications. They are trying to make your father and you take the fall for it. Realizing the problem, he was stunned and deeply suspicious, with a thought flashing in his mind. Could it be that in the previous life, those people already took action against Wang brother? I need to go take a look. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tong decided to handle the matter himself. He looked directly at Xiu Mei and said with confidence, Mom, stay at home. I'll go to the neighboring province myself. She wasn't at ease about him going alone and, with concern, asked, is it really okay? Wang Teng smiled reassuringly, calming his mother, and emphasized his strength, which was even greater than what she had seen earlier. Don't worry, Mom, you've already seen my strength. I didn't even use a fraction of it earlier. Seeing that Wang Teng had made up his mind, Lin Lan, who was standing behind, wanted to go with him, as she also needed to contact the people her father had sent. I'll go with you so I can get in touch with the people your father sent. So, the two of them decided to go together. They drove in the car and stopped in front of a luxurious building, where warm golden light from the lobby spilled out, stretching all the way to the edge of the road. Sitting in the car, Lin Lan was in the driver's seat, while Wang Teng sat in the back. He looked out through the car window and asked, is this the place? She turned her head and replied, the negotiation is at their headquarters. First, we need to observe the situation between the people your father sent and the negotiators from the other side. After saying that, Lin Lan got out of the car and walked straight toward the building's entrance. After walking for a while, he met the person sent to assist him. The man ran over to report the current situation to her.
Wang Teng, you could have anticipated this.
The negotiations are very unfavorable. No matter what promises we make, the other side still refuses to release the person.
It seems they have some other agenda.
Wang Teng, sitting in the car, had already heard all of this information.
He remained silent, his face thoughtful and contemplative.
Seeing that the situation was getting more difficult, it was clear that their identities were not ordinary. She looked tense and directly asked the person sent to report.
What is the background of the other party?
The person sent responded honestly, mentioning their involvement in some gray industries, with a significant power base within the Jiang family. He shut his eyes tightly, fearfully naming the faction of the other side. It was as though simply speaking the name carried an invisible weight that struck fear into anyone who heard it.
Iron Fist Society, a gang formed by hundreds of martial artist apprentices.
Wang Teng, sitting inside, had absorbed all the information. His eyes widened when he heard the name the person had mentioned. He thought to himself, Gray Industries.
If that's the case, even if they were completely eradicated, nothing would really happen, right?
After thinking for a moment, Wang Teng stepped out of the car, his feet landing with a forceful stride, his voice cold.
Everyone, wait for me here.
He strode confidently toward the building ahead, his gaze sharp like a dagger, flashing with a murderous red glint. His voice was firm.
I'll handle this.
The two people behind him didn't try to stop him. They just stood there, watching, their voices filled with hesitation. Seeing this, the person sent was quite surprised, unable to believe that he had decided to go in alone. He turned to Lin Lan, the manager.
Master Wang, is young Master Wang really going in alone to save the person?
She slightly curled her lips into a faint smile, playing with a lock of her hair, her face expressing trust in Wang Teng's strength, believing nothing could stop him.
She only gently reminded him. Just take a look, and that will be enough.
At this moment, Wang Teng had already entered the building. He made his way to the hideout of the Iron Fist Society. Standing outside, he knocked on the door repeatedly.
One of the society's underlings was awakened and came out.
He opened the small peephole in the door just enough to show his face.
The man frowned, irritated, his voice sharp. Who is it?
Wang Teng, remaining calm, responded in a composed tone, delivery. Upon hearing this, the underling grew even more irritated, feeling it was ridiculous. He ignored Wang Teng's words and shouted loudly. Who are you trying to scare? What the hell are you delivering at this hour?
What's your real intention?
Noticing that his voice had grown too loud, potentially causing a stir, Wang Teng made a shushing gesture and deliberately fabricated an excuse to trick the underling.
Brother, it's something your boss wants.
Very confidential.
You have to listen, all right?
The man, growing more suspicious and unable to believe what he was hearing, became even more cautious. Still standing inside, he spoke gruffly.
Don't talk nonsense. How could our boss be ordering something that needs to be delivered at this late hour?
Wang Teng remained calm, pretending that the item was difficult to talk about. He bought more time while thinking, his voice hesitant.
All right, the item your boss ordered is an aphrodisiac. Thinking Wang Teng was just making up something random, the underling was baffled. How could that be?
He hastily opened the door, eagerly inviting Wang Teng inside.
Hey, come in quickly. Let's talk.
Entering the room, the guy walked ahead, leading the way for him. Before they reached their destination, the underling scratched his head, his voice filled with worry. Don't tell the president that the guy blocked the door, preventing Wang Teng from entering.
It'll take you to find our president. Don't mention what happened earlier to him.
The underling was too naive, not noticing that you were behind, pretending to smile brightly to hide your intentions. If there were an award for Best Actor, you would surely win an Oscar. Don't worry, I won't say a word. The two of them arrived at the door of a room, and the guy knocked, reporting to the person inside. Wang Teng stood silently behind, observing closely.
President, I'm Xiao Wu. I have something to deliver to you. Hearing this, the president inside asked cautiously. Xiao Wu guarding the gate, what's this thing you're bringing?
Recognizing the familiar voice, your eyes flickered, your brows furrowing as you stared intently at the door, seemingly calculating something.
The underling answered the president. It's an urgent express delivery for you.
Before he could finish, a loud crash sounded as the metal door was kicked off its hinges, flying a meter away and hitting the floor with a heavy thud. The sudden attack left the person inside barely enough time to jump to the side, barely avoiding the impact.
After the powerful kick shattered the door, Wang Tang bent down, lowering his center of gravity, landing forcefully on the floor. White smoke rose, obscuring the view. His gaze was fixed sharply on the space inside the room, his eyes vigilant, alert to any movement. From within the thick dust cloud, the president shot out, suddenly appearing right in front of Wang Tang. His hand swung forward, releasing a powerful strike, glowing green, slashing through the air. Two streams of power, one blue and one golden, collided fiercely. Clang!
The sound of metal crashing echoed as the two streams of power met. Wang Tang's counterattack was so intense that it sent his opponent flying back, forcing him to land and apply pressure with his feet, maintaining his stance to resist, preventing himself from being knocked too far away. After a series of relentless attacks, both of them suddenly stopped, the dust gradually dissipating. He stood firm, his feet solidly planted on the ground, the tip of his blade scraping along the floor, sparking as it dragged. A deep voice, filled with power, rang out. The president furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto him, his expression taut like a bowstring. He inquired, "Who sent you?" The gatekeeper Xiao Wu, standing nearby, trembled violently, panic-stricken as he realized the gravity of his mistake. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at him, his voice hesitant.
President. President.
The president's entire body radiated an aura of fury, and he turned abruptly towards the man, his eyes blazing with murderous rage as he bellowed.
Fool! You let anyone in, I'll deal with you later.
Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, jumped in fright, his heart racing, nearly wetting himself in fear. The sound of the fight and shouting soon alerted everyone in the building. Immediately, the rush of footsteps echoed down the hallway from all directions. They ran toward the sound, shouting loudly, "Who dares to storm the Iron Fist Society?" Although the hallway had filled with people from both directions, none of the henchmen rushed in. They simply stood in a circle, waiting for the president's orders, only shouting and taunting.
President, President, teach him some manners. Teach him some manners.
Beside Xiao Wu, who was still standing, trembling, Wang Tang's gaze was solemn as he stared straight at the president.
His tone expressed an unexpected realization.
"I didn't expect you to be the ultimate martial artist apprentice." He flashed a smile, his voice haughty.
Haha, without any strength, how could you possibly hold the position of president?
The president continued, his voice deepening, his face hardening, and a sneer curling on his lips. "You speak with such arrogance when mentioning Wang Tang, but unfortunately, today will be your last day. On the other hand, you're young and already possess such power. Your future should have been bright, but it's a pity you will die here today." Wang Tang remained unfazed by the words. Calmly, he glanced around, estimating the number of the president's subordinates, his tone probing, as though considering some plan.
"Are all your men here?"
Hearing this, the president pointed his blade toward Wang Tang, arrogantly threatening him.
"These people are enough to chop you into pieces."
As soon as he finished speaking, the president's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He roared, commanding his men to charge, setting the stage for a deadly fight to kill him. At the president's command, his subordinates erupted like a flood. They charged at once, with several of them wielding knives and swords, attacking from both sides. During this time, Wang Tang stood still, not yet taking any action.
Then the moment arrived.
He unleashed his power with a blazing red flame, a sinister smile curling on his lips as he saw his enemies charging at him like starving wolves. Immediately, the power erupted violently, forming a massive fiery vortex glowing with blinding light. The terrifying heat from the blazing storm swirling around caused them to instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves. The flames roared and surged, not only stopping at the gang members of the president but also spreading towards where he stood. The scorching temperature hit like a wave. Wang Teng's entire body was engulfed by the fiery blaze, its strength continuously surging, while his gaze gleamed with amusement as he watched their reactions. With victory firmly in his grasp, Wang Teng smiled smugly. In the blink of an eye, he shot upwards, his movements swift as lightning, too fast for anyone to track. All that could be seen was a blur of shadow shooting upward. Wang Teng swung his sword, launching a series of strikes into the air. It was too fast, too dangerous. In an instant, his figure appeared in mid-air. The fiery slashes from his sword continuously shot out, slicing through the gang members of the president. Those struck screamed in pain, their bodies flung away, blood splattering. The president stood, witnessing it all, horrified as he realized the true identity of the boy. His eyes bulged, his thoughts hesitant. A martial artist, he thought, and his henchmen quickly realized it too, fear taking over as they dared not act recklessly. Realizing there was nothing they could do, they decided to flee. Their plans are doomed. Why did we have to provoke someone like this? He's a martial artist, there's no way we can fight him. Why are we still standing here? The voices of his subordinates drew the president's attention. Thinking it over, the president found it reasonable. Given the current situation, survival came first, and he decided to retreat for the time being. Seeing you standing with your back to the president, he noticed that this was the right moment. He quickly turned around and stealthily slipped away from behind. But man proposes, and heaven disposes. Wang Teng noticed the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. He turned back with a sharp, cold gaze, his voice deep as he spoke, "You want to run?" Without waiting for a response, Wang Teng spun around and, without hesitation, swung his sword with decisive force. The blade gleamed and sliced through the air. Wang Teng's strike flew toward the fleeing group, including the president, at an unimaginable speed. The force of it made the president instinctively glance back. Fear surged in his heart as the sensation of terror gripped him. He had no choice but to stop, raise his weapon, grit his teeth, and with a loud crack, the sound of metal shattering filled the air. At the point of impact, the blade of his sword began to fracture, pieces flying outward. Realizing that something was wrong with his weapon, he frowned, eyes wide in shock, his mind racing with the thought, "This is bad." Before the president could react, the sword in his hand shattered into two, flying in opposite directions. With no defense left, Wang Teng's fiery strike cut directly into his body. The president was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth, his face contorted in agony. He was sent crashing several meters away, his heavy body slamming into the ground, and the impact caused the earth to tremble and dust to rise in clouds. The broken sword also landed near the president. Wang Teng stared down at the president lying on the ground, his voice icy. "Interrogate him." "Who ordered you to capture Wang Shanghua?" The president quickly and honestly responded to Wang Teng, "I only know they came from Xiadu, and that person in front is also a martial artist." He was terrified, desperately defending himself. "It's just that I couldn't resist the people from Xiadu. It wasn't the president's intention to harm your father." He hastily explained, "I couldn't fight back, so I had to strike at Wang Shanghua." Wang Teng ignored his excuses, his mind now only focused on what the president had just mentioned about the background of the person behind. Xiadu, martial artist. As he thought about it, Wang Teng couldn't hide the astonishment mixed with anger on his face. The president continued to explain, trying to beg for his life. "I was forced into it too. Please, let me go, give me a way out." Wang Teng didn't respond, he simply slowly sat down beside the president. The man pleaded with him desperately, begging him. Wang Teng crouched next to him, exhaling warm breath, his voice calm, "I also want to spare your life." Wang Teng's gaze was cold, resolute, as he looked at him. He spoke in a firm tone, "But my conscience won't allow it." The power gathered in his palm formed a fireball, a fierce and fiery red flame blazing intensely. After finishing his words, he immediately set the president on fire, the man who was lying before him, begging for survival.
The entire body of the president was swallowed up by the ferocious sea of flames.
At this moment, Wang Tung stood silently, observing. His men were also stunned by the scene, staring blankly as their president was burned alive. The more Wang Tang watched the president struggling in the sea of flames, the more the fire seemed to gnaw at every piece of his flesh. A charred black hand, its flesh rotting, suddenly fell with a thud to the floor. One of the henchmen in the group of thugs, witnessing the scene firsthand, stared in disbelief, eyes wide, trembling with fear as he stammered.
"Boss, he's dead."
Hearing this, Wang Tang turned abruptly, replying with a cold expression.
"Yeah."
His words sent a chill through the group of thugs.
"Run, quickly. This guy's gone mad, he wants to kill everyone."
A few of the henchmen fled, continuously pleading for Wang Tang to spare their lives. "Please don't kill me, I just joined the gang, I've never killed anyone."
Wang Tang ignored their pleas, lifting his sword, gripping the hilt tightly. The bright yellow-orange flames flared up intensely, spreading quickly across the entire blade. Wang Tang was engulfed in the power of the fierce flames.
He swung his sword, preparing to charge forward and cut them all down.
In his mind, a resolve emerged, one that would not yield, no matter the cost, in order for his family to live under the sun. So what if I fall into hell?
The thugs sensed the looming threat behind them, running in panic while casting fearful glances back. In the dim, oppressive room, Shangwa sat with his eyes covered, his legs tightly bound to a chair, his whole body restrained, unable to move. Even his mouth was taped shut.
He sat silently, anxiously thinking.
He had no idea how things were back at home. What did he have to do with these people?
Why had they come for him?
Then, Shangwa suddenly raised his head, his face filled with an ominous realization.
Could it be that their goal is something valuable?
A moment later, he was utterly startled when he heard a strange noise and quickly turned his head toward the source of the sound. There were a pair of feet slowly approaching him. The other person casually spoke up with one sentence, "Dad, Mom told me to call you home for dinner." Hearing this familiar voice, Shangguo was shocked to realize it was his son. Xiaotang, the ropes that had tightly bound him and the blue cloth covering his eyes were removed, carelessly tossed aside on the floor. Shangguo rubbed his sore wrists where the ropes had been, looked up at Wang Tang with suspicion, and asked, "Son, how did you end up here?" Wang Tang, hearing this, looked at him indifferently and replied, "If I hadn't come, who knows how much longer you'd have been tied up." Then, Wang Tang stepped forward to help Shangguo stand up, smiling cheerfully.
"All right, let's go. Mom is probably waiting for us."
Shangguo hurriedly stomped his foot on the ground and began walking.
"I know, let's hurry."
But before he could finish his sentence, Shangguo's whole body swayed backward. Wang Tang quickly caught him, joking with a smile, "Dad, you're not even 50 yet, and your legs are already giving out?"
Hearing this sarcastic remark, Shangguo couldn't help but retort angrily, "I've been tied up for so long, that's why my legs are sore."
"Your father is still strong enough to climb up 30 flights of stairs without even getting winded." Wang Tang draped his arm over his father's shoulder, using his other hand to steady him as they left the dark room together.
Yes. At that moment, Shangguo paused, suddenly curious, and asked, "By the way, how did you get in here?"
He was stunned and began overthinking, his mind spiraling out of control.
"Surely I didn't agree to whatever those people asked, right? Did they have any documents for me to sign? I absolutely cannot sign anything.
If I do, our whole family will be doomed."
Luckily, nothing improper had occurred.
Wang Tang smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish." Outside, Lin Lan was waiting. He slowly helped his father out of the room and continued to explain in detail. "I, together with the man who has the iron fist, took the truth as the basis for reasoning. They admitted their mistakes, which is why they released you." Shangguo, supported by his son, shifted into a mode of distrust and worry upon hearing this.
"Kid, are you sure you're not just talking nonsense? You, reasoning with others?
However, what he didn't know was that in a corner of that dark, gloomy room, a bloodied body lay motionless on the floor. At this moment, Wang Tang wiped the smile from his face, subtly tilted his head, and cast a cold, sharp glance back at the room. Fortunately, I cleaned up the battlefield. A bloody scene like this must not be seen by father. It was a sunny morning with white clouds and golden rays in the city. Stopping in front of the house, Lin Lan thoughtfully reminded Shanghua. "Uncle, I'll be going now. I should let grandfather know so he doesn't worry." He smiled warmly and advised her, "That's good. I won't keep you any longer. You've been busy all day, so make sure to rest well when you get home." Lin Lan opened the car door, then turned to look at Wang Tang, gently reminding him. "Cousin, whenever you have the time, make sure to come back here for gatherings. We siblings should be closer to each other." He smiled and waved at her, then got into the car and drove away. Yes, cousin, take care on your way back." Watching the car zoom off, leaving behind a trail of dust, Shanghua couldn't help but ponder, strange. In the past, Wang and this girl, never paid any attention to this kid. Why is her attitude so different today? At this moment, inside the house, Aunt Chen was sitting down, trying to persuade Xiaomei. "Madam, you've been awake all night, you should rest first. Otherwise, it will affect your health." But she still kept her head down, sighing with sadness. "How could I possibly sleep?" A moment later, Aunt Chen suddenly heard a strange sound and quickly turned her head to see. Then she joyfully announced to Xiaomei. "Madam, young Master Wang and Master Wang have returned." Upon hearing this, she was surprised and quickly looked up. "What?" Then, Xiaomei, filled with joy, rushed over and hugged Shanghua tightly. "Husband." After a long embrace, he finally released her, smiling gently. "I'm home now. Sorry for making you worry." On the other side, Wang Tang, witnessing this scene, sighed in despair and complained inwardly, forced to endure this dog food. He stretched out his hand, helplessly reminding the two people who were entwining with each other. "Hey, Mom and Dad, could you two stop being all lovey-dovey? My goosebumps are up already." Both of them blushed in embarrassment upon hearing this. However, Shanghua still held Xiaomei tightly and playfully scolded his son. "You little brat." After the reunion, the family of three sat down at the dinner table. Not sure what he overheard, Shanghua suddenly froze and blurted out. He looked at Xiaomei in surprise and asked again, "Our son is a martial artist?" She laughed joyfully and suggested, "If you don't believe it, why don't you ask your son yourself?" Shanghua quickly turned his head to look at Wang Tang and asked in astonishment, "Son, your mother isn't lying to me, is she?" Wang Tang calmly raised his index finger, and a small, bright flame burst into life from the tip of his finger. "See, Dad?" Then, Wang Tang chuckled lightly and joked. "If I told you I met an old man who tested my joints and then bestowed divine power on me, would you believe me?" Xiaomei just took it as a joke, laughing and scolding him, "This child is talking nonsense again." In response to her scolding, Wang Tang arrogantly pointed to himself, "Then there's only one explanation left, it's innate talent." At this point, Shanghua couldn't help but smile proudly. Indeed, his son was a genius, no wonder he was his son. However, Xiaomei wasn't happy with this and turned to argue. "What do you mean, you gave birth to him? Didn't he come from my womb? I played my part in this too." The three of them sat around the dining table, laughing and chatting happily. Aunt Chen also brought a dish over, and the meal was quickly and neatly finished. After they ate, Shanghua lowered his head, his face darkening. "Bao Qingzhe dares to play games with me. I need to deal with him right away to make things fair. And that ungrateful fake Laurel immortal too." Xiaomei quickly turned to him, hugging his arm and advising, "Don't get too angry. Our son has already scared them enough. It's also a good opportunity to see who is loyal to this company." Wang Tang also exhaled deeply in agreement. His mother was absolutely right. His father could use this opportunity to cleanse the company of any toxic influences and drive out the incompetent people, then bring in fresh blood to the company. Then, Shanghua placed both hands on the table and began to steer the conversation in a new direction.
Wait a minute, isn't the result of your exam coming up soon? Wang Tung froze for a moment, hesitated, and replied, Huh? I think it will be today.
Meanwhile, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, I almost forgot about the martial arts exam. Shanghua then raised his voice and issued a command.
Well then, why aren't you checking the results already?
A little while later, Wang Tang was pulled into the room by Shanghua and Xiaomei and sat down in front of the computer.
He opened his mouth and yelled. Why are you two still so nervous?
His father, however, calmly instructed him to stop wasting words and quickly enter the code to check the results. After that, it was unclear what he saw, but Shenghua's eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over his face. He stared at the results on the screen, so stunned that he questioned whether it was real.
Is this really my son's result? Could I be mistaken?
Wang Tung sighed in resignation.
Am I still your biological child? It's just a better result, what's so hard to believe? Shanghua then spoke up to explain. Son, you can't blame us for this.
Just think about it, how could we believe that your results have improved this much?
At that moment, the phone on the table lightly vibrated, signaling an incoming call.
Wang Tang spoke up to announce.
Wait a second, I have a phone call. You happily picked up the phone.
Hello. On the other end of the line was Suahan, sitting on her bed, lowering her head while listening to the phone.
Wang Tang's voice slowly came from the device. Class monitor, how did you manage to get that many points? Suahan hesitated and said. Wang Tung, I.
Then she happily exclaimed to him.
I passed the exam. Actually, my real score for this test was 80 points. Do you know what that score means? I actually managed to score 80 points.
The volume was so loud that Wang Tang had no choice but to hold the phone away from his ear. Out loud, he curiously asked. What about your other subjects? How did you do? But deep down, he thought to himself, he had never seen the class monitor so excited before.
Suahan proudly replied.
Chinese is 138, Math is 143, English is 146, and for the martial arts exam, it's 148.
And you? Wang Tang was taken aback upon hearing this. Oh my god, did you hack those subjects? She didn't answer but just asked. So how did you do? Your real score must be really high, right? Wang Tung, excited, said.
I got a perfect score on the actual test, plus an extra 20 bonus points.
I guess a genius just can't stay anonymous.
Seeing him so cheerful, his parents couldn't help but exchange a smile.
Upon hearing his arrogant tone, Suahan couldn't resist teasing him. Really shameless. I'm hanging up now.
Wang Tung hung up, sighed, and put the phone back in his pocket. Suddenly, he felt a dark presence that sent a chill down his spine. Turning back, he immediately saw the cunning expressions on his parents' faces. Xiaomei slowly spoke, darling. Then she approached with an eager and probing look, is it a female classmate who called you?
Wang Tung helplessly replied, it's a deskmate, and our relationship is fine.
Xiaomei squinted her eyes and dragged out her words, is that so? Seeing her like this, he felt something was off and quickly turned his face away to avoid eye contact. Seeing their ruthless smiles, Wang Tung blushed and shouted, Mom, Dad, don't overthink it.
She burst out laughing, I understand. If the relationship is fine, that means it's very good. If you're free, invite her over to our house. He'll make lots of delicious food for you too.
Suddenly, Jia stepped forward and announced, Madam, Principal Wu and Teacher Fan are here.
As they entered the living room, Xiaomei quickly went up to greet them, Principal Wu, Teacher Fan, what brings you both here?
Teacher Fan cheerfully replied, we've recognized a student who scored the highest in the martial arts exam.
I'm here today to bring some good news to you.
She was astonished upon hearing this.
The martial arts champion? Xiao Tang, our son, is the martial arts champion? The principal looked towards Wang Tang and said, regarding the university application, you can ask us anything anytime.
Then he added, oh, right, about the reward we mentioned earlier.
Come over and take a look.
There were 2 wooden boxes and a jade bottle placed in front of him.
Wang Tang murmured.
The principal took the bag and poured all the ice element crystals onto Wang Tang's hands. I heard that you are a warrior of the ice element, so I specially asked someone to bring these ice element crystals to you.
You can use them for cultivation.
He continued, referring to the jade vial.
This vial contains ice element cultivation pills.
Next, the principal opened a small wooden box.
This black stone is a rare treasure with the ice attribute that I accidentally obtained. It can be used for forging weapons, and it's perfect for you.
Wang Tang looked at these items and thought, these are good things. It's a pity my right hand is too small. The principal's voice interrupted his thoughts.
The rewards are done. Now, we'll take our leave.
After seeing the 2 teachers to the door, Wang Tang waved his hand and said, sorry to trouble you, take care. Suddenly, a large bone hit his head.
Wang Tang heard a voice and frowned, thinking, who could it be now? Normally, there weren't so many people visiting his house. Looking up, Wang Tang saw a group of people. Wang De spoke loudly.
Classmate Wang Tang, I have no words for this, pay the owner now. They suddenly presented a stack of contracts in front of Wang Tang. Stop with the small talk. We're here because of you, check out the conditions. His face turned pale, and he quickly proposed a solution.
If anyone has an issue, let's go inside and talk about it.
In the living room, Wang Tang had just finished reading the contracts and couldn't help but exclaim.
He asked, there's no conflict between the martial arts training conditions and the schools, right?
Wang De answered.
There's no conflict. Even if you apply to the military academy, it won't be an issue.
Many schools, even powerful military universities, will all be registered at our martial arts school.
Then he spoke up and asked, has Wang Tang, your classmate, chosen the program that he wants to enroll in?
Wang Tang hesitated for a moment and said, oh, let me think. After that, he spoke decisively, I choose the extreme martial arts. Wang De chuckled and blurted out, oh, he's repeating it, accepted, accepted.
The opponent, unwilling to back down, said, what kind of contract have you given him?
You guys look at this.
The 2 of them saw the contract and immediately spoke up, an SSS level contract.
The old man was shocked, you're spending money too lavishly. By now, those who have won this kind of contract have long been placed into the warrior ranks. The other man sighed in defeat, with these conditions, I can't enroll.
I guess I'll have to miss out on this genius.
Wang De handed Wang Tang a 3D device, explaining that this contract would assign you to a group at regular intervals. You wear this device, and it will connect to the internal network to purchase resources. He added, you can buy a house in the martial arts school residential area, it's very safe there, and no one dares to cause trouble.
Wang Tang thought seriously. If he could live there, then his parents wouldn't have to worry anymore. He looked at Wang De and asked, can you give me some suggestions about the person in charge of school registrations?
Wang De replied, the top universities are almost the same, and military academies are a bit different, but they offer one benefit.
Wang De said with gravity, the military academy is the shortest path to success.
If your abilities are good and you can set up military exploitation, then in the future, you could command an army on your own, with outstanding capabilities. Moreover, especially in another world, I can tell you that we are building an army, and in special cases, we still need people with potential. Wang Tang silently pondered, another world, then I must think about this carefully and thoroughly. He continued speaking, after registering for the exam, there's another guy who just arrived for the opening ceremony.
I'll find a warrior team from the dojo for you.
He smiled and replied, sorry for the trouble, sir. On the other side, Wang Lan's underling reported that the Steel Fist had been wiped out, and the surviving members of the gang had fled.
The martial faction would be eradicated, and the remaining gangs had all run away.
He sat on the chair, responding somewhat indifferently, "Oh." The underling continued, "I personally checked, almost everyone was killed.
Even the senior warriors were no exception.
The president of the Steel Fist Club couldn't be found, but there was a charred black mark on the ground."
Wang Lan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show some interest. He curled his lips slightly. "A fire warrior?" Immediately, he stood up and prepared to leave.
Before he left, he didn't forget to give instructions: go back to the capital, leave these matters to others to handle.
"I'm tired." The underling, sensing his displeasure, hesitated and asked, "Aren't you going to take action, sir?"
Wang Lan turned his head, his eyes flashing with a sharp, decisive gleam. He emphasized, "I said, go back to the capital." Meanwhile, Wang Tang was standing motionless, overwhelmed by the surrounding chatter.
It must be him.
The banner clearly displayed the words, "Welcome, student Wang Tang, the champion of the Dong High Martial Arts exam, to join the Martial Arts Academy of Supreme Mastery."
Suddenly, someone noticed Wang Tang and pointed at him, saying, "Isn't that the martial champion?"
The attention of everyone quickly turned towards him. It was him. "I didn't expect that our martial arts school would have such a hidden master."
Wang Tang thought to himself, "This is really too embarrassing."
They cheerfully encouraged each other. "We must work even harder in practice, we can't be lazy."
"Right, we must train even harder."
Wang Tang secretly rejoiced in his heart.
"That's great, now I can easily pick up the scraps from you guys."
At that moment, on his way back, he opened the system interface, glanced at it, and thought, after my comprehension points break through 100, they'll increase to the next stage. It seems that my understanding of the martial arts techniques in my mind has strengthened. The system interface displayed, physical attribute, 74, comprehension, 109, mental attribute, 89.
Wang Tang was a little surprised. The mental attribute is almost about to break through as well. I really want to reach 100 quickly.
Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, "Please let me in." Looking at the figure in front of him, Wang Tang quietly made a guess.
It was the girl with tears in her eyes, pleading, "I'm looking for Wang Tang, I really know him. Please let me in." The discipline officer firmly refused. "You say you know martial champion? Are you sure? Many people have been looking for him these days, why should I believe you?" He looked at the girl and thought to himself, "This girl seems sneaky, no way I'm letting her in."
Wang Tang suddenly spoke up, calling out. Xia, hearing him call, turned around. When she saw who had called her, the girl immediately pulled down her veil and said, "Brother-in-law." The disciplinary officer, seeing that the two of them seemed to really know each other, quickly spoke up, "Young Master Wang, I truly apologize. I didn't realize that you two actually knew each other." Wang Tang just smiled brightly, not at all bothered, and replied, "It's okay, you haven't done anything wrong." He reached out and ruffled Xia's head, saying, "Xia, come with me."
The little girl happily responded, "MHM."
On the way, Wang Tang suddenly asked Xia, "Come on, tell me, why did you run out here alone?" Xia made a pitiful face. "Recently, I've been feeling uncomfortable with the thick atmosphere around me, so I wanted to come find you."
Hearing this, Wang Tang just smiled and looked at her, then asked, "So, what now?" Xia's mind took a moment to process, "What now?" Suddenly, the little girl misunderstood, causing him to laugh. It felt a lot more comfortable now.
Wang Tang slipped his hands into his pockets, and at that moment, the system notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, you have harvested
Poisonous Body 10, Poison-Based Original Power Level 7.
As if recalling something, he turned to Xia and asked, "By the way, does your sister know you came to find me?"
The little girl hesitated before answering, "She doesn't know."
Wang Tang fell silent for a moment, then sighed in helplessness. He took out his phone and handed it to her, saying, "You should let your sister know first, otherwise she and your mom will be worried." Xia readily accepted the phone and replied, "All right." While the little girl made the phone call to report in, the two of them were standing at a bus stop in the city. The call was answered on the other end.
Hello, Wang Tong?
Xia heard the voice respond, sister, but didn't hear anything more. She looked at the screen. It was clear that the call hadn't been disconnected yet. After a brief silence, Suahan approached and spoke slowly.
Lin Xia, do you know how much your sister and mother worry about you?
Take the opportunity to come home soon. Xia replied with a sense of frustration.
It's so hard to get out, I don't want to go back so soon. Suahan reminded her. Don't you know the condition of your body?
The little girl was at a loss for words and finally said,
Sister. Wang Tang intervened to ease the tension.
Director, if she doesn't want to go back, let her stay with me, don't worry.
Suahan quickly responded. All right then.
Before she could say anything else, Wang Tong hung up. He then patted Xia on the head and cheerfully said,
It's all settled. Let's go home and eat first, and I'll take you out later. At that moment, the two were walking down the hospital corridor. Xia asked, Brother-in-law, what are you holding in your hand?
He replied, I have a friend here who loves strong liquor, so I added some extra ingredients to this drink for him.
Xia looked around, wondering, is this the outside world? At the same time, Wang Tang's voice echoed. Hee, I'm here to see you again. The man looked up as the two entered and asked in confusion. But who are you two? Wang Tong, annoyed, replied. Don't you know me? Forget it.
Then he raised what he was holding and said,
Look what I brought for you. All the treasures you like. Do you want them?
The man was immediately intrigued, eager.
Yes, give it to me. In the blink of an eye, the bag in Wang Tang's hand was snatched away. Looking at the man drinking on the bed, Wang Tong couldn't help but sigh.
This guy's reflexes are really fast.
Xia couldn't help but wonder, could this person be some hidden expert?
Wang Tang turned around and responded, just keep talking like that, let's just say that's the case. Hearing this, the man glanced at the two of them.
He couldn't help but ask, what are you two whispering about? Then the man said, I have something for both of you.
He smiled kindly and took Xia's hand.
Inside here is something you both want.
Xia looked at the USB stick in his hand in surprise, while Wang Tong thought to himself, the USB looks so familiar, he's not a seller, is he? When the man looked at Wang Tong, he quickly wiped the smile off his face and said, and what about you, kid? Slowly, he took out a map and handed it to him.
Do you want my treasure? Just follow this map, I've already placed everything there.
With that, the man chuckled loudly. Wang Tang was left speechless, only able to give a wry smile.
The man returned to his bed and urged, all right, I've given you both your things. Now, go on, don't disturb me while I rest. As they left the hospital room, Wang Tang spoke up in disbelief. When he says to leave, he means it. And this, how are we supposed to tell where this map leads? Forget it.
Xia suddenly looked up and, without hesitation, said to him, brother-in-law, this seems to be a real map. Wang Tang was very surprised when he heard this.
Really? Let me take a look.
Suddenly, she leaned closer to him and hesitantly said, well, brother-in-law.
Xia said, you're holding the map upside down.
Wang Tang blushed and became embarrassed, quickly flipping the map over. As night fell, the road gradually emptied of people.
Wang Tang looked at the girl holding the ice cream, giggling as she gave him instructions.
Xia, you must keep today's events a secret from the others.
He said seriously, continuing. Wait until I finish studying the map, then I'll tell you.
Xia heard this and cheerfully replied.
Got it, brother-in-law.
Suddenly, someone stood under the streetlight, catching Wang Tang's attention. It was Suahan, the head of the team. Hearing the familiar voice, she immediately turned her head. When she saw the two figures approaching, she softly called out.
Wang Teng, shi xia. Facing Suo Han's beautiful face directly, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The current appearance of the team leader was truly captivating. Suo Han noticed Shi Xia hiding behind Wang Teng and couldn't help but feel angry. She walked over and pinched the girl's cheek. "You've got some nerve, running away from home." Shi Xia immediately defended her honor. "I didn't run away, I just went out for a walk." Suo Han scolded. "It's so late, and you take her out running around? What if something happens?" Wang Teng helplessly said. "She should be allowed to go out and have some fun. You can't lock her up at home all the time. Besides, with me here, what could possibly happen?" Suo Han turned away, muttering, "It's because of you that I'm not at ease." Wang Teng didn't catch the last part, so he asked, "What did you just say?" Suo Han awkwardly stammered, "Nothing." Wang Teng sighed and said, "It seems I can't tease the two of you. I'll go ahead now, Suo Han, otherwise, I won't know what to say." At the moment Wang Teng turned his back and looked away, Suo Han, with a deep gaze, suddenly turned his head and called out to Wang Teng. Suddenly, Shi Xia appeared like a mushroom sprouting, her face beaming, and whispered, "If you act so viciously, you'll scare him away." Her eyes followed Wang Teng as he walked away. "If scaring him away works, then let it be. What does that have to do with you? Don't change the subject. Honestly, where did you go tonight?" Once home, Wang Teng immediately entered his bedroom. He threw himself onto the bed and opened the system panel. Looking at the information displayed, Wang Teng wondered, with my mental attribute reaching the spirit realm, what practical use can it have? Could I possibly grab objects from a distance? He jumped up suddenly, facing the cup of water on the table not far away, and said, "Let me try with something light first." Wang Teng's left hand reached out, aiming directly at the cup of water. He stared ahead as if looking into an empty void, his focus intense. Soon after, all the water in the cup was suspended in mid-air. Seeing this, Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder, is this the result of mental force after reaching the spirit realm? He closed his eyes, using all his patience, and immediately thought to himself, even though he couldn't see this force, he could still control it at will. The water in the cup continued to hover in the air, while Wang Teng was still trying to guess what kind of power it was. Telekinesis? Mental force? Perhaps he had been thinking for too long, as his face gradually became displeased. Regardless of what it was, if it could be used as an attack, without further thought, Wang Teng decided to gamble with the pure water droplets and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the water in the cup immediately froze, forming a solid stream that pierced through the wall. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The success was incredible. Wang Teng couldn't help but think to himself, this is just water. If I use this force to compress and shoot out the origin force, how powerful would it be? He reached out and gently touched the delicate brown box next to him. He wasn't tired yet, so taking advantage of the night, he decided to test the limits of this power. In the quiet, moonlit night, Wang Teng walked into the forest, found a random corner, and sat down. He closed his eyes, focused intensely, and began experimenting with the object in front of him, the sword that was lying still in the box. But suddenly, Wang Teng opened his eyes wide and exerted all his strength. The sword immediately shot off, leaving a streak of faint green light in the darkness. Having overexerted himself, beads of sweat appeared on his face, but the excitement he felt overwhelmed everything else. Wang Teng immediately returned to his previous state, looked at the sword, and calmly considered. The sword can already levitate, perhaps I can try flying with it. Fly with the sword. His body stepped forward onto the sword's blade. At that moment, the sword lifted Wang Teng up, and his face couldn't hide his excitement. He thought to himself, it really can fly. So this is what they mean by flying on a sword. Wang Teng soared around the forest with the sword, his voice full of excitement. This feels amazing. Hee hee ha ha. In the blink of an eye, by the time morning came, Wang Teng appeared somewhat drained at school,
barely dragging his exhausted body to class. His face was sluggish, as if he had lived through 7,749 lifetimes. Wang Tang regretfully thought about how he had exhausted all his mental energy last night, and now his head was spinning. Suddenly, a familiar voice called him.
Wang Tang. He immediately recognized it as Teacher Fan. Before he could respond, the teacher got straight to the point. The recruitment teachers from the Key University want to speak with you personally. I will take you there.
The two of them walked down the corridor.
Teacher Fan said.
I never expected there would be a martial champion in my class.
I never dared to imagine it before. Wang Tang chuckled and replied. Hee hee, a pleasant surprise, but not shocking. Soon after, they arrived.
As they entered the office, Teacher Fan immediately said,
Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Let me introduce to you all, this is Wang Tang, this year's martial champion.
Wang Tang, his mood slightly lifted, looked at them cheerfully and spoke.
Teachers, it's truly an honor for you to come in person, I'm really flattered.
The teachers immediately rushed forward to introduce themselves.
Hello, Wang Tang, I am a recruitment teacher from the Huanghai Military Academy. You can call me Teacher Tan. I'm a recruitment teacher from Donghai University, my surname is Li.
Oh, I'm from the Xiadu Military Academy, my surname is Shou. They kept introducing themselves one after another.
The principal, seemingly used to such scenes, said. All 5 top universities are here to compete for Wang Tang, what a lucky kid.
Upon hearing this, Wang Tang felt as though he could hardly believe his ears.
He thought to himself, the 5 top universities in the country H are actually here because of me? After a moment of chaos, everyone calmed down.
Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out.
Wang Tang. She said, you must have heard about the head of our university, right? Here, you can enjoy the best resources and connections.
Our principal says that we must bring you to us, he is eager to meet you. Suddenly, a voice interjected, our Jinlin University and the top colleges are quite different. Our principal is also one of the 11th tier Star Warriors.
What they can offer you, we can offer too.
When Teacher Feng heard this, he sneered and said, the resources at Donghai University are no less than any other university. Our principal is also an 11th tier Star Warrior, just a lower level.
If there weren't matters to attend to, he would definitely come here to meet you personally.
Wang Tang wiped the sweat from his brow and thought, this time, 3 11th tier warriors appeared at once, the pressure is really huge. Suddenly, a hand slammed down hard on the table, and a strong, masculine voice rang out, Student Wang Tang, Teacher Qin has the same opinion, school is where your talents will be developed. Wang Tang was startled, frozen, unsure how to respond. The teacher's voice still echoed in his ears, as long as you perform well at school, you may be able to join Feng Junhan and step into another world to command troops in battle. Teacher Tan, with a mysterious air and sharp eyes, spoke, moreover, according to discussions among higher-ups. He continued, as soon as you join our high university, you will immediately be granted a private-level rank. This statement left the other teachers astonished. Miss Hong, feeling outraged, angrily retorted, how shameless, using military ranks to lure student Wang Tang. Taking this opportunity, Teacher Zhou smiled in a way that was not quite a smile, subtly implying, we also have a military rank system at Xiadu Academy, with additional advantages. He continued with a laugh, as for the distinguished alumni of our school, we've even brought in the general manager responsible for the Chi Hu Legion from another world. As long as you're outstanding enough, I guarantee there will be a place for you. Teacher Tan, who was beside him, was not to be outdone. We, at Huanghai, also have several alumni who are forming the Black Eagle Legion, with plenty of machinery, which will suit you, Wang Tang, even better. Teacher Zhou had no intention of backing down, laughing mockingly, are you saying the main spot in our Black Eagle Legion, which was originally reserved for you, should be left vacant now? It seems to me you're eyeing a big meal. Neither of them showed any goodwill, each firmly sticking to their own position. Seeing this, Wang Teng tried to mediate. Teacher Qin, Teacher Zhou, I've heard that military academies have very high restrictions on students' freedom, am I right? Teacher Zhou responded, military academies are stricter, but rules are always there to keep the weak in check. Teacher Tan added, you're strong enough, even the rules of a military academy can be broken. Upon hearing their answers, Wang Teng immediately understood what he was aiming for. If that's the case, he wanted to register. A little while later, back in the classroom, as he was checking his phone, Wang Teng suddenly heard the voice of Suahan. With a bright smile, she stepped in front of him and curiously asked, which school did you register for? Wang Teng didn't immediately give her an answer but instead said, why don't you two take a guess? Suahan pouted, puffing her cheeks, and said, are you going to tell me or not? He immediately said, all right, let me tell you, I've registered for the Huanghai Military Academy. Suahan asked in surprise, you registered for a military academy? I thought you'd choose a regular college first? Wang Teng reassured her, that school is fine for me, then looked at her and asked, what about you? Which school do you want to register for? Suahan hesitated before replying, I want to. She paused, then softly said, I want to register for Donghai University, but am a bit uncertain, so I plan to choose my second choice, which is Donghai University of Technology. Hearing this, Wang Teng was surprised and said, aren't you having second thoughts? Based on your grades, if you had taken the general exam, your academic performance could definitely get you into Donghai University. Suahan fell silent and lowered her head. I don't regret anything. Given my family's current situation, you surely understand. Why say more about it? Wang Teng immediately fell silent, not daring to say anything further. Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, he spoke to lighten it up, well, it's fine. We'll still be in Donghai City for our studies anyway. Suahan understood Wang Teng's intention and calmed down, responding, yeah, will you come with me? As the sunset gradually sank, the two of them appeared on the bridge. She gazed at Wang Teng in contemplation, feeling a bit of regret as she thought, we're almost graduating, aren't we? As the evening grew darker, Suahan faced him and said, it's getting late. I should head home. Just like that, before she could even say goodbye, he saw her turning away. Wang Teng's gaze followed her direction, unsure of what was going through his mind. He withdrew his gaze from earlier, sighed, and stopped thinking any further. His steps turned quickly, heading in the opposite direction of Suahan. Before he could get far, Suahan's voice suddenly echoed across the entire bridge. Wang Teng, she said, her voice coming from behind as she panted, if Suahan is so worried that he has to bite his hand to calm himself, and if I get into Donghai University, would you still want to see me again? Wang Teng smiled, as if he had long been waiting to hear these words directly from her. He kept walking, waving his hand without turning back. Suahan muttered under her breath, you're just going to leave without answering? 3 days had passed since that day. Wang Teng was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly received a call from her and answered. Wang Teng, her voice was loud and clear, showing the excitement of good news, I passed the Donghai martial arts major. Wang Teng couldn't help but praise her, as expected of the class monitor, congratulations. After a while, they ended the call. Wang Teng thought to himself, if the class monitor had worked this hard, then he too needed to take the next step, to become stronger. He pushed the door ahead of him with force and called out, person in charge. He was met with an enthusiastic reply, you're quick to arrive. Wang Dede naturally walked over and put his arm around Wang Teng's shoulder. Now, let me introduce you. They are the warrior squad. He continued, this is a team I carefully selected. All the members are level 3 warriors from the Interstellar War. When you go with them to another world, you won't need to worry about security. Wang De brought Wang Teng before Captain Lin. Captain Lin, this is the student I told you about, the champion of this year's Eastern Sea Martial Arts exam. He will be accompanying you from now on. The two shook hands, and Captain Lin squeezed Wang Teng's hand tightly. This young man was strong, he thought, yet he couldn't seem to grip as hard as he'd intended. Wang Teng, with an innocent expression, spoke up, "Hello, Captain Lin. I hope to be taken care of in the future, and please don't overthink things.
It's normal for my team to test and evaluate me."
Wang De turned to those sitting in front and said, "The title of champion is not just for show.
You all can introduce yourselves."
Upon hearing this, they immediately began to introduce themselves. First up, a bit on the stocky side, I'm Yang Fei, an Earth Element warrior. Next, a very handsome guy, I'm Yen Jin Ming, a Fire Element warrior. Following him, a petite girl with a sweet voice, I'm Yen Jinyu, a warrior of the arts and sciences. Lastly, a girl with a fiery appearance, speaking up, I'm Lu Yen, also a Fire Element warrior. Suddenly, she stood up from her seat and walked toward Wang Teng, saying, "Wang brother, you'll follow me from now on." Lu Yen looked at him with a playful smile, "I'll take care of you, and there are plenty of benefits for you too."
Wang Teng blushed furiously.
The others, seeing this, quickly intervened to ease the tension.
"All right, Lu Yen, stop teasing the kid."
Her voice held a chuckle as she quickly replied, "Yes, boss." A moment later, as Wang Teng was preparing in his room, Jin Ming knocked on the door and asked, "Wang Teng, are you ready?" He came to inform Wang Teng that it was time to depart. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng turned around and replied, "I'll be right there." Wang Teng reached out to grab the box beside him, slinging it over his shoulder. He was dressed in a specialized suit, and his face clearly showed excitement, unmasked. He thought to himself, "Finally, I get to go to another world." Before he could rejoice for long, Wang Teng became despondent as he reconsidered. "But the weapons I exchanged for this time are real. All the money the old man gave me has been spent." He then seriously analyzed, being a warrior really costs a lot of money.
Master Lu's weapons are definitely not cheap. I wonder how Master Lu hides weapons made from bone and black ice.
At this point, Wang Teng approached the door. "If that meteorite cone can be created, I might be able to use my spiritual force to control a hidden weapon divided into 9 parts.
I shouldn't be too happy just yet."
Once outside in the parking lot, he quickly said, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." One person over there replied, "It's fine, everyone just arrived, so let's head out." They moved toward the intersections and passed through several strict security checkpoints. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and the car doors opened. Wang Teng stepped out and was stunned as he witnessed what lay before him. Before his eyes was the spatial crack and the endless vortex. It was impossible to ignore, and Wang Teng was in awe. This is.
Captain Lin noticed his reaction. He smiled and approached Wang Teng, saying, "How is it? Does it feel miraculous?"
His voice seemed to awaken Wang Teng's thoughts, and he instinctively responded, "Yes." Jin Ming felt that the time had come. He turned and spoke, "Let's go. Once we get to the other world, you'll feel even more amazed."
Wang Teng remained still, watching as each person stepped closer to the space crack.
He was still lost in his own thoughts, staring intently at the scene of them entering that mysterious crack. Jin Ming had already stepped through. Just as Lu Yen was about to follow, she noticed Wang Teng's gaze.
She called out to him, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and come here."
He immediately responded, "I'm coming," and then quickly ran over without hesitation. As soon as Wang Teng entered, a scene of nightfall surrounded him. When he finally stopped at a tall tower placed right in the center of the city, his feet landed lightly. He looked around, vaguely guessing that he was truly in a different place.
"Have we arrived?"
Captain Lin said in astonishment. Most people feel uncomfortable the first time they pass through a space crack, but he's completely fine.
Lu Yen laughed and said, "I still remember how you were screaming back then. Seems like this kid might be extraordinary."
Suddenly, Wang Teng felt something drifting slowly toward him from behind. He turned around and saw small bubbles appearing more and more, which made him suspicious.
Could these bubbles have formed from the crack?
He reached out and gently touched one of the fragile bubbles, and just then, a voice from the system echoed. "Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the space attribute.
Wang Tong looked at the data in the system, feeling confused. So it's still the space attribute? He thought to himself, so with his final mental strength, he no longer had to fear the scene of picking up bubbles all over the floor, just like a sand sculpture. Immediately after appearing, keep my spatial attribute. This time I've made a lot of money, seems like this world suits me. Suddenly, Captain Lin stepped forward, threw an arm over Wang Tang's shoulder, cutting off his train of thought. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Out of nowhere, an excited voice shouted loudly. Welcome to this world. He gave Captain Lin a deep look before speaking. People often say. Wang Tong continued to eye the tower behind him, questioning. We just entered from here, right? Captain Lin explained. This is a product of an alien civilization, the Force Tower, located at the center of the city. The energy of this entire city depends on this tower. Wang Tang couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this, then sighed. A product of an alien civilization? How special. As Wang Tong was looking around, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze locking with a girl. He murmured with disbelief. That girl. How come? Before he could continue, Jean Ming, who was beside him, spoke up to explain. She's a girl from the Brain Tribe. As if realizing something, he teasingly addressed Wang Tong. Seems like Wang brother is that type of person. Wang Tong awkwardly replied. I'm not like that, stop talking nonsense. Jin Yu, standing nearby, knocked Jean Ming on the head before speaking with reproach. Don't make things difficult for Wang Tong. With a smile on his face, Jean Ming playfully countered. I'm not making things difficult. I'm just discussing life philosophy with him. Lu Yen beside him couldn't help but speak in a suggestive tone, causing Wang Tang's face to turn beet red. Very interesting, huh? There are so many different races here, she said with a seductive smile. Not only are there the brainy ones, but also the dwarfs, the giants, the aquatic people, and so on. Later, when we get to the ultra-refined martial arts museum branch, how about I take you for a little experience? Hearing this, Wang Tong awkwardly avoided her gaze. If it's really a star system that exists and coexists peacefully, why can't we enter this other world, but they can't come into Earth? He asked. Lu Yen explained, people from other planets can't pass through the spatial cracks. There was once a man who tried to go through one of these cracks. As a result, he was severely injured due to the violent reaction and almost lost his life. At this moment, in a small branch of the Martial Arts Museum, the atmosphere was lively, when suddenly, the door of the museum was kicked open. Captain Lin casually introduced, this is another branch of our ultra-refined martial arts museum. You can accept missions and rest here, and you can also trade spoils. A few familiar customers saw this and exclaimed, oh, Captain Lin brought a newcomer? Is he from some prestigious family? The newbie looks a bit inexperienced. Has such a young guy already become a warrior? Captain Lin, furious, shouted, what do you people know? This is the champion of this year's martial arts competition in Don Hai. The person in charge specifically told me to guide him personally. Someone else spoke mockingly, is that true? The champion of this year's competition is so impressive, and yet he's already a warrior? Wang Tong heard the mood drop immediately. Captain Lin, noticing his silence, approached him and said, don't listen to what they say about you all being like that, they don't mean any harm. Come on, I'll take you to broaden your knowledge. Hey uncle, I brought a new person here, could you show him the inheritance stone? The person heard but made no attempt to greet them. He simply said, place your hand on the inheritance stone. Wang Tong walked up to the stone containing mysterious magical power, thinking to himself, is this really that miraculous? He slowly reached out and touched the black stone in front of him. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from it, pulling Wang Tang in, making him panic. The energy continued to radiate, enveloping Wang Tang. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, regained his composure, and said, this is the language of another world. I can actually learn it. Captain Lin, seeing Wang Teng's reaction, said, "Amazing, right?" He then added, "Take a rest for a while. After that, we'll head to the town to go hunting." A long time passed, and the sky began to darken. Their group, now mentally prepared, entered the forest. Suddenly, Yang Fei's voice rang out. Captain Lin reminded them, "The dark misty forest ahead is our target for this trip. It's dangerous because star beasts occupy this area, so everyone needs to be careful, gear up with weapons and put on infrared goggles." They continued deeper into the forest. Wang Tan looked around, then sank into his own thoughts. The atmosphere here felt eerie. Suddenly, a loud voice cried out in alarm. "Wait a minute." He was startled and quickly turned around to assess the situation. It was the voice of Captain Lin. Seeing him examining something carefully, Lu Yen anxiously asked, "What's going on?" Captain Lin responded to her. "There are traces of wolves here." Wang Tang and Lu Yan were immediately frozen, while Yang Fei still hadn't grasped what was happening. Jin Ming stepped forward, staring intently at the object, and speculated. The shape, the color, and the smell. Captain Lin also guessed that the wolves had likely just left. He sensed the situation in the forest and reminded them again. "Be more careful, wolves are pack animals, and if we encounter them, they'll be very sharp." Lu Yen noticed large, deep claw marks on the tree trunk and said, "At least 7 or 8 wolves must have been hunting together." Yang Fei patted Wang Tang on the shoulder and advised, "These animals are very agile and work well in coordination. Since it's your first time in this other world, Wang Tang, we should avoid taking too many risks." While they weren't paying attention, a poisonous snake suddenly appeared and lunged at Jin Ming. He swiftly spun 180 degrees to dodge it. Jin Ming quickly used his weapon to slice the snake in half, causing it to die instantly. Captain Lin, seeing this, anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Still shaken and breathing heavily, Jin Ming replied, "I'm fine, it was just a poisonous snake, nothing serious." Captain Lin was about to speak further, but before he could finish, he spotted something in the distance and urgently warned, "Be careful." Immediately, he threw his weapon toward the target but kept his mouth active, watching for danger at the 6 o'clock position, as his focus shifted to the claws attacking his waist and abdomen. Jin Ming swiftly dodged the attack with ease. The gigantic hammer struck the wolf's aesthetic, causing it intense pain. Immediately, the wolf's blood splattered. However, they were unaware that, at this moment, a pack of wolves was hiding in the shadows, watching them with ferocious eyes. Captain Lin suddenly saw it and his eyes widened in shock, paralyzed with fear. One of the wolves from the pack, ferocious and carrying a murderous intent, advanced towards them. He did not retreat but remained resolute, ready to give orders and prepare for battle. "Kill!" Captain Lin quickly ran over, retrieving the hammer. Finally, he held the hammer tightly in his hands. Captain Lin launched an attack, causing the pack of wolves to feel pain. At the same time, Jin Yu and Jin Ming combined their powers, creating an energy field around them. On the other side, Lu Yen, as if enjoying the fun, decided to use her expert shooting skills. She continued until she had nearly wiped out the pack of wolves, then stopped and gazed at them. Lu Yen brought the gun close to her face, blowing the smoke from the barrel, and coldly smirked, "That was easy." Suddenly, she remembered something and turned, searching around. "Oh no, I forgot about my little brother. Is Wang Tang okay?" It wasn't until she saw Wang Tang had already dealt with the wolves that she froze. "Ha! It seems like you're exhausted from using too much energy. This alien beast is really strong. Luckily, I have a golden hand. Otherwise, I'd probably be done for." Lu Yen saw this and immediately showered him with praise. "Not bad, little brother Wang, your stamina and fighting ability are impressive." Hearing this, Wang Tang blushed and stammered, "It's nothing, really." Captain Lin also joined the conversation, adding his own flair, "How could the champion of the martial arts competition possibly be weak?" He quickly urged everyone to pack up. Alright, let's handle this quickly. The smell of blood might attract other beasts here soon. Wang Tung, resting from exhaustion, opened the system and smiled while listening.
Fuboy Thursday lost his wind element power, and his team members also lost their divine strength. His eyes turned to Captain Lin thoughtfully. What a pity there's no reliance on gold power. I've envied Lamji for the power of the Golden King for a long time, but it seems he didn't use elemental power to kill the wolves just now. Truly a ruthless person. Feeling drained, he remained seated when suddenly a sound from the system caught Wang Tung's attention. Congratulations, the host has acquired the combat skill, Explosion Step.
Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. So the combat skill was lost. Could this be a type of body technique? Seems like a good thing. At that moment, Lu Yen relaxed inside. What a pity, none of the wolves had cores, did they? She approached Yang Fei, observing him silently, then added, I guess we'll have to take their teeth and fur to sell. Jin Ming, overhearing, chimed in, they should have some value. Captain Lin turned to them and announced, everyone, I've decided that after tonight's rest, we'll head to the Valley of Wind. Lu Yen, looking stunned, turned to him and asked in return, are we going to hunt the unicorn we saw last time? Isn't it a bit too soon? Captain Lin quickly explained to her, initially, I planned to give Wang Tang the mission 2 days before departure, but after seeing his performance earlier, I think we can leave ahead of schedule. Lu Yen felt that things were moving too quickly and immediately objected. Wait, she raised the danger of changing the plan. The Qilin is, after all, a top-tier 3-star divine beast, extremely cunning. Even if we work together, it will be hard to defeat it. A little carelessness and we could end up dead. Wang Tung, who had been sitting quietly, heard this and looked surprised, but could only remain silent. Jin Ming, who was about to turn toward him, spoke, that's right, I haven't introduced you to this dark misty forest yet. I'm sure you have many questions. Right. Isn't that true? He picked up a dry branch and drew an illustration on the ground. The dark misty forest is divided into 3 areas, outer, middle, and inner, with the deeper forbidden zone being the core of this mysterious restricted area. 1-star or 3-star star beasts are found in the outer section, while the central part has 4 and 5-star creatures. The inner section has 7 and 9-star beasts. Jin Ming paused slightly to look at him and continued, the terrain in the death zone is extremely harsh, dominated by the star beasts that act like lords of the area. He added, each of these is equivalent to a warrior of the same rank in the forbidden zone, then sighed in helplessness, but unfortunately, no one has ever survived to come back. Captain Lin spoke up, right now, we are in the outer zone, with the Qilin and things we discovered from another world 3 days ago. But at that time, we ran out of supplies and had to turn back to resupply. He said seriously, that Qilin is very talented and could very well be a star with a unique aura. If we manage to hunt it, we'll definitely make a lot of money. Then he asked Wang Tung, what do you think? He replied cheerfully, I don't mind getting to know the Qilin, but with the 3-star beasts, all I can do is help everyone fight while providing cover. Upon hearing this answer, Captain Lin became even more determined. Since that's the case, we will set off tomorrow morning to head for the Wind Valley. In the quiet forest, their resolute voices echoed. One clear morning in the dense forest, beside the cool, clear stream, strange noises came from a creature. It turned out to be a brown pig, with a furry head and 2 sharp tusks. On the high cliff, Captain Lin glanced at the brown pig drinking water below, then turned back to give an order to Wang Tang. This earth scale pig is level 1, you handle it. On the surface, he merely bowed his head to accept the order, alright, but inwardly, he was silently speculating. Guess they're testing me. A moment later, the brown pig below suddenly heard rapid calls. Hey, that earth pig over there. It turned its head, immediately spotting a figure walking toward it with a grim expression. The figure quickly drew a sword, the tip of the blade cutting through the air in a sharp arc. Look at me, you stupid pig-headed fool. The brown pig's strange eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie, red light. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and it seemed to go mad all of a sudden. It growled, charging straight toward him, leaving a trail of thick smoke behind.
Above on the cliff, Jinyu absent-mindedly raised two small green branches to shield himself.
What do you guys think? Can Wang Ting easily take care of that earth scale pig?
Captain Lin smiled confidently. I don't think it's a problem. Why don't we bet on how long it'll take him to deal with this piggy bank?
Lu Yen, hearing the proposal, eagerly chimed in.
What's the challenge here? He glanced at her and smiled with interest.
How's the stone supply?
She also curved her lips into a smile.
Alright, I'll guess 5 minutes.
Jinyu, with wide eyes, analyzed the situation in confusion. Wang Tang is really fast, but since we don't know his strength and how well he can break through defenses, I'll guess 10 minutes. Yang Fei rubbed his face and joined in the bet.
I'll guess 12 minutes.
Jin Ming, excited, also made his prediction.
I'll guess 9 minutes.
At this moment, Captain Lin let out a soft laugh. He turned to look at the group, raised his finger, and said, I bet it'll be done in 1 minute. You guys can just wait to lose your bets. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was standing still, his head lowered in deep thought, silent. Then, at the critical moment, he swiftly dodged the violent charge of the pig. The ground erupted in a cloud of thick smoke.
Wang Tang turned around, angrily shouting, You guys are actually making me the subject of a bet?
Afterward, Wang Tang turned and looked up at the towering rock wall, raising his sword as he cursed loudly.
You unethical teammates.
At that moment, the pig behind him quickly lunged forward, attempting to land a blow that could shake the heavens.
But Wang Tang was quick to dodge.
His sword slashed through the air lightly, and the pig missed, crashing heavily into the solid rock wall.
Wang Tang gritted his teeth, sweating. Why is the scale armor so hard? It's like iron. I can't break it.
Then, the pig with the long tusks lifted its head again, causing rocks to scatter and dust to fill the air.
Wang Tang quickly stepped forward, leaping into action.
Amidst the dense smoke from the powerful attacks, Wang Tang continued to observe with a serious and probing gaze. This creature attacked in only one way, with the only distinct feature being its stomach. Next, while the pig's head was still stuck in the solid mountain wall, Wang Tang pushed off with one foot, using the momentum to quickly dash behind the pig, his eyes fixed on its enormous, plump rear. At the same time, the sword in his hand began to glow a dazzling blue.
Wang Tang's eyes flashed with determination as he gripped the sword tightly, the bright blue light radiating from it.
The tip of the sword released sharp blue ice shards that sliced through the air, heading straight toward the pig's rear. A burst of light flashed from the heart of the mountains, and the roar that followed sent the flock of birds scattering in panic. The sword, now covered in sharp ice fragments, lodged deep into the pig's rear. With a thud, it collapsed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust.
Not far off, Wang Tang stood, absent-mindedly wiping his forehead.
Seeing this scene, Captain Lin, standing above, couldn't help but laugh and said to Lu Yan and Jin Ming, It hasn't even been a minute, hurry up and dig up the ore for the bet, everyone.
Lu Yan muttered in frustration, this kid actually used such a sneaky move, shameless.
Lu Yan, Jinyu, and Yang Fei slid down the mountainside. Lu Yan approached Wang Tang and asked, puzzled, why didn't you attack directly with brute force earlier? Why did you use that trick? He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I'll only save as much as I can.
I'm just a soldier in the Star Wars, so my strength is limited.
She suddenly broke into a sweat, raising her hand to shield her eyes. Jinyu heard Wang Tang babbling in front of her.
I think this move is really convenient, right?
We can use it in the future, and I'll name it the Millennial Killer. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan suddenly screamed, ordering,
Don't use this move in front of us.
At that moment, Yang Fei was crouching down, grinding the pig's tusks, and Captain Lin had also come down.
He laughed and commanded.
Alright, take the tusks and scales from that earth pig, and we'll get out of here. Then, he suddenly turned his head as if realizing something. It turned out that Yang Fei was walking over, calmly holding his hand and announcing, Oh, boss, I think I've touched the core of the star. The pig's tusks were cut off and placed on the ground. After rushing over to verify Young Fei's words, everyone gasped and cheered. It's really the core of the star.
Wang Tang, your luck is truly no joke. Captain Lin then looked at Wang Tang and instructed. Pack it up, we can't let anything valuable like money or items get exposed.
We need to head to the Valley of Wind quickly.
He, too, seemed puzzled but obediently replied. Yes.
Then, through the winding valleys, amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the sounds of joy and cheers could be heard. Up to now, I've killed 3 beasts, and 2 of them had spirit stones.
This luck is really a bit over the top, isn't it?
While Captain Lin was walking through the valley, he suddenly noticed something.
He frowned and announced. It seems like someone has been here before.
Jin Ming, standing behind, also anxiously spoke up. Someone definitely came here and left traces.
Could it be that our trip is going to be in vain? Lu Yan, however, remained calm and asked, should we continue deeper inside?
At that moment, Yang Fei also stepped forward, cautiously analyzing, if the other party is still here, and we happen to run into them, there might be a fierce battle.
I wonder what their strength is like.
Captain Lin turned his head, his words suddenly shifting from indifference to arrogance.
Since we've come all the way here, of course we should explore. Our great tiger battle never backs down.
With that, he excitedly grabbed his large hammer and charged forward, setting off. The group quickly moved through the long ravine, while on the high cliff above, a figure was watching them from a distance. Captain Lin turned around again, giving a careful order, everyone, be ready to fight.
The last time I saw the unicorn, it was just ahead, not too far. I'm not sure if it's still there.
After speaking, he turned and continued on, unaware that a figure was standing still on the high cliff directly above them. Suddenly, something shot up from the ground with such force that it caused the earth to tremble. Wang Tang immediately sensed something coming toward them.
He quickly glanced in its direction.
A streak of blue light, like a lightning bolt, shot toward Lu Yan.
Wang Tang shouted in panic, "Be careful!"
She froze, casting a glance at the oncoming object.
Is it coming for me? Where can I run to now? Wang Tang, with a look of terror, loudly warned of the danger. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself in front of Lu Yan, facing a massive energy sphere. Aware of the dangerous situation, Wang Tang gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating a determined will as he gathered his strength, ready to confront it. He struck with a precise sword strike aimed at the orb, the beautiful trajectory of the blade colliding with it, causing a violent explosion of power. A deafening roar rang out, the ground shaking as smoke and dust enveloped everything. The impact forced Wang Tang to retreat, bracing himself as he struggled to maintain his ground. Seeing the situation before him, his mind spun, searching for a way out. At that moment, Wang Tang noticed something unusual. A series of sharp, green projectiles were rapidly heading towards him, and he hadn't had the time to defend himself. The attack struck and exploded the moment they made contact, with white smoke billowing up, and rocks and debris flying everywhere. Through the thick cloud of smoke, Wang Tang's figure emerged. Lu Yan, spotting him from a distance, rushed toward him, calling his name in panic. Wang Tang. Lu Yan ran over and caught him from behind, her voice trembling with concern. Are you all right? Wang Tang clenched his jaw, suppressing the pain as he responded.
If it weren't for my combat armor and the protective energy shield, I'd have been seriously injured by that. Seeing that Wang Tang was safe, Lu Yan blushed and stood behind him, bashfully saying, "Thank you for earlier." Wang Tang, however, was not in the best of shape, replying tiredly, "Now is not the time for polite words." The smoke around them began to dissipate, and he looked at his teammates, who were rushing toward him, questioning. Is this the unicorn you all were talking about? Everyone confirmed that it was indeed the creature. In front of them stood a massive, white unicorn, its bright red eyes glowing, and a long horn rising from its head. They continued shouting, confirming once again, yes, it was this very unicorn.
Wang Tang couldn't help but feel doubtful, thinking to himself, a rabbit?
Lu Yan, standing next to him, suddenly exclaimed, "I didn't expect that we'd be ambushed by this creature." Suddenly, Jean noticed something, her eyes wide with astonishment as she shouted, "Ah, it looks like it's injured." At that moment, blood began to seep from the wound on the unicorn's left leg, soaking into a large patch of fur. Everyone looked to its left side and noticed what seemed to be blood stains. Captain Lin, realizing the situation, immediately assessed and saw this as a rare opportunity. Perhaps it was caused by the group that had come before them. Though the creature was injured, it was still as ferocious as ever. He yelled loudly, brandishing his weapon as he charged toward the unicorn, shouting with determination, "Let's finish it off while it's still wounded." Aiming for a quick victory, the hammer in his hand immediately grew larger, radiating a powerful golden force that complemented its tremendous strength. The unicorn, with its nimble movements, swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the hammer that came hurtling toward it at breakneck speed. It nimbly evaded the strike, leaving only traces on the rock wall where it had just jumped past. In the blink of an eye, the unicorn charged downward, heading straight for Wang Tang and the others. Now, the unicorn stood facing them, ready to engage in combat, both sides preparing for a decisive battle, a life or death struggle where no one would back down. Captain Lin, enraged after the unicorn dodged his attack, planted one hand on the ground and swung another strike. However, it left no mark on the unicorn's fur. Sweat beaded on his face as he gritted his teeth, silently growling, "Die." Both sides were locked in a tense standoff, their gazes cold as if they were ready to devour each other. They waited for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, dark smoke began to slowly gather around the area, moving toward the battle. At this moment, countless fire projectiles rained down, each resembling a small fireball glowing brightly in red. All of these projectiles cut through the air, carrying with them the intense heat and crushing force, simultaneously aiming at the unicorn as they surged forward. It could only brace itself, enduring the storm of deadly projectiles. Wang Tang turned around in shock, stunned to see that Lu Yan was the one firing. She held the machine gun firmly in both hands, coldly unloading a continuous barrage of bullets. Each fiery projectile shot out in rapid succession, illuminating the area with blinding light. Together, they focused all their strength on fighting the unicorn. Every strike wounded its body, and blood seeped through its thick skin, looking pitiful. Captain Lin cheered, urging everyone to continue the attack. The members behind him were no less formidable. Yang Fei and Jin Ming quickly drew their weapons, launching powerful moves at the unicorn. A massive boulder appeared, carrying the combined strength of the two, hurtling forward with terrifying speed, unstoppable. The boulders surged with overwhelming force, no less destructive than the previous barrage of fire, charging toward the opponent with a horrifying shockwave. In just a few seconds, the two sides collided, creating a loud explosion that shook the ground. Dense plumes of smoke billowed up in waves, and rocks and debris scattered everywhere. Wang Tang tightly shut his eyes, his hands hurriedly covering his face, trying to shield himself from the flying dust. The confusion made him wonder, once we deal with it, then what? However, unexpectedly, the unicorn, realizing the dire situation, immediately fled, leaving only a clear trail of green light behind. The onlookers screamed in unison, unable to believe their eyes. "Not good, it wants to break through our encirclement." In response to the loud shout, Wang Tang yelled, "Got it, don't let it escape." He immediately unleashed a wave of XMR Yang energy. As the powerful strike was about to descend, the unicorn was startled by the force of the attack. It lowered its head, as if hurriedly thinking of a way to dodge. The unicorn swiftly shifted from defense to offense, summoning all its strength as it charged toward Wang Tang. Without hesitation, Wang Tang unleashed a series of blue techniques, each wave crashing toward the unicorn, fiercely countering every move it made. Fortunately, one of the strikes landed squarely on the unicorn, causing its body to shudder from the impact, its face also affected. Turning to the side, the clear sign of the attack. Noticing that the unicorn had been pushed into a vulnerable position, Captain Lin immediately encouraged everyone to take advantage of the opportunity. Refusing to be defeated, the unicorn roared, gathering energy to form a massive blue energy sphere, which it shot out of its mouth at a relentless speed. Seeing the imminent danger, she was initially struck with panic, her eyes filled with sheer astonishment. She quickly shouted, "This is bad. The unicorn poured all its strength into the attack, and the energy around it grew ever more intense, all being drawn into the colossal sphere. The onlookers were horrified, trying to shield themselves, none daring to move. Someone exclaimed, "It wants to take us all down with it, hurry and stop it." Lu Yan immediately turned, grabbing a gun and firing continuously at the unicorn. The sounds of explosions rang out one after another, powerful and full of danger. Yang Fei also showed no sign of hesitation, forcefully throwing a 2-meter-long stone club toward the unicorn. The club flew like a sharp arrow, heading straight for the target. The unicorn, along with the dazzling golden light, and the energy orb that was growing larger and larger, continuously expanding, was followed by a barrage of attacks in various colors launching toward it, forming an unstoppable wall of assault. In an attempt to end the battle, Captain Lin swung the enormous golden hammer, raised it high, and prepared to strike down at the unicorn, releasing a powerful aura. He roared, "Get out of the way, leave this to me." In that decisive moment, the unicorn decided to channel all of its strength, firing its last powerful energy source towards Captain Lin, determined to resist the relentless onslaught from the other side. The two sources of green and yellow energy collided fiercely, creating an unforgiving battle, with each side fighting to the death, neither giving an inch. A loud explosion echoed after the impact, the ground cracking open with deep rifts, thick smoke billowing up and enveloping the space, making everything unclear. Wang Tong was shocked and frightened, hastily raising his hand to shield himself, trying to protect himself from harm, silently cursing, "Damn it!" After a fierce battle, the smoke slowly began to dissipate, leaving only the long cracks on the stone slab, with no one else in sight except Wang Tang. Wang Tong hurried through the dust cloud, coughing uncontrollably as he ran. "Cough, cough, Captain, are you all right?" Captain Lin knelt on the ground and replied, "I'm fine, just a light injury." He asked, "Is everyone else okay?" Yang Fei raised a dirt shield just big enough to cover her ingenue. She waved her hand, "We're here." Lu Yan responded, "The atmosphere was intense, it seemed like everyone was fine." Captain Lin urged, "Let's go, let's see what happened to the unicorn, whether it's dead or not." The whole team moved towards the unicorn and saw it lying motionless on the ground, blood splattered around it. As they got closer and still saw no movement, Captain Lin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like it was really dead. Yang Fei also exhaled, "That was a bit tough." Captain Lin grinned, "Mr. Yang, it's your turn now. Check if there's a star core inside." Yang Fei responded confidently, "No problem, watch me." Wang Tang laughed, "Mr. Yang is about to become the butcher of the team." Yang Fei chuckled along. Lu Yan laughed and added, "Who told him he has a knack for this? Let's be patient and wait a bit." After a moment, the ground was covered with the unicorn's bones, flesh, and fur. Yang Fei shouted, "I've found the star core." He pulled out a star core glowing with green light and handed it to Captain Lin for inspection. Captain Lin was overjoyed, "That's great, it's a 3-star core. The energy from the star cores of these 3 beasts can be sold for a huge amount of money." Suddenly, a light from within the unicorn's body caught Yang Fei's attention. He gasped. Yang Fei exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a starbone?" He cheered, "There's really a starbone? Ha, our captain is about to get rich." Captain Lin immediately rushed over. "Is it true? Let me see." He felt a bit helpless. "Captain, you're a top-tier warrior, isn't it just a starbone? Why are you so excited?" Captain Lin turned back and glared at Wang Tong. "Kiddo, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one doing the work, huh? It took us years just to stumble upon a bone core like this, and here you are acting like it's no big deal." Lu Yan chimed in, "Don't tell me you don't know how valuable a bone core is." Wang Tang suddenly turned to her and replied, "Of course I know. I did pretty well in the martial arts exam, so the Education Bureau rewarded me. It was something like this bone core." Lu Yan was left speechless. "Damn it, how can someone like you be so infuriating?" Yang Fei shouted excitedly, "Got it. It's a true core bone." Captain Lin hurried over to the massive bone, which was larger than his entire body. "Let me see. Ancient star.
It's really an ancient star.
As he spoke, Captain Lin was drooling, rubbing himself against the bone. The team was rendered speechless.
Wang Tung trembled slightly.
Captain, your drool is literally dripping all over the place. He thought to himself, his version of happiness is really
something else.
Beneath the vast blue sky in the rift, the entire team laughed and joked with joy.
Wang Tang asked the captain, "How much do you think this bone essence could sell for?"
Captain Lin replied, "If we send it to the auction house, it should fetch at least 700 to 800 million.
It could even go for 1.1 billion. Wang Tang was stunned. It's worth that much?
His expression darkened as he thought, looks like director, he was being pretty generous back then. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the sky, and a few bird feathers drifted down from above. Wang Tang looked up in surprise, only to hear a voice. A man stood atop a giant bird, saying, "You all are pretty bold, daring to lay hands on something I've set my eyes on." He exclaimed, "This must be the one who tamed the unicorn.
Is he trying to cut us off?"
Captain Lin furrowed his brows as he analyzed the situation. The language he was speaking was from the mainland, most likely that of a local native. Captain Lin tightened his grip on his weapon, clearly sensing that a confrontation was inevitable.
He raised his voice, "You're being a bit overbearing, aren't you? You didn't even kill the unicorn yourself, so why should you stop others from doing so?"
Jin Lu chuckled, "Anything I lay my eyes on is naturally mine." He looked down condescendingly, his gaze filled with disdain.
"What are you all, anyway? Xiao He, kill them."
The large bird named Xiao He flapped its wings violently, sending blades of wind hurtling towards Wang Tang's group. They struck the ground with huge explosions, sending dust flying in all directions. Wang Tang raised his hand to shield himself, squinting his eyes against the chaos. Fortunately, Yang Fei had quickly erected an earth shield to protect both Captain Lin and Wang Tang. Captain Lin muttered under his breath, "Damn it, another damn wind beast."
"Captain, Lu Yan, shoot it down." "Wang Tang, aren't you good with a bow?"
"Hurry up and shoot him."
Wang Tang knocked an arrow. Captain Lin continued issuing orders while the others provided cover.
The arrows sliced through the air towards the enemy, but the large bird easily dodged them.
Lu Yan shouted, "Captain, we didn't hit?" Captain Lin broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, "What the hell is this guy? Why can't we hit him? Does he have some sort of protection?"
Jin Lu burst into laughter. You'd better hand over the goods quickly, or today, you'll all be dead with no place to bury your heads."
Captain Lin also shouted, "You dare threaten us with just that blade of wind? Kiddo, if you have the guts, come down here. Why hide up there, acting all tough? You're nothing but a coward."
Jin Lu pulled out a cannon and said, "You all are truly seeking death." He then shouted, "Take one of my shells."
A massive shell, with immense power, shot towards Wang Tang's team. Captain Lin screamed, "Fog bone, volcanic cannon, get out of the way." Yang Fei increased the defense on his earth shield to protect his teammates.
The shell exploded, sending dust and smoke into the air. He panicked, realizing just how powerful that shell was. That bastard had brought some seriously dangerous stuff with him. Jin Lu laughed heartily, continuously firing shells at Wang Tang's team.
Go die. The smoke was thick, and as it began to disperse between the two cliffs, enormous craters appeared.
Wang Tang groaned in pain, his whole body aching.
He gasped for breath, still alive.
Wang Tang knelt on one knee, his hands slamming onto the ground. "Damn it, I wonder how the captain and the others are doing." A foot landed next to him. "And yet, you still have a chance to survive." Jin Lu stood with his arms crossed, eyeing Wang Tang, as if saying, "You're lucky to still have your life." He sneered, "But sadly, your captain and teammates are all dead, ha." Wang Tang frowned, the wound on his mouth still oozing blood. Jin Lu's face darkened as he extended his hand and presented a condition to him.
"Tell me what you took from that unicorn and who is holding it, then I will consider helping you save your life."
Wang Tang forced himself to stand up.
It was you who killed them.
Jean Lu continued to stand and watch him, arms crossed.
What's this? You want revenge?
You need to get a clear understanding of the situation, or else I'll make sure you die a miserable death.
He gritted his teeth. How much longer is this old man going to talk?
Hearing this, Jean Lu shouted.
How dare you call me an old man? Looking for death?
Jean Lu assumed a stance, ready to strike at any moment.
If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Wang Tung frowned, silently telling himself, now is the time.
He swung his hand, and a cluster of blue light shot straight toward Jean Lu.
Mental Force Stellar Shuriken. Jean Lu was taken aback. Mental Force.
Jean Lu spread his hands, preparing to block the attack, with a layer of golden energy enveloping his palms. He reached out to intercept the blue light speeding toward him. Wang Tung commanded the light to spread. The blue light, now facing Jean Lu, dispersed into a series of small rays that surrounded him. Jean Lu was blasted away by Wang Tang's power. Wang Tung stood confidently, his brows furrowed, and the wound on his mouth still hadn't stopped bleeding.
You want to kill me? You're not strong enough.
Wang Tang carried Lu Yan in a princess carry and walked toward the other members, who were lying on several mats. He let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Everyone was gravely injured, unconscious, especially Yang Fei, Wang Tung thought. He looked at the bloodied legs that had been wrapped in thick bandages, even the legs were severely wounded. Wang Tang sat down on the ground, resting his hand on his knee and pondering. A normal person wouldn't be able to use fire god power.
Could this kiddo be someone famous after all?
He closed his eyes and sighed.
Well, what's done is done. He's dead. There's nothing more to say.
As he absent-mindedly fiddled with the golden ring that emitted a mystical glow, he continued to think. Still, this space ring and the resources inside are quite useful.
This kiddo is really rich.
I've received mid-level wind talent and skills from him. Wang Tang glanced at the system notification board next to him and mentally calculated. Including the price tag for the items and the martial arts skill, a high-level combat skill at the mysterious level was worth hundreds of millions.
The system's announcement appeared.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial art, Wind Spirit, and the combat skill, Pure Wind. Wang Tung stroked his chin, pleased with himself. This kiddo really provided me with a lot of equipment and skills. I guess he's a good guy after all. It seems like killing and robbing is the legitimate way to get rich, huh? Behind Wang Tang, a voice suddenly spoke up. Ha, you should help Captain Lin up and ask how he's doing.
Captain, you're awake? How do you feel?
Captain Lin replied, I can still speak.
What about everyone else?
How are they?
Everyone else is unconscious, except for Yang Fei.
Wang Tang relayed the condition of the other members.
It's all my fault.
If I hadn't chosen to fight him, things wouldn't have gotten this bad, Captain Lin blamed himself. Wang Tang spoke up to comfort him. Captain, even if we had handed over the goods, they still wouldn't have let us off.
Is that why you managed to save us?
Captain Lin asked, questioning him. Wang Tang wiped the sweat off his forehead, forcing a smile. That kid thought everyone was already blown up by the bomb and didn't take us seriously, so I ambushed him and he ended up dead. Captain Lin and Wang Tang sat between two cliffs, the sunlight shining down, their shadows stretching.
Captain Lin put his arm around Wang Tang's shoulders. Is that so?
Well then, when they wake up, we'll go back together.
Scene change.
Dodo was being carried on her father's shoulder, and beside them was a woman with long golden hair that reached her waist. The little girl was whining.
Hoo-hoo. Dad, why are you crying? You're not disabled and can't walk, right?
Teacher Joe comforted her. He hugged Dodo and spoke with a hint of regret.
It would be wonderful if I could spend more time with you in the future. Wang Tung watched from a distance.
The sunlight shone over his head. Wang Teng thought to himself, behind the appearance of a warrior, there lies a great risk. If I want to reach the top, I have to become stronger. Determination flashed in his eyes. Wang Teng strapped his equipment on his back and turned to leave. We shouldn't delay. The main solution. Probably to turn the looted materials into new weapons. A shop, the Beastmaster's store. Wang Teng stood, staring at the shop sign, lost in thought. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Is anyone here? A few days ago, I made an appointment to come for weapon crafting. Wang Teng stood outside, calling into the room while holding onto the door. The hammer came down onto the hot metal piece. Jishin swung the hammer, preparing to strike the metal. He called out. Come in yourself, I'm in the middle of forging. Please wait a moment. He put the hammer down, temporarily leaving his work to step outside. Jishin wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and greeted Wang Teng warmly. Sorry, you've probably been waiting for a while, right? Wang Teng politely replied. It's fine. As he spoke, Jishin gestured for him to sit. Please have a seat. He smiled at Wang Teng and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Jishin. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, his expression a bit puzzled, and spoke in a slightly judgmental tone. Lu Jishin, your name is quite unique. Jishin sighed helplessly and said. It's self-created and self-determined. This is the name my master gave me. He looked at Wang Teng and continued. I've looked over the blueprint for what you want to craft. Have you brought the materials? Upon hearing his question, Wang Teng quickly reached into his coat pocket, searching for the materials he had brought. He pulled out a ring with a green gemstone and held it out before Jishin. Jishin's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized it. He thought to himself. A spatial ring, where did this kid get this from? Immediately, as Wang Teng placed it on the table, a powerful, light green energy surged out, lighting up the entire room. Jishin stared at it, mesmerized, and couldn't help but exclaim. Truly a fine item. With two like this, I could at least craft a 6-star meteorite cone. Wang Teng, upon hearing this, felt curious and asked in doubt. Sir, is it really possible to create a 6-star weapon? Jishin smiled and replied. Yes, but these two materials are only enough to serve as the main ingredients. As for the accessories, would you like to buy them yourself, or would you like me to help? As he spoke, he reached out and touched the precious stones on the table. Wang Teng, while speaking, took out a pile of items from his spatial ring. Please take a look and see if any of these can be used. Among them, a yellow treasure that looked like an orange rolled out from the pile. Jishin suddenly took notice of it. Ha! He immediately recognized what the treasure was and exclaimed. This is the mystic golden essence within. Wang Teng was surprised that he knew about this item and asked. The mystic golden essence within? You know about this? He then continued. Is this a very rare item? Jishin examined it closely and explained to him. This is a very rare metal, with an extremely heavy weight. It is a material used to forge weapons for powerful warriors. Wang Teng held it in his hand and didn't feel like it was anything like what Jishin described. It felt very heavy. It's not that heavy, I think it's quite normal. Jishin laughed and said. Try combining it with your elemental force. Wang Teng followed his advice and used his internal energy. Instantly, the weight of the mystic golden essence within increased dramatically, and he was no longer able to hold it in his hand, causing it to fall to the ground. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Wang Teng furrowed his brows, taken aback by its weight, and thought to himself. Is it really that heavy? Jishin crossed his arms and explained. In theory, the more elemental force you combine, the heavier it becomes. Its weight can increase at any time. After finishing his sentence, he abruptly changed his attitude, giving Wang Teng a friendly look.
"Dear customer, do you have the mystic golden essence within for sale?" Without hesitation, Wang Tang responded with a firm answer that left the man frozen in place. "No, I don't sell it." He added. "Although I can't sell it to you, I want to forge it into a weapon. Can you help me with that?" Jishin easily agreed. "Of course, no problem."
The mystic golden essence within is the best material to forge heavy weapons, such as battle axes, warhammers, or other similar weapons.
Wang Tang interrupted him. "A brick wall. Help me build a brick wall."
The man felt as if he had misheard and reacted slowly, confused. Jishin immediately voiced his objection.
No, blue incense brick is an insult to the mystic golden essence within. You're really being absurd, too absurd."
Wang Tang sighed helplessly.
"Well, if it's not possible, then I guess I'll have to find a blacksmith."
Jishin was rendered speechless by his audacity, and Wang Tang left without further discussion. Jishin looked up to the sky, weary, and waved his hand as if bidding him farewell.
All right, I'll help you with that. Come back in 3 days to pick it up." Wang Tang quickly reacted, grabbing his bag and heading for the door, waving his hand at the man.
"Thanks then, we'll meet again in 3 days." Jishin, helpless against him, muttered to himself.
Truly a strange kiddo.
After leaving Jishin's place, Wang Tang hurriedly headed to the auction house. The place was luxurious and dazzling, surrounded by wealthy individuals.
Wang Tang surveyed the area, thinking to himself that the auction was about to start.
He hoped that the unicorn bone core would sell for a good price. Suddenly, the father and son slowly walked in from outside the door.
Ing Cheng's father grumbled. "I've tried my best to get you an invitation letter to pave your way in life. You'll meet many more talented people later."
He turned around, his tone stern. "That Wang Tang guy means nothing at all, don't pay any attention to him."
Ing Cheng reluctantly replied.
"I know, next year I will definitely get into a top university, and make him die in the most humiliating way." Suddenly, he noticed the figure of Wang Tang, who was also standing not far from him and his father.
The silver hair couldn't be mistaken, and he loudly exclaimed, "Dad, it's that famous Wang Tang."
Ing Cheng's face twisted with anger, his fists clenched, truly a case of misfortune finding him at every turn.
His father remained calm and said, "Why are you yelling? You need to learn to keep your focus."
After saying that, he cast a judgmental look at him.
How did this kid get an invitation letter? Could it be that Wang brother invited him? Ing Chun lowered his head, apologizing. "Sorry, Dad, I just couldn't hold back when I saw him."
At that moment, Captain Yang noticed the two of them.
"Oh, Master Lin, you're here for the auction too?"
Ing Cheng's father turned around and recognized him.
"Ah, it's Master Xie. I brought my son here to learn a bit. I guess Master Xie must have found some good items and came to bid, right?" He replied. "Exactly, I'm looking for materials to forge weapons." "Your son must be about to take the university entrance exams, right?" Explaining the martial arts test, Ing Cheng's father added. "He's a senior warrior."
Unfortunately, this year during the martial arts exam, a shameless student used underhanded tactics to force him to withdraw, so he'll have to take the exam again next year.
Captain Yang asked in surprise, "Your son is quite talented, but why are students so vicious? Did they really force the boy to quit the competition?" Ing Cheng's father sighed, his tone helpless. "Who says students can't be vicious? Someone like that becoming the champion, what a joke."
As he spoke, his eyes drifted toward a certain person. It was Wang Tang.
"There's an auction today as well. When we met earlier, he didn't even bother to greet me. Even if he's a warrior, that kind of arrogance is too much." Captain Yang let out a faint chuckle, glancing at him.
"Ha, there are plenty of rookies like that.
Once they become warriors, they lose all sense of humility." Ing Cheng's father grinned with satisfaction. "Master Xie is right.
That Wang Tang guy, he'll hit a wall sooner or later." Who knows when he'll end up getting himself killed.
With that, he took the initiative to walk with Captain Yang toward the auction hall. Humph, let's head to the auction venue first. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was casually munching on biscuits, lost in thought. The auction was about to start, but why hadn't Captain Lin arrived yet?
Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, snapping him out of his reverie.
Xiao Tang Dang, is that you?
The moment he heard the voice, his body stiffened. He cautiously turned his head to check. That voice, that way of addressing me, don't tell me it's her, the she-devil?
Xi Huinyan smiled and raised a hand in greeting. Wang Tang blurted out, Sister Xi Hui, what are you doing here?
She suddenly shouted in anger, I should be asking you that.
I had to ask my little brother to track you down, don't even answer messages anymore. What, you become the #1 martial arts master and think you can ascend to the heavens now? Wang Tang was a bit confused as he explained, I've been a bit busy lately, just got back. Did you send me a message? I had my phone off, so I didn't see it. Xi Hui, shivering from the cold, questioned, why does it sound like you're lying? Oh, and why have you lost so much weight? Alright, I'll deal with you when I get back.
Suddenly, a group of people approached from afar and spoke up, Xi Hui, is this the top scholar from the Dong High martial arts exam you keep talking about?
Your childhood sweetheart?
Xi Hui looked at them and smiled, it's this kid, and childhood sweetheart is just someone who followed me around.
Wang Tang's face clearly showed his frustration. He was extremely dissatisfied. Damn it! Who's the kid?
Zhilong smiled and looked at Wang Tang. If you're a friend of Xi Hui, then you're also a friend of Xie Zhilong.
Nice to meet you, kid. You should come with us. If we bump into any bosses, it'll be a big trouble.
Wang Tang remained expressionless and thought to himself, Xi Hui can call me a kid, that's fine, we're familiar with each other, but who the hell are you to call me kid? He immediately turned and walked away, waving his hand at them.
No need, I'm waiting for my friend. Zhilong was furious, cursing inwardly, why is this kid asking for a beating?
I wanted to use him to make a good impression on Xi Hui, but now. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rang out behind him, grabbing his attention. Zhilong was taken aback, and he called out loudly, eldest uncle.
He quickly approached their group and asked, is it really you, kiddo? Is this your classmate? Zhilong smiled as he looked towards eldest uncle. Yes, they are all my classmates from Jiangnan University. He suddenly glanced at Wang Tang, his tone growing a little colder.
But this one is Wang Tang, the top fighter in the martial arts exam in East China, who looks down on ordinary students like us. After saying this, Zhilong quickly turned around, his voice sharp as he called out to him. His face was filled with anger.
Wang Tang, is Master Xia a third-level warrior? Why didn't you bow and greet him when you saw him? The people around them were also surprised, exclaiming in shock. A third-level warrior? I can't believe we're meeting him here. Wang Tang adjusted his tie and politely responded. As for me, what am I even worth? There are many important people present. I'm just the lowest of them all.
I heard you have a past grudge with Liang Chang, did you take revenge on him in the martial arts exam and force him to withdraw?
Zhilong was even more astonished when he heard this, and he asked his eldest uncle in return, is there really such a thing?
Zhilong's face turned contemptuous for a moment, he spat and said, this kid is arrogant and self-centered. I never expected his heart to be so dark. Xi Hui, who was standing outside, could not stand it any longer and spoke up in defense of Wang Tang, that's impossible, Wang Tang is not that kind of person. His voice grew solemn as he gently explained to her, Xi Hui, you can know the person, but not their heart. How can you be so sure that he is not that kind of person? Zhilong's face darkened, and he gave him a sharp look.
Wang Tang, tell me, are you the one who caused Liang Cheng to drop out of the exam? A man should speak honestly.
Wang Tang, while eating a piece of bread, turned around upon hearing them accuse him unjustly. He looked at them, still holding food in his hand, and calmly asked, did Liang Cheng say that? Ji Long's eldest uncle glared at him. It was unclear who had spoken, but the fact that someone so young could be so wicked was shocking. If he were to become a powerful warrior in the future, he would surely be a major threat.
Wang Tang remained unfazed, responding sharply. Even if I were truly cruel, what does that have to do with you?
His voice became more irritable. Oh, I don't even know you, and here you are, coming at me with a whole bunch of nonsense. After those words, his gaze grew colder, his eyes like steel as he demanded.
Who gave you permission to speak like that?
Ji Long could no longer tolerate his attitude, veins bulging with anger as he shouted.
Wang Tang, do you even understand the concept of respecting your elders?
Fuming, he yelled.
I'm saying this for your own good, and yet you dare to yell at me? Do you even deserve to be a top scholar?
Wang Tang found these people utterly unreasonable and responded.
You guys don't even know what's true or false, yet you come here and berate me without a second thought, and now you're questioning if I deserve to be a top scholar? Ji Long, still arguing, raised his voice. Why not question it? The highest scorer in the college entrance exam must be well-rounded in morality, intellect, and physical strength, unlike you. What basis do you have?
Si Hui interrupted him, her fury rising.
That's enough, Xia Ji Long. You've crossed the line.
Ji Long, seething, slapped his chest and retorted.
Am I crossing the line? Didn't Wang Tang just insult me in such a way? Isn't that crossing the line? His anger deepened.
How infuriating, Si Hui is still defending this kid. Eldest uncle Ji Long finally spoke up. Ji Long, stop talking. You and Wang Tang are friends, but I'm afraid you've fallen into the same category, so stay away from her.
He acted like an elder, scolding him with authority.
Wang Tang, you're just looking out for yourself. Your mouth is quick now, but don't regret it when you're out there. Captain Lin suddenly appeared from somewhere, speaking sternly. I can understand that as a threat against the members of my team. He moved closer to Wang Tang and casually draped an arm over his shoulder.
Kiddo, you're hiding here eating again, making us go looking for you. He sighed and explained, it's not my fault you guys are late. I really couldn't wait.
Since you're here, I thought I'd just sit down and grab a bite to pass the time. Eldest uncle Ji Long recognized who had just arrived and couldn't hide his surprise.
Captain Lin of the Tiger team patted Wang Tang on the shoulder, smiling, isn't this an old acquaintance of Xia Kuan? Come on, tell me, did you just threaten one of our team members? The man lost his temper, raising his voice, what are you joking about? Wang Tang just graduated from high school, how could he be a member of your team? Don't go looking for trouble. Do you think I'm scared of you? Captain Lin raised an eyebrow and responded, you don't believe it?
Wang Tang was arranged to join our team by the owner. His voice became more tense.
So what if that's the case?
I was just reminding him to be a good man so he won't regret it in the future. As he spoke, he thought to himself, this child actually caught the eye of the owner, now we're in trouble.
Captain Lin gave a faint laugh, didn't you just say something different earlier?
Wang Tang, standing beside him, also sneered.
Exactly.
Lu Yen, standing behind him with an air of killing intent, spoke up, calling Wang Tang little brother, what trouble did this old man cause for you?
Tell me, we'll vent your anger for you.
Wang Tang replied, well, after the martial arts exam, Liang Cheng brought people to cause trouble, but he failed and got beaten by me, now he's just biting back. Captain Lin cursed him in dissatisfaction, you old bastard, you don't even understand who's who, and you're already teaching others.
I think you're a bit confused.
He angrily turned to look at them, feeling like he was being led by the nose.
These people were tricking me again.
Ing Cheng stammered, please, calm down. He scratched his head, lowering his stance, Captain Lin, today's matter is my fault. Lin spoke with displeasure, just one sentence and it's over. Eldest uncle Ji Long glared at him, his face suddenly darkening.
What do you want me to do if not that?
Captain Lin smiled, sorry Wang Tang, go, accept the compensation for emotional distress or do something for him.
He exploded in anger. Are you trying to extort me? This is probably a place for auction bonds. If I don't pay, what can you do to me? He responded leisurely, right now, nothing, but once you leave here, who knows? Finishing his words, eldest uncle Zhilong immediately waved his hand and threw something towards Wang Tang, his voice trembling. All right, here are a few people, and this is 30 origin stones. Wang Tang caught the bag of money and rushed straight to him, his face still showing dissatisfaction from the earlier incident. As he casually put the bag away, he sarcastically remarked, "That's too little. Is that all a 3-star warrior is worth?" Captain Lin also joined in, laughing wickedly, "That's too little. Add 20 more, make it 50. Zhilong grew angry at their demands. 50? Why don't you just go rob someone? Captain Lin's voice turned cold, and the smile on his face made others shudder. You said it, when the time comes, it won't just be 50. Eldest uncle Zhilong angrily turned and left. Alright, we'll go to Japan for a while. Zhilong hurriedly chased after him from behind. Eldest uncle, wait for me. Captain Lin gave Wang Tang a faint smile and said, It's time, let's go. The person in charge has arranged a private box for us. He replied, Okay. Wang Tang turned to inform her, Sister Si Hui, I have to go with my teammates now. She responded, People around them were murmuring in admiration. Exclusive box. Si Hui, this friend of yours and his teammates are amazing, I'm really jealous. She softly called out, Wang Tang. Si Hui stood there in silence, watching him leave, her face showing a hint of sadness as she pondered, why does everything feel a little unfamiliar now? The atmosphere in the auction room was hotter than ever. Each shout for bids echoed, 20 million, 50 million, I bid 100 million. A shadow stood silently on the observation deck, overseeing everything, accompanied by the constant shouting from below. 200 million. Captain Lin couldn't help but sigh. There were so many rich people in the world like this. Why couldn't I be among them? Behind him, Wang Tang also let out a sigh and responded. Indeed, this transaction price makes me doubt whether what they're offering is money or just paper. At this moment, the host below suddenly raised his voice. The auction item below is surely something that many people have been waiting for. That's right, the customer just acquired it from another world. The 7th and final auction item is the wind element, the Star Beast. 3-star true Qilin essence bone. As soon as the words were spoken, a Qilin bone fragment was quickly displayed before everyone's eyes. The crowd below the stage couldn't help but chatter. The essence bone of a 3-star wind element, the Star Beast Qilin, must be a valuable item. I have to win it. Ha, don't anyone try to fight me for it. The essence bone is definitely mine. The host, holding the microphone, shouted loudly. Don't waste words. The starting price for this essence bone is 500 million. Each price increase must be no less than 10 million. The auction began. People started holding up their bid cards. All the numbers were astronomical, 500 million, 550 million, 600 million. Each figure echoed through the room. Wang Tang and Captain Lin both kept their eyes fixed on the auction outside. A look of confusion appeared on his face as he sighed. Wow, this is something. These people are crazy. Hearing this, Captain Lin couldn't help but laugh and reminded him. You're also raising our assets here. Below the stands, Jin Yu's eyes lit up. She exclaimed, Lu Yen, Lu Yen. Lu Yen, beside her, also shouted, We're getting rich. When we have money, we'll buy. Then the two hugged each other, filled with joy and excitement. Jin Yu eagerly said, It's been so long since we went shopping, my hands are itching to buy something. A few minutes later, the price kept rising, 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion, causing Wang Tang to curiously step out the door to observe. The scene below was chaotic, and the price climbed to over 1.5 billion. Wang Tang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, muttering, Is this the world of the rich? The voice continued to announce, 1.6 billion. Finally, a powerful voice rang out,
2 billion, which shocked everyone around.
What's going on? The auctioneer quickly slammed the gavel down, declaring, sold.
2 billion, this essence stone has been claimed by the VIP in box number 8.
Jean Ming jumped up and down, shouting, we're rich.
Captain Lin also shouted, big spender, you're awesome.
The auctioneer quickly tried to calm the atmosphere. Alright, everyone, the final item for today's auction is.
Before he could finish, the building suddenly shook violently, causing the audience to panic.
What's happening? What's going on? From outside, a voice echoed in. Long live the truth.
At this moment, everyone realized what was happening. It was the Truth faction.
Be careful.
The crowd began to push and shove, all eager to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Activate the tremor control, get out of the building now.
Captain Lin shouted loudly toward Wang Tong, he is an evil follower of the Truth cult.
Take your weapons, we must get out quickly. Wang Tong and his group immediately followed behind Captain Lin. He urged them. Grab your weapons. Prepare for battle. A green blade barrier quickly surrounded the building. Outside the shield, a fierce battle was already underway. Long live the truth. Death to the ignorant. Kill them all.
Suddenly, Captain Lin's hammer came hurtling in from nowhere at an astonishing speed, ready to join the fight. The hammer slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and flinging enemies into the air. They turned toward Wang Tang's group and shouted.
Another fool has escaped, kill them.
The man in the black mask widened his eyes, full of murderous intent, and said coldly. Foolish masses, embrace death. Immediately, a dark aura spread out from around him. Captain Lin gripped his hammer tightly, ready to strike, and roared.
Everyone, scatter.
Then he and the masked man charged at each other.
The force unleashed when their weapons collided was terrifying.
Though it was somewhat overwhelming, Captain Lin gritted his teeth and said to the masked man.
Not bad. But you don't have enough strength.
Hearing that, the masked man scoffed disdainfully.
Not enough? Try me and see. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad figures chased after Lu Yan and Wang Teng.
The situation had become extremely unfavorable for them. Lu Yan fired a shot behind her, then said to him.
Wang Teng, cover me.
With that, she unleashed a hail of bullets at their pursuers, injuring several of them who couldn't dodge in time. One of the men in black quickly maneuvered through the torrential barrage of bullets from her. He thought to himself, this woman is troublesome, she must be dealt with first. Suddenly, the man in black seemed to have realized something. He immediately launched an attack towards Wang Teng's position, his voice slightly losing its composure, get lost. Wang Teng's surprise attack had failed in an instant, causing him to grit his teeth. Before he could think further, another sword strike was aimed directly at him. He quickly gathered his strength to block it. A loud explosion echoed, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. In the thick cloud of smoke, Wang Teng was pushed back by the shockwave. At this moment, he found himself struggling and thought, a level 3 warrior. I'm just one level below him, but I never expected the difference in power to be so great. The man in black slowly approached Wang Teng, his voice growing colder, a mere 2-star warrior? Who gave you the courage to act like this? Suddenly, an attack flew from somewhere, like a red arrow, heading straight for the man in black. He swiftly dodged, avoiding Lu Yan's long-range strike. This only made the man in black more enraged. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Lu Yan, startling her. Almost out of his mind with rage, he charged toward her, not forgetting to sneer with each word, "Girl, you're playing with fire." At that moment, Wang Teng finally reacted. His eyes widened as he shouted at the man, "Bastard, your opponent is me." Wang Teng quickly gathered his strength into his legs and leapt into the air, sending rocks and debris flying around him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two of them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at the man in black and said, "Your opponent is me." Finishing his words, he immediately raised his sword and struck it down towards the man.
The black-clad figure reacted quickly, managing to block Wang Tung's strike in time.
Then he retreated a few steps, deliberately creating some distance between them to avoid being forced into a passive position. After that, the black-clad man, filled with rage, charged straight at Wang Tang.
"How dare you, kid, play the hero? I'll teach you a lesson."
At this moment, Wang Tang was no less fierce than him.
His entire body emanated a powerful surge of energy.
He glared at the man and warned.
"A tiger doesn't boast."
Without hesitation, Wang Tang counterattacked, swinging his blade towards the man, shouting loudly.
"Do you think I'm a sick cat?" Wang Tang's relentless assault left the black-clad man unable to react.
His sword slipped from his hand, and now he resembled the one being hunted. The black-clad man fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his mask fell off. He groaned in pain, cursing under his breath.
"Damned!"
He glared angrily at Wang Tang, who was now radiating dark power. The man got up, wanting to retaliate, but before he could finish his sentence, a purple bruise quickly spread across his face. The black-clad man, clutching his face in agony, staggered, muttering continuously.
"What should I do? What should I do?"
It was then that the black-clad man realized he had been poisoned. Unwilling to accept his fate, he said.
"You used poison. Damn it, I can't expel all the toxins from my body."
Before collapsing, the black-clad man did not forget to curse Wang Tang one last time, calling him a coward. Then, he lost consciousness.
Wang Tang couldn't help but exhale a sigh.
He breathed heavily, exhausted, as he assessed it.
The poison from the lotus was indeed as rampant as ever.
Lu Yan slowly approached him, offering a compliment. "You wouldn't guess it, but your kiddo is quite ruthless." He smiled, scratching his head.
"I wouldn't dare to think so.
I'm a kind-hearted and good person. I don't even dare to kill my chickens.
People even call me the good guy who doesn't kill chickens."
She watched him lie without blinking, her face full of suspicion and scrutiny.
"I believe your head."
Lu Yan suddenly turned around, looking at the man in black.
She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Ha!" Lu Yan thought to herself, why is this villain's face so dark? Is it from the poison? As if understanding something, she narrowed her eyes and half whispered. How does this kiddo know how to use poison?
Wang Tang smiled and explained. I'm an upright person, everything I do is just to kill my enemies.
Hearing him say that, Lu Yan didn't ask any more questions. Before leaving, she left a final remark.
I'll go help the captain, you stay here and rest. Wang Tang waved at her, replying.
All right.
As soon as Lu Yan left, he activated the system, excitedly saying.
Oh my, it was worth the risk earlier.
The talent for water manipulation and the mysterious inspection technique. A stream quickly flowed from the group in black toward Wang Tang.
Awesome.
This feeling of becoming stronger, there are so many attributes on the ground, once I collect them all, I'll go meet their captain. On this side, Captain Lin delivered a powerful strike, causing the ground to crack open immediately, breaking apart into pieces. Wang Tang approached him and softly called out.
Captain. Captain Lin turned around and replied. We've finally dealt with it. Let's leave here quickly.
Then he cautiously said to them. I don't know if these rogues will call for reinforcements. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind them, followed by a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky, leaving Captain Lin in great confusion.
He shouted. What is this? From a distance, someone shouted back.
Wu Master has fallen, run quickly. If even someone at Wu Master's level can't handle them, then we are basically no match for them.
Wang Tang turned to inform Captain Lin. Someone has fallen. He replied. Let's go quickly.
A group of people in black was chasing after another group, and they were acting ruthlessly, killing everyone in their path. One of them raised a scythe, filled with evil as he said. Die. Hui was terrified, and in her heart, she thought desperately.
My body can't move, am I going to die?
Suddenly, a streak of blue light shot toward them at an incredible speed, heading straight for the group with Hui. He struck at the black-clad man, saving her from danger in the nick of time. She stared in amazement at the young man in front of her.
Wang Tong, how is Wang Tong so strong? Even stronger than the senior students.
He shouted loudly to her.
Go ahead, find the seniors first.
Hui anxiously said.
No, I can't leave you behind.
Wang Tang blocked the sudden attack from them. He did not forget to urge her.
Just staying here will only get in the way, hurry and go.
As Wang Tang was not paying attention, another man in black appeared from behind him, planning to launch a sneak attack. Hui seemed to have sensed something, her face filled with worry as she shouted at Wang Tang.
Be careful.
From behind, a gunshot rang out from a distance, heading straight for them. The bullet quickly pierced through the head of one of the men in black among the group, foiling the sneak attack. Captain Lin and Lu Yan arrived just in time.
They joined him. Wang Tong said. I knew you guys would back me up. Lu Yan said. Quick, deal with it. Then he reminded Hui. Hui, hurry up and go.
My teammates and I still have things to handle, so we can't go with you.
Hui's face darkened, and it was unclear what she was thinking.
She simply replied softly. Okay, then be safe. Captain Lin turned to Wang Tong and said.
This deal has lost a lot.
Luckily, Ancient Star was sold, and the information has been retrieved.
He let out a light breath. Truth always ends up aiding the villains.
It's a good thing we have those 7 Star Warriors here, or else today might have been disastrous.
He added. I'll transfer the payment for Ancient Star to everyone later. Don't waste it on useless things. Keep it conservative. Jinyu and Lu Yan's faces darkened after hearing that. I know. Men talk too much. Fine.
Captain Lin turned to look at him and said.
Little brother, you should head home too.
It has nothing to do with those villains. They're all lunatics. Wang Tang immediately turned and headed in the opposite direction from them, responding.
Yeah, I know, Captain.
His face suddenly became serious. The attribute bubbles of a warrior-level powerhouse were so rare, I have to go back and take a look.
Sorry, Captain, I didn't mean to deceive you.
Switching scenes, outside the auction house, the police had already surrounded the area and sealed off all entrances and exits.
Wang Tang blended into the crowd and observed quietly. With this outfit, no one should recognize me, right?
But the trade route has been blocked off, so it looks like I can't get in. Just as he was wondering what to do, a voice suddenly rang out, drawing his attention.
What should we do? Ha!
Wang Tang glanced over at them, quietly speculating that these people were the young man who had been muttering earlier.
What should we do?
Suddenly, he noticed Wang Tang standing nearby.
The young man took the initiative to step forward and politely asked, Brother, which department are you from? Wang Tang didn't turn to look and coldly replied, Which department are you from? Do you know the rules? How dare you ask randomly? Wang Tang was extremely flustered inside, afraid of being exposed. Damn it, do I really have to run into characters like this?
The young man immediately lowered his head to apologize, softly saying, I was rude.
I'm new, so there are still many rules I don't know.
Wang Tang reminded him, All right, go back to your work.
We're both dressed like this, don't you see?
The young man couldn't help but admire, Brother, you really are experienced.
You think much more deeply than I do.
Finishing his words, the young man quickly ran to chase after someone else. He didn't forget to say, I'll go ahead, see you tonight at 8 o'clock at the abandoned house on the southern outskirts.
Wang Tang felt a pang of unease and thought to himself, it seems that I've accidentally discovered where and when these scoundrels will meet. He cautiously glanced around. No, I can't just leave like this. He decided to go to the other side to see if he could find any more bubbles. A large red bubble emitted a faint glow, looking almost like an unreal gem. Wang Tang reached out toward it, excitedly saying, as expected, it didn't disappoint. I found it, a big bubble like this. The person must be very powerful. The moment his hand touched the bubble, he was instantly astonished. A system panel immediately appeared. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the advanced swordsmanship talent of Earth. Wang Tang was overjoyed like a child. He quickly shouted aloud, "Oh wow!" Then, he clenched his fist and said, with this advanced swordsmanship talent, different sword techniques can be quickly mastered. Not to mention the 13 sword styles, the blood sword. Missing these bubbles would be equivalent to losing over $1 billion, and even money couldn't buy such an opportunity. Wang Tang couldn't help but think of those people and silently told himself, let me be a good person, let's do something good. Not long after, a suspicious group of people arrived, holding flashlights and looking around cautiously. Has anyone been here just now? One of them pointed to the opposite side. Look, it seems like something's written here. The person slowly approached, removing the note Wang Tang had left and reading it aloud. 8 p.m. tonight at the abandoned warehouse district, the villainous faction. Another person in the group, filled with doubt, asked, is this real or fake? The rest of the group was equally confused, unsure if it was true or not. They decided to report it upwards, this was something they couldn't manage. The scene shifted. Wang Tang had now arrived at Zhishan's blacksmith shop. Zhishan wasn't particularly surprised to see him. Finally, you made it? He tossed a white suitcase over to Wang Tang. The weapons you need and the bricks are ready. He explained. The meteorite helmet has reached the level of an advanced weapon. Wang Tang, listening, opened the suitcase. A blinding light immediately struck his eyes. Inside the suitcase were two exquisite treasures, a dart and a golden brick. Zhishan said. Ha, and we even have low-level 5-star standards? Wang Tang's eyes sparkled as he couldn't take his eyes off the precious items in front of him. He smiled contentedly and said to him, these two are exactly what I wanted. Master Lu's skills are truly impressive. Zhishan responded generously. Ha, Master Lu's reputation, we don't just use it to deceive people. Wang Tang stepped out of the blacksmith shop, planning for what was to come. Tonight, it would be best to sneak into the meeting of the villains and at the same time, test how well the weapons worked. Meanwhile, at another abandoned building, desolate and void of life, suddenly, someone stepped closer. The two men in black hid behind a secluded spot, whispering to each other. I didn't expect them to actually gather here and reinforce the ambush around the area. The two of them silently thanked Wang Tang. With so many of them, if they could catch them all, they'd surely earn a great achievement. The person who tipped them off was indeed a good guy. It looks like we're about to accomplish something big. They were still rejoicing over the good fortune at hand. Not far away, high up on a tree branch, Wang Tang had overheard everything. He stared at them, secretly feeling smug. Humph, as long as they know I was the one who gave them the opportunity to make a great contribution. Don't be too slow now, let me find something for you to do so you're not so idle. As he thought this, he gathered his strength and manipulated a stone. Wang Tang decisively waved his hand, throwing the stone toward the abandoned building. The stone flew straight toward the rolling shutter door, crashing loudly, shattering the night's calm. Immediately, two people ran out from the abandoned building, shouting loudly. Go around and check, stay alert for any ambushes. The two people hiding around the corner also quickly sprang into action, no longer able to sit still. They were about to engage. The fuse had already been set, and the detonator was removed, heading straight for them. Shortly after, a loud explosion rang out. The two sides quickly clashed, gunfire erupting in a continuous barrage, as if a war was underway. Wang Tang scanned the scene. The devastation before him was extreme, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. Damn it!
Wang Tang stared in amazement at the waves of attacks unfolding before him, letting out a sigh.
These kinds of moves only happen in gangster movies. This is so thrilling.
Suddenly, he noticed some commotion on this side and glanced over.
2 men in black are fleeing desperately from the battle. Wang Tang gave them a quick look and assessed, did any fish slip through the net?
The two were breathing heavily, glancing around nervously.
No one's chasing us, right? Looks like they didn't notice us. What should we do next?
From the side, Wang Tang heard them and gave a faint smile, as if he were plotting something sinister. Wang Tang stood on a tree branch, a small flame gathering in his palm. It seemed the two were so exhausted that they failed to notice him. When he felt the time was right, Wang Tang leapt from the branch, holding the yellow brick he had just taken from Jishin. He shouted loudly, "Die!" A group of people dressed in black, holding flashlights, looked extremely mysterious as they cautiously scanned the area. One of them called out to another,
"Captain, there's movement over here." The other replied, "On my way."
When they arrived to check, they saw only another group of men in black, sprawled out on the ground, unconscious and looking absolutely miserable. One young man muttered in relief, There. I think whatever was in the shadows might actually be helping us."
Could be.
Maybe this lord truly has deep virtue and merit."
While they were still speculating about Wang Tang,
on his end, Wang Tang suddenly shivered.
He turned around, wondering who might be talking about him.
Well, no more talking. He comforted his spirit, as tomorrow he still had to visit another world to see what awaited him. The scene shifts to another place. It is now evening in a tall white tower, and Wang Tang immediately teleports to this tower.
He has changed into a different outfit for easier movement.
Wang Tang stared at the blue gas orb in his hand and sighed, I don't know when I'll ever save enough of my natural resources." Wang Tang turned his head to look at the tower, wondering to himself, but outsiders can't pass through the crack. People from Earth and the stars are waiting, and he felt a little curious. Moreover, there was a large number of weapons deployed around the crack.
What exactly are they preparing for?
Wang Tang gently pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside.
Immediately, someone noticed him. Isn't that the rookie from Team Lin? What's he doing here alone?
The other person responded, Captain Lin's team lost a member last time, so they'll probably rest for a while. They watched him walk toward the counter, speculating, this fool must be out on an adventure by himself or something. Wang Tang spoke to the person behind the counter, I'd like to rent a heavy armored vehicle.
The counter attendant looked at Wang Tang with a surprised expression and confirmed, are you sure? It's very dangerous to go alone. But Wang Tang just smiled at the attendant, thanks for your concern, but I've thought it through. With that, the attendant handed him a key. Alright, here's the key. If the vehicle gets damaged, you'll have to compensate.
Wang Tang politely replied, thank you. Then, Wang Tang set off. He drove the vehicle along the mountain road. He read the piece of paper in his hand. In a small town nearby, a mixed group of warriors from all social classes or backgrounds had been using the cover of night to slip through, swiftly heading into the forest. The vehicle quickly reached the edge of the forest, just as indicated on the paper. Wang Tang parked the car outside and, carrying the black box, entered the forest alone. He suddenly felt something was off, as if someone was watching him.
Ha!
Immediately, Wang Tang shifted his position, vanishing so quickly that there was no time to follow his movement with his eyes. As soon as they realized he had disappeared, the two assassins were left confused, standing up. Where did the kid go?
Damn it, he's fast.
In the blink of an eye, he was already gone. Wang Tang moved to a branch not far away and observed them. He spoke, Boss, what should we do? The other person replied, What do you mean, what should we do? Split up and search. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, these people must be the ones who had been staring at me when I drove through the town earlier, right? The leader immediately gave orders to his subordinates, telling them to split up and search, and to report back quickly once they found him. Their figures disappeared, leaving only the sound of rustling.
Understood.
Wang Teng narrowed his eyes as he watched them. The star force energy of these three people must be at the first level of a martial artist. I'm curious to see what skills they have to come after me. A while later, the leader began to mutter to himself, frustrated at how long his subordinates had been gone. Where did those two go?
Has that kid been found yet?
No sooner had he spoken than Wang Teng suddenly appeared behind him, with a sinister and eerie smile that was almost terrifying.
Looking for me?
The leader was startled, his gaze quickly darting to the back. But when he turned around, Wang Teng had already jumped in the opposite direction, out of his line of sight. A powerful slash swung down, fast as lightning, creating a soft sound of wind being torn through the air. The cut landed, striking the leader in the back, causing his life to end immediately. Wang Teng stared at him. This man was strong, but the other two were weaker than him. Would they also use this method to kill?
The two subordinates finally turned around, anxiously asking, "How's the boss over there?" Upon realizing that the boss was dead, one of them screamed loudly, "Boss!" The two were in complete panic, looking at each other, wondering what happened.
At that moment, a golden flash of light streaked across, heading straight for where they stood. It suddenly pierced through the body of one of the subordinates, causing him to scream in agony. The other man was stunned, wide-eyed.
What? What was that?
In the stillness of the night, the desperate scream echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Wang Teng immediately leaped down to the spot where he had already dealt with the three assassins. He smiled coldly, the meteorite helmet merging with the dark star bone. It almost turned him into a nocturnal killer.
A small throwing dart appeared in Wang Teng's hand, its fiery red flame flickering.
He said, "Now it's time for some crazy leveling up." After some time, specifically a month later, he was sitting on a high branch.
Wang Teng looked at the system interface.
All combat skills had been practiced to perfection. His destructive force was almost at a perfect level. Reaching the 3-star attribute boost so quickly, now if he encountered a 4-star warrior, he wouldn't be afraid. A loud noise caught Wang Teng's attention. He jerked his head towards the sound, sensing a disturbance. He looked at the group of people running frantically, silently speculating, why are they in such a hurry? Could someone have encountered the star beast? No, wait, why can I only hear footsteps? The group was desperately running away from a stream of purple gas trailing behind them. One of them shouted, "Hurry up!" Wang Teng observed silently, hearing the common language being spoken. It seemed like an alien warrior team. The black-purple gas was pursuing them with terrifying speed. It quickly wrapped around the foot of one of them, causing him to fall.
Ah!
The others screamed in panic, shouting, "Run, hurry!" The one who was caught by the purple-black gas reached out for help towards the others, but his body was rapidly melting away.
Help me! Wang Teng was startled, his pupils contracting. What was that? He couldn't even see it clearly.
Wang Teng immediately activated his skill to expand his vision. His eyes followed the distant purple shadow. As soon as he saw it clearly, Wang Teng froze in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. In the distance was a bizarre, shapeless creature. He recognized with astonishment that it was a being of dark light energy.
Wang Teng stared at it, hesitating before saying, "What is that?"
The group of people had gathered in a circle, shouting loudly, "Alarm!" One of them guessed, it must be the darkness of the netherworld.
We can't escape now. Facing the darkness of the netherworld, there's no way out. If we're lucky, we might have a chance to survive.
Another person loudly spoke to the bald man, "This is not a small matter.
We need someone to survive and bring the news back."
Rose, after hearing this, immediately speculated that, judging by what they had said, the creature must be extremely terrifying, even a matter of great importance.
Could that black light be the darkness of the netherworld?
Wang Tang was stunned for a moment, unable to react in time.
What's going on?
I was so distracted earlier, the demon is nowhere to be seen now. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest.
Wait a minute. Wang Tang looked toward the empty field not far away.
No, if we split up, we'll be picked off one by one. The group below had already backed up against each other, carefully observing the surroundings. We can't waste time like this, we need to retreat.
No, if we split up, we'll be picked off one by one.
Wang Tang was deeply conflicted, gritting his teeth as he muttered inwardly, "Damn it, where did that thing go?
Why does it feel like something's wrong?"
His heart skipped a beat, and the sense of unease grew stronger. Wang Tang slowly turned around, praying that his suspicions were wrong.
Could it be that the monster had been standing behind him all along?
It had been silently watching everyone without a sound. Its eyes glowed a fiery red, casting an eerie light that reflected off the night. It bared its sharp, deadly teeth, waiting for the right moment to strike. Wang Tang was startled and horrified, unable to utter a word. The creature realized he had noticed it and leaped down from the tree branch. It charged at him, the roar of its attack shaking the entire mountain. Then it swung its claw toward him. Rose and the others, hearing the loud noise, instinctively turned to look in its direction. The monster used its bare hands to sever the branch that Wang Tang was standing on, causing him to fall without having time to react.
But Wang Tang was not one to give up easily.
Seizing the moment, he swung his hand, launching an attack like a missile toward it. A loud explosion echoed through the sky, breaking the usual silence of the forest.
Wang Tang landed lightly on the ground.
Rose and the others rushed over to him, asking in confusion, "Who are you?" He felt their words were meaningless, so he shouted,
"Are you still worried about who I am? Kill this monster first and we'll talk later."
The bald man cautiously said, "Rose, we can't trust him. If it wasn't for the darkness of the netherworld driving him away, who knows what he might do to us?"
She replied, "We have no other choice. Destroy the darkness of the netherworld monster."
Suddenly, Wang Tang shouted a warning. "Be careful, the monster is above you." The creature had somehow appeared in mid-air without them noticing. Rose stared at it in shock.
One of them launched an attack toward it.
A yellow-orange slash appeared as the person swung their hand, but the monster quickly blocked it. The two attacks collided, forming a large cross in the air. The others didn't stand idle either. They yelled and launched their own attacks. Immediately, a combination of kicks and fireballs soared toward the creature. The monster suddenly sped up, moving forward to intercept their relentless attacks. It swiped its sharp claws at Wang Tang, who was standing nearby. He noticed in time and quickly activated a net-like protective skill in front of him. But no matter how fast Wang Tang's reflexes were, the monster shattered every attack he threw.
It slashed its hand toward the protective net.
He struggled to deal with it, his brows furrowing deeper. It was too dangerous. If not for the flying knife blocking it, its claws would have been enough to send me flying. Wang Tang immediately attacked it, but it had already realized and retreated. He widened his eyes, focusing intently on his surroundings. "This thing is too difficult to handle, a careless move and I'll be attacked right away." The others hurried over to Wang Tang and asked,
"Can you see it?"
He replied, "Yes, but it's too fast."
"If I see it, I'll warn you all."
Suddenly, a voice called out to Rose, making her instinctively turn her head. It was Myron, the person who had been grabbed by the monster and pulled back. He reached out his hand toward her, his voice filled with desperation.
"Rose, help me!" Rose shouted in excitement. "Myron, I'm not dead."
Myron lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain.
"Help, someone help me." He immediately ran toward him. "I'm coming."
After taking a few steps, a large hand suddenly landed on Rose's shoulder, stopping her. The bald man cautiously reminded him, "Wait." Rose angrily shrugged the hand off and shouted at him,
What are you doing? Tell them to let me see.
The others were extremely worried upon hearing this. Suddenly, a warning popped into Wang Tang's mind. She moved closer to Myaron, concerned.
Myaron, are you okay? Where are you injured? Can't you move anymore?
Don't worry, I'll come to save you right away. With that, she extended her hand toward him. But as soon as she realized the distance was close enough, Myaron let out a roar and attacked her.
She was startled and frightened, and instinctively stepped back.
The others were even more confused, anxiously shouting and calling the name of the ancient artifact. Rose reacted quickly, not hesitating, and swung her hand decisively to attack Myaron, creating a slash as sharp as a knife. Her hands were glowing with bright flames, and her strike successfully finished off the fake Myaron, causing his head to fall to the ground. From afar, a dark purple shadow rushed toward her at an incredibly fast speed, making it difficult to see its movements clearly. A loud scream warned Rose.
Get out of the way. The monster spoke in an extremely sinister tone. I've been waiting for you.
She spun around in shock. It let out a roar and immediately appeared right in front of her.
Rose's hands were surrounded by flames, ready to strike.
The monster quickly extended its claws towards her, creating long, dark purple slashes.
Rose responded swiftly, blocking its attack with her own.
The two strikes collided, creating a loud screeching sound from the friction.
Wang Tang, observing the battle from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. That's intense.
Her fiery attack struck its body, sending it flying away. Immediately, its entire body was surrounded by fierce flames, burning the sky bright.
Wang Tang's hands transformed into a massive fiery blade. The opportunity had come.
He quickly jumped off the ground, charging toward the monster, then thrust the flaming blade directly at it. A circle of fire gathered around Wang Tang's hands.
While you're infected, I'll take your life.
A loud explosion rang out in the air, with fiery orange-red spirals swirling around it, creating a sense of energy bursting forth. Rose wearily looked up at the sky, feeling a lightness in her heart.
It was over. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. Watch out!
She was startled and turned around, just in time to see a sharp claw attacking her.
Rose couldn't react in time, the sudden strike sent her flying, crashing into a nearby tree.
Myaron staggered to his feet, now looking no different from the monster he had been moments ago. The others, worried, called out to her as she lay unconscious. The bald-headed man observed carefully, then recoiled in shock upon seeing the creature before him. Myaron now had skin tinged with purple, his eyes emitting a strange glow. Suddenly, two bright red slashes shot from a distance, forming a large cross. Wang Tang appeared instantly in front of him, blocking his line of sight to prevent further attacks. He urgently turned to the others and shouted, "Quick, save her!" Without another word, Wang Tang continued his one-on-one battle with the monster, the situation incredibly dire. They quickly rushed over to help her up. The man with the metal cap looked at her anxiously. Rose, clutching her injured body, struggled to her feet, coughed twice, then said, "I'm not dead yet." She turned her gaze toward Wang Tang, who was fighting the monster. The creature had already assimilated him. The two were locked in an intense struggle. The monster swung its arm in a horizontal slash, and he immediately leapt back to dodge the attack. Wang Tang landed on the ground, gripping his sword, which he plunged straight into the earth to brace himself. Flames still surged fiercely from the blade. Rose forced herself to ignore the pain from her wounds and warned him, "Stabbing Myaron in the stomach won't work, you have to strike his head." As soon as she finished speaking, Myaron unleashed a massive surge of dark energy, transforming into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Wang Tang had no patience left to deal with it. He turned and shouted loudly, "Take him down now. He's no longer your comrade." Rose approached him, his hands conjuring flames, coldly replying, "You don't need to worry." His face suddenly turned ashen, and he cast a sharp, cold gaze toward Myaron. "He's been assimilated. Let our group handle this." As he finished speaking, countless sparks flew from Rose's hands, all simultaneously attacking Myron. The flames raced toward him, the sound of continuous collisions ringing out, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Wang Teng didn't expect the guy to actually do what he said. He froze in place for a moment, stunned by how ruthless he was. He suddenly noticed two floating bubbles behind him. Bubbles with the darkness of the netherworld attribute. Wang Teng stared at the bubble, hesitating. If I pick it up, will I be turned into darkness of the netherworld? System boss, don't trick me. In the end, Wang Teng made up his mind, deciding to just pick it up and deal with the consequences later. He reached out to touch the purple bubble. A notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the darkness of the netherworld talent, darkness of the netherworld essence. Wang Tan looked curiously at his hands, which were slowly fading. What are the darkness of the netherworld talent and darkness of the netherworld essence? It's different from any other essence I've encountered. It feels cold and dark. His mind was racing with thoughts, and his mental attribute dropped by 8 points. Could the darkness of the netherworld have something special? Even mental patients lose mental attributes. The mental state of these darkness of the netherworld creatures can't be normal. Could it be the same as a mental illness? As he was still lost in thought, the battle on this side raged on fiercely. Attacks kept colliding with each other. Myron suffered severe injuries from their strikes and was knocked back. One of his arms had been severed. While the situation here was critical, Wang Teng was still sitting, absorbed in exploring new attributes. Suddenly, he spun around and ran towards the spot where Myron was sitting on the ground. Myron extended his sharp claws, intending to pounce on him. Wang Teng, however, was still oblivious. Feeling anxious, shouted in worry, "No, move, quickly." Wang Teng immediately extended his hand and landed a direct punch to Myron's face, causing him to fall flat on the ground and cry out. The last cry that escaped his lips stunned everyone. Stared wide-eyed at Myron, who was gravely injured, wondering why they were still saving him. The bald man took the initiative to step forward toward Myron. Myron, supporting himself with his hands, slowly rose, groaning in pain. Suddenly, from behind him, a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. The person, holding a large staff, swung it towards Myron. He spoke in a cold, yet somewhat apologetic tone, "Forgive me." The strike landed powerfully and decisively on the monstrous creature. Let out a soft sigh. Is it over? Wang Teng looked toward their group and asked, "Do any of you know what this darkness of the netherworld creature is?" Rose turned her face coldly and said, "Why should we tell you?" The bald man reminded her. All right, we'll take care of the body, let's hurry up and leave, better avoid long nights filled with dreams." The bald man quickly packed up the aftermath, while Rose stood aside and explained. "We also know very little about this darkness of the netherworld. After returning to the city, we reported it to the military and learned a few internal matters." Wang Teng, curious after hearing this, asked, "Is the military you're talking about the Star Marshal Continent's military, or the military of my star beasts?" Rose replied, "Both need to be informed. More than 20 years ago, a rule was enacted that whenever the darkness of the netherworld appears, both military branches must be notified immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng speculated and said, "So, the military is paying close attention to the darkness of the netherworld, huh?" Rose then said, "It's been rumored to exist for some time. But recently, the dark species have been appearing more and more frequently. The military is just being open about it now. I'll explain as we go. Even if you don't report it to the military, they'll find you today. In the military district of Yongchang, to the north of Earth Spirit, a military vehicle's headlights appeared on the night road. In front of the entrance to the military district, there was a barricade, and a soldier shone a flashlight on the vehicle and shouted, 'Stop! Military restricted area. Get out of the vehicle for verification. Don't shoot.' Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He rolled down the car window and shouted, I'm a martial artist from the Extreme Star Martial Arts School, and I have an important matter to report. The soldier remained calm, following the procedure and checking the information.
He asked Wang Tang to present his documents for verification. Wang Tang got out of the vehicle and complied. After carefully inspecting the documents, the soldier looked at him and confirmed, asking, "What exactly happened?"
At this moment, Wang Tang could no longer maintain his composure and stared wide-eyed.
"It's the darkness of the netherworld species. I've encountered the darkness of the netherworld species."
Upon hearing this, the soldier couldn't help but be startled.
He immediately gave an order, "Follow me, you'll be taken to the manager's room." General Shen entered from outside, not even sitting down before hastily asking, "Did you encounter the darkness of the netherworld in the forest?" Wang Tang quickly recounted the entire event.
"I and a branch of another team of martial artists from another world ran into the darkness of the netherworld in the forest." He extended his hand, offering a sealed bag containing a red substance.
"This is what I took from their bodies, you can have it tested." General Shen appeared very pleased.
"Well done. The essence of the darkness of the netherworld, if not properly handled, will infect other small creatures."
He continued to praise, "You're Wang Tang, right?"
"I heard from old Vice about a young genius from a martial arts competition in Donghai this year."
"That must be you, right?"
Wang Tang's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard that name.
"Old Vice?" He immediately jumped up from his seat and asked hurriedly, "Do you mean the person in charge of us? Are you also from Donghai?"
Not too surprised by Wang Tang's reaction, General Shen replied calmly, "Yes, I am an old acquaintance of his." Seemingly reminiscing about the past, General Shen looked at the young man before him and remarked, "He cares a lot about you."
Wang Tang's expression gradually relaxed, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "General Shen, you're being too polite. Now, tell me, what exactly is the darkness of the netherworld?"
Shen General still kept a calm expression on his face.
"You must know about the expansion of the martial arts exam, right?"
A slight startle.
Really?"
Mr. Two Tongue continued, just as Wang Tang had thought. "We are dealing with the darkness of the netherworld, so we have sacrificed a large number of martial artists.
That's why the recruitment for the exam has been expanded."
The more Wang Tang listened, the wider his eyes opened in surprise, and his mouth couldn't help but drop open, but he had already come to accept the blunt purpose behind the martial arts exam. He regained his composure and made his own judgment.
"If the goal is to deal with the darkness of the netherworld, that's a matter from another realm. Why are we expending so much effort on this?"
Before he could voice his doubts, Mr. Two quickly explained. "I'll tell you, Earth Spirit is no longer a safe place. If we don't handle this properly, sooner or later, we'll suffer severe losses."
All the uncertainties in Wang Tang's mind were finally answered properly.
So that's how it was. That's why the military was stationed strictly in the other realm and the rifts. Now he understood everything.
Shen General continued his detailed explanation.
Otherwise, why would martial artists be given such privileges? The more privileges they enjoy, the greater the responsibilities they must bear.
Wang Tang nodded. "I understand."
He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, martial arts students don't need to go to the front lines for actual combat.
Some choose to work in administrative positions in the rear."
Curious, Wang Tang spoke up.
"So what exactly is the front line like?"
He didn't answer Wang Tang's question directly, but simply smiled and replied.
"You'll find out when you go to university.
What you're seeing now is just the lowest level.
The higher level darkness of the netherworld is truly terrifying."
Wang Tang sat up straight, his expression serious, and asked the final question.
"Can I ask one more thing? Where does the darkness of the netherworld species come from?"
In a mysterious tone, General Shen lowered his voice. "From the depths, they come from the depths." Returning to a few days earlier, Wang Tang walked while sighing in frustration.
"I'm so tired."
Thinking of what had happened, he let out a sigh of relief. The materials from the star beast killed in the other world had been cleared, and he had made a lot of money, which felt great. He would visit his parents later. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Not good, it's on fire. The Fuhua district is burning. Hearing the familiar name, Wang Tang immediately froze. Is the Gaodang district also in trouble? He quickly rushed to the location of the fire at lightning speed, causing pedestrians to exclaim. Oh my, is that young man a martial artist? He's so fast. Worry surged up suddenly, and as he ran, he silently prayed in his heart. Please, don't let anything happen to Dad and Mom. When he reached a street, Wang Tum overheard a group of people talking excitedly. Did you hear? The real estate tycoon Wang Fugue is in trouble. Slowing down, he listened attentively. I heard that he killed someone before. The man's son became a martial artist and came back for revenge. Approaching the group, Wang Tang asked curiously. Auntie, what happened to Wang Fugue? The woman turned to look at him in surprise. Is it Zidang who's here? Yes, that's right. The aunt had just arrived to take a look. Someone told others not to interfere. It felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest, and Wang Tang exhaled a long sigh. The child thought it was his home. Xiao Aunt kindly reminded him, but you should go home and take a look. Your house is very close to his, and if the fire spreads, even standing still could get you caught in the blast. He immediately said his goodbyes and ran quickly back home. Yes, Xiao Aunt, please continue talking. As she watched Wang Tang's figure disappear, Xiao Aunt couldn't help but sigh. Ah, this kid, Wang Tang, not only polite but also a martial artist. Wang brother won't have to worry in the future. Another person also agreed, exclaiming, yes, indeed, he has a bright future. Look at my kids. The fiery red flames blazed fiercely. Those outside could no longer see the shape of the house. Outside, a tall figure holding a weapon was grabbing a child by the shirt. Among the crowd, Xiaomei anxiously looked at the terrifying scene before her, not expecting that the Wang couple had already buried themselves in the sea of fire. Dodo was still so young. She clenched her lips, certain the little girl would be killed too. Seeing the girl struggling desperately, Xiaomei gathered all her courage to step out of the crowd and stand in front of Qingji, shouting loudly. Stop! She quickly pleaded, she's just a child, please spare her. The little girl, not understanding what was happening, cried loudly. Aunt Li, Dodo is so scared. She immediately tried to reassure her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. There is reason here. Please spare her. Xingji gritted his teeth fiercely, and now, it seemed he had lost all sense of reason. He raised the blazing sword toward Xiaomei and threatened, move aside. She calmly responded, no matter how great the hatred is, don't direct it at children. They are innocent. Like a cup overflowing with water, he bitterly shouted through gritted teeth, what about my parents? Were they not innocent? They died tragically at the hands of Wang Fugue, yet no one spoke up for them. Xiaomei was stunned, speechless. She thought to herself, that's right, I see his pain. I shouldn't judge him based on moral standards, but what about Dodo? He repeated, his voice cold, step aside, I won't kill you. Xiaomei continued to try and persuade him, I deeply regret what happened to your parents, but I cannot stand by and watch you take the life of a child. Xing Ji's hand tightened into a fist, and he took up his spear. A surge of power immediately radiated from him, enveloping the weapon. There's no use in talking. In that case, he'll kill you too. His hatred was immense, and the cold energy pushed Dodo aside. He intensified the power in the sword he held, flames blazing around it. Xiaomei was dazed, caught in such a situation. Qingji thrust the sword toward her, yelling, step aside. Xiaomei, with a terrified expression, shouted back to stop him, no, I won't let you kill Dodo. He swung the fiery sword toward her, charging with murderous intent, then you die too. Not far away, Wang Tang, hearing his loud voice, was taken by surprise. Just as Qingji fiercely swung his blade to strike the two of them, a sharp blade swiftly cut through the air, blocking his attack. The sharp blade slashed forward, flashing a dazzling golden light. Wang Tang launched an attack, and for a brief moment, the air between them became still. No one moved, and the outcome was unclear. In the end, Qingji's arm was severed and fell to the ground.
Wang Tang stood firm before the sea of flames, the outcome now evident. Xiaomei couldn't help but be taken aback by Wang Tang's strike.
Around them, everyone was horrified at the sight of the blow that had severed Qingji's arm. Qingji clutched his wound, Xiaomei stood across from him, while Wang Tang positioned himself right in the middle to protect his mother and Dodo. He softly spoke, "Mom, it's okay." Wang Tang turned his face and whispered quietly, "I'm here." Xiaomei was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, and in a daze, she called out, "My son." Amid the vengeful sea of flames created by Qingji, Wang Tang stood with a cold expression, his voice firm, "I don't care about your hatred, but you dared to harm my mother. Today, I will sever your arm." Wang Tang's eyes, filled with fury, urged the lesson forward. He remained silent, listening to each of his angry words. "If your strike just now had the intent to kill, then my strike will take your life."
Wang Tang sternly pressed, "Are you not satisfied?"
He stood face to face with Qingji, raising his sword in a cold warning, "Your strength is still far from mine, whether you accept it or not. I'll give you a chance to go back and train, and in the future, come find Wang Tang if you seek revenge." Qingji furrowed his brow, then slightly bowed, his voice dripping with murderous intent.
"Wang Tang, I will remember the grudge of today, Yen Chengji will not forget."
With that, Qingji turned and walked away, and all three of them watched him in silence, the atmosphere heavy and still.
Xiaomei looked at Qingji turning his back, arms crossed, and snapped, "Is it worth it?"
Silently contemplating, she could see through Qingji's character, but there was no way to advise him anymore. It wasn't about whether it was worth it or not, it was simply about not going against one's original intentions. In the suffocating, fiery space of his frustration, Qingji tightly gripped his wound and left without a word, leaving the two behind. Xiaomei held Dodo in her arms, looked toward her son, and asked in worry, "Son, what if that man can't release his pent-up anger and comes after you for revenge later?"
Wang Tang innocently responded, confused, "Mom, do you want me to pull the weeds out by the root? Are you that cruel?" Xiaomei, irritated that her son didn't understand, yelled out, "That's not what I mean. What nonsense are you talking?" He looked at her with a bewildered expression, not understanding.
"Mom, I was just joking." Wang Tang paused for a moment, but then he thought his mother shouldn't interfere in the grudge between martial artists. However, it didn't matter, he was sure he would protect her. The scene shifted back to the aftermath of the fiery battle between Qingji and Wang Tang. At this point, the police had surrounded the scene to investigate the incident. Wang Tang spotted the police captain and greeted him, "Captain C, what a coincidence, we meet again." He replied politely, "Young Master Wang, you're too kind. We're just following standard procedure." The report was finished. Seeing the young man in front of him having grown up, Captain C couldn't help but feel proud, thinking to himself, "Oh my, this child has become a martial artist and is now fighting. He's beyond reach now." Xiaomei suddenly realized she had forgotten something. "That's right," the chief of police responded. "This child." She recounted the situation with the little girl to him. "This child just lost both her father and mother. Honestly, I'm not at ease. Is it possible for her to stay at my place?" The chief of police casually replied. "Then, they'll trouble Madame Wang to take care of her a bit." "It's nothing at all. We'll be on our way now." They both parted ways. Wang Tang turned back seriously. "You ask your mother, what is she planning to do?" She anxiously told her son, "Earlier, I heard Dodo's mother say that Wang Fugui's relatives are not good people, and we can't let them take Dodo. The three of them were standing with their backs to the sun, so let's keep Dodo at our house. But if they dare come here and make trouble, you will teach them a lesson. I know, I'm capable now, but in the future, you still need to ensure your own safety when you're out." "Right, Mom, I'm saying I'll move to the martial artist family housing area." When Dad comes back, we'll go check out the house and avoid running into things like this again. Sigh, I'll listen to you. Everyone hurriedly moved the belongings, with one truck after another. Shangguo looked proudly at Wang Tang and said, my son really has potential. In a moment, he'll find 3 million to buy a new house. He's got more cash in hand than his old man. Ha, he replied lightly. Dad, in the future, I'll be doubly filial to you and Mom. Don't worry. Xiaomei entered the house and saw Dodo timidly hiding behind the door, so she asked, Dodo, what's wrong? Dodo's eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, I want to go home, I want to find my parents. Xiaomei looked at the little girl, her face briefly showing a trace of pity, and could only offer comforting words. Dodo will stay at Auntie's house, okay? Your parents are in a very far away place now. Upon hearing this, the little girl was frightened and began to cry. Hohu, don't they need me anymore? The sound of her crying caught the attention of Wang Tang and Shanghua. Xiaomei quickly hugged the little girl, her hands gently stroking her hair, speaking with love. They are still the ones who love you the most in the world, how could they not need you? Hohu, then why didn't they come to pick me up? Are they dead? She stood up, facing Shangwei, and suggested. Honey, what do you think about adopting Dodo? Her relatives can't be trusted, I'm afraid she'll suffer. Shangwei sighed, but he also felt that this was the best option at the moment. It wouldn't be bad to give Xiaotang a little sister, let her stay here. 3 days later, at a grand banquet, everyone was dressed as if attending a festival. The man stood on the high stage, holding a glass of wine, raising it in a toast. I sincerely thank all of you for attending the debut banquet of my grandson, Wang Tang. This toast is to all of you. The crowd below cheered, joining in the celebration. Mr. Wang's charisma was still as impressive as ever, downing his glass. His eyes scanned the crowd, smiling as he spoke, with the sound of fake laughter echoing in his ears. Congratulations to Mr. Wang for raising a martial arts champion, truly impressive. At that moment, there was a loud crash, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor, drawing everyone's attention. Zhou Wu smiled brightly, looked at the banquet before him, and gave a soft huh. He stood outside the door, in front of a gigantic bell, his clothes completely out of place for the occasion, and boldly said in a loud voice. Is there a party going on? Looks like I arrived just in time, and here comes Wang brother as well. Wang Shenghuang, seeing the scene before him, shouted loudly, Who are you? Zhou Wu, still smiling arrogantly, leaned against the bell and introduced himself, I'm the one who gave the gift. Wang Tang stared at Zhou Wu, thinking to himself, did he give a bell as a gift? The atmosphere of the party seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone turned their gaze toward the stranger who had just appeared. Before the eyes of all the guests at the party, Zhou Wu slowly approached. He took out a 3D remote communication device from his pocket. A three-dimensional image quickly projected before the guests. Through the screen, Jin Ping, who was sitting in a wheelchair, clasped his hands together, and with a calm voice, said, Long time no see, Wang Zhenxiong? Zhenxiong, unable to believe his eyes, stared in shock at the man he had thought was dead for years, now suddenly appearing before him. Standing on the podium, he was filled with terror and said, Nan Jin Ping, you're still alive? After what happened back then? Jin Ping raised an eyebrow and continued, Did you really shoot me dead back then? Finishing his words, he lifted his head and laughed loudly, it's a pity I'm so hard to kill. You should have given me a few more shots. Ha ha. Jin Xiong's face quickly darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Such a pity, that a damn dog like you has lived this long. Jin Ping heard this and sneered, Well, now you remember and want to come after me for revenge? That's right, the man responded without hesitation. Before, there wasn't an opportunity, but now my Nan family is stronger than your Wang brother, so I want to come back and take revenge. He continued bluntly, Let me tell you, it was me who captured your son last time. Wang Tong was taken aback, his mind racing in shock. Jin Ping coughed several times, I don't have much time left. Before I die, I must drag your Wang brother down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Ping gave instructions to his subordinates.
Zhou Wu, take the great gift. Zhou Wu replied, yes. Shang Huan, enraged, voiced his complaint, this is outrageous. He then ordered, where are my men?
Stop him. Despite the bodyguards surrounding him, Zhou Wu continued to push the large bronze bell toward the stands.
He sneered in disdain, they don't know their limits.
He then lifted the bell with one hand and kicked away the bodyguards surrounding him. After clearing a path, Zhou Wu quickly carried the bronze bell forward. The bell was aimed directly at the stand where Jinbing was standing.
He turned to Jinbing and said, catch it.
Immediately, Wang Tang leaped forward toward the bell.
With a swift kick, he sent it flying back toward Zhou Wu. Jinbing watched Wang Tang anxiously and called out. Xiao Tang, Shang Wu's expression darkened.
He called his son Shou Mei, who was equally stunned by Wang Tang's reckless action, as though it was all part of the plan.
Zhou Wu smirked at Wang Tang and said, waiting for you to make your move.
After finishing his words, he immediately shot towards the bell that was flying back toward him. Zhou Wu aimed directly at it and punched it with great force. The bell changed direction and twisted in the air, flying back toward Wang Tang.
The tiger didn't roar, it sounded more like a Hello Kitty.
Wang Tang quickly gathered energy into his left hand, then he also threw a punch at the bronze bell, just like Zhou Wu. Not only that, he spun around and kicked it, sending the bell flying several meters into the air. Zhou Wu noticed that the bell no longer headed toward him but continued to soar higher and higher, which left him confused. Before he could react, the figure of Wang Tang appeared above the bell. Wang Tang focused his energy, gathering all his strength into a punch and slammed it into the bronze bell, causing it to turn upside down and fall rapidly towards Zhou Wu at an incredible speed.
He froze in shock and disbelief, thinking, wasn't the intel saying he was just a one-star warrior? How could this be?
Before Zhou Wu could think any further, the bell came crashing down on him, creating a massive explosion that was so powerful it cracked the ground. The people in the banquet hall were left in stunned silence. Amid the thick cloud of smoke and dust, Zhou Wu expanded his hands to catch the bell.
Miraculously, he managed to block the blow.
Sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth and thought, I caught it. Wang Tang quickly landed on top of the bell.
He looked down at Zhou Wu with disdain and said, you still holding up?
Zhou Wu struggled to reply, you're so naive. I'm a martial artist of the earth element, with tremendous strength.
You think you can suppress me with this? You're too green. Hearing him speak, Wang Tang merely responded indifferently, oh, really?
After saying that, he forcefully stomped down where he was standing. Zhou Wu below him also collapsed to his knees from the impact, blood spilling from his mouth and dripping down his chin.
Wang Tang calmly asked, so, what now? He furrowed his brows, silently thinking, why does it feel so heavy? Then, as if in disbelief, he shouted, how is this possible? How can you be this strong?
As soon as the words left his mouth, the glasses on Zhou Wu's face began to crack, and his face sagged. This caused him immense pain, and he let out a loud scream. Soon, Zhou Wu couldn't hold on any longer, and the bell rapidly fell to the ground, his voice fading away in an instant.
At this moment, an incredibly profound force emanated from Wang Tang.
He stood calmly on the bronze bell, waiting for the dust to settle.
Everyone present was staring at him with their mouths agape. Wang Tang calmly stepped down onto the ground.
He pointed at the bell and coldly said, please clean up a bit, this person was crushed to death.
Then Wang Tang explained, this farce is just for laughs now.
Everyone, just treat it like a performance, and after this, feel free to eat and drink. Someone was ready to compliment him, well done, brother Wang Tang, great job. He smiled and accepted the praise.
After the confrontation between the two, the entire banquet hall couldn't stop praising Wang Tang.
Min Min suddenly remarked, my cousin is so handsome, even more handsome than the school idol, Nan Koi. Xiao Hong beside her also blushed and chimed in, my cousin is amazing, he's truly exceptional. Nan Koi from both our class and the whole school can't compare to him.
Shang Huang walked towards Shang Wei and said, younger brother, you've had a good child.
He praised him greatly. Zidang has such a promising future, the two of you will be able to enjoy blessings in the future.
Shenghua replied, oh no, not at all, this little rascal still has a long way to go.
Jinbing, standing beside them, also smiled and said, take good care of this child.
With this little one, Wang brother will easily rise to unprecedented prosperity.
But then he suddenly frowned and thought, but the most important thing right now is Jinping's threat.
If he's about to die, he might become very reckless. This caught Wang Teng's attention from afar.
He walked up to him and reassured, Grandfather, don't worry, I don't think they'll dare to make a big move to cause trouble in Donghai. As for the captain of the Huanghai army, he's got a bit of a reputation, so there's no need to fear him.
He'll handle everything.
Upon hearing this, Jinbing couldn't help but feel happy. Good, good, my grandchild has a bright future, he can help the old man solve this problem.
Wang brother is lucky to have such a grandchild. Wang Teng asked him seriously, Grandfather, what exactly happened between you and that Jinping?
Jinbing, with a nostalgic look, replied, it was something that happened 10 years ago. He then began recounting, in the past, Jinping and I were childhood friends from the same village.
We both left our hometown to seek a living.
Back then, no hero could resist a beautiful woman, and both of us were infatuated with your grandmother.
The image of the woman's figure appeared in his mind. Your grandmother chose me. Jinping and I grew estranged and became enemies.
He hated me to the core. Later, he plotted to kill me, but he was careless and exposed his plan, so I struck first. Back to reality, Jin Xiong grumbled to Wang Tang, but I never expected that he still hasn't died. He forced a smile and replied, Grandfather, your magnificent achievements really leave me in awe. At this moment, Zhou Wu was firmly bound to a chair, with Wang Tang's bodyguards keeping watch by his side.
He tried to plead, let me go? Sheng Huan was surprised and asked, he's still not dead?
He darkened his face and smiled in a way that seemed to want to eat Zhou Wu alive.
Zhou Wu responded. At that time, I only stunned him. Zhou Wu's true face was now revealed, and he shouted at Wang Teng, what do you want from me?
Wang Teng looked at him with a cold, piercing gaze, then set the condition to answer his question, I can let you go.
Zhou Wu raised his head, eyes wide, and suspiciously asked, are you really going to let me go? Wang Teng didn't answer directly but bluntly said, you have no right to choose. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. Zhou Wu, resigned, sighed and agreed, fine, ask your question.
Wang Teng began to inquire, who exactly is Jinping?
Zhou Wu answered, revealing that he was just an ordinary person, but his nephew, Ren Jingchang, was a martial arts genius.
Upon hearing that name, both Shenghua and Sheng Huan were deeply shaken. Wang Teng casually reminded him, then continued, Zhou Wu said that the Thunder Wrath Martial Arts School had directly offered Ren Jingchang an SS-level contract. He was also taken in as a direct disciple by the headmaster and is now a 6-star martial artist. Because of this, the Nan family has been greatly benefited. Both were utterly shocked by what they had just heard.
Sheng Huan, horrified, repeated, direct disciple of the headmaster of Thunder Wrath Martial Arts School, and a 6-star martial artist warrior?
Jinbing also spoke up at this point, just one of these identities would already be enough to cause great danger. His face grew serious, and he thought to himself, now it makes sense why Jinping said their family had produced a unicorn, turns out it's just Ren Jingchang. Jinping then turned to Wang Tang and asked, Xiao Tong, are you sure about this?
Wang Tang nodded in response,
Then Wang Tang looked at him and slowly said, the contract he signed was an SS tier, the one I signed is an SSS tier. Jinbing was left speechless after hearing this. Shenghua, standing beside him, was even more shaken. He smiled to himself, thinking, Jinbing and everyone here, just give me time, and I won't be any weaker than that brat. Then, he reminded Wang Tang, it's good that you're confident, but your strength isn't quite there yet.
Hold your ground for now, don't confront Ren Jingchang. Wang Tang replied, understood, sir. After a moment, Jinbing turned to Zhou Wu, who was tightly bound to a chair not far away, and asked him, what about Zhou Wu? How do you plan to deal with him?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu angrily shouted, you promised you'd let me go if I answered your questions. Wang Tang smiled dangerously and said, "Don't worry, I keep my word.
I'll let you go right now."
A few minutes later, Zhou Wu, limping and clutching his injured arm, walked out. Wang Tang stood by the window, coldly observing every move he made. A voice from behind rang out, Jin Bing's voice. "To pull out the weeds, you must pull them out from the root. Nothing more will happen." Wang Tang only smiled and replied, "Grandfather, don't worry. The moment I leave Donghai, it will be the beginning of his downfall." At this moment, Zhou Wu was already on the flight leaving Donghai. He angrily said, "Damn it, looks like this kid doesn't understand what it means to release the tiger back into the forest. Wait until I get back, he'll make this a big issue with Rin Jingchang. I don't believe Rin Jingchang won't send someone more formidable to Wang brother to settle this." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wu's heart suddenly ached in shock. Just as the plane took off, that was also the moment he screamed in agony as his heart shattered within his body. Wang Tang seemed to sense Zhou Wu's departure. He thought to himself, "It seems Zhou Wu is dead." Using his mind-reading ability to control the acupuncture needle in his body, he drove it deeper into his heart. Perfect, truly an invisible killer. Wang Tang spoke as he walked, "Let's go home. I need to pack my things, school starts tomorrow." The next morning, at the Huanghai Military Academy, Wang Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the Huanghai Military Academy? What a magnificent atmosphere, so many students." The university life had begun, and everyone gathered in front of the dormitory. "All new students, come here and take a look." The senior student pointed at the map above. The martial arts department's dormitories are divided into 4 areas. Wang Tang also walked over to listen. The copper region is usually reserved for new students. There are 300 rooms in total, each with 4 people, accommodating 1,200 people. Martial artists at the rank of 1 star can stay in the silver region, with 1 person per room. There are 300 rooms available, which can accommodate 300 people. Martial artists at the 2-star and 3-star levels can stay in better equipped areas, with a total of 200 rooms. Upon hearing such favorable conditions, everyone was excited and eager to live there. She winked and signaled to them. The gold region has the best school for the top 100 martial artists in the entire school. Basically, these are seniors, and their strength is above 3 stars. You all should work hard. The senior sitting next to her added some more information. The dormitory area is mixed gender, with both males and females living together. She immediately rushed over to stop them. "Stop thinking nonsense. Each room will still be shared with your fellow sect members, it's just that it's in the same area." Upon hearing this, the male students lost the excitement they had before. She kept reminding the new students. In the martial arts specialty, strength speaks for itself. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can even challenge the top 100. If you win, you can replace them. Alright, enough talking. Let's check the room assignments for everyone. She took out an iPad from somewhere and began to guide everyone. Each person will be called by name. Lin Shuelian, room 23, Copper Region. Lu Ringjie, room 20, Copper Region. Holiang Ping, room 18, Copper Region. Looks like you all have quite strong strength among the new students. Wang Tang, who had been standing far away, overheard and walked over, pulling out a piece of paper. "Could you help me check which room he'll be in?" She took the paper and checked the information. "Let me see. Wang Tang, room 1, Silver Region." The senior sister didn't expect it and unintentionally spoke loudly, causing everyone around to pay attention. A few of her friends began to notice him, and they were surprised that Wang Tang was so capable. Lian Kong walked over to greet him. "Wow, buddy, you're amazing." The new student had already been assigned to room number 1 in the Silver Region. Wang Tang was taken aback. He had never heard of it before. Was it really that impressive? The senior explained to him, "Room number 1 in each region holds a special meaning. It represents the strongest person in that group. You, as a new student, have already claimed that position, so you'll definitely attract attention.
For some reason, her gaze turned cold at that moment. Most likely, someone will try to pick a fight with you.
You need to be very careful. It turned out that the senior was trying to remind Wang Tang, but he didn't pay much attention to it. At most, I'll just fight one round and show them that I deserve to be in room number 1. I'm already a 3-star martial artist, so I'm not afraid.
The people around them weren't sure if they were angry or jealous of Wang Tang.
They thought he was too arrogant, but since there wasn't much time left, they started to leave for their dorms.
Alright, let's continue with the room assignments.
By the way, everyone, make sure you're not late tomorrow. The next day, it seemed like all the students had gathered here, and the place was packed. They urged each other, hurry up, it's almost time. The iron gates slammed shut, preventing anyone from entering.
What's going on?
It's just 1 minute late, why are the gates already closed?
Let me in.
A voice rang out like a storm, commanding silence. Immediately, everyone below fell utterly silent, though a few still wondered.
Who is that person?
The pressure is too great, it's terrifying. The man with the large scar across his face spoke up.
First, allow me to introduce myself.
I am the headmaster of the Huanghai Military Academy, Pang Yuanshan. He was angry with his students.
You all have greatly disappointed me. The military academy is a place to train soldiers, yet you all showed up late.
I'm just curious how Yuanshan managed to speak so loudly, while standing disorganized like this. What a disgrace. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Once you join my Huanghai Academy, you must adhere to the rules here. He then punished those who were late. Those who arrived late run 20 laps around the field.
They could only complain.
This is crazy. Everyone looks so exhausted, it's like they've lost their rations.
Who can run 20 laps?
You enjoy the privileges of the military academy, not to live a leisurely life.
You are the martial artists of the future. You bear a heavy responsibility on your shoulders.
For some reason, when he spoke these words, he hesitated.
Wang Tang noticed when he heard the phrase heavy responsibility, but Yuan Shan didn't elaborate further. One day, you will understand.
When the world needs martial artists, we must step forward because behind us are our loved ones. A martial artist is not a strong, reckless person who bears the burden of time, but someone who carries the weight of responsibility for thousands of people. It must be acknowledged, he looked very formidable.
Wang Tang no longer complained and found that everything Yuan Shan said was completely true. Indeed, after learning about the Abyss incident, he understood these words even more. However, he was also puzzled, but do you really have to exaggerate like that?
Yuan Shan had not yet finished his speech. Next, there's one final matter.
The military rank ceremony. At this point, the students below immediately regained their focus.
Among the freshmen this year, one person had earned this honor, and perhaps some of you have already heard about it, the top scorer of the Huanghai Martial Arts exam. Through the exam, the martial artists were awarded a military rank of officer by the school.
The crowd below started to murmur. Military rank? No way. A freshman who hasn't even made any achievements, why would they get a military rank? Yuan Shan understood. I know some of the senior students may not be satisfied, but Wang Tang is very special. However, I can offer you a chance. Anyone of the same rank can challenge him. The winner will be awarded the military rank. The senior students were excited. Such a thing exists? Let me see how this kid fares.
Wang Tang felt like he was nothing more than a piece of meat for Tang Sanzang. He was so angry that he nearly set up a table and chair.
What is this? The military rank is supposed to be a good thing. How dare this old fox play tricks on me?
Seeing the mischievous smile on Yuan Shan's face, Wang Tang knew something was off, and Yuan Shan spoke up. Young Wang Tang, please come to the stage. Today, I will personally present you with your military rank. He had no intention of letting Wang Tang off, causing everyone around to direct their gaze toward him,
don't be shy, hurry up. Some of the senior students have already started paying attention to you. Are you really Wang Tong? What's more, the girls seem to be falling for your good looks. Wow, Wang Tang is so handsome. Many people didn't believe in his strength, they thought he was just some spoiled rich kid. Don't be so superficial. Wang Tong, you seem a bit resentful. With that look on your face, I bet you're just upset that you can't tear Yuan Shan into 100 pieces. He replied tiredly and frustrated. No, old fox, how dare you ask? But maybe Yuan Shan is really quite happy. Wang Tang, the last time we had a handover ceremony was many years ago. I'm very glad to see a student like you now. He quietly listened to what the man said. But your journey has just begun, and the future is still long. I hope that by the time you graduate, you'll have many more titles to your name. In fact, I hope to see you wear that robe one day. Wang Tang was puzzled when Yuan Shan mentioned the robe. Why do the people down there feel so unfair? Why has the dean never spoken to us like this? What's so special about this Wang Tang that even the dean has such high expectations for him? I don't accept this. It seemed that Wang Tang had already made quite a few enemies on his very first day. Despite being at quite a distance, he could clearly hear every word of their complaints. When he turned around, he saw Professor Yuan Shan grinning broadly. This old fox was playing tricks on him again. It looked like he wanted the seniors to deal with him. After a few seconds of thinking, Wang Tang spoke up, "Dean, wait a moment, I have a question." He seems to have thought of a plan. I can't just let myself be easily controlled like that. Yuan Shan told him to speak quickly. Wang Tang, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Just now, the principal said that anyone could challenge you, so can I challenge someone else as well, take their rank from them? Truly deserving of being our main character. But Yuan Shan has been ahead of you for so long, right? You can't take the rank, our ranks are earned through military achievements, they can't just be fought for. He felt quite amused. This kid, sharp-minded, is setting a trap for me, huh? Wang Tang said seriously, then that's not fair. If I lose my rank, but if I win, I gain nothing. The principal thinks that's reasonable? So, what do you want? His request was very simple: if you want to challenge me, you should offer something of equal value. I heard that credits are very useful in school, so I can accept credits. Yuan Shan thought for a moment and then agreed. Alright, but it must have a limit, no more than 100 points. This kid is certainly no pushover, setting up a trap I can't avoid. He laughed. This kid is really confident, with a bit of that old style from back then. Seeing that everything seemed to be settled, Yuan Shan began to dismiss everyone. Alright, that's it for today. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we start choosing the branch campuses. You can check the school website for details. Don't come to me tomorrow. Then everyone left and discussed among themselves. Tell me, which academy should I go to? I was so excited yesterday I couldn't sleep. Wang Tang was walking alone on the road when suddenly he heard a call from behind. Tang brother. Wang Tang turned around, and it turned out to be Lian Kong along with a few of his friends approaching. Tang brother, let's go to the stadium to prepare for the branch institute ceremony. Wang Tang agreed to go with them. But why are you calling me that? Lian Kong replied. Because you're so good, I'm just riding on your coattails. I also want to introduce my friends to you, they admire you a lot, even my roommates look up to you. Wang Tang was at a loss for words. As long as you're happy. Lian Kong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Tang brother, have you read the introduction about the 5 major academies? Wang Tang seemed uninterested. Not yet. Is there something special about them? The War Academy mainly focuses on developing students' combat abilities, training them to become key forces on the battlefield in the future. The mortality rate is the highest, and you need to be prepared for sacrifice. The Command Academy is responsible for training talented tactical commanders.
The Manufacturing Academy specializes in technology, creating weapons suitable for martial artists. The Danding Academy focuses on cultivating single-path talents, providing healing elixirs and cultivation resources for martial artists. The Fuwan Academy specializes in the study of runes.
Is that so?
Wang Tang glanced over the academies and noted that each of these 5 had its own strengths.
He hesitated. Is it possible to choose all of them? I want to collect attributes.
The group here was gathered, looking like a swarm of ants, which was quite a sight. Yuan Shan seemed quite satisfied today, as it looked like he hadn't arrived late.
Du Jun thought that after the scolding yesterday, the kids must have learned their lesson. Well then, let's not waste time. Let the academy heads introduce themselves. The students below were visibly excited.
A muscular man, his body covered in scars, stepped up. "Hello, I am the Dean of the Academy of Warfare," Dong Hu said directly, without any hesitation. "I only have one thing to say: join the Academy of Warfare, and you will become the strongest." Suddenly, someone raised their hand and interrupted.
That statement of yours is wrong. Your academy only excels in physical strength. Has your team ever defeated the Command Academy in a live combat drill?
This person continued introducing themselves. "New students, I am the Dean of the Command Academy, Su Jing. I believe that martial artists must have strength, but their minds must also keep pace. In the past, there were great generals who single-handedly held off thousands of soldiers. The true strong are those who know how to use their minds." Su Jing's playful tone made Dong Hu angry, but he could do nothing.
Haha, Su Jing laughed.
"Those who play tricks and schemes are all devious."
Can we call what happened with Commander Yuan Guan dirty? Do you even understand what it means to sit in a tent and strategize? Have you ever won a battle?
Another dean walked up to mediate. Enough of this bickering in front of the new students.
Oh my! With looks like that, I might just attend school every day without missing a single class.
"Students, I am the Dean of the Crafting Academy, Oh Chang Song.
I want to tell you that crafting is both an art and a talent. We welcome you to enroll in our academy."
Several female students at the back began to lose their minds.
He's so handsome. Dong Hu and Su Jing looked at their expressions and didn't know what to say.
Surprisingly, both of them shared the same helpless attitude and clapped their hands. An old man with a white beard introduced himself. "I am the headmaster of the Danding Zheng Chui Hung Academy. However, I believe that alchemy is more of an art form than a crude form of crafting. If any of you feel you have a natural talent, don't hesitate to come and try your luck at the academy. After registration, you may join my Danding Academy. We may not have everything, but when it comes to elixirs, we have plenty. You can throw one away after taking it, and it won't matter." Chang Song, looking like a cat with its fur bristled, thought to himself that it was nonsense. Those who practiced alchemy didn't have any trouble with big pots, so what was the artistic part? Finally, the headmaster appeared. His figure was undeniably striking.
"Hey, shouldn't you let me introduce myself first?" The male students below seemed unable to hold themselves back from being dazzled by his body and looks.
Du Jun smiled gently. "I am the headmaster of Fuwan Academy, Si Du Jun.
Anyone interested in learning about charms and talismans can come to our academy." After hearing the introductions, Wang Tang felt that these 5 headmasters seemed to be untrustworthy. He decided to put the matter aside and move forward. But then, he noticed the students below were chattering among themselves. "Wang Tang, he really chose the War Academy," Dong Hu said with a grin. Wang Tang, you really have a good eye," Su Jing sighed. "Humph, a promising talent like that, and you easily picked him up." Suddenly, a voice said, what is he doing?" Both headmasters froze in surprise. Wang Tang's actions caused the students to continue discussing. Why is he taking all the registration forms? Does he want to join all the academies?
The deans were left speechless, and Dong Hu appeared quite angry.
With a tender gaze, he turned to ask Yuan Shan, What does this boy mean by this?
Unable to tolerate Wang Tang's actions, seeing him scold the girl behind in a way that sounded more like an animal growling, Wang Tang was surprised.
Why is the old fox so angry?
It was unclear when, but Yuan Shan had walked up to him and, in an irresistibly cute voice, called out, "Wang Tang." Looking into his eyes, it seemed like he could not wait to give Wang Tang a good scolding.
Choosing all 5 academies at once, who do you think you are? The world's #1 genius? You don't have that much time and energy. Greed leads to loss. This is self-destructive behavior, irresponsible toward yourself. For some reason, seeing Wang Tang being scolded, I couldn't help but find it a little endearing.
I couldn't understand how or why the sound and speed of what was happening was so fast.
Yuan Shan really seemed genuinely angry this time.
He grabbed Wang Tang's shoulders and yanked the registration forms from his hands.
Before, I thought it was a joke, something I wouldn't count against you,
he said, his voice carrying a threat.
Think carefully and choose again, making Wang Tang sweat profusely.
He tried to explain, "Dean, I just want to learn more things."
What you said makes sense, I didn't think it through. Wanting to learn more is a good thing. Yuan Shan sighed at Wang Tang's stubbornness.
All right, here's what we'll do. You'll attend the War Academy officially, and I'll arrange an auditing pass for you. You can attend other classes, but it must not interfere with your martial arts training.
Wang Tang seemed quite pleased with the arrangement. Thank you, Principal. I will follow your instructions. Yuan Shan turned to correct the other students.
All right, continue with the roll call, and stop causing trouble. Wang Tang held a rather large box, seemingly heading somewhere. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, causing him to turn around. The person calling him was standing in a shadow not far away. After glancing over, Wang Tang felt that the face seemed somewhat familiar.
It seems I know you.
The person approached and greeted him. I'm Manhwa, a second-year student, a one-star martial artist. I heard that you entered this school with the strength of a one-star martial artist, so I was curious and came over to see if you really have that ability. It turned out that Wei Hua wanted to challenge Wang Tang to a fight, and hearing this made Wang Tang laugh.
Haha, you want to challenge me?
Wei Hua seemed a bit surprised upon hearing this.
A challenge? I guess I can understand it like that. Wang Tang, without hesitation, asked back.
Oh, have you already prepared 100 credits? But Wei Hua hadn't thought that far ahead and was flustered.
I just came to see your strength.
Seeing this, Wang Tang firmly stated. Don't waste my time if you haven't prepared the credits. Then he sighed in frustration and casually walked off.
Wei Hua felt irritated seeing this reaction. Are you trying to get me to lose completely?
Tomorrow at noon, in the arena at the stadium, I'll have the credits ready to fight you. Wang Tang smirked, as if Wei Hua had already fallen into his trap, and responded, I'll hold you to that.
Humph.
Wei Hua angrily walked off, while Wang Tang hummed a tune happily.
He glanced toward the corner. This new student was certainly not easy to manipulate.
Initially, he thought he could use the competition as an excuse. Losing wouldn't affect his credits, and winning would net him 100 credits, equivalent to 1 million coins.
Want to manipulate me?
But tomorrow he would have to pretend to win reluctantly, that way people would keep coming to challenge him.
Our protagonist really is cunning.
The next day, everyone gathered at the place they had agreed upon.
Look, Wang Tang's here. Many people seemed surprised. He really came? Doesn't he know the saying, a newborn calf fears nothing?
Wei Hua has been training in the military for a year already. Although Wang Tang is also a martial artist, his martial techniques and combat skills probably can't compare to Wei Hua's. He was clearly annoyed with Wang Tang. You're late. But Wang Tang didn't seem to care, since there were more important matters at hand. Freshmen have to do military training.
If you've got a problem, go talk to my instructor.
Seeing this, Wei Hua felt extremely irritated.
He picked up his weapon. Stop talking nonsense. Since you're here, let's begin. Wei Hua declared boldly, I ask everyone to be a witness. If I lose, I'll give Wang Tang's underlings 100 credits. If I win, his military rank will be mine. The audience below started whispering among themselves. This is such a great opportunity to steal his military rank, but it looks like it's going to be snatched away. Suddenly, someone suggested, how about we let our martial arts association act as the referee for this match? The audience was amazed when they saw the figures of these two people. It was Yang Lin and Chen Xiao, both in their third year. These two were already wearing military ranks, were they not here to take them away? Could it be that they wanted to recruit Wang Tang into the martial arts society? The audience had countless questions as they watched them. Yang Lin was completely uninterested in the gossip. Let us be the referees. What do you think? Wei Hua happily nodded in agreement. It's an honor for me to have you two officiating. Wang Tang agreed without hesitation. I have no objections. He looked at the man. Then let's begin. I'll use a saber. What weapon will you use? Oh, I'll use this. Wang Tang reached into his bag and pulled out something. The gleam of the object was so bright that it startled Wei Hua. What is this? Not only Wei Hua but the audience was also left in disbelief. It's too dazzling. What is it? Yang Lin was suspicious. Wang Tang, are you sure you want to use this as a weapon? Wang Tang was holding a chunk of gold that looked like a brick. Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Don't you think this weapon is pretty impressive? The audience didn't seem to like his attitude. He was showing off. Wei Hua gritted his teeth in discomfort. Wang Tang, using a gold brick as a weapon is a way of showing disrespect, isn't it? Unable to tolerate it any longer, he rushed straight toward Wang Tang. Today, I'll teach you some manners. Wang Tang showed no hesitation or concern, as if everything was completely under control. Perfect timing. Wang Tang used his enormous golden block to block Wei Hua's slash. Wei Hua struck down, but these moves were nothing to him. Wang Tang leapt up to avoid the attack. The audience was silent as a grave, with only the sounds of weapons clashing filling the air. It seemed as though they had only now realized Wang Tang's strength. His power was overwhelming. Could it be that Wei Hua would actually lose? That would be quite embarrassing. Wei Hua refused to give up. Although, perhaps, he had begun to realize the vast gap between them. But at this moment, Wang Tang felt the time had come. This was it. With a single strike, his blade slashed down onto the grass of the arena. Die! Wei Hua roared, rushing at him furiously. Wang Tang felt his power was about to explode. He gathered all his strength and struck with a blow that seemed like a final decision. A huge explosion echoed, and the surrounding area was engulfed in thick smoke. Wei Hua was sent flying, as though he were an object. He used his sword to prop himself up. Cough! Cough! After that attack, Wei Hua spat out blood, completely caught off guard. How could you be this strong? In the thick dust, a light suddenly flashed, startling Wei Hua. A golden block shot out at the speed of light, heading straight for his head. It'd be a waste if your nose isn't broken by this. Wei Hua was taken down just like that. Wang Tang slowly walked toward him, while the spectators watched the entire scene in silence, unable to utter a word. Yang Lin seemed to enjoy the match. Her expression showed a hint of pleasure, and it wasn't until a long time later that someone finally spoke. No way, he just won with a gold block. How shameless. Wang Tang picked up his gold bar and said, for every genius who fails at my hands, I will give them the respect they deserve, offering them a highlight. I don't know why, but when I looked at Wei Hua at this moment, I felt a little sorry for him. The audience didn't seem to like Wang Tang's attitude, it was shameless and cruel. He walked up to the referee and said, Senior sister, I've won this match. Don't let them cheat me out of my 100 credits.
Yang Lin sighed and said to Wang Tang, "Don't worry, our martial arts association is overseeing this, no one dares to cheat you."
It's just that, did you really have to hit him on the head? Isn't that a bit too much? Wang Tang chuckled awkwardly and patted his head. Next time, I'll make sure not to. Even though Wang Tang said that, who knew what his next opponent would be like? Just when it seemed like everything was over, someone stepped forward.
A junior of Wang Tang's, introducing himself, said, "I'm Zhou Kuan 52.
After you finish your training tonight, let's have a match." Without hesitation, Wang Tang agreed. "Sure, just make sure you have your credits ready." Zhou Kuan was left speechless. This kid was really asking for it. Tonight, he was definitely going to teach him a lesson. That evening, as per their arrangement, both of them showed up to settle their duel. Zhou Kuan put on his gloves and took a defensive stance.
"Junior, sorry about this," Wang Tang said. "No need for formalities, just fight if you want to," Zhou Kuan responded, observing that Wang Tang was serious. It seemed he was really going to go through with it, so he might as well let him lose with some dignity. Zhou Kuan charged toward Wang Tang like an arrow, but Wang Tang remained unshaken. This time, Wang Tang used the technique of enveloping his hand in fire. The fists of the two collided, creating a violent gust of wind.
The audience, watching from the sidelines, couldn't stop discussing. "He's facing off directly with his senior, that's intense." Zhou Kuan didn't expect Wang Tang to use a punch as well. "This is interesting." Wang Tang punched straight at Zhou Kuan. He immediately bent down to dodge the strike.
Zhou Kuan's attack was fast, but at this speed, it was nothing for Wang Tang.
The two kept exchanging blows, neither backing down.
"Oh, wait, perhaps it's only the male lead who would back down."
Wang Tang moved agilely, dodging the deadly strikes from Zhou Kuan, who had been around longer. It was only then that Zhou Kuan realized. Strange, how is he so strong? Could it be that he hid his skills when he fought Wei Hua?
Zhou Kuan appeared to be growing tired, so he let his guard down.
Wang Tang lowered his body, moved swiftly, and spoke.
"Hey, you gave that guy a powerful uppercut, but Zhou Kuan quickly dodged it."
Wang Tang reminded his senior. "When you're fighting me, it's best not to get distracted." Zhou Kuan was just a split second away from being knocked down by that punch. Some of the audience felt envious. Wow, Wang Tang is amazing. His senior is no longer his match. Others felt a sense of fear.
We can only dream of reaching his level.
This guy is really a monster. The battle was still ongoing, and it felt like Wang Tang was playing with Zhou Kuan, like a cat toying with a mouse. Sweat rolled down Zhou Kuan's forehead.
Phew, this kid is too hard to deal with. While the guy was unsure of what to do, Wang Tang arrived at just the right moment.
"All right, that's enough acting.
You can take him down now," Wang Tang said.
Zhou Kuan, unaware, stepped back to defend himself.
"Senior, I really admire your strength," Zhou Kuan said. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Tang disappeared from Zhou Kuan's line of sight.
Zhou Kuan anxiously looked behind him, not knowing when he had become so fast.
In his pupil, a clear image of Wang Tang holding a gold ingot rushed towards him.
"All right, I admit it. It'll give you a little mark on your forehead too," Wang Tang said.
A loud thud echoed, causing Yang Lin and Chen Xiao to jump. Zhou Kuan lay still on the ground with a swollen head.
Wang Tang turned to them and said, Senior sister, the match is over." Yang Lin felt the match had indeed ended, but this junior. Could we avoid hitting the head next time?
Wang Tang rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly.
Hee, it's just that I'm used to it," he said.
"Turns out you had your own reason. I can't exactly say that hitting the head will cause a lot of bubbles to pop. Just now, one hit gave me a bunch of attributes." Chen Xiao was quite surprised and said, "I didn't expect your boxing technique to be this good."
Wang Tang humbly responded, "You flatter me. It was just luck." Joe Cohen is very strong, I almost lost.
Hearing these words, Yang Lin gave him a doubtful look aside, and then returned to the main topic, offering a friendly smile.
Wang Teng, are you interested in joining our martial arts association?
We came to referee the match to assess your strength and character. Wang Teng did not anticipate this move. He thought that wherever there were competitions, there would always be a martial arts association.
Yang Lin coughed. Ahem, it is true that the Martial Arts Association is responsible for maintaining order during competitions, but there are countless experts in the academy. Qin Shao sighed. If we had to handle everything, we'd be exhausted.
The existence of the Martial Arts Association actually serves a balancing role.
Moreover, by joining the association, you can earn 5 credits every month. Wang Tang listened silently, understanding now.
So that's how it is, he said, no longer refusing.
In that case, I'll join.
However, deep down, Wang Tang knew that joining the Martial Arts Association might be a bit troublesome, but the benefits would far outweigh the issues. Outside, people were cheering. Wow, the big shot has been accepted into the Martial Arts Association.
Amazing. How can you be so different from the rest? What do you eat to be so skilled?
Lian Kong ran over to congratulate him. You just defeated a senior and joined the Martial Arts Association. Double happiness.
Tang brother, let me treat you to a meal. Wang Teng frowned. I just earned 200 credits, and you guys want to burn it all on a meal, huh?
They burst out laughing, targeting the rich, taking from the rich. A few days later, Wang Tang was leisurely applying a face mask when Lian Kong rushed in, flustered.
Tang brother, another challenge letter has arrived?
He sat up, accidentally dropping 2 slices of cucumber.
What's with the panic? Haven't I already defeated over 10 seniors these past few days? But Lian Kong was extremely anxious.
This time it's different, it's from a senior from the top platform. He originally lived in the number 1 room in the silver region, but you've taken it, and he's furious.
But Wang Tang really didn't seem to care much.
So it's him. I thought he'd be the first one to come and cause trouble.
Only now does he show up. Could it be that he's already confident of his victory?
Lian Kong, standing beside him, was no different from a little cat with its fur bristling.
Big brother, I've heard that he's really formidable. He's probably studied you thoroughly. Big brother, you still have the mood to relax and drink tea? In contrast, Wang Tang remained leisurely. Oh, he's studied me thoroughly? Well, let him come to me then. He sighed. In the past few days, he had gathered over a dozen high-level bubbles and had already reached a 4-star warrior rank. Why should he be afraid of a mere 1-star warrior?
Meanwhile, in the computer room, no one knew what they had seen that had made them so panic-stricken.
Was there anyone else? This kid is really something. Su Tai's friends kept talking. Su Tai, are you really confident?
You're the top student of the second-year class, and if you lose, our entire second-year batch will lose face.
Su Tai snorted.
No matter how strong he was still just a 1-star warrior.
I'll definitely win.
He was confident in himself.
I was the top student of last year's freshman class, challenging opponents everywhere. I thought it would be smooth sailing until graduation, but that damn Wang Teng stole all the spotlight from me.
Wang Tang, there are a few people gathered at the martial arts meeting here.
Everyone was puzzled. Hey, old Zhang, there's no reason to gather here, right? Why did we come? I still want to go accept some missions.
Others also felt the same.
Yeah, I want to go pick up a few more missions too.
Zhang Yi took out a file, called everyone over, mainly to check the list of promising freshmen that Chen Xiao and Yang Lin had just submitted, and to make a joint decision. He said, these are all very talented freshmen. There are also some whose potential is difficult to assess, and we will need to continue investigating them later. Our Martial Arts Association's recruitment needs to be considered from multiple perspectives. We cannot be careless. Meng Jun was somewhat skeptical, but still said, but is it true that this freshman who's at the top of his class really that strong? I've heard about him too. Recently, there's been a lot of rumors saying he wants to challenge Sutai.
Lu Lan sighed.
We'll go watch and see when the time comes.
Meng Jun didn't think much of a freshman. What's so special about watching a freshman? Sutai must be really bored if he's going to fight with a freshman. Doesn't he worry about losing points?
The sophomores who made it up until now were all beaten by Wang Tang. If Sutai doesn't step in, people will start thinking he's afraid of Wang Tang. Zhang He didn't say anything, he just thought to himself.
The headmaster had indeed set a big trap for these sophomores. It seemed even he hadn't expected things to escalate to this point.
He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but the heat outside felt no different than the north at the moment. The deans gathered together.
Sutai represents the second-year students of our war academy.
This Wang Tang guy has been putting a lot of pressure on him. A freshman this strong joining the war academy under our teacher, he must be secretly delighted. He stroked his chin in thought.
You don't understand.
When two tigers fight, one will definitely get injured.
I'm just feeling sorry for him.
Su Jing felt irritated when she saw Donghu acting so smug.
I think you're showing off, Su Jing said.
Donghu also knew that if Sutai truly lost, it would definitely be a huge blow to him.
But some other teachers thought it might not be that bad, right?
Wang Tang, no matter how strong he is still on the same level, one teacher commented. Donghu wondered if perhaps this Wang Tang kid was hiding his true skills.
Su Jing knew exactly what was going on.
Even the dean had almost been fooled by him. In my opinion, such a smart kid should come to our command academy, another teacher said.
Strategizing is the way to go.
Good people don't live long, disasters stretch for 1,000 years, only those who live long enough can go further and grow stronger.
But Donghu was really confident in Wang Tang.
This kid should belong to our war academy, I like him more and more. At this point, Su Jing probably just wished she could punch him. The next day, everyone gathered again to watch the match.
They were all in awe. There are so many people here to watch the fight today, one person commented.
Teacher Lu from the War Academy, Teacher Wang from the Command Academy, and Teacher Lin from the Manufacturing Academy had all come. When they saw a man in a white shirt, everyone was surprised.
Look over there, the man in white, is that Sutai's mentor? His mentor is so invested in this match, huh? How can he not be? He spent so much effort training Sutai since his first year. The success or failure of Sutai is tied to his own honor as a teacher.
But then, no one understood why this guy suddenly looked down and spoke in a harsh tone. Sutai is here, but why hasn't Wang Tang shown up yet? Could he be scared? He stood there, waiting for Wang Tang, while the other fruit vendors couldn't help but tease him. The group of 20-somethings who had been defeated by Wang Tang were almost all gone, so why would he be afraid of these people?
That's right, what's with the posturing?
Just wait and see if Sutai loses, then let's see if he'll still be so confident. And then, he appeared.
Look, Wang Tang is here.
He walked over with his gear, looking completely unhurried.
Wasn't it agreed to meet at exactly 12 o'clock? There's still a minute left until the scheduled time. Why are you all in such a rush?
A voice called out from above. It was none other than Senior Zhang He.
Today's match is different from the others.
Issuing a challenge means it's to the death, so I want to confirm whether you're really willing to participate.
He looked serious.
At this point, Sutai's strength had reached the peak of a one-star warrior, much stronger than the challengers before.
He's a freshman and has the right to refuse.
Wang Tang hesitated for a second or two before speaking.
To the death, you say?
Xiang Ming spoke up.
This match was personally accepted by Wang Tang. If he chooses to concede, my student won't make things difficult for him.
Zhang He quickly cut him off.
Xiang Ming, are you trying to meddle in the responsibilities of our martial arts association? Chen Xiao clicked his tongue. What's the point of teachers getting involved in student duels? What a hassle.
He glanced at the senior and said,
Zhang, you sure are showing off. Zhang slapped back immediately. How dare I put on airs with Xiang Ming?
This is just the rule. If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to suggest it to the school or the higher-ups from the Martial Arts Association. Xiang Ming was overwhelmed by his imposing presence, causing him to take a few steps back. What he had said had really struck a chord with him. How could he dare offer advice to those senior generals? Wouldn't that be like walking straight into danger? Zhang Yi paid no more attention to Xiang Ming and turned to Wang Tang. Junior brother Wang Tang, think carefully, and don't worry, no one will force you into anything.
Wang Tang looked at his opponent, full of fiery momentum, and thanked his senior.
The flames of hatred within Satai's heart grew stronger with each passing moment. These people had just ignored him, and he swore he wouldn't let it slide. He yelled at Wang Tang, "Hey junior brother, if you know what's good for you, you better withdraw and surrender now. Don't waste my time." Seeing Satai's attitude, the seniors quickly warned him, "Don't be so arrogant, Satai. Don't push it too far." The others reminded him that the fairness of this competition was in question. It wasn't that Sutai didn't know this, it was that he was all too aware. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Even though the author didn't describe his eyes in this scene, it could still be guessed that his gaze toward Wang Tang was filled with affection. Well then, should I fight, or not? Wang Tang raised an eyebrow and responded. That kind of method won't work on me, but if my senior insists, I'll go along with it. Yang Lin, standing off to the side, reminded him, Wang Tang, have you thought this through? Because this match is really dangerous. Wang Tang turned back and gave her a sweet, obedient smile. Thank you for your concern, sister. I've really thought it over carefully. The smile vanished, replaced by a face colder than ice as he turned his gaze toward Satai. He gazed at the senior in front of him, who was brimming with fierce determination. Senior Satai, I felt a sense of unease. The animosity between him and me wasn't much, but this was the first time I had heard someone say that I would definitely die after this challenge. His expression was as cold as ice. The students who had challenged me before I could tell they had no intention of taking my life, it was all about my rank. But I had to thank him for making me realize today just how naive I had been. Sutai's patience had completely vanished. He shouted, a martial arts battle is not just about winning or losing, it's about deciding between life and death. Wang Tang's gaze was sharp. I understand now. Wang Tang looked at his opponent's weapon, which was ablaze with flames, without showing the slightest hint of fear. The audience was just as confused as I was. Sutai had already drawn his sword, so why hadn't Wang Tang taken out his weapon? Some people were surprised not to see him bring out his brick and boxing gloves this time. Despite being threatened with several moves from his opponent, he didn't react at all. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee signaled, and the match officially began. The moment the announcement ended, Sutai charged forward like an arrow straight at Wang Tang. It was as if he had poured all his anger and bitterness into his punch. The crowd was treated to an exciting spectacle. How could this be? Where did a second knife come from? Everyone was anxious when they saw Wang Tang not counterattacking. Could it be that Wang Tang was going to lose this fight? Sutai thought he had already won, but he didn't notice that, no matter how much he hit, Wang Tang still stood firm. A while later, he sensed that something was wrong. This seemed to be a shadow. So where had Wang Tang gone? While Sutai was distracted, Wang Tang had attacked him from behind. Hello, senior, don't get distracted while you're fighting me. Sutai heard the voice and hurriedly turned around, but it was too late. Wang Tang kicked him away as easily as Vietnam kicks Cali. Everyone outside couldn't stop marveling. Wow, that was so fast. This is beyond the scope of basic body techniques. Everyone is wondering what kind of technique this is. I feel like I've been enlightened. Some are even thinking if he's using the divine power combat skills from the body technique. Sutai's face was drenched in sweat. What's going on with this kid? He hadn't expected Wang Tang to have such overwhelming strength, and now Wang Tang was looking at him with a hungry gaze. The look on his face was mocking, with a hint of disdain.
What's going on, senior? Was that strength okay?
Without saying a word, Sutai immediately attacked him again. This time, Wang Tang had already put down his heavy backpack. Sutai reminded him not to get cocky, but all Wang Tang could do was laugh at the mess of hair on his head. This time, I thought Wang Tang would counterattack, but he just blocked and dodged, retreating behind. This made Sutai even more furious, with veins popping up all over his face.
Damn it!
These events were truly beyond Sutai's expectations. At first, he thought he could easily take care of Wang Tang, but why couldn't he endure it any longer and wanted to finish it, making Wang Tang lose face? Now that it's come to this, I'll show you my true power. It must be acknowledged that the audience below was constantly discussing. They didn't expect Sutai to intentionally suppress his realm and then break through during the battle. Right now, he had already reached the strength of a 2-star warrior. However, contrary to Sutai's thoughts, Wang Tang didn't seem frightened at all.
Is this your trump card?
I already suspected this possibility. You seem more interested now.
Sutai's eyes seemed to emit flames.
Wang Tang, I admit you're strong, but right now I'm at the 2-star warrior level.
How will you fight me?
He walked toward him. Alright, the honor of our second-year students is at stake, and we've managed to preserve it.
The audience below kept cheering.
Sutai, go for it, show that brat what it's really like.
Our main character, Wang Tang, remained unfazed.
He was surrounded by a fiery orange flame, looking almost unbearable.
Sutai seemed both surprised and more cautious after seeing Wang Tang's true abilities.
You.
How can you also?
Wang Tang looked at him with a soft gaze.
Sorry about that, I accidentally broke through as well. Since everyone's broken through, let's continue the fight.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sutai rushed toward him like an arrow. He confidently charged in. I don't believe that all the breakthroughs I've accumulated over time can't compare to yours. It was unclear how these two were fighting, as all they could hear were explosions from earlier. The battle became more and more intense, and the audience couldn't take their eyes off of it.
Unbelievable. Too strong. Xiang Ming was sweating profusely outside.
This freshman was actually on par with Sutai in terms of strength and skills.
He yelled out, mustering all his strength with a determination that was clearly visible. Above Sutai's head, a gigantic sword suddenly appeared. Perhaps this was his mysterious move.
It was over. The power of this technique was incredibly strong and would undoubtedly affect everything around.
Sutai sliced the ground in two, breathing heavily. Wang Tang, don't blame me.
Your appearance will affect the distribution of resources I'll have in the future. I have no choice but to eliminate you to secure my own development. The audience could hardly believe their eyes.
No way. A genius freshman like that, is he really going to turn into dust just like this? If so, then it's over.
As the dust gradually cleared, Sutai thought he had successfully defeated Wang Tang, but something descended from the sky, cutting through the clouds. It was none other than Wang Tang's gold bar, heading straight for Sutai's head.
Xiang Ming was almost speechless. Sutai collapsed immediately. Wang Tang appeared, resources, huh? I don't care. Do you want to step on me to climb higher? For some reason, he tried to speak even though his own actions had left Sutai unconscious. Fortunately, he wasn't dead.
There was no trace of sympathy in his eyes. It turned out that Sutai hadn't lost consciousness yet, and he groggily got back up.
Cough cough, right.
Wang Tang took out his sword and planted it into the ground.
He took his weapon and advanced towards Sutai. Your swordsmanship is still lacking. Let me show you what true swordsmanship is like. As he spoke, the corners of Wang Tang's mouth curled up.
It was at that moment that Xiang Ming realized the situation. It was over.
He couldn't see anything, only heard a slash.
The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widened with the sheer power of the sword energy.
Wang Tang actually understood the way of the sword? Wang Tang was now at a point of no return. Wasn't this too cruel?
If Su Tai had issued a challenge, it was a life and death duel.
Talk of cruelty was irrelevant.
Xiang Ming saw the situation was critical, but there was nothing he could do.
The people around him reminded him. Old Chen, this is a duel. You can't interfere. Yes, interfering in a martial fight is a taboo. Do you want to be arrested?
His eyes widened in disbelief, every bit of hatred contained within them. Wang Tang saw that there was no movement, and the smoke gradually cleared.
The crowd wondered. Is it over?
But right after, Su Tai, for reasons unknown, suddenly exploded with strength.
Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but be speechless. This is the sword technique. It was as if he had just taken a booster. Su Tai had actually comprehended the sword technique.
Wang Tang was not in a hurry, he quietly observed every gesture and movement of his opponent.
Xiang Ming, thinking he had created the situation, was overjoyed.
Good, he truly is my disciple.
Zhang he acknowledged. Su Tai is indeed the top student of the second year. He really does have talent.
Chen Xiao, however, looked worried.
But if this continues, Wang Tang is in danger. If he can't comprehend the sword technique, the gap in real combat will be huge.
Both of them did not rush into each other but merely stood observing the opponent, waiting for the right moment.
Wang Tang found it quite interesting. Su Tai, after unleashing his power, had a somewhat terrifying expression on his face.
Su Tai's hands are wrapped in fire. I've just unleashed my strength.
He's made everything around him feel like there's a storm brewing.
Now, he'll show you what true courtesy is. Wang Tang smirked.
Unleashed, huh?
I must admit, you're an opponent who truly surprises me. However, the fire coming from you is terrifying, and the power you're radiating keeps astonishing everyone.
What comes next will be even more horrifying. The flames burned brightly, shooting straight up.
Wang Tang stood calmly, his hands in his pockets, as if none of this was anything to worry about.
Wang Tang looked at his opponent as if he were a predator eyeing its prey. What do you think of my outburst? Perhaps this was beyond Su Tai's imagination. He couldn't say a word. Wang Tang no longer wanted to play around. Alright, let's wrap this fight up quickly.
His attack was so fast that it only appeared as a bright flash speeding towards Su Tai. As soon as it touched him, a huge explosion occurred on the battlefield. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a giant crater in the ground caused by Wang Tang's attack. The spectators were silent upon witnessing this scene, while he stood still, unharmed.
Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What? Has Su Tai been defeated? Did Wang Tang actually do it? I can't believe his power is this terrifying. Chen Xiao was truly surprised by how terrifying Wang Tang's talent was.
He couldn't understand how their school could hire such a monster. Zhang Yi asked Chen Xiao if he had noticed that Wang Tang had used his strength earlier. He never expected to witness such a display from Wang Tang.
In contrast to everyone else who was watching, Wang Tang was extremely relaxed.
He was startled when he saw the hole he had left behind. Zhang Yi smirked, now that he was a two-star warrior, proficient in both fist combat and swordsmanship. He was excited for the upcoming challenges, but he also feared that the department head would soon be alerted. Su Tai was unaware of who had called, interrupting the conversation between the two senior students. It turned out to be Xiang Ming, who was holding his student, lying on the ground.
Su Tai, wake up, he urged. Wang Tang didn't pay much attention to the warm teacher-student moment and turned to leave. The audience, concerned that they hadn't seen Su Tai wake up, whispered, could he be dead? Some were shocked, not expecting such a talented individual to fall like this.
Xiang Ming, furious and unsure of what to do, directed all his anger at Wang Tang.
Come back here. You bastard, you've killed Satai. But look at the face of our protagonist, does he even care? What? Is something wrong?
Seeing that Wang Tang was being put on the spot, Zhang He stepped in.
Teacher Xiang Ming, you're going too far.
Upon seeing him, Xiang Ming lowered his voice. Martial arts club, but just moments later, he turned and yelled at them.
Enough. Zhang He, do you think I won't dare to touch you? The senior didn't show the slightest bit of fear towards Xiang Ming, and if he wanted, the teacher could try.
Zhang He cast a look that was both threatening and contemptuous as he looked down.
As a mentor, to embarrass a student in the martial arts arena like this?
Our martial arts club won't sit back and let this happen. The people behind him also began to speak.
Hey, isn't the professor also hoping to become a disciple? Not to become an enemy of the martial arts club. Let's try to understand each other.
That's right, Satai fought and his body was affected like this. His teacher is just concerned about his student. Zhang He flashed his fox-like smile.
Don't worry, teachers, I'm just talking about it.
It's better if you all hurry up and take teacher Xiang Ming to rest. They immediately followed Zhang He's words.
Teacher Xiang Ming, calm down, quickly follow us.
Wang Tang looked at the back of the man and spoke up. Teacher Xiang Ming, right?
Are you the one from another academy planted here, and you don't even need to arrange these people to challenge me? Wait until I find out, I'll send them each a challenge letter. Hearing this from Wang Tang, the man was stunned.
Wang Tang curled his lips into a smile. Anyway, I'm now a 2-star person.
So first, I'll challenge the 2-star level academy people of yours.
When I reach 3 stars, then those people will be of the same rank as me. I'll continue until all of them are beaten to death. Hearing these words, Xiang Ming was so furious that he was on the brink of losing control, but he couldn't do anything. He turned around, thinking to himself that the young man was arrogant.
Wang Tang said mockingly, arrogant, isn't it?
His gaze became sharp.
Do you think I will be worried when threatened?
Anyone who threatens me, I will send them straight to hell.
And if you're dissatisfied, prepare some courses to challenge me. But the condition is that they must be at the same level, and no one coming will be refused. Wang Tang wasn't ready to stop. Oh, right, aren't you a 5-star level person?
Well, when I get promoted to 5 stars, you'll understand.
Never mind, I'll say it outright.
I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy, kneeling and pleading to stay alive, and who's to say I'll even spare you? Xiang Ming's face looked like he was suffering from constipation when he heard these words.
He asked Wang Tang, do you really think you're invincible?
Xiang Ming didn't respond directly, choosing not to address the matter.
I'll definitely challenge you.
Xiang Ming still wasn't ready to give up. Wang Tang sneered with a look of disdain.
Come on then, hurry up and do it.
He sounded like a child shouting. You're more composed than I expected.
Come on, let's see it. Xiang Ming glared at Wang Tang but couldn't do anything to him.
There must be someone protecting Wang Tang at the school, but outside the school, that protection was uncertain. After all, they would probably run into each other again soon. Wang Tang looked at Xiang Ming, knowing that this old man would definitely make a move against him in the future. Fortunately, he had the golden hand, and reaching the 5-star warrior rank was only a matter of time.
Just then, the system notification popped up. Congratulations, the host has acquired the intermediate metal talent, gaining 8 points in metal swordsmanship. He was quite satisfied.
The attribute bubbles that Su Tai dropped were great in intermediate metal attribute talent and 8 points in metal swordsmanship.
With that goal achieved, he pulled back.
Senior brothers and sisters, if the martial arts contest is over, I'm going to rest for a while.
They instructed.
Okay, take a good rest. Back in his room, Wang Tang sat on his bed, opening his eyes as if he was about to check something. Wang Tang felt the swordsmanship of the fiery generation, intensely burning, while the swordsmanship of the golden generation, sharp and focused, placed more emphasis on exerting power. If these could be fused in the future, it would definitely be extremely powerful. After assessing the situation, he jumped off the bed. Wang Teng stretched and said, "Let's go eat. With so many points earned, we deserve a nice meal." Meanwhile, Yuan Shan was feeling a headache because of him. "I didn't expect this kid, Wang Teng, to cause such a huge mess for me. I just wanted to tease him." It turns out that after the match, the deans had gathered to discuss things again. Cui Hung felt that Chen Xiangming was done for this time, and seemed quite satisfied with the outcome. Serves him right. Back then on the battlefield, he was scared out of his mind, lacking the spirit of martial arts. After returning, he fought for resources like a coward. Du Jun, on the other hand, believed that perhaps Chen Xiangming had instigated things behind the scenes, but the life or death battle was still Satai's choice. Dong Hu understood. Xiangming put so much effort into cultivating Satai because he wanted him to become famous and reap great rewards, right? Didn't expect Wang Teng to crush his nature to pieces. Yuan Shan spoke up. There's no right or wrong in martial arts conflict, losing is not something to blame on others. Now let's discuss how to handle Chen Xiangming. Dong Hu spoke. All the masters here, the school has already pointed out Xiangming's mistakes. He blatantly threatened students, undermining the image of a teacher. On my way here, students were already questioning the authority of the teachers. Su Jing fanned himself with his fan, looking somewhat troubled. After all these years, even if he hasn't contributed much, he has at least worked hard. After hearing these words, Yuan Shan quickly came up with a solution. He slammed the table. Let's do this: keep his position as a teacher, take him to the alternate battlefield for half a year, and after 6 months, we'll assess his performance. The meeting ended, and as expected from the leader, he handled things swiftly. That's settled then. With that, Yuan Shan turned and left the meeting room, but suddenly he turned back. By the way, I've informed the principal about Wang Teng's situation. We'll wait for the principal to return and make a decision. The powerful deans were all intimidated when they heard about the principal. The principal would be back soon, and would that kid end up being completely ruined? A few days later, the student mission station was bustling with activity. Wang Teng slowly walked towards the machine. He glanced over the information, student card, numerous types of missions, military missions, police station missions, city patrol missions, school tasks, and alternate world missions. Then, Wang Teng organized his schedule, taking on short-term missions on the weekends as a trial, starting with the school mission to gather herbs on Chunhua Mountain. He clicked on the icon on the screen, School Mission, Herb Gathering on Chunhua Mountain. The machine notified him that the mission had been successfully accepted and wished him good luck. Afterward, he left the station. It had been a long time since I'd seen the male lead act so polite. This scene was definitely one of those moments when the author got lazy with the drawings. In the midst of the dry, barren mountains, a taxi zoomed along the road. Wang Teng got out and stopped at a location that looked quite unfamiliar. Before leaving, he reminded the driver. "Wait for me here, I should be back before sunset." The driver smiled. "Don't worry, big brother, you've got me covered today. I'll definitely listen to you." He went into the village and asked one of the locals, "Excuse me, how can I get to Chunhua Mountain?" The woman advised him, "Kid, it's not safe in the mountains. You're still young, it's best if you go home." Wang Teng flashed his signature business smile. "I'm going into the mountains for something important, auntie, don't worry. If I've come, it's because I've already prepared myself mentally. I won't be foolish enough to risk my life." Despite that, Aunt Lee still didn't trust city folks. They all seemed the same, not listening to advice. Just yesterday, 3 stubborn young men went into the mountains and still hadn't come back. No one knew what had happened to them. Wang Teng was surprised to hear that someone had already been there before him. What were they wearing? Did they say why they went into the mountains? Aunt Lee furrowed her brow. "Why do you want to know all this?" He put his hand in his coat pocket. "I'm just asking casually." "Auntie,
how about I buy this information from you?
Seeing the money, Aunt Lee's eyes brightened, and she started to tell him, the three of them were dressed pretty similarly to you, and it seemed like they were carrying weapons. They said they were going into the mountains to look for something, and they asked a local herbalist from the village to guide them.
Wang Tang then thought, these people aren't also here for the illusory flame herb, are they? Could it be that my first mission has already failed?
No, I've come this far, I have to go into the mountains and check it out.
What if what I need to find is different from what they're after? He asked Aunt Lee, is there any other herbalist in the village?
She shook her head.
No, only that family. Very few people are willing to go into the mountains now.
The herbalist. Mr. Bai, his daughter also often goes up the mountain and is relatively familiar with the situation on the mountain.
You can also go and ask her.
Fortunately for the protagonist, there is still someone here. Aunt Lee finished speaking, then he handed her another bundle of money, a significant amount.
Aunt, thank you. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me the address of that herbalist?
Indeed, money can buy almost anything, Aunt Lee said warmly. You're being too polite, kid. I'll take you to their house. She led Wang Tang to the door of a house and called out.
Is Miss Bai at home? Someone is looking for her. Hearing the knock, Xiao Chao came running out.
Yes, what's the matter? She then introduced the young man from the city, who wanted to go up the mountain and needed a guide.
How about you talk to him?
She invited Wang Tang inside.
Go up the mountain? Sure, come on in. Let's talk. Xiao Chao got straight to the point. Aunt Lee said, you want to go up the mountain? He confirmed.
Yes, I heard that 3 young men have already gone up the mountain.
Are they here to find this?
Wang Tang took his phone out of his pocket and showed it to Xiao Chao.
Illusory flame herb, are you also looking for this? He didn't expect Xiao Chao to know about it. You know about the illusory flame herb?
It seems our goals are the same, we're both here for this.
If that's the case, do you know where I can find it?
She replied, I know, my father told me about it, but I've never been there myself. This news was like a bombshell to Wang Tang.
Do you have a map of the mountain?
Xiao Chao fiddled with her hair and said, no, when we go into the mountains, we rely on experience. She spoke with certainty about her knowledge.
Although I've never been there before, I know the way. I'll take you there, and along the way, we can look for my father. But you have to pay me.
Wang Tang agreed without hesitation.
All right, how much do you want?
From the way Xiao Chao answered, it was clear that this was the first time she was setting her own price.
5,000 or 3,000, either works. Wang Tang happily accepted. Let's go with 5,000. If you can get me there before noon, I'll give you more.
Such a cheap deal. This village really is the same everywhere.
Xiao Chao immediately sprang into action. All right, I'll change clothes and grab a few things. Let's go now.
She then called out to her mother.
Mom, I'm going out with a friend for something. I'll ask Aunt Lee to come talk to you.
Both of them packed their things and began their search.
Let's go.
At Manhwa Mountain, Xiao Chao led the way.
Be careful. There are poisonous snakes and insects in the mountains.
Wang Tang walked behind her.
I'm fine, just watch out for yourself.
After a while, she turned her head and asked.
We'll cross from here later. My father used to take me through this way.
It's difficult, but it's the shortest route.
All right, I'll follow your lead.
Xiao Chao found it a bit strange after walking for so long, he wasn't even out of breath.
Could he be a martial artist?
The illusory flame herb they were looking for must be really valuable.
If I could pick 2 branches of it, that would be great.
Wang Tang glanced around.
Miss Bai, isn't it a bit odd that we don't see any traces of other people on this path?
Xiao Chao replied, it's been a long time since I went to the mountain with my father.
Could it be that he found another route? Wang Tang felt a little uneasy and reminded her, "Be careful.
There's no way your father would suddenly stop using this familiar path unless." But to avoid bringing up the guide, he refrained from voicing this thought. "This path is dangerous." Xiao Qiao, worried, said, "I'm only familiar with this path."
"What should we do now?"
"But since you told us to be careful, let's keep going."
So they both proceeded forward, moving through the challenging terrain.
As they walked, for some reason, Xiao Qiao suddenly froze, as though she had seen something strange beneath the ground. This was when Xiao Qiao noticed the strange holes that had suddenly appeared on the path, from which some aggressive-looking ants were crawling out. Feeling a sense of unease, she realized these ants were secreting a greenish substance.
Wang Tang ran up from behind, hurried yet cautious.
The ants spat venom towards them, but thanks to Wang Tang's quick reflexes, he managed to save Xiao Qiao. The areas that came into contact with the slime were instantly burned and melted.
At this point, Xiao Qiao finally realized, "We're doomed, these are mutated creatures." She started crying, taking all the blame upon herself.
"I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble." But little did she know who was standing in front of her. Why would he need her apology? It was just a bunch of ants. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire swarm of ants charged towards them as if they had spotted prey.
Wang Tang calmly raised his hand and conjured fire.
With a single, gentle strike, he had dealt with all of them. Those ants were instantly reduced to dust in the flames of Wang Tang. Xiao Qiao couldn't believe her eyes, and she stammered.
"Martial artist, are you already calm again? Don't step on something you shouldn't. If it's a poisonous snake and it bites you, I won't be able to save you."
Xiao Qiao was so surprised that her mouth hung open. "Yeah, I didn't know there were young martial artists like that."
Quite an eye-opener.
Then, the two of them continued on their way. Xiao Qiao led him to a deep ravine. "This is the place. My father used to be around here and saw the illusory flame herb. You should check if it's here." She was excited to find the item Wang Tang needed.
"Look, there's one over there."
"How lucky."
Wang Tang instructed Xiao Qiao.
"I'll go down, you stay safe." He grabbed a vine and swung down to pluck the illusory flame herb. "There's quite a few of them, not a wasted trip." Xiao Qiao stood at a distance, observing, without taking action herself.
When Wang Tang touched the illusory flame herb, something went wrong.
It turned out that a snake was hiding in it, and Wang Tang, with bare hands, quickly subdued it. Xiao Qiao, seeing this from afar, was extremely worried. "Be careful." But, of course, these things couldn't pose a challenge to our male lead. He immediately turned the snake into grilled meat.
"It's just a snake."
Wang Tang returned to pluck the herb without a care in the world. Xiao Qiao, on the other hand, was speechless. "But if everything were that easy, then there wouldn't be a story for us to read, right?" From the bushes, several things rushed out, turning into more snakes. This time, they all attacked Wang Tang simultaneously. He felt that these creatures really didn't know their limits. Poor snakes, they would burn in the flames created by Wang Tang and then fall into the deep abyss. Xiao Qiao seemed to have her eyes opened, amazed by his power. Wang Tang gripped the vine tightly with one hand while using the other to keep collecting illusory flame herbs. He was thrilled that this time, he could exceed expectations. There were quite a few illusory flame herbs here, so he decided to gather a larger amount to bring back. After collecting a sufficient quantity, Wang Tang planned to head back toward Xiao Qiao.
"Done, let's go back."
Xiao Qiao, her eyes sparkling with disbelief, said, "Already? That was so fast." As expected of a martial artist. "These little venomous snakes are deadly to me, but he handled them so easily. If I were as strong as him, that would be great. I could make a lot of money in just a few minutes." Wang Tang sighed when he saw the look in her eyes. "What are you spacing out for? Let's go down the mountain." Hearing that, Xiao Qiao snapped out of her daze and hurriedly followed him. They made their way down the mountain without any problems, and everything seemed smooth. However, suddenly Wang Tang felt something unusual. Xiao Chao noticed he had stopped.
Why aren't we going? Wang Tang murmured, someone's coming. Do you think it could be my father's group?
A man who seemed familiar to Xiao Chao was leading a group of people towards them.
Xiao Chao. So it really is your father.
Upon seeing him, Xiao Chao was overjoyed.
Father, I'm so glad you're all right. You made Mom and me worry all night.
But for some reason, Wang Tang still couldn't let his guard down.
Kiddo, didn't I tell you not to go up the mountain? Why did you come up here?
The people behind them stood silently, witnessing the reunion of father and daughter. Xiao Chao recounted to her father, someone paid me to guide him, so I went with him to find the illusory flame herb.
Don't worry, Dad, he's very strong. We've already picked the illusory flame herb. The group behind them immediately reacted upon hearing about the illusory flame herb.
The guy with glasses spoke up.
Hey kid, you already picked the illusory flame herb?
Both sides stood there staring at each other, leaving Xiao Chao and her father awkwardly caught in the middle.
Wang Tang answered confidently. Yes, I picked the illusory flame herb.
You're too late. He observed the group opposite him and made a judgment.
Judging from their clothes and age, they were likely martial arts students from some academy. One of them spoke up. Seriously? Are we just going to stand around on our very first mission? A Feng wasn't ready to give up and added. No way. We can't just let this go.
Xiao Chao's face turned pale with worry.
She looked at her father and asked, Dad, did I cause trouble? He sighed and replied, It's my fault for not warning you beforehand. Both sides aren't easy to deal with.
Who knows if we'll get caught in the crossfire later. Someone from the other group spoke first.
Hey man, I'm guessing you're a student too? You picked the herb because it's part of your school mission?
Wang Tang replied bluntly.
That's right. I need to get back quickly, please step aside. But a Feng clearly had no intention of letting it go. He said,
Fellow student, the illusory flame herb is part of a task assigned by our instructor.
Now that you've picked it, how are we supposed to?
Wang Tang interrupted coldly.
What does that have to do with me? You have a mission to complete, so do I. Besides, if you had found the illusory flame herb first, would any of you have given it to me? Since Wang Tang was right, they could not argue back.
Seeing this, a Feng immediately wanted to take action.
There are 3 of us, and only one of it. Are you afraid we can't grab it? Just charge ahead and take it. He drew his weapon and threatened, hand over the illusory flame herb. If not, don't blame us for being rude. Swish.
The 3 of them rushed toward Wang Tang, intending to snatch the item. He remained unfazed, only curling his lips into a smile.
You guys must have watched too many movies, huh? Why so much talk? Idiots.
But just as they were about to engage in battle, a loud noise suddenly echoed through the mountains and forests, drawing everyone's attention. Out of nowhere, a strange-looking snake appeared, floating in the air. Its size was also terrifying. A Feng, scared but shouting loudly, said, "Damn it, how is there a one-star beast here?" The loud voice of this fool successfully alerted the snake to their location.
Sister!
Without hesitation, it flew straight toward the group.
Xiao Chao, worried for Wang Tang, signaled, "Little brother, run."
While everyone else was filled with fear, Wang Tang, however, was calm and collected.
This beast is so stupid. There are so many people here, yet it only targets me.
The snake saw him as nothing more than a fat prey, opening its mouth with sharp fangs, as if to swallow him whole. Wang Tang was not in a rush. He calmly wrapped his hand in flames. With just a light blow, he sent the snake flying, like a mere toy. This scene is hard to describe, all we know is that the male lead knocked the snake away. A Feng, who had been so full of confidence just a moment ago,
now couldn't say a word when he saw Wang Tang in action. Xiao Chao was no different from him. She knew he was strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful. The snake was gone just like that. Not only that, but his flames had burned away its flesh, leaving only its bones behind. Once the task was finished, Wang Tang calmly turned around. "What did you just say earlier?" He glared at the group who had spoken before. The three of them weren't from the same group, and they quickly scrambled back into their vehicle, drinking furiously. Well, bro, there was a bit of a misunderstanding earlier," one of them stammered. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes. "A misunderstanding? Didn't you guys say something different earlier?" Hearing this, the man turned pale, speechless. It was as if his tongue had shriveled up in his mouth. They tried to salvage the situation. No, what we meant was, the illusory flame herb you picked, it's yours." "Yes, that's right. We're the young, good-hearted people of the new century. How could we possibly steal from you?" Upon hearing that, Wang Tang gave a sly grin. "So, you guys aren't stealing anymore?" The three of them broke into a cold sweat. They had to admit, they should be thankful for the snake earlier. No. What Wang Tang said pierced through their hearts. "I was going to share some with you, but if you don't need it, then fine." At this, they immediately turned to run. Ha ha. "Just kidding, we still have something to do, so we'll leave now." However, one of them still suspected a scam, muttering, "Definitely a scam, think we're fools?" The rest quickly fled, leaving Wang Tang and the three Xiao Chao behind. Wang Tang turned to the two of them and said, "The flesh and blood of this snake are beneficial for you both. If you don't mind the trouble, you can take it down the mountain, or just leave it here for the wild beasts to eat." Xiao Chao immediately agreed. We need it, thank you, little brother." Seeing that the time had come, Wang Tang said his goodbye to the three of them. "All right, I should be leaving now." Noticing the look in his daughter's eyes, Xiao Chao's father quickly advised. "Stop looking, he and we are from different worlds." Her voice carried a hint of sadness. "I know." At this moment, the group had swiftly run far away, as if they were already down the mountain. "Let's go quickly, I don't want to stay here even for a second more." Afong panted heavily, terrified for his life. From now on, he would need to be more humble when going out, because you never know when you might encounter a powerful expert and get wrecked. "Which school does that guy come from?" "I don't know, but he's really scary." He assumed Wang Tang must be a military leader. He would probably participate in this year's national martial arts competition, and at that time, they'd find out who he really was. At that moment, Wang Tang had returned home. In a hurry, he had finally completed the task within the deadline. Exhausted, he dragged his tired body towards the bed, feeling utterly drained. "Go take a shower and rest." It was clear that Wang Tang had had a very long day. Unbeknownst to him, there was a woman standing in the shadows of his room. Seeing that Wang Tang had no vigilance whatsoever, the woman gradually approached. This mysterious person moved with incredible speed. Wang Tang, startled, turned around, his eyes wide open. Unexpectedly, the mysterious figure lunged at him from behind. Fortunately, Wang Tang was quick on his feet and managed to detect it in time. He immediately prepared to fight back. Not only did he avoid being hit, but this person was able to block his counterattack. This only left Wang Tang even more astonished. This person had blocked his strike. She charged forward, her fist tightly clenched and enveloped in flames. Wang Tang immediately stepped back, bracing himself and wondering who this person was. He raised his head and looked at his opponent. "Who are you?" Since the moment he turned around, this was probably the first person who had made Wang Tang feel truly challenged. "Impressive." The woman ran her fingers through her hair and then complimented him. "Not bad." Wang Tang was determined not to give up. He wanted to try attacking her once more. But this woman wasn't in any hurry.
She raised her hand, and with such a gentle motion, she was able to counter the main character's strength. Then, with her long, straight legs, she kicked him forcefully. When she threw a hook, he swiftly dodged it. They kept exchanging blows, neither willing to give in. Once again, Wang Tang retreated, breathing heavily as he stared at the person in front of him. Who the hell did I provoke? A powerhouse like this has come to kill me? His face was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't believe he couldn't fight back. Wang Tang pondered for a moment before deciding to be pragmatic. If he couldn't fight, he'd run. He quickly dashed towards the door, thinking that if he could just make it down the hallway and shout, the strong ones at the academy would definitely come to his rescue. But for some reason, the doorknob displayed a strange phenomenon that made him recoil. Wang Tang quickly used his hand to block it. What is this? I can't believe they set up an entire formation just to kill me. Now that the formation was activated, not only would he not be able to escape, but no sound would be able to get through either. It was a gamble. Wang Tang nervously watched the woman slowly approach him, realizing he only had one choice left, to risk it all. Sometimes you just have to take the risk. With impeccable skill, in the blink of an eye, Wang Tang appeared behind the mysterious woman. He attempted to strike quickly to take her down. Despite putting in all his strength, Wang Tang found that the woman was able to counter his ultimate move. Wang Tang was astonished. Her reflexes are incredible. Just how powerful is she? At that moment, he suddenly remembered and began using his spirit eye. What's this? How did she appear in front of me without making a sound? Wang Tang was in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a bright, intense force of origin power. It nearly blinded him. But as someone who had returned from the brink of death, he was determined. He couldn't just sit around and wait to die. No matter how strong she is, I have to try. It seemed that the woman had anticipated his next move. A faint smile curled on her lips. Wang Tang gathered all his strength and launched his decisive strike. Unfortunately for him, he had met someone who wasn't his equal in strength. She was far superior. She effortlessly controlled the situation, thinking that he was all show. But at that moment, she noticed something strange and quickly turned to look behind her, only to see Wang Tang doing something unexpected. This isn't right. He's pushing himself to the limit and refuses to give up. If he wanted to survive, the only way out was to seize the opportunity and break the formation to escape. Wang Tang shouted, expressing his determination. Break for me. He relentlessly attacked the protective barrier, causing it to slowly crack open. Interesting. For his final blow, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch, bringing it all to an end. After all his efforts, the door was finally shattered. But Wang Tang's face was more confused than ever. He couldn't understand why the final step had been so easy. The woman walked over and turned on the light. Only then did she speak properly. All right, stop rolling around. The light was turned on, illuminating the entire room. She calmly sat down on the chair and started acting fussy. Goodness, my nails broke. Kid, that's fine too. Wang Tang quietly approached, puzzled. Who exactly are you? However, the woman did not answer the question and was only concerned about her nails. Guess. Wang Tang was confused but also somewhat impressed. He had just realized that despite the intense fight earlier, not a single mark or wrinkle was left on her clothes. Her strength was beyond measure. Being called old woman annoyed her. Listen, you guys should never ask a woman's age. Am I that old? Wang Tang didn't respond, remaining silent, which almost seemed like he was silently admitting the truth. He wondered where to look. Being addressed this way clearly irritated her, and she gave him an opportunity to rephrase his words. He immediately corrected himself. Sister, may I ask what you want to do? Immediately, she smiled, looking as smug as a cat. Nothing. Mr. Pang said our academy has a very talented genius, and I should quickly return from the battlefield to check him out.
Hearing this name, Wang Tang was taken aback. Mr. Pang is the head of the BNH Institute.
So who are you?
She answered softly. As for me, I'm your principal.
Wang Tang shouted so loudly that it felt like there was another person in his bed.
What?
He was so flustered that he started babbling.
Why you? Are you sure you're not joking with me? A familiar male voice suddenly echoed from behind Wang Tang. She wasn't joking.
He introduced the woman in front of Wang Tang, and she was indeed the principal of our school, Tan Tai Quan.
Yuan Shan sighed and walked over. Principal, can't you find another place to test Wang Tang's abilities?
He was surprised.
General Institute.
He looked at his superior with frustration.
This room is about to be destroyed by the two of you. Impossible. Yuan Shan gave Wang Tang a look that couldn't have been more indifferent. I'm just here to tell you that she is indeed our principal.
She wants to test your abilities, so you don't need to worry.
Wang Tang couldn't tell the truth, but his strength had already been exposed. Is this really good? All right, Mr. Pang, stop complaining. If you have nothing else, you can leave now.
I'll take care of this kid's matter.
You go handle the school's issues.
His gaze at her was no different from how I looked at my superior.
So, you still know that the school has a lot of things to deal with? You always throw everything to me.
You come and go as you please, while you just sit back and let others do the work. Tai Quan decisively pushed him out of Wang Tang's room. She turned around calmly as if nothing had happened.
I'm entrusting Mr. Pang with this because I respect him.
Then he should thank you. He sighed in frustration.
No one can talk about laziness so openly.
Tai Quan cleverly hinted at him to leave.
Well, principal, if you're done, you should leave too. I still have to clean up and rest. There's a class tomorrow morning. Tai Quan remained calm, as if not in a hurry. The official business isn't over yet.
She said to Wang Tang, "Kiddo, you're really good at hiding things. A 3-star warrior, with strength equivalent to a 4-star, and a multi-element martial artist.
Let me calculate. Ice, fire, metal, and wind. Any other types? Hearing these, you know there are some secrets that can't be hidden anymore. That's it, there's one more thing, and you're still trying to keep it a secret.
Right now, the energy of 4 elements is already too much, and you can't reveal any other attributes in front of her." Tai Quan was wise like this. For now, let's just call it 4 elements. Every martial artist has their own secrets. I won't dig deeper, especially since there's nothing really to see. I've met a few multi-element martial artists before, but unfortunately, I killed them all, so I couldn't figure out anything.
Wang Tang could feel that the headmistress's personality was not only wicked but also very vicious. So, you've killed a few 4-element martial artists? Tai Quan immediately noticed. You seem to be very afraid of me, huh?
Wang Tang tried his best to act normal. Headmistress, your posture is so majestic and unparalleled.
I'm in awe. She smiled as if she had never done anything horrible.
Such sweet words. But then, she pointed down at the ground and ordered him, "Stop chatting, kneel and kowtow."
Wang Tang was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. What? Tai Quan wondered, don't want to? Am I not qualified to be your master as a general-level warrior?
Wang Tang froze for a moment after hearing this.
Why does this ant say whatever comes to her mind? She gave him a sharp, threatening look. Don't want to? Wang Tang quickly flipped his attitude, like flipping a pancake. Want to? So, you want to become a disciple?
To say it early, if to become a disciple was the goal, I would have already been kneeling for a long time. This aunt of mine is actually a high-ranking general, but that's not the point. The key is to become a disciple.
Once you become a disciple, you are already one of us.
It would be quite funny to see these two as master and disciple.
Your kiddo is also a bit stubborn, huh? So, are you a demon or not? Well, headmaster, shouldn't we also keep up with the times when it comes to become a disciple? I invite you to have some tea and a meal, doing my best as a disciple, is that alright? Taekwon could tell the reason behind his formal tone, thinking that I don't know? If you don't kneel, then don't.
Wang Teng hurried off to pour tea for her.
He carefully brought the tea to her. Master, please drink the tea. Taekwon took it and slowly savored it. Not bad, you've got some skill.
Then she switched back to her harmless demeanor.
As for the meal, just owe me for now. My demands are quite high.
When you reach the level of a Grandmaster Spirit Lord, I'll consider it. I didn't take any disciples before because I didn't want the trouble. This time, Mr. Pang urged me, and you really suit my taste. Wang Teng smiled on the outside, but inwardly, he was cursing.
Yes, Master, you are so proud.
Taekwon seemed quite pleased with this disciple. All those old men have been showing off their disciples in front of me for years, now it's my turn to show off.
Don't disappoint me. Ha ha. Wang Tung, hearing this, asked curiously. Master, who are those old men you mentioned? What's the strength of their disciples?
She didn't fully answer, saying, you wouldn't know, all of them are at the general rank.
Taekwon tried to recall. As for disciples, let me think. The best one is probably at the 6-star warrior level. But that was something from half a year ago. Wang Teng couldn't believe his ears. 6 stars from half a year ago? She gave a mocking smile.
It's too late for regrets now, but being my disciple isn't without its benefits. I heard about what happened with Chen Xiangming last time. If anyone dares to throw their weight around with you again, I'll beat them to death for you. Even so, Taekwon wasn't the type to let anyone bully her students.
Wang Tung beamed. You're such a good master. So if I cause trouble in the future, can I use your name? This master-disciple pair is equally crazy. I knew right away that brat of yours wouldn't be content to behave, but I like that. If anything happens, feel free to use my name.
Those who fear me wouldn't dare come looking.
And those who don't? Well, saying my name won't help anyway. After settling the important matters, she left. All right, that's it for today. Come to my place tomorrow night.
As your master, I should at least teach you something.
Wang Teng looked as happy as a flower doused in rain seeing Taekwon walk away.
His master finally left, and only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. He'd finally seen that madwoman off. But as he returned to his room, it felt like he had found something important. He could start collecting attribute bubbles again. The protagonist must be stepping up to a whole new level.
Jackpot. Wang Teng looked at the attribute balls with eyes wide and drooling like a sea. He noticed something unusual and got curious. What's this?
Wang Teng stared blankly at the thing in his hand.
What the heck is this? It's gray-black.
Just then, the system congratulated him.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the scheming attribute.
That crazy woman must be full of schemes, that's why the attribute even leaked out.
Are you playing me with your system?
Suddenly, in the silent room, there was the sound of something cracking.
Wang Teng quickly ran over. My proof token. Did I accidentally damage it during the fight earlier?
He carefully checked every part of the egg.
It hasn't cracked, right?
Suddenly, cracks started to spread across the surface of the egg. Wang Teng screamed in pain.
Oh my god, it's broken.
But after a moment, he realized that the cracks weren't caused by an external force, it was coming from inside.
Wang Teng couldn't believe his eyes. This is you cheering for your egg. Come on, just a little more.
A golden beak pierced through the eggshell from the inside. Seeing its appearance, Wang Teng felt a bit disappointed. He looked at it with a doubtful gaze. This thing looks really special. Is this what a descendant of the star beast looks like? Although it had just hatched, the bird immediately hopped onto Wang Teng's shoulder. Look at you, fat, dark, and silly, not a bit of extraordinary beauty. What should I feed you?
Alright, stop making noise. He gave it some food.
If you're the star beast, then I'll let you try some star beast meat. Fortunately, the meat from the giant python he fought before was still in his space, and he had intended to save some spirit beast meat for later.
I've given you a bit, now you have to grow quickly after eating it.
And so, the night fell, marking the end of the day.
The next day, Wang Tang went to the address he was given.
He stood there, stunned, unable to believe his eyes.
Is this the master's place? The teacher's dormitory is really fancy.
As soon as he rang the doorbell, a voice came from inside.
The door's unlocked, come in.
Wang Tang cheerfully pushed the door open and stepped inside.
Taekwon, I've just finished showering, you're early. Go ahead and close the door behind you.
It was early in the morning, and his eyes were already burned, making the protagonist seem like a block of stone.
She found it odd and said, "Sit down." Wang Tang obediently complied. "Yes, would you like something to eat? I haven't had anything myself."
Upon hearing this question, Wang Tang suddenly looked around, perhaps not expecting a beautiful woman to live in such a messy environment.
Taekwon made a phone call. "Hello, bring the usual food to my place." Wang Tang, feeling suspicious, thought to himself, isn't this woman like a homebody girl? She turned around irritably. "What? I'm your master here, and I haven't eaten yet. Are you planning to let me teach you with an empty stomach?"
Wang Tang felt something was off but still tried to force a smile.
"Master, you must eat your fill before teaching me. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty." Taekwon picked up a cup of water, sat down on the sofa, and got to the point. "I already know quite a bit about your abilities.
Your goal isn't just to surpass people of your own age, but to compete with those of the same generation."
Wang Tang was quite surprised to hear that. She explained,
"People of the same generation aren't just those of the same age, but also young martial artist prodigies. They are your true competitors, so you need to think long term.
Don't just focus on school. As for me, I am the champion of my generation. I've even made many from previous generations call me mother after getting beaten.
As your master, I won't talk about being stronger than me, but at the very least, you cannot fall too far behind." Wang Tang heard these words and thought to himself, this female demoness really has a big mouth.
Taekwon's face suddenly became solemn.
But this matter wasn't urgent. Our yearby student still had quite a few geniuses. Set him a small goal, and tomorrow he should start challenging a student in the top 100. He should stop when he reaches the top. Wang Tang was worried, "Master, if I do that, I'll become the target of everyone.
I don't want to be hated by them." "What are you afraid of?"
she said indifferently, as if there was nothing to worry about.
"If you defeat all of them and become the enemy of the entire school, so what? They'll only respect you and fear you. The strong have always befriended the strong, and there's never a lack of friends." Wang Tang knew he couldn't argue. "All right, master. You must be right."
Achieving her goal, Taekwon sighed in relief. Among martial artists, challenging each other is a common thing, except for some who are ignorant.
Most people, when they lose, they just lose.
At most, they will train hard and take revenge later.
You don't need to think too much.
Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Wang Tang didn't know what it was, but Taekwon guessed it was probably the food delivery.
She ordered him to go. "Xiao Tong, go open the door. I'm about to starve to death." The delivery person was a bit surprised when they saw Wang Tang.
He introduced himself, "I'm her disciple.
Please give the delivery to me."
"Okay, sure." When Taekwon saw the food, her eyes lit up, and she became eager.
"Hurry up and open it, I'm starving."
Wang Tang was drawn in by the scent.
What was inside?
It smelled so good. But as soon as he opened the lid, a bright light emitted from the box, making him jump in surprise. The light made Wang Tang raise his hand to shield his eyes, almost blinding him. Looking at the object inside the box, he was surprised. Could this be the legendary glowing ingredient? But isn't our house designed in a Chinese style? Taekwon immediately enlightened her student. This is the masterpiece of Master Ling Chu. The chubby person who just delivered the food is Master Ling Chu. Wang Tang was puzzled. It was true that one shouldn't judge someone by their appearance. Master, why are these dishes glowing? She popped a plump, sweet shrimp into her mouth, powered by the energy within. Wang Tang was confused. What do you mean by energy? Taekwon explained. Spirit lords use star beasts and spiritual herbs as ingredients. Cooking them with a special technique stimulates the energy in the food, providing support for cultivation. This is why the position of Spirit Lord is always held by a martial artist. After listening carefully, he understood. So that's it. Only a martial artist can sense and manipulate the energy. After a hearty meal, there was nothing left in the box. Taekwon lay back, her round belly full. The Star Martial continent has truly worked hard to develop the spirit food industry to what it is today. Wang Tang was skeptical. Are you sure people respect it so much just because the food is that delicious? After the meal, Taekwon let out a loud burp. All right, follow me. She gestured for him to get up. Let's do some exercise after our cozy meal together. That doesn't sound too good. Looking at his expression, it was clear he was having some rather impure thoughts. Taekwon laughed. Huh, kiddo, you really have an overactive imagination. Wang Tang rushed to extinguish the situation. Master, it's not good for the body to engage in physical activity right after eating. Ha, Taekwon changed into a set of sportswear. Private matters like martial arts techniques and battle skills, I won't easily teach you. From today, I will suppress my strength when fighting you, to help cultivate your willpower and combat experience. Experience and willpower are what a true martial artist really needs. Many martial artists who return from the battlefield, even without profound martial arts techniques. Wang Tang paid close attention to every word she said. Although he often joked around in daily life, when the situation required seriousness, he never disappointed the reader. Fighting with other martial artist geniuses was something he could do effortlessly. Having strength but no corresponding combat strategy was just as useless. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. I don't want you to become that type of martial artist. It's just that yesterday, we hadn't even fought yet, and today we're continuing. With that, a flash of light streaked through the air, and Taekwon dashed straight toward Wang Tang, ready to give him a hard time. Taekwon rushed forward with both hands enveloped in a greenish glow, her nails sharp as if they'd been manicured daily. Wang Tang struggled to keep up with her speed, but it wasn't by chance that Taekwon had been appointed as the principal. Just as he was about to counterattack, she landed a blow to his abdomen. He cradled his wound and was pushed back a short distance. Sweat poured down Wang Tang's face, and he couldn't believe it. She's so strong. It's really different after she's eaten. Her strength is greater than ever. Today, I'm sure I'll be crushed. Wang Tang didn't back down. He struggled to retaliate. The two of them continued to fight back and forth, neither willing to give an inch. He concentrated the power of wind and fire into the palm of his hand. No matter how hard Wang Tang tried, Taekwon showed no mercy at all. Despite having just witnessed and experienced it, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. It was just too powerful. It seemed that last night, she hadn't used any strength when fighting with him. He was both unwilling to accept and terrified at the same time. Taekwon once again unleashed her lightning-fast signature move, dashing away in a blur. It felt as if her strength had increased exponentially after eating. Wang Tang quickly raised his arm to protect his head. He was struck so hard that he couldn't even find time to counterattack, only able to dodge. Ha ha!
Wang Tang's face was drenched in exhaustion.
In contrast to Taekwon, she seemed to have found a new toy to play with.
Wang Tang's willpower erased the fatigue in him, and his eyes were filled with determination.
He did not give up and continued to charge toward his master. Soon after, a violent explosion shook the air, and no one knew what would happen inside it.
30 minutes later, Wang Tang was panting heavily, too exhausted to stand. He collapsed onto the floor.
"Master, you're really ruthless. She thinks the disciple is a fool, but you're only doing this for my own good."
Taekwon, however, showed no sign of fatigue at all.
"From now on, everyone you meet will be someone who will directly take action against you.
I'm pushing your potential to the limit. Don't worry, get up quickly."
But at this moment, Wang Tang was so tired that his soul seemed about to leave his body. "Go to the logistics and buy a bottle of Black Jade Breakthrough.
It's strong. It'll definitely help you recover, and tomorrow you can continue to face my training."
After a whole day's training with the principal, he looked more battered than ever.
"Alright, you go ahead first. Be careful on your way."
As for Taekwon, she seemed quite pleased with her disciple.
"Indeed, it's quite impressive. This time I've really found a gem. Back then, I couldn't even compare to it." He went straight to the vendor, a portion of black jade of severed mundanity's heights.
The seller told him that a portion costing 100 points could be used for 5 days.
Wang Tang couldn't believe it. "Damn it, is it really that expensive?"
She replied happily. "It's not expensive, you get what you pay for, no fire, no smoke." He gritted his teeth and took out the money.
"Alright, I'll take one portion."
"Wang Tang looked just like me when I go shopping every weekend."
"Too expensive. Looks like I'll need to figure out how to earn more points."
"Please take your goods." The seller flashed a gleaming smile. "Points are only meaningful when you spend them, after all." He grabbed the item he purchased and, feeling exhausted, left, grumbling.
"These merchants are really something.
They keep saying I need to challenge the top 100 of the academy every day. I wonder if I can think of a way to earn some points while doing that."
"You can't fight if you don't."
When he got home, he immediately headed straight for the bathroom.
Wang Tang checked the item he had just bought. "Alright, let me see. The higher the altitude, the hotter the water should be."
After reading it, he was doubtful.
"Why do I feel like this isn't trustworthy at all? Oh well, let's try it first."
The item inside the medicine had a very strange color. The medicine was cold, but it didn't have any effect. Just as he spoke, his whole body suddenly underwent a transformation.
"Ah, it's hot."
Wang Tang screamed in the bathroom, startling the bird outside. The next day, the exhausted man went outside, feeling sore. It turned out that the cold medicine had reacted with the hot water when he was bathing yesterday, causing it to bubble up and rush through his meridians.
Could this be its effect? Wang Tang walked to someone's door. "So the 100th spot in the gold region is here?"
He raised his hand and knocked on the door.
"This is the weakest person in the top 100. I can definitely beat him. But I'm just afraid that this person might not be at school right now. If the challenge fails, I don't know how the female demoness will torment me."
Wang Tang sighed wearily, clearly showing that he must have gotten enough trouble yesterday. A bearded man hurriedly ran to open the door and entered immediately.
The senior immediately recognized him. "You are Wang Tang, polite. Senior, may I ask if you are free tonight?"
However, Chuan, misunderstanding his words, picked up his pants.
"Ah, junior brother, sorry, I'm not into playing gay."
Wang Tang froze, stunned by this response.
Chuan, hearing the gossip, immediately started talking. "Playing gay?" He shouted to deny it. "No. Senior, I want to challenge you." Yu Jun didn't expect this. "Challenge me?" He thought Wang Tang was joking. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Wang Tang apologized.
The master's orders are hard to defy, he said as he scheduled the duel.
7 p.m. at the martial arts field, will you come, senior? Jun happily agreed. Ha ha. Alright, then I'll show you the strength of a top 100 fighter. Having achieved his goal, Wang Tang didn't want to trouble Jun any longer, so he left. I'll wait for you then. Jun, before closing the door, looked at his retreating figure. That was fast, he had already become a disciple. Truly a genius. In no time, he'd already caught the attention of a master. I wonder who his master is. After hearing the hot news, people started talking about it. Have you heard? Senior Jun, ranked 100th, is about to have a duel with someone. He's going up to the stage? Who's he going to fight tonight? This is hot news. Hurry up and invite people to watch. Wang Tang received a call from Tai Quan. Ah, I know, master. I will definitely win. If I don't, you can deal with me however you like. He stared at the phone screen, exhausted. This ant is really annoying. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Junior brother Wang Tang, you feel like you don't know this person at all. Who are you? The person introduced himself. I'm Zhuge Xiaoliang, a third-year student at the Command Academy. Wang Tang found it a bit strange. Aha! He then explained, my original name was Zhuge Changliang, but because I greatly admire Zhuge Liang, I changed my name. When I surpass him, I'll change my name to Zhuge Deliang. Wang Tang was puzzled. You really are talented. He continued, so, did you call me over for something? Zhuge leaned in and whispered to him, it's like this, isn't the Chuan family about to fight someone else? I don't know who the opponent is, but would you like to place a bet? I heard the challenger is quite strong. How about a 3-to-1 bet? A few people around them overheard the conversation and spoke up. Zhuge Pan, how many times have you been caught gambling and you still dare to open a gambling den? Yeah, exactly. He turned back, annoyed. Whether you play or not is up to you. Though we haven't yet reached the point where we're betting like this, everyone here still wants to join in, don't they? I'll bet 100 course points on Jun winning. I'll also bet 100 course points on Jun winning. Then I'll bet 50 course points on Jun winning. Hold on. One at a time. Wang Tang was surprised by how many people were involved. But why had Senior Zhuge called him over earlier? A senior sister explained to Wang Tang. There's nothing strange about it. The new students keep scamming points from him, so if he doesn't scam you, who else will he scam? Wang Tang decided to join in the fun. Alright then, I'll bet 100 points too. The challenger will win. The people around him thought Wang Tang was a bit foolish. They knew the guy was trying to scam him, yet he still played along. But little did they know, everything was under Wang Tang's control. Wang Tang turned back, feigning ignorance. Just 1 point, it's all for fun. You guys are about to lose your point. Before leaving, he kindly reminded them, alright, I've got a duel to fight. I'll go on ahead. The group was stunned, confused. What had he just said? It wasn't until now that Zhuge finally realized he said he was going to fight. So this kid was the one everyone had come to watch. Wang Tang was the challenger. How could it be him? This freshman actually dares to challenge Jun, one of the top 100? Who gave him the guts? I admit this kid isn't weak, but this is just too arrogant. But somehow, I feel like he might actually stand a chance. Unlike everyone else, Zhuge didn't think he was a fool. He noticed that most people thought Wang Tang would lose. Zhuge's eyes sparkled at the thought of a chance to make some money. This was getting interesting. Before the battle started, he figured he'd pull in a few more bets. Jun looked around. Nobody seemed to believe he had any strategy. A bit of a shame, really. Wang Tang sighed. It's fine. I'm just here to complete the assignment Master gave me. I don't need their recognition.
Upon hearing that, he exuded a murderous aura.
An assignment? Wang Tang's words were truly maddening.
Yu Jun could only show a look of regret.
Sorry. As expected of Senior Yu Jun, you won't hold it against me. It's fine. Show me your full strength.
But whether you can use me as your assignment depends on whether you're qualified. Wang Tang instantly switched into battle mode, and the referee signaled that time was up. The duel began. Both of them charged at each other like predators. Wang Tang applied the techniques he had learned from Tai Quan, and Yu Jun was no less formidable. He was not being easy on his junior. At this moment, both were evenly matched, and no one knew who would emerge victorious from this fight.
The audience below was buzzing with discussion.
Senior Yu Jun is really strong, no wonder he's one of the top 100, but Wang Tang is also very strong.
I'm really impressed.
So this is the power of a 3-star warrior martial artist. Both of their punches had nearly equal force, but it was Wang Tang who was sent flying. Yu Jun remained standing still. He seemed to enjoy the fight, his strength wasn't bad at all. No wonder he dared to challenge me.
Yu Jun jumped high, seemingly wanting to strike from above. Watch out for this move.
The result was an explosion that shattered the ground, sending debris flying. The audience, who had previously criticized him, were now gasping in awe. To think this kid can go toe-to-toe with Senior Yu Jun.
Yu Jun must not be using his full strength, right?
Yu Jun took a step back, creating another explosion. Just when he thought he had one, Wang Tang reappeared with even greater force and power. Yu Jun was lucky enough to block it in time, otherwise, the battle would have been over.
This kid is really strange. His energy intensity is only at the 2-star warrior level, yet he can fight evenly with me, who is using my full strength. Now Yu Jun realized what the issue was.
As for Wang Tang, he looked more energized than ever.
Finally, I understand the master's intention. Yu Jun's foot was firmly planted on the ground.
The two of them had been in a constant state of defense and counterattack whenever there was an opening. Yu Jun threw a punch straight at Wang Tang's face, but Wang Tang skillfully dodged it. It felt like, after understanding the master's plan, Wang Tang became even more aggressive. He attacked Yu Jun faster, making it harder for him to move. Now, Yu Jun had finally realized it. Why is this kid's attack getting stronger and stronger? It's even starting to feel a bit overwhelming and unreasonable. Could it be that Yu Jun still thinks I was just joking before, but it turns out that what I said was the truth? That little brat, he really used me for training. Wang Tang gave a remorseful look. You found out. This time, I really got angry and used you for training. Well done. The audience watching couldn't help but be entertained. It's happening, it's happening. Yu Jun's fist looked like a lion roaring. This was Yu Jun's furious lion fist technique. Wang Tang raised his hand to casually wave off the wind. Is this his combat skill? He quickly reached for his weapon. This technique relied on anger to fuel it. The angrier he got, the more powerful it became. Both of them were now using their own methods to fight. Before launching his strike, Wang Tang shouted, "Take this sword of mine." Wang Tang drew his sword and struck with a single slash, causing everything to fall apart. The audience below was shocked, their eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening. Even Yu Jun didn't expect this. How could this happen? The sword strike just now from Wang Tang had sliced through Yu Jun's lion in half. After the dust cleared, everyone could finally see the aftermath of the move. If Yu Jun had been just a little less powerful in that moment, he might have lost his life right then and there. Though he didn't want to admit it, he was forced to. I lost. He knelt on the ground in pain, looking utterly pitiful. Getting into the top 100 was incredibly difficult. He had endured and fought hard to avoid being defeated by anyone. But unexpectedly, the audience never could have guessed that the senior from the Chuan family would perform like this. Yet, we lost. Looking at Yu Jun's back as he left, Wang Tang felt a pang of bitterness. Master, did you ever consider how devastated they'd be after being defeated when you told me to challenge them? Then, he shook it off and stopped thinking about it. In the world of martial arts, strength is revered, and it was time to report to Master. Both competitors had dispersed, leaving only the crowd behind. Wang Tongqiu is incredible, even a top 100 senior could be defeated by him. How is he even a freshman? He's ridiculously strong. I feel a bit heartbroken being in the same generation as him. Not long after he left, someone came running after him. Wang Tong, wait up. When Wang Tang turned around, he saw Senior Zhuge from Sha, smiling. I came to give you your points. Junior brother, you're truly a hidden gem. I've also reaped a good harvest thanks to you. Thanks. Wang Tang said modestly, it's nothing. He gave Zhuge a cunning glance. But senior, I'll still have to challenge students from the top 100. Interested in collaborating? Zhuge's eyes sparkled as though headlights had been switched on. Sure, I can tell right away you're someone capable of big things. I'm up for collaborating with you, but how do we split the points? Wang Tong smirked. 50/50. I'm 100% confident I'll defeat the opponent. Senior, are you willing to trust me? Hearing this from Wang Tong, Zhuge appeared both surprised and worried. He said, hold on, let me think. He seriously pondered the offer. After a moment of hesitation, realizing this was an opportunity too good to pass up, Zhuge agreed. All right. I believe I see my disciple returning. Taekwon, has she come out now? How does it feel? She doesn't seem to care much, just focusing on the game and the food in her mouth. Wang Tong shrugged, feeling nothing in particular but acknowledging that it did have some effect. Upon hearing this, Taekwon stood up. Is that all you're proud of? Let's go to the training room and play some more. She wants to test you. Let me see how much you've progressed tonight. Unlike last time, he felt that meeting this aunt of his marked the beginning of his martial arts journey. Having lived through one life already, Wang Tong believed his future was limitless. It seemed that both master and disciple shared the same mindset. Taekwon thought that his future would be witnessed by her. At this moment, he lay exhausted on the floor, breathing heavily. Taekwon couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Looks like there's progress. Kiddo, you have to keep pushing yourself. Wang Tang responded, thanks for the compliment. She looked at him and continued, don't forget to challenge the 99th ranked student tomorrow. Wang Tang quickly sat up, replying tiredly, got it, master. How could I forget what you assigned? The scene shifted to Fong Ming's room, where he was holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand and asked, so you just fought with Yu Jun and now you're going to challenge me? Wang Tang replied, no choice, Fong Ming Sr., I have to fight with him at 7 p.m. tonight. My body seems tired. He added, the assignment from teacher is one person every day. Fong Ming looked confused. So that's how it is. It seems your teacher has high expectations of you. Just so happens, I also want to see the strength of your little prodigy. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but silently groan in his heart. Teacher was really bringing all this hatred upon him. As he was on his way home, suddenly a group of female students spoke out loudly to cheer him on. Xiao Tang, I'll come to watch you tonight. Good luck. Another girl spoke up. Wow, you're amazing. You've been challenging the senior non-stop. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Oh, no, not at all. Suddenly, he remembered. Wait a minute, I just sent a challenge letter to Senior Fong Ming earlier, how do these people already know about it? Could it be? Before he could finish his thoughts, he quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The message came from Zhuge Pan, with the following content.
Well, is this big enough for you? If you think it's not hot enough, I'll add some more fuel. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew right away it was Zhuge Xiaopan's doing. They chatted for a while, and then he sent a message asking, "How many people have placed bets now?" Xiaopan replied, "About 80 or so, all regulars." "Don't worry," Wang Tang said with some concern, "what if teacher finds out?" Xiaopan replied nonchalantly, "What else? If we can't get the points, we'll get punished?" Wang Tang, feeling uneasy, warned him, "Be careful, don't go overboard." Xiaopan responded, "Don't worry, I've got plenty of experience." Upon reading this, Wang Tang couldn't help but sigh. Xiaopan sent another message, "Focus on tonight's match. As long as you win, the two of us will be rich." Soon after, the match quickly began. At this point, everyone had gathered on the field. The crowd below kept shouting, "Senior, hang in there. My junior brother has already placed all his points on you." Wang Tang, over here, unleashed a powerful internal force towards the front at an incredibly fast speed. Naturally, Fong Ming quickly leaped and dodged. Like a ghost, he was incredibly fast, positioning himself behind Fong Ming, causing him to be startled. Before Fong Ming even had time to regain his bearings, Wang Tang attacked again from behind. The two fought for a long while, with the surrounding earth and stones shaking non-stop. After some time, Fong Ming kneeled to the ground. "I admit defeat," Wang Tang modestly said. "Senior Fong Ming, I concede." The crowd erupted again. Wang Tang won again. "He's truly amazing, so strong." On the third day, he continued to fight with unyielding momentum. Time passed, and by the sixth day, his opponent was knocked out with just one move. Then, on the 13th day, he still kept winning. The battle had become incredibly intense. He stood there, exuding a fiery energy, with flames surrounding Wang Tang. Chen Xiao, who wanted to watch the match, couldn't help but feel elated. How many matches has this kid won in a row? How far can he go? Top 59, top 30. Yang Lin continued. Wang Tang is truly impressive. A genius, indeed. After a pause, she added, "But as we go further, the difficulty will increase multiple times, it's not going to be easy." Finally, after many days away from home, he was finally returning. Wang Tang, beaming with joy, shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, Dodo, I'm back." His father happily stepped out. His son finally returned home to visit. "Everyone missed you so much." Dodo couldn't help but feel overjoyed, rushing out. "Brother!" He looked at the bird on his head, curiosity in his eyes. "Is that a crow? Did you adopt a crow?" Wang Tang answered, "This is the star beast." Hearing that his son had such a thing with him, his father was taken aback. The star beast. After composing himself, his eyes brightened, and he cheerfully said, "Son, you must take good care of it." His mother hurriedly added, "A few days ago, some of Dodo's relatives came over and wanted to take her away. Dodo refused, and her mother didn't like them either. They're not good people." Wang Tang replied, "Then let Dodo be my little sister. If those people dare to come and cause trouble, let me handle it." His father laughed heartily. "My son has become a martial artist, even his words have a certain aura now. By the way, son, do you think our Wang family could expand its business into the martial artist circle?" Wang Tang responded, "Of course, there are opportunities, medicine pills, weapons, even rune tools, all are business opportunities. But these things need long-term planning. We must wait until I have enough strength to protect our family, otherwise, we'll just become easy targets for others." Upon saying this, his father became serious. "You really do think things through. In the future, our Wang family will depend on you." Wang Tang remained humble. "Dad is the pillar of our family. I still have so much to learn from you." The next day, Wang Tang continued packing for school. Everyone's already here. He looked around, silently thinking, where's the team leader? Today is the day we're supposed to go hunting together.
Suddenly, the crowd on the other side stirred, and one of them shouted, "Captain Lin, don't act unreasonable. Our young master knows how many people are in your team, and he knows when one leaves.
If you truly want to join, why don't you agree?
I told you, we already have another member." Xingji's face darkened as he said, "I know he's the top scorer of the martial arts examination, but he's just a one-star warrior. Our young master is a three-star warrior. Clearly, he would be a better fit for your team."
The person beside him added, "Captain Lin, are you interested in the potential of that Wang Tang guy? But every year, there's a top scorer of the martial arts examination, and how many of them get famous?
Only those who know when to back down are the real heroes."
He laughed loudly after speaking. Captain Lin replied firmly, "You don't need to say any more.
Our team won't casually dismiss any member." Xingji wouldn't give up, continuing loudly, "Captain Lin, our young master is a high-ranking consulate officer of the martial arts school. Refusing him just for a Wang Tang who has no background is not a smart choice."
Captain Lin immediately retorted coldly, "Are you threatening me?
Let me tell you, Wang Tang was assigned to our team by the vice hallmaster. If you have a problem, go talk to him." Upon hearing this, he was immediately rendered speechless. The person beside him, with a dark expression, cut in, "If that's the case, then forget it.
Let's go."
At that moment, Wang Tang quickly approached.
"Captain, are you here?"
When Wang Lan heard his voice, he immediately turned around and snorted coldly. Wang Tang glanced at the group of people and asked curiously, "Captain, who are these?" Captain Lin replied, "A second-generation martial artist who wants me to kick you out so he can take your place."
Wang Tang glanced over at him, seemingly noticing the large umbrella he was holding.
Captain Lin continued, "It's fine, this is Dong Hai, the deputy manager is the highest ranking here. Besides, that kid doesn't seem too great, I can't feel at ease if he joins my team." He then slapped Wang Tang on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "All right, enough about him.
If you're here, let's get going." Elsewhere, a panicked voice suddenly shouted loudly, cursing. "Damn it!"
Lu Yan looked at the bird following by the bridge, startled.
"This is the star beast."
Captain Lin was also surprised. "Where did you get this star beast?"
she exclaimed. Wang Tang, now standing before the two wax statues, couldn't help but wonder. Why is everyone so surprised? Is it really that hard to find a star beast? Captain Lin yelled. Of course it is. We rarely encounter star beasts, and most of them are weak. Your bird looks very intelligent. How about going to Bao Pavilion Mansion and signing a spirit beast contract with it? That would be more reliable." Wang Tang looked like he was about to cry. "Boss, stop shouting. I'll go, my clothes are about to tear apart. Everyone, stop standing around gossiping and help me." Scene change. At that moment, at Bao Pavilion Mansion, the gentle sunlight bathed the ground. Wang Tang's group quickly entered, everyone looking around.
Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing Wang Tang's attention.
"May I help you, sirs?"
The beautiful girl with a curvaceous figure smiled brightly and introduced.
"We have all kinds of protective charms here."
Wang Tang looked at her and casually said,
"I need a spirit beast contract." The cheerful girl greeted them warmly. "Dear esteemed guests, please follow me. I will inform the boss only he has the authority to retrieve the genuine item you seek."
Immediately, an elderly man with silver hair stepped out joyfully and introduced himself. "My surname is Li, I am the owner of Bao Pavilion Mansion." He pointed with satisfaction to the item held by the girl next to him.
"This is the spirit beast contract you're looking for. You may inspect it beforehand." Captain Lin stepped forward to examine it. "Yes, this is indeed a spirit beast contract." Wang Tang promptly asked, "How much does the spirit beast contract cost?"
Boss Li cheerfully and casually replied, 130 million.
Wang Tang was taken aback and asked again, how much? The same answer came, 130 million. Wang Tang was clearly shocked, that's way too expensive. He thought to himself, even if I have the money, this price is outrageous. The boss immediately explained, it's not expensive. This spirit beast contract was crafted by Master Ling Su, a famous rune master from another realm. Its quality far surpasses that of ordinary rune masters. Lu Yan observed closely. Sure enough, it bore the signature of Master Ling Su. Captain Lin added, in that case, the price isn't unreasonable. Boss Li quickly followed up, of course, we at Spirit Treasures always conduct our business with integrity. Although it pained him, Wang Tang let out a deep sigh. Alright, swipe the card. Wang Tang thought to himself, good thing I earned over 500 million from hunting the star beast earlier, this expense is manageable. Immediately, the amount was deducted from his account. Boss Li beamed, thank you for your patronage. After they left, Lu Yan couldn't help teasing, who would have thought that little brother Wang Tang had such a fortune? Wang Tang grinned, not really. Captain Lin continued, alright, the rich people have signed the spirit beast contract, so let's quickly set off and complete the mission. This time, the task is to help the dwarves at Hongfeng Hill deal with the swarm of deformed mantises. Lu Yan slyly said, the dwarves' wine and weapons are quite good, but the swarm of deformed mantises might be a bit tricky. Wang Tang happily thought to himself, I could pick up some wind attribute bubbles. My wind attribute is currently the lowest, so it's a good chance to boost it. Lu Yan continued, while we're still on our way to Hongfeng Hill, you should form a spirit beast contract with Xiaobai. Wang Tang was startled. That's right, he almost forgot. Immediately, the contract was signed. Then, both of them seemed to be enveloped in a warm, fiery aura. Wang Tang thought to himself, this is amazing, it feels like my bond with Xiaobai has grown a bit stronger. Suddenly, a strange look appeared in Wang Tang's eyes. He froze for a moment. Wait a minute, Wang Tang thought, glancing at the crow, a bit dazed in his mind. I can actually sense Xiaobai's vision. This made him jump. I didn't expect the spirit beast contract to have this effect. Realizing this, Wang Tang quickly asked, Captain, what exactly does the spirit beast contract do? He replied, it just allows you to sense the emotions of your spirit beast. Is there something else you're expecting? He smiled bitterly, there's nothing else. Wang Tang thought to himself, could it be my golden finger? That's right, it's probably the eye of spiritual sight that lets me and Xiaobai sense each other. At that moment, their vehicle was suddenly bombarded. Captain Lin slammed on the brakes, and he panicked, shouting, the enemy is attacking. The area around them was soon surrounded by flames, but fortunately, Captain Lin's driving skills were trustworthy. He looked back anxiously and asked everyone, are you all okay? Because the collision was so intense, Wang Tang's face ended up pressed directly against Lu Yan's chest. After regaining his senses, he quickly realized what had happened and turned red. Wang Tang immediately sat up and said loudly, Miss Yan, I didn't mean it. She snorted coldly, I'll deal with you for this later. But being a girl, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. What's going on, Captain? Captain Lin also blushed. It's nothing, but there are a few people tailing us. They seem to want to deal with us. Right after that, Captain Lin quickly accelerated the car to shake off the pursuers behind them. He gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed, they're sticking to us like leeches. Lu Yan quickly opened the car's hatch and said nonchalantly, then just kill them. Without hesitation, she grabbed her gun and fiercely shot at the two tanks behind them. Meanwhile, Lu Yan wasn't about to back down either, she aimed her gun at the enemy and continued to attack. Both sides fiercely fired at each other, with dust and smoke rising in the air. One of the enemies laughed maliciously as they pulled out heavy weapons and aimed them at their vehicle. The gunshot sounded, followed by an attack from the two handguns Lu Yan was using. A loud explosion rang out again, causing their vehicle to shake violently. Inside the car, Captain Lin gritted his teeth and yelled, "These damn kids! The motorcycle inside the car also fiercely shot continuously at them, shouting, "Do you think we're easy targets? Take this, you bastards." Immediately, a loud explosion sounded, and the two cars behind were successfully shaken off, temporarily stabilizing the situation. The car carrying Wang Tang's group continued to move forward. At that moment, the two tanks charged out from the explosion, and a loud laugh echoed. The driver couldn't help but chuckle arrogantly, "Don't underestimate us." At this point, sensing that the situation was not looking good, Wang Tang finally revealed himself. He pushed the window down, stuck his head out, and the gun in his hand was already ready to shoot the enemy. Wang Tang shouted, "I want to play a bit too." The driver, still smug, said, "At this distance, Lu Yan can't even hit me. You little kid don't know the vastness of the world." No sooner had he finished speaking than the bullet in Wang Tang's gun was fired, heading straight for the driver, with no chance of escape. The enemy's tank quickly lost momentum and crashed into a nearby ancient tree. With one of their men taken out, the other vehicles quickly lost their balance and seemed to be heading toward each other. Lu Yan smiled contentedly. "How was that shot just now?" Wang Tang shyly asked, "Was it good?" He silently praised himself, thinking that his shooting skills were truly impressive. Captain Lin proudly spoke about his subordinate. "Well done, go and finish them off." Lu Yan, excited, suggested to Wang Tang, "Little Junior, let's see who can kill more." After the collision earlier, every time she looked at him, he couldn't help but blush. "All right, if Miss Yan likes it, I'll oblige." At this moment, the enemy vehicles quickly caught up behind them, continuously firing at the rear of their car. On the other side, Wang Tang and Lu Yan kept firing relentlessly. The driver couldn't help but flinch. "Damn it, their firepower is too strong." He ordered his men, "Quick, get closer to them." In no time, the two vehicles quickly closed the gap, catching up to his car. They opened the side doors, and two men inside swiftly took the opportunity to fire at the driver. The man with a cunning look on his face picked up a cannon and aimed directly at Wang Tang's car. "Take this." Captain Lin, realizing the situation was critical, shouted loudly, "Hold on tight." At the same time, he quickly shifted the car's mode into boost. The vehicle seemed to have a turbocharged engine, shooting forward and leaving the other two vehicles behind. Lu Yan couldn't help but cheer, "Well done." For a moment, they had managed to temporarily shake off their pursuers. Suddenly, Captain Lin slammed on the brakes. He jumped out of the car, grabbing a sledgehammer. "You want to kill me? Let's see how I deal with you." Meanwhile, their enemies refused to back down. "Charge and kill them." The three antagonists looked at him and shouted, "Kill them." The sledgehammer in Captain Lin's hands then came down powerfully on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Wang Tang, witnessing his momentum, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. The captain is pissed off. He's terrifying. Suddenly, one of the men appeared in front of him and shouted, "Hey kid, stop looking around. Aren't we quite skilled?" He silently speculated, thinking, "This kid looks like a rookie. He must have just started as a one-star warrior." Wang Tang also silently mocked, looking at the triumphant expression of this fool, thinking to himself, "Let's see how you do." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he drew his weapon, disappearing and reappearing, saying, "How embarrassing." Immediately, Wang Tang appeared behind him, causing the man to jump in surprise. "What's wrong? Didn't I say I was a one-star warrior?" Wang Tang shouted loudly. "I'm not some rookie you can mess around with." He had just launched a move when the man was dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. The others watched in silent fear. "Damn, Hu Zi is a two-star warrior. And this kid just killed him like that? Something's wrong here. This kid is strange, I'd better run first." At that moment, they scattered in panic like a beehive disturbed. "Run, don't come over here." One of them trembled in fear. "Run, this kid is too creepy, I want to live." Wang Tang's eyes now had a sinister glint, and he spoke, "You want to run? At that moment, a scream rang out behind him. The man became even more terrified. Sensing a powerful aura behind him, he glanced back. Wang Tang, who had no idea when, had appeared right next to him. Calmly, he asked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" The man looked at Wang Tang as if he were staring at the Grim Reaper, his fear causing him to sit down on the ground, stuttering incessantly. Please spare me." Wang Tang's expression darkened. "Answer a few of my questions, and I might be in a good enough mood to let you live." The man lowered his voice. "Ask, I will answer everything I know." Wang Tang immediately got to the point, "Who sent you?" He answered honestly, "It was the head of the Yao family, Yang Chang. He has dealings with quite a few martial artists. Tell us to attack the martial artist squads from level 4 and below, returning from the foggy jungle 3 months ago." Hearing this, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The foggy jungle. At the same time, Captain Lin walked by. "Wang Tang, little brother, are you finished over there?" Wang Tang asked in surprise, "Is it done on your side, Captain?" He replied, "Almost done." He recounted, "Captain, this guy says that Yang Chang, the head of the Yao family, sent them to attack us." Mr. Lin was also surprised. "Yang Chang of the Yao family?" Lu Yin continued, "I heard that last month the son of the Yao family head was killed in the foggy jungle, but the killer was never found." Wang Tang went on, "So he released orders to kill indiscriminately rather than let anyone escape, wiping out all the martial artist squads returning from the foggy jungle." At that moment, Jin Yu couldn't help but feel angry. A debt is a debt. The head of the Yao family has no sense of right or wrong. Killing people indiscriminately is too cruel. Jin Ming spoke up, "Although in the martial artist world, the strong prey on the weak, this method really makes one look down on them." Captain Lin asked further, "So, what is the Yao family really like?" Seeing the man hesitating, Wang Tang shouted. He continued, "You have the strongest strength in the Yao family, so you must be the head of the Yao family, a 6-star warrior, right? Plus there are 4 5-star warriors and 8 or 9 4-star warriors." Lu Yin sneered, "The Yao family can be considered a strong force. We should probably just leave it at that." Wang Tang calculated, "Captain, do you have any more questions? If not, we can deal with this guy however we like." He cried out in fear, "Wait, didn't you say you'd let me go if I answered?" He smiled cruelly, "What I said was, if I'm in a good mood, I might consider letting you go. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now." A scream rang out, and fresh blood immediately flowed. Captain Lin continued, "All right, I'll take the car. Well, let's get this done and then we'll see. The people from the Yao family in the other realm can't possibly come to Earth Spirit to find us." Lu Yin cheerfully said, "Exactly, let's head to Hongye Hill now. I'm craving some dwarf brewed wine." Soon after, everyone stopped by the roadside, and one person spoke up, "You are the human martial artists from Martial Arts School Extreme, right?" The clever little girl introduced herself, "My name is Nia, a warrior of the dwarf race. We're almost there. They'll be dealing with the swarm of deformed mantises along with you." Wang Tang couldn't help but be surprised. "So this is a dwarf? She's quite cute, isn't she?" Immediately after, the little girl shouted loudly to her people. Over here, everyone couldn't help but laugh, commenting that she was still as lively as usual. One of them observed them and asked, "Is that really okay? The swarm of deformed mantises is very difficult to deal with." He pointed at Wang Tang and judged, "The others seem fine, but this kid, aside from being handsome, doesn't seem very strong." Wang Tang frowned and thought, "Just because I'm handsome, is that a problem for you?" Nia shouted loudly, "Wer? This is our distinguished guest." He gave her a sideways glance. "What's with the outburst?" Nia quickly turned to Wang Tang and apologized, "Sorry, Wer doesn't know what's gotten into him today." Wang Tang smiled gently, "It's fine, let's just head out." They passed through a rice field. At this time of year, everything was in full bloom, lush and green. The group narrated, "The swarm of deformed mantises has taken over our wheat field. Their leader is a 3-star beast, very fast,
with extremely sharp claws, all green in color, and very hard to spot when hidden in the field, but they quickly warned everyone to be extra cautious. After a while, everyone split up to search for something in the rice field. Wang Tang glanced sideways and thought to himself, where did they hide? At the same moment, he detected a strange source of internal energy seemingly rushing toward him. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel excited, thinking, it's finally here. Without hesitation, he quickly gathered his internal strength and struck fiercely. The praying mantis, which had just raised its head, was startled. Wang Tang silently laughed to himself, that was easy. This swarm of deformed mantises isn't as dangerous as they made it out to be. Over on this side, Captain Lin saw him take action and burst into laughter, praising, "Kid, you're really good." He immediately grabbed the sledgehammer, aimed at the mantis, and shouted, "We can't let Wang Tang outshine us. Let's kill it." Following that, a huge explosion echoed, hitting the ripened rice field. But at that moment, it seemed like Captain Lin was holding something in his hand. He shouted loudly, "These wind blight mantises are only dangerous when they have their limbs intact. Cut off their limbs first." Lu Yan immediately took her gun and shot ahead, responding, "Okay, boss." Seeing their continuous attacks, WER couldn't help but feel astonished, thinking, these humans are so strong. Nia immediately shouted a warning, "Warriors, don't be careless. Watch out for the wind blight mantis king. It can appear at any moment." Meanwhile, Wang Tang had been wandering around searching. Strange, where could the swarm of deformed mantises king be? At this moment, little Nia was alone in the middle of the rice field, when a vicious mantis charged at her. Wang Tang quickly noticed it and, with a glance, saw it. His heart screamed, "Oh no." Wang Tang immediately grabbed his sword and charged forward, shouting loudly to warn, "Nia, be careful behind you." She glanced over and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It was the swarm of deformed mantises queen. WER, too, was visibly concerned and shouted, "Nia." Wang Tang gritted his teeth, the swarm of deformed mantises queen was hiding there. Why couldn't the spirit eye detect it? But well, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He rushed toward her at full speed and finally managed to block in front of her, delivering a fierce sword strike toward the mantis. Faced with such destructive force, she was momentarily stunned. Everyone was shocked as the swarm of deformed mantises queen was immediately slain. Given this level of power, claiming it was just a one-star warrior level would be hard to believe. Nia quickly expressed her gratitude, "Human warrior." Wang Tang smiled brightly and responded, "No need to be polite, this is something I should do." He glanced at the system interface, thinking to himself, 36 points in wind elemental power, and there's also the hidden wind skill. So that's it, no wonder the spirits I didn't detect it. It's a hidden talent. On their way back, Captain Lin couldn't help but feel pleased. I didn't expect our brother Wang Tang to have progressed so much in such a short time. Truly a genius. Now, let's clean up the battlefield quickly. The swarm of deformed mantises had plenty of valuable materials on them. Everyone laughed, and the order was given. At this point, they quickly made their way to the martial arts school's branch in the other world, where the group arrived excitedly, having gathered quite a bit. It was truly a stroke of luck. They mocked Wang Tang's group, laughing at how they could complete the mission smoothly even with a rookie. Just lucky, that's all. Captain Lin thought to himself, the people in my team aren't some clueless rookies. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Lin Zhan, right?" He immediately replied, "That's me." "Who are you?" "Hurry and identify yourself," the voice continued. "I'm a squad leader from the Chi-Hu Legion, currently carrying out a special mission. I'm now delivering an urgent notice. Your Tiger Battle Squad is being summoned." Hearing this, Captain Lin couldn't help but be startled. He asked, "May we know why the military is summoning us?" "The squad leader is keeping it confidential. It's classified information and can't be disclosed." Wang Tang thought to himself, a military summons. Unless it's an emergency, the army rarely calls upon external martial artists.
He stepped forward and asked, "Sir military officer, we can't just walk blindly into death, can we?" The man shouted, "Kid, watch your mouth." Wang Teng sneered, "Who are you calling kid, old man? Looking at your shoulder insignia, you only hold a non-commissioned officer rank, don't you?" The man shouted again, "Kid, what are you trying to say?"
Wang Teng then casually handed over his ID and said calmly, "Here, take a good look for yourself."
Upon briefly glancing at his ID card, the man couldn't help but be startled, shouting loudly, "A corporal rank?" The military officer was secretly shocked.
This kid appeared much younger than him, around 20 years old, still a student, yet he held the same rank as him.
What on earth had happened?
At this point, the man couldn't help but sigh, "I apologize for my rudeness. Let's go somewhere quiet to talk." Once they stepped outside, the man spoke. "Originally, I was worried that revealing this matter would shake the morale of the troops, but since things have come to this, it's better to let everyone know. The reason the military has called in martial artists from outside is because we discovered a group of dark species. Among this group, there are high-ranking dark species. They possess intelligence, no different from humans, and can even deceive people into becoming their slaves."
Captain Lin couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. What? Wang Teng's face darkened, silently thinking, a high-ranking dark species sounds like a challenge, but could I actually handle it in my current state? At this moment, the leader of the group was sitting arrogantly in a chair, asserting his dominance.